Since its discovery, it had been designated as one of the worst habitable planets, the Sulfur Moon planet. The entire planet had fewer than 100 inhabitants, not a single green plant, let alone a river. In a desolate, lifeless black plain, transparent hazardous particles rose up, spreading for 10 kilometers. In the center, a dilapidated garden of 300 square meters was covered by a flickering transparent light wave, tenaciously blocking the hazardous particles from entering. Danger lurked everywhere. The so-called garden was nothing more than a piece of land enclosed by a low earthen wall, with a precarious two-story wooden building in the middle, completely empty. Suddenly a blinding light flashed inside the precarious wooden building, then quickly faded. In a room of the wooden building, a woman sat cross-legged on a worn but tidy quilt. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, her lips crimson. Her closed eyes twitched slightly, then slowly opened. Liu, who truly felt no spiritual energy at all, looked at the vaguely familiar surroundings and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, her portable space had returned with her, and her cultivation remained. However, until she found spiritual energy to absorb and replenish, she could not use it casually, as the spiritual energy stored in her sea of consciousness would only dwindle. As she stood up, her floor-length skirt swayed gently. Her white silk robe remained spotless on the dusty wooden floor. Her black hair danced without wind, and her clear eyes looked around. She never thought she would return. 300 years had passed. From the interstellar era, she had been transported by chance to an unheard-of ancient era resembling legends but different. That world was called the cultivation world, where everyone could cultivate immortality. Her 18 years living in the interstellar era were utterly insignificant compared to the 300 years in the cultivation world. Since she was 10, she had been the only one left in her family. Her parents had died from long-term exposure to hazardous substances during their frequent work trips. She barely survived to 18 on the nutrient fluids left in the storage. If she remembered correctly, there was still one last nutrient fluid in the storage. At that time, she had gone out to risk finding edible things and inexplicably traveled to the cultivation world. Just thinking that she had finally become a great power, and after seclusion, was waiting for the immortal tribulation to descend to become an immortal, and start her retirement, she woke up back in the interstellar era. She was extremely frustrated. Looking at the dilapidated wooden house, and the wall visible at a glance, fortunately her portable space contained countless plants, food, and various crop seeds, as well as a 3-section 2-courtyard mansion. The plants and food were collected when she first arrived in the cultivation world. Seeing the abundant resources, she was so excited that her eyes turned red. Later, once she obtained the space, she frantically gathered everything and also put seeds inside. After reaching the stage of fasting, she never touched them. The mansion was also obtained from a powerful cultivator's secret realm during her training, and she had never used it. The portable space had a time-freezing function, so she didn't need to worry about expiration. Now only a week had passed since she traveled to the cultivation world. She feared that even if she died here, no one would find her, let alone notice her disappearance for just a week. A gust of sand blew through, covering the floor with another layer of dust. The downside of a low-level shield was that it only protected against hazardous substances in the air. To block sand, a higher-level shield was needed, costing about 100,000 star coins, while a low-level one cost only 200. On the Sulfur Moon planet, a resident family's annual income, even without spending, was less than 100,000. If she had not gone through those 300 years, she might have struggled to earn money to buy one. But now she didn't need to. With just a little spiritual energy, she could modify the shield, making it even better than a high-level one. She fully realized that she had truly returned to the interstellar era. Looking at the sand that had bypassed her and fallen beside her, she frowned in disgust. In her current eyes, her former sanctuary was far worse than a stable for spirit horses in the cultivation world. Her home was in the poor district of the Sulfur Moon planet, which lived up to its name. Nothing but land emitting hazardous substances. The nearest neighbor was 10 kilometers away, and transportation relied solely on a dilapidated antique flying car. The sky gradually darkened with the sandstorm. As night was about to fall, she quickly used spiritual energy to modify the shield, instantly blocking the sand. Next, she placed the mansion in the position of the wooden building, which was automatically cleared and replaced. Rather than replacing, it was more like the courtyard automatically transformed, becoming a brand new small wooden building. A delicate 3-section 2-courtyard mansion was completed in just a few seconds. Everything inside remained as it was when the previous owner lived there, and even green plants rare in the interstellar era flourished freely. In the midst of barren surroundings it appeared like a mirage unbelievable. Standing in the small garden, Liu saw the true appearance of the courtyard for the first time. Previously she had only seen it as a miniature model, and she never used it in the cultivation world, as she would just find a spiritual cave to seclude herself. Liu lightly flicked her finger in the air. Suddenly the outer wall rose from the ground, rising until only the roof was visible. If anyone had seen this, they would have thought it was a ghost. Liu was naturally a person who loved enjoyment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to improve her cultivation for the sake of enjoyment, stepping on the deep white bones of countless people. This was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Everyone was greedy and longed for immortality, and those she killed were those who came to kill her first. Early morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. As dawn broke, a stark contrast became visible inside the protective shield. A profusion of flowers and lush greenery, like a fairyland outside. Wind and sand filled the sky with not a single footprint to be seen. Yesterday Liu had looked around and was surprised to find a rich variety of things. The previous owner must have been a great lover of books. One of the two courtyards was filled with shelves upon shelves of books covering all kinds of genres. Besides the books, there were overgrown flowers and plants that had never been tended to. The kitchen was thick with dust, clearly indicating that the previous owner was a practitioner of anedia, abstaining from grains. There was absolutely no food, a typical case of being ornamental but useless. She would have liked to continue abstaining from food, but it consumed too much spiritual energy. She realized she could no longer afford that luxury. If she couldn't afford it, she had to eat. She found a rusty hoe that had belonged to her parents in the wooden building. After testing it, she found it still usable. She chose a small plot of land and took out corn and cabbage seeds from her space. When she first arrived in the cultivation world, she had survived by working as a farmhand for mortals planting vegetables. Planting was easy, but the lack of water was a problem. There was no water on the entire planet, and she couldn't go out to find any. In the past, she would go to the Federation government to collect water every month or have it delivered by courier. Many people chose delivery, since the fuel cost alone was more than the delivery fee. For convenience, Liu wanted to change into her old clothes, but she realized her current body was no longer as skinny as before. They no longer fit. She had to pick the simplest outfit from her portable space, but even that was somewhat inconvenient. She took the hoe and removed the excess weeds, tossing them aside carelessly. In this interstellar era, the precious green plants that would be envied were treated as garbage here. After a whole morning, Liu was sore all over. She hadn't done manual labor since she started cultivating, relying on her cultivation base for everything. Now she had to do it herself, and her body was not yet accustomed to the work. Quite normal. Now the only problem was water. Looking at the planted field, Liu felt a headache. She turned and ducked into her portable space, rummaging through a mountain of items. Countless treasures and long-lost cultivation manuals were piled up casually. If cultivators in the world saw this, it would surely stir up a storm of blood and wind. She remembered finding a water bottle in an ancient relic secret realm. The water inside was inexhaustible, and the bottle was engraved with the words "pure water bottle." Since the water was ordinary, no one wanted it. She had picked it up and thrown it into her space, and now it was just what she needed. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. She held a small gourd-shaped bottle in her hand, her eyes sparkling, her delicate features making all the treasures around her seem dull. She placed the pure water bottle next to the planted vegetable plot. To avoid being discovered, she used magic to bury it underground, transforming it into the size of a normal well. She cast a minor illusion so that anyone would see an ordinary well. As long as no fellow cultivator came by, it would not be discovered. Even with such careful conservation of spiritual energy, her sea of consciousness had lost 1/10 of its power. Suddenly the protective shield flickered, invisible to ordinary people, but visible to cultivators. It was a sign that someone was at the door. Who could it be? Liu quickly emerged from her space, frowned slightly, then strolled leisurely toward the gate. With her cultivation level, she had nothing to fear. She was a little puzzled about who would visit at this time. On this interstellar planet, since her parents passed away and the Federation government came to deal with the aftermath, she had not seen a single person until she turned 18, except for delivery robots. Outside the gate, a blonde man and woman approached. Fiona was struggling to support her teammate. Both were pale. The two had walked for half a month since their spaceship crashed. Their nutritional supplements were gone. They thought they wouldn't make it through the day, but then they saw the high wall ahead and struggled to reach it. Up close it looked different from afar. The gate exuded an ancient timeless aura. Fiona was slightly surprised and took a moment to catch her breath. The teammate being supported was still somewhat conscious. He hesitated, his voice weak. Maybe no one lives here. It seems we really are going to die on Sulphur Moon. Fiona's heart, which had been full of hope, began to sink. She noticed that the doorstep was covered in a thick layer of sand, clearly indicating no one lived there. She couldn't help but sigh. Their team of 21 had all died except for the two of them, who had been farther away, and survived though they were injured. The spaceship couldn't stay airborne, so they had to land on the nearest planet, the notorious Sulphur Moon, where no one lived for tens of thousands of miles. If they couldn't find anyone now, they didn't have enough energy to open the protective shield, and the two badly injured people would likely be corroded to death by the harmful substances tonight. Just as she was thinking they might as well wait to die, the long unopened door suddenly creaked open. The sound was tiny under the wind and sand, but to the ears of the dying it was like heavenly music. Her eyes filled with surprise as she looked up. A woman in a white dress stood there, her sleeves lightly rolled up, revealing her fair, delicate skin. Her delicate features were strikingly beautiful, and her clear eyes glanced over. The wind and sand seemed to hit an invisible barrier flowing around her, leaving her untouched. It was like two different worlds. The two of them were stunned, never expecting to meet a woman with an aura no less than that of interstellar nobility in such a place, and even more shocked by the wind and sand that could not touch her. Their thoughts grew heavy. Liu didn't find it strange at all. She was wearing a piece of colored jade, whose function was to block everything that automatically approached its owner, including wind and sand. In the cultivation world it was one of the rare treasures. The two in front of her clearly looked like they had been in an accident. Liu didn't miss the style of their uniforms. Military personnel. She smiled slightly, her expression calm and approachable. If it weren't for the faint pressure she felt from Liu, Fiona would have almost thought she was an ordinary person. But she found it strange that she didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations. Supporting her unconscious teammate, Fiona spoke with respect. "Excuse us, we are from the Federation military. We had an accident and had to land here. Would it be convenient for us to rest for a while? Just a little while, until we can contact someone." Hearing her teammate's weakening breath, Fiona's tone became urgent. Liu said nothing but nodded, and opened the door for them to enter. Fiona was extremely grateful. As soon as she entered she felt the air was inexplicably fresher, but she was too embarrassed to go further inside. She laid her teammate down just inside the gate. Fiona worriedly patted her pocket. It was empty, not a single treatment agent left. It would be several days before reinforcements arrived. It took at least half a month for the main star to reach Sulphur Moon across half the galaxy. She noticed that inside there was another wall, and from the gate she couldn't see the scenery of the other courtyard. While Fiona was looking around, Liu quickly assessed the physical condition of the soldier on the ground. There were dried bloodstains on his chest, indicating heavy bleeding earlier. 2 ribs on the left side were broken, and his spiritual energy was severely depleted. If not treated immediately, he might not survive the night. She, on the other hand, was in better condition, except for severe spiritual energy depletion, and a large amount of harmful substances in her body. "Liu, guess no one is coming for you tonight, right? Maybe we can make a deal," Liu said with a smile. Fiona finally withdrew her gaze, full of surprise. The woman's clothing style was unlike anything she had ever seen, and the strange phenomenon was also unfamiliar. Though wary of Liu's unknown origins, she still had a good impression of her. At least, she had opened the door. After a moment's thought she nodded. "My name is Fiona. What kind of deal do you want to make?" Liu smoothed her clothes and crouched down. She lightly pinched the wrist of the soldier on the ground, with 2 fingers taking his pulse. After confirming she could heal him, she gently released it. "You?" Fiona started to reach out to stop her, but was blocked by an invisible force from Liu. She felt a little scared, but seeing that Liu had only lightly touched and then let go, she relaxed a bit, though still vigilant. "My name is Liu. I can completely heal both your teammate and you," Liu said seriously, looking at Fiona. "Completely heal?" Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her, as if she wasn't joking, but she still couldn't believe it. Her tone was too casual, as if it were a trivial matter. She didn't realize that even with the best treatment their injuries would have forced them to leave the military. Was she hearing things? Liu repeated herself. Fiona covered her wildly beating heart, carefully confirming, "What do you want to trade with me?" Fiona was about to say she didn't have enough star coins, but Liu's next words stunned her. "The cause of your accident." Seeing that she didn't understand, Liu elaborated mainly, "I want to get some information about the outside world." Fiona was stunned. Seeing that she was not joking, she hesitated. The cause of the accident was not a secret mission. Many citizens on the main star knew about it, so it wasn't against military regulations. But she felt she was taking advantage of the other person, which made her feel embarrassed. After a long silence, she spoke in a hoarse voice, her eyes red, and nodded. "All right." Liu channeled her spiritual energy, placing both hands on the hearts of the two people. Spiritual energy flowed through her fingertips. Fiona felt a warm energy envelop her heart, slowly spreading throughout her body. The stabbing pain in her head began to heal, and the harmful substances inside her seemed to flee from something terrifying, gradually leaving her body. In less than a minute, Fiona felt completely healed. She sensed Liu stop and opened her eyes in surprise. But when she opened her eyes, she saw her teammate on the ground, gradually becoming rosy-cheeked, his body visibly repairing at a visible speed. Her heart filled with respect and gratitude for Liu. This was definitely a hidden big shot. Feeling that the repair was almost complete and her spiritual energy had decreased, Liu withdrew her power. Done. The unconscious person had turned from a coma to a deep sleep, not yet awake, but his condition was excellent. "Thank you. From now on, if I can help, Fiona will do my utmost. This is all the money my teammate and I have on us. I hope you won't mind it." Seeing that Liu didn't take the bag and looked at her with a puzzled expression, as if regretting the deal, Fiona quickly added, "Don't worry, we give these star coins willingly. You can also ask for the information you want." After saying this, Fiona felt a sense of relief and looked at her with respect. Hearing this, Liu's puzzled expression faded. Her original goal was to find out about the outside world. She had left the interstellar realm only a week ago, but she had lived in the cultivation world for 300 years. Her memories of the interstellar era were blurry, and she couldn't remember what it was like outside. That's why she wanted to ask. Liu took the heavy bag of star coins and casually tossed it into her space right in front of Fiona. Fiona wasn't shocked by the bag's sudden disappearance. After all, space bags were common with enough money. But she felt even more curious about Liu's origins, though she didn't ask. After listening to Fiona's explanation of the cause of the accident, Liu had a general understanding in her mind. The space pirates' weapons were even more advanced than the military's, clearly indicating that someone was helping them, and also ensuring that Squad 563 would not return alive. Squad 563 was the military unit designation of Fiona. "Come in. Or do you intend to spend the night here?" Liu didn't consider herself a good person, but with her cultivation level, she could handle whatever schemes these two might have with just a flick of her finger. There was nothing to worry about. "Ah." Hey, realizing the situation, Fiona happily quickly hoisted her teammate onto her back and followed her steps. As soon as she entered, Fiona felt a burst of brightness. Seeing the courtyard filled with lush greenery, her mind went dizzy, and she dared not even take a step, fearing she might stir a breeze. It felt like a delusional dream. There were various types of green plants she couldn't name, and some were even patterns she had only seen in museums listed as first-class protected cultural relics or in history books. The pavilion's towers, flower beds, bonsai, wisteria, and bamboo described in history books were the most fitting descriptions. Even the air was filled with a faint, delicate fragrance. Fiona, already shocked, stared blankly at the sky above, and then at the woman walking leisurely ahead. Suddenly a tender green branch touched her clothes, and the next moment, it was ruthlessly broken off and discarded disdainfully on the ground. Fiona drew a deep breath of cold air, her gaze heartbrokenly fixed on the now wilted branch on the ground. Not hearing footsteps behind her, Liu turned around, puzzled. It wasn't that she didn't know how rare greenery was in the interstellar era, but after 300 years of seeing it, she had grown accustomed to it, and didn't find it strange. "What's wrong?" Fiona looked at her with a complex expression. "You're not some reclusive aristocrat, are you?" Liu's questioning sound. In Fiona's ears it became an admission. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. "If you can't walk, you can stay in this room." Liu, thinking she was too tired to move, casually pointed to a side room next to the front courtyard, then walked into the inner courtyard, without paying further attention, not worried about what she might do. Fiona was stunned. After so many changes in an instant, her heart trembled slightly. "These are priceless plants. What is this damn sense of trust? I'm actually moved." Regardless of the shocked Fiona in the front courtyard, and the similarly stunned AE, who had just woken up, Liu was feeling troubled. There was only one tube of nutrient fluid left, but as a great cultivator, who had enjoyed countless delicacies for over 50 years, and then fasted from grains for more than 200 years, she simply couldn't stomach that awful-tasting nutrient fluid with its machine-low flavor. However, Liu looked disconsolately at the rice she had taken out from her space. It seemed she had forgotten whether to add water when cooking rice. Probably no water, right? Thinking so, she directly used a cleaning spell, and the kitchen was instantly spotless. Next, she put the rice into the pot and lit the fire. The steps were fine, but halfway through cooking a fragrance accompanied by a puff of smoke rose, and the covered pot crackled and popped like firecrackers. Liu, who was controlling the fire spirit, was so startled she almost burned her hand. In just a few breaths the sound stopped. She lifted the lid with some guilt. Bang! One by one white popcorn flew up and then fell. This familiar scene instantly stirred a deep memory in Liu's mind. It was the first time she had cooked after arriving in the cultivation world, and she encountered the same situation. Finally, an old grandmother taught her step by step, and she managed to make a barely edible meal. Fiona, who had rushed over at the sound, saw the scene before her, the ground covered in white. If she wasn't mistaken, that was rice. Fiona opened her mouth, her eyes, and heart full of excitement. Rice. In the interstellar era, it was only enjoyed by the nobility. She had been lucky enough to eat it once with her leader, and the sweet sticky taste was still unforgettable. Then Ae also hurried over. "Are you hungry too?" Seeing Fiona, and the now awake, somewhat refined-looking man, Liu was not surprised at all. She had heard the commotion earlier. She suddenly remembered. They hadn't eaten either. After hearing how Liu's cooking had turned out like this, both Fiona and Ae were inwardly astonished. Although these things were rare in the interstellar era, culinary skills were the best preserved. "Why don't you buy a kitchen machine?" Fiona looked at the wasted rice with a pained expression, her voice unconsciously rising. After realizing it, she quickly turned and glanced timidly at Liu. Liu was stunned for a moment. Looking at the popcorn on the floor, memories gradually came back. There were indeed such robots for sale, but her family hadn't even had star coins, let alone knew about robots. She frowned slightly. "How do I buy one?" Fiona suddenly lost her voice, opening her mouth without knowing what to say. She felt that Liu exuded an aura of being a reclusive noble, but even the most reclusive noble wouldn't be ignorant of such basic knowledge, would they? Even commoners basically knew, except for some remote indigenous poor like those from Luwet planet. Liu didn't mind their complex gazes. Thinking of the star coins they had given her, her eyes lit up. "Are the star coins you gave enough to buy one?" Fiona and Ae. "More than enough to buy 20. Fiona reluctantly tore her eyes away from the popcorn on the ground, looked at Liu with a complex expression, and said somewhat hopelessly, "Enough. Don't tell me you don't even have a light brain." Liu thought back, realized she didn't have one, and honestly nodded. Although she had lived in the interstellar era for 18 years on the trash planet Luwet planet, only those with job opportunities had the right to own one, and those without jobs didn't. So she really didn't have one. Fiona and Ae stared at her in shock, unable to believe it. They both thought of the only possible answer. Fiona whispered, "You're not an indigenous from Luwet planet, are you?" Her tone was full of pity for her. Liu, a great cultivator of the cultivation world, who had everything she wanted, suddenly found herself back in the interstellar era with nothing and no understanding of anything. Venerable Liu suddenly felt extremely poor. In the end, they barely managed to fill their stomachs with popcorn. In the courtyard, Liu wore a puzzled expression, frowning, as she thought, "So I need a light brain to purchase a kitchen robot." Fiona and Ae nodded in tacit agreement. The man called Ae glanced at that delicate, heart-stirring face with some annoyance, his expression involuntarily softening, as he said coldly, "Miss Liu, if you don't mind, I can use my light brain to buy one for you, but it would take about a week to ship here." "I don't mind." Liu's voice trembled slightly, as she thought, "I must have a light brain." As the venerable Liu, who had returned with no knowledge of this world, she asked, "Do you know of any other ways to obtain a light brain besides working?" Having been beaten to the punch by her teammate earlier, Fiona quickly spoke before he could, saying with delight, "I know. Besides the main star and prosperous planets, poor aboriginals can apply to become merchants or purchase from the black market, though it costs more than 5 times as much there." Liu glanced at Fiona, somewhat surprised that a soldier like her was familiar with the black market. At that moment, Fiona took out a golden token from her bosom and handed it over. "Miss Liu, if you truly wish to buy from the black market, you'll need a token of trust. This has been passed down in my family for generations. Without it you can't enter the black market. Fearingly you might refuse, she added, it's of no use to me anymore. You saved my life and a ye's. Consider it repayment. A faint familiar aura wafted over. Liu had intended to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. Her eyes lit up as she took the golden token from Fauna, examining it with interest. Confirming that it contained the spiritual energy she was all too familiar with, she stored it in her space. How rare. If she wasn't mistaken, this golden token must be over a century old, having naturally absorbed some spiritual energy from somewhere. Yet this spiritual energy felt somewhat peculiar. She was not one to take advantage of others. From her space, she retrieved a small bottle emitting a subtle fragrance that invigorated the mind. Saving you is part of our deal, and you've given me star coins. This is a pill I made myself, the first-grade pill, which cures all ailments. Consider it repayment for the star coins and the token. What's a pill? Can it really cure all diseases? Fauna and Ae felt as if they were hallucinating, or that Liu might have lost her mind. Even the most advanced medical equipment couldn't make such a claim. But what if it were true? It wouldn't hurt to accept. Fauna took it as a joke, and casually slipped the bottle into her pocket. Neither of them knew just how much of a surprise this pill would bring them later. Having sent out coordinates 500 meters from the courtyard, the two assumed it would take at least 2 days for someone to arrive, allowing them to enjoy this paradise-like place. They vowed to keep the secret of their savior's location from anyone, never expecting that someone would come to pick them up the very next day. Curiously, you naturally didn't miss the chance and followed behind them. Fauna and Ae were surprised to see a familiar face. Are you two alright? A woman in a light blue military uniform, with a police badge on her shoulder, smiled. Seeing them unharmed, she strode over in disbelief, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Finding nothing amiss, she noticed Liu, who had just arrived, and asked with some confusion, Fauna, Ae, who is this? Sensing the threat Liu posed, and Shu was filled with astonishment. I never expected to find someone of that caliber in a place like this. Fauna said, this is Miss Liu. If it weren't for her Ae, and I might not have made it to see you. And then she lifted her gaze and smiled. Why? You two are fine, aren't you? Those hazardous substances couldn't have done much harm to your S-level mental strength, right? Fauna was somewhat relieved, but no matter how happy she was, she wouldn't tell Shu everything. She only mentioned a few trivial matters, and briefly explained their situation, and how Liu had saved them, omitting the astonishing details. And Shu had assumed Liu must be from a reclusive noble family, but after hearing this, she felt a pang of regret and pity. Seeing Fauna and Ae unharmed, she mistakenly thought it was just minor injuries, and didn't press further. Instead, she felt a bit sorry for the star coins they had given away. It was 5 years' worth of her salary. Still, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Liu, for your assistance. Liu replied calmly, you're welcome. Seeing that the vehicle was no different from an antique car from her own world, and clearly borrowed from the local government, she lost all interest. After seeing them off, she strolled back slowly. Even though she had temporarily stored away the colorful jade to avoid being noticed, the wind and hazardous substances dared not linger on her, sweeping past instead. I can't believe you two went broke over some minor injuries, and Shu said, looking at the two beside her, who still showed reluctance, but not a hint of regret. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Fauna and Ae now scorned war-numb expressions. Ha ha ha. If only you could see the priceless greenery they dismissed as worthless, you wouldn't think that. Elsewhere. So that's it, faith converted into spiritual energy. Liu murmured softly, her eyes indifferent. Since her return, she hadn't sensed a trace of spiritual energy. This golden token seemed to be a converter similar to those in the cultivation world, but with a difference: those converters transferred plant-based spiritual energy to humans, while this one converted faith into spiritual energy for storage. Over time, the token would even develop a consciousness to protect its owner in times of danger. That explained why Ae was so severely injured while Fauna only suffered minor wounds. Though there was no spiritual energy, she happened to know a technique that could use the golden token to convert faith into spiritual energy for absorption. The problem was that faith was hard to come by. It wasn't simply a matter of doing good deeds. The key was how to make people believe in a golden stone. Just thinking about it seemed impossible. Who would be foolish enough to trust a stone that was of no use to them? A week later, the kitchen robot that Fauna and Liu had purchased arrived. In the poor district, It was unlikely that anyone would pass by for over a decade, but to be safe, Liu used a minor illusion spell to make the outside appear as an ordinary house. To her delight, the kitchen robot also had built-in internet access, and could even live stream, though regrettably those were its only two functions. She wasn't in a hurry to buy a light brain either. In the past she would go into seclusion for decades, so she was already accustomed to a quiet life. It was better, if no one disturbed her, she could just start her retirement early, grow some flowers, and oh yes, food. She almost forgot that she now needed to eat. After having a fragrant rice breakfast cooked by the kitchen robot, she went to the cornfield she had planted yesterday. The cornfield still looked exactly as it had been planted, which was to be expected. Unlike the cultivation world where plants grew rapidly, as long as there was spiritual energy. For instance, corn could be ready to eat in just a week after absorbing spiritual power, and if directly infused it would mature instantly. In the interstellar world, without spiritual energy, plants grew normally, slowly sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit. But she didn't want to eat only plain white rice. No matter how fragrant rice without side dishes would become tiresome. She wanted to eat fruit, vegetables, and meat. Thinking this, she scanned her spatial storage, and found a peach pit. She pointed her finger at the spot beside the well, and planted it there, channeling a bit of spiritual power into the pit. She watched as a sprout eagerly broke through the soil, slowly growing into a large tree. In just 5 minutes the peach pit experienced a full year cycle, blooming, bearing fruit, and ripening. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of peaches. The peach tree was laden with plump pink peaches. The green branches bearing the fruit reached toward Liu, as if ingratiatingly, or perhaps stirred by a gentle breeze. Liu couldn't help but smile. Picking a peach, she said, as if to the air, "You're quite clever, knowing I have spiritual energy here." The peach tree seemed to understand its owner's praise. It shook its branches joyfully, and offered peaches one by one to Liu. "Be good, or someone might mistake you for a monster and take you away for research." Liu chuckled. "That's right, this is a spirit tree, and it's sentient. In the cultivation world, everyone wished they could cultivate day and night, but that man, on the contrary, spent all his time tending peach trees. He had tens of thousands of peach trees. Yet he was unique, the only person who had achieved immortality by growing peach trees. Over the centuries, because the owner infused spiritual energy into them, the peach trees gradually became spirit trees, many of which also developed sentience. She had stumbled into the peach grove, and met him, and gave him a heartless stone obtained from an ancient secret realm. It was precisely because of that stone that he broke through his cultivation and advanced. They thus became fast friends despite the age gap, and he gave her a spirit tree pit that was over 100 years old, as a token of friendship. To accelerate the growth of the spirit tree, she had used up half of the spiritual energy from the golden block she had absorbed a few days ago. Looking at the plump, beautiful peach in her hand, Liu regarded it with slight disdain. Although it contained very little spiritual power, it was still better than nothing. For Liu, it could only be used to replenish spiritual power, but for ordinary people, it was comparable to the most advanced medical technology in the interstellar world, with effects that prolonged life, strengthened the body, and treated and soothed violent mental power. Of course, Liu was still unaware of this. The peach she so disdained would later astonish the entire interstellar world. After all, her current understanding of the interstellar world was very limited. Seeing that it was still early, Liu took a bite of the peach, feeling strands of spiritual energy flow into her sea of consciousness. Suddenly feeling a bit bored, she used the same method to plant the seeds she had brought one by one on the vacant land. The originally 300 square meter garden, with its desolate and dilapidated wooden building, automatically expanded to over 1,000 square meters after the 3-section compound with 2 courtyards was placed inside. The 2 courtyards were located at the west and east corners. The second compound was a courtyard filled with books named One Courtyard by the previous owner, and the third compound was the Fuqing Courtyard, where she lived. A long corridor connected and encircled every part. The last time Fiona and the other person had rested in a side room beside the front courtyard, originally used as a servant's guard room, but perhaps the previous owner didn't intend it that way, so it had been expanded into a guest room. The wooden building was placed in the inner courtyard, offering a panoramic view of the entire mansion. Behind it, a large empty area was left, which she used for planting trees and vegetables. Hundreds of different varieties were divided into plots. If one side was a riot of 100 flowers, the other side was a competition of vegetables and fruits vying for the richest fragrance. The spirit tree, having successfully suppressed the fragrance of all ordinary plants, happily shook its branches. Forcing ordinary seeds to grow was not as costly as the spirit tree, but it still consumed a lot. By now the spiritual energy absorbed from the golden block was also completely depleted. Only then was Liu satisfied, glad that the place no longer seemed so empty and desolate. She picked the peach offered by the spirit tree, looked at the tree desperately emitting its tempting fragrance, and couldn't help but laugh as she patted its branches. The spirit tree, overjoyed, trembled even more vigorously. It was both shy and happy. "Master touched me." Using spiritual power, Liu plucked a cabbage, a few cucumbers, potatoes, and green peppers, then walked into the kitchen and tossed them to the kitchen robot. The kitchen robot had its own recognition function and prepared the dishes. However, looking at the meager supply of seasonings, Liu felt a bit troubled. The seasonings she was using now were all from what she had stored in her space. Although she could stretch them for another 2 or 3 months, it wasn't a long-term solution. She didn't even know if the method for making seasonings was among the books in the courtyard. After dinner, Liu took the kitchen robot back to her room. She logged into the Star Network through the kitchen robot. The illuminated virtual screen flashed a message. "Welcome to the Star Network. Please enter your personal information." After carefully filling in the information, she finally logged in successfully. Liu had almost forgotten most of the knowledge of the interstellar era and urgently needed to replenish it, and the Star Network was the perfect place. She spent the entire night until the kitchen robot's cooking time alarm rang before she dazedly woke up from the vast amount of knowledge. As she had guessed, there were no cultivators in this world at all. People didn't even know what spiritual energy was. However, there was a profession called mental healer who cultivated solely through pure elements, which were only found in a special kind of, or extremely rare. It was somewhat similar to the beast tamers of the cultivation world, who possessed unique secret manuals for calming violent beasts. However, beast tamers in the cultivation world were only one level above mortals. They were responsible for raising spirit beasts. Those with cultivation talent would never choose this path, only those with ordinary mortal aptitude would. Unlike the cultivation world, mental healers held a very high status in the interstellar era. The stronger a person's mental power, the greater their violent tendencies. If they didn't receive timely treatment, it was normal for them to go mad or even die in severe cases. However, there were very few who became mental healers, with a probability of only 0.01 out of 100. A mental healer could barely treat at most 5 people a year, and even then it wasn't a cure, only temporary soothing therapy. So far she had found only 2 people who could treat 5 people a year, a female named Fongli Makarov, and a male named Lan Qifeng. This made her think of Fiona and A Yi's situation back then. Liu suddenly realized why Fiona and A Yi had been so shocked. It turned out that even after coming back she was still a big shot. Moreover, the scarcity of green plants was also one of the things that shocked them. The aroma of food wafted in, and soon a highly realistic kitchen robot stood at the door with a meal. Only then did she remember that she had been reading knowledge introductions all night and hadn't turned on the voice communication function for the kitchen robot. She took out the crumpled manual again. Following the instructions, Liu clicked to enable the voice communication function on the kitchen robot's virtual screen. The lifelike kitchen robot paused its actions of arranging the food and stopped. A clear, gentle male voice greeted her in a very human-like manner. "Good morning. Welcome to activate the voice communication function. Please give me a name, Miss Liu." Liu felt as if she had returned to the time when she first transmigrated into the cultivation world. All servants, regardless of whether they had names, could only be called by the names given by their masters. Liu calculated that, for example, the maid Xiaohong who slept on the bed next to hers had over a dozen names. Her own previous name seemed to be Xiao Green or something. It had been so long that she couldn't remember clearly. The only thing she remembered was that the master of that household really had no talent for naming. After thinking, Liu asked, "What was your original name?" The kitchen robot replied expressionlessly, "Hello, Miss Liu. My previous owner named me Kathy, but due to bankruptcy I was resold back to the sales point." "Oh. So it was secondhand, no wonder it was so cheap." As if sensing Liu's thoughts, the kitchen robot explained in a very human-like manner, "Miss Liu, please rest assured. The system has been completely replaced with new parts and the data has been cleared. I only retain the data content just mentioned by the previous owner." "Alright, then you'll still be called Kathy." Liu didn't have any objections, having something that could cook was good enough. "Okay, Miss Liu. Kathy would like to ask if you need to learn more about my functions. Kathy bowed with gentlemanly etiquette. Liu, starving to the point of having her stomach pressed against her back, didn't even lift her head, and waved her hand. Not for now, you can go out first. Okay, Miss Liu. Kathy's movements were much smoother than before the voice communication function was activated. If not for the expressionless face and the rigid speech, one might think it was a real person. It could even be said to be a real person. From that day on, when Liu discovered that Kathy also had the function of matching dishes and picking vegetables, she hardly left her room. Because the spiritual energy in her sea of consciousness was limited, and after learning about the level of interstellar technology, she felt a great sense of insecurity. She relied on the peaches from the spirit tree to cultivate day and night. Though the progress was small, it was effective. Although she had plenty of spirit tools containing spiritual energy in her space, she didn't want to use them yet. At least, she wouldn't casually take them out until she discovered the existence of spiritual energy in the interstellar realm or encountered danger. A month passed quickly. As soon as she finished her cultivation, she smelled the familiar aroma of food. Cultivation consumed a great deal of energy, and Liu's stomach growled a few times. Kathy walked in quietly, and neatly placed on the table stir-fried cabbage, dry-fried green beans, carrot, and chive stir-fry, and a bowl of white rice. So vegetarian, it couldn't be more so. Liu wasn't a meat lover, but she still craved it a bit. She asked, Kathy, do you know where I can hunt prey? The reason she didn't buy meat was that the merchants were unwilling to deliver that far. Liu couldn't buy it even if she wanted, so she thought about hunting. Kathy quickly searched its data and nodded. Yes, there is. However, due to the planet and environment where Miss Liu resides, the only prey is the sand python, which is extremely dangerous, though its meat is delicious. Liu, who detested mollusks, immediately got goosebumps, and quickly gave up the idea. Forget it, I'll just stick to vegetables. She also glanced at the abundant spiritual energy in her sea of consciousness, and decided to stop cultivating for now. Kathy, with a smile-like tone, as if it were human, replied, Okay, Miss Liu. Miss Liu, you haven't left the house for a month. Would you like to go to the garden for a walk? Liu looked at Kathy with a puzzled expression. Are you very familiar with this place? Yes, Kathy comes with an environmental recognition system. According to the scan, the environment in which Miss Liu resides, including various rare plants and items, all exceed the highest interstellar star rating standards. Stop, stop, stop! Liu quickly interrupted Kathy, who was about to continue, and rubbed her temples. Kathy turned its body. Miss Liu, you might also go to the main station of the Lua planet. There is a small trading market there. You might be able to buy meat. Liu thought for a moment, and hummed in agreement. A memory flashed in her mind. When she was 5 years old, she had gone there with her parents. That small trading market was a mix of good and bad, with black garbage everywhere, and a stench so strong, yet it didn't stop people from wanting to trade there, because it was the closest place to where soldiers were stationed, so no one dared to cause trouble. But now she only had a vague image. Liu opened the star network and clicked on navigation. The navigation's mechanical voice followed. 960 kilometers, estimated arrival time 2 hours. Proceed. Liu was about to click confirm, but unfortunately, this was the cheapest internet device that came with Kathy, and a news article suddenly popped up. Shock! At the failing auction house, a rare orchid sold for a record-breaking 2 billion star coins, setting an interstellar record. Below was an accompanying picture of 2 winter orchids, a variety of black orchid with dark petals. Although they seemed to be growing well, the tips of the leaves were already slightly yellowed. In Liu's view, they would die within at most half a month. She silently clicked to close the ad, struck by a sudden sense of inferiority brought on by the star coins. What also made her silent was that a mediocre black orchid was worth 200 million, while the star coins Fiona and the other gave her were only 9 million. She had thought that was plenty, but after buying Kathy, she had lost nearly 1 million. Over here, the human-like Kathy also saw it, and clicked its tongue in disdain. Miss Liu's garden also has fragrant spring orchids, very cold-tolerant cymbidiums, and broadleaf sword orchids, all high-grade varieties. You're making a fuss over nothing. It completely forgot how it was obsessed, and couldn't pull itself away when it first arrived. You sure know a lot for a robot, Liu teased. Kathy. Sorry, your question has exceeded the limit. Regardless of the type of robot, they are all implanted with chips containing knowledge of rare varieties. Miss Liu's residence is the most beautiful and magical place I have ever seen. Kathy spoke mechanically. Liu smiled and reopened the navigation route, clicking. Yes. Please depart immediately. The journey is 2 hours. Let's go, Kathy. Miss Liu, you haven't had breakfast yet. Kathy pointed to the food on the table. Liu only then remembered that she had been too busy asking questions. But one meal wouldn't kill her. She stood up, waved her hand, and walked out. A graceful figure disappeared. Behind her, Kathy's expression showed a hint of mechanical helplessness. Liu had no intention of taking the old antique car at home. It couldn't even start now. Even if it did, it would be lucky if it didn't stall halfway. She memorized the route, turned off the navigation, and before Kathy could speak, she grabbed it and stepped into the air, flying with precise direction. Riding the wind was just the most basic flying technique for cultivators, but to Kathy it was different. Although Kathy was a robot, its thinking was close to that of a human, and it knew this was not normal. Its internal data buzzed with confusion. Liu didn't really want to bring Kathy along, but she was too poor to buy a separate navigation device, and didn't know much about the outside world, so she had to bring Kathy just in case. In the Foodie Desert, a team of 10 suffered 8 deaths and 2 injuries. The sand python's scales glistened in the light. Its tail a full 100 meters long, and its vicious eyes stared at the 2 struggling people. With a cruel hissing sound, it slowly crawled toward them. What should we do? This sand python is mutated. We're no match for it. Muli, whose clothes were caked with dirt and indistinguishable in color, cried out in desperation to the other person. Perhaps the sound startled the sand python. Its hissing became louder. In a rage, it slammed its long tail heavily against the ground. The 2 rolled on the spot. Instantly, a huge crater appeared where they had been. Inside the pit, the bodies of the 3 who had just died were smashed into a bloody pulp, a nauseating sight. The 2 were blinded by the swirling dust and looked around warily. Muli, enduring the searing pain on his back, looked at the mangled corpses, his voice filled with despair. Uncle Mu and the others! Watch out! The young man reacted quickly and pulled the 2 to the left. In that instant, a thick tail tip slammed down onto the spot where they had been. The 2 had long known that the sand python was toying with them, waiting to eat them when it was done playing. Pull yourself together. This sand python has been chasing us for 3 days. It's probably running out of patience. Yoli, the young man who had reacted quickly, said in a hoarse voice. Neither of them had expected to encounter a mutated sand python in a place they often came to hunt. Of the 10-member team, only 2 remained. They had been trapped here by the sand python for 3 days without food or water, and were now nearly exhausted. Yet they still remained alert, hoping for even the slightest chance to survive and return. While the 2 were catching their breath and unaware, the sand python, outside the sandstorm, shifted its body impatiently, its tail slowly curling around to encircle them. Yoli shouted. Shit! We're going to be trapped to death. Muli, already on the verge of collapse, suddenly went mad. He had been holding back for 3 days. Hearing Yoli's words, he picked up his energy gun, aimed at the sand python's vital spot, and fired his last shot with great effort. The shot hit the spot, but was blocked by the incredibly hard scales, making a clang sound. The shot fell to the ground. The hope that had lit up their eyes instantly dimmed. They closed their eyes in despair, facing the falling tail of the enraged sand python. It would be death or injury. No one noticed the cyan figure passing through the sky, who suddenly paused and flew downward. 2 loud thuds, one large and one small. The sound of something falling. The mutated sand python's head was swiftly severed by someone. The sand python's blood accidentally splattered all over the 2 who had their eyes closed. Muli and Yoli's eyelids trembled. The blood was warm. Could it be that someone had come to save them? The 2 opened their eyes and saw the sand python's body lying quietly on the ground. Its huge head lay not far away, with blood pooling everywhere. Beside the snake head stood a woman in cyan robes, holding a sword that gleamed all over. Her cold, stunning features, standing amid such a brutal and bloody scene, made her appear like a battle goddess descending. The scene was picturesque, with the only incongruous element being the low-grade robot beside her. The 2 were covered in blood, their eyes dazed, unable to believe they were still alive. Are you all right? Suddenly a calm voice sounded, and in the next moment, the woman, who had been 100 meters away, moved lightly and appeared before them. Seeing the 2 who seemed stunned, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. She had been passing by and saw the situation below. Coupled with her deep aversion to mollusks, she immediately, without thinking, channeled her spiritual energy, summoned her spirit sword, and struck down with one slash. Muli froze for a moment, then laughed excitedly. Yoli! Yoli! We're alive! Yoli was the first to react, choking up and saying to Liu with sincere gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Liu put away her spirit sword, a puzzled look in her eyes. How did you encounter a mutated sand python? What puzzled her was where this mutated sand python came from, as it actually contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. Yoli, thinking of his fallen comrade, smiled bitterly, with a sad expression. We don't know how this mutated sand python appeared here either. Maybe we just got unlucky. Liu understood. The appearance of a mutated sand python containing spiritual energy in this area meant that there must be some treasure nearby. Yet she couldn't sense what it was. She channeled her spiritual energy lightly, tapped her foot, grabbed Kathy, and flew away on the wind. Before Muli and Yoli could react, they saw her figure riding the wind with no flying device beneath her feet. Their eyes widened in shock. Muli chased after her, shouting excitedly, Goddess! Goddess! Wait for me! Compared to Muli's thick nerves, Yoli, who had come to his senses, thought more deeply. His expression changed slightly, and he followed his brother in pursuit. This woman could actually ride the wind. Even the strongest SSS-level mental power in the interstellar realm couldn't do that. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. Miss Liu, someone is calling you down there. Kathy looked back, already very calm. Huh? Liu stopped flying and looked down at the people foolishly chasing her from far behind. She frowned, glanced at the sky. She had been delayed for a while. Her estimation was correct. By the time she got to the market, it would almost be closing. With slight regret, she descended. The two, panting heavily, as they caught up, took a deep breath at the sight. This woman was absolutely a powerhouse among powerhouses. Is there something? Liu withdrew her spiritual energy and said calmly. Muli looked at her with a warm and admiring smile. In his hand, he held a piece of cloth that felt soft and unknown material, glowing with a faint white light. Goddess, you dropped this. Liu. She looked at the handkerchief in his hand and fell silent. It was a top-quality woven jade cloth comparable to a dragon-scale protective garment, impervious to blades and bullets. It seemed that when she took out her sword from the space, she had accidentally brought out the handkerchief that Fairy Fuyu had placed in her space. The thought of her friend Liu brought a smile to her lips. Gazing at the two earnest individuals before her, they reminded her of some companions. She took the handkerchief and said, Thank you. Here, take these. As she spoke, a jade pendant shimmering with an extraordinary multicolored radiance lay in Muli's palm before vanishing. It was clearly no ordinary piece of jade. Muli stammered, Goddess, we cannot accept this. You saved us. Muli has no way to repay you. Yuli, on the other hand, vaguely grasped Liu's intention, though not entirely certain. Slightly surprised, he then said with immense gratitude, Thank you for saving our lives. I am Yuli, and he is Muli. Just call me Liu. Liu looked at Yuli, who seemed to understand yet not fully, both of them around 19 years old, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She explained, This jade pendant can ensure your safe escape from here, but only once. Don't throw away your lives so easily again, it's not worth it. She had infused a trace of spiritual energy into this ordinary multicolored jade, concealing their auras from being detected by other entities. Tears welled in their eyes as they gazed at her. They had long made a living hunting sand pythons, and had long accepted death, yet here was someone telling them it wasn't worth it. A faint radiance seemed to flow from her. Miss Liu, are you heading to the trading market? Yuli, having composed himself, addressed her with a respectful title, recalling the direction she had been walking. Yes. Liu was slightly troubled by the prospect of having no meat to eat tonight. Kaishi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke, and his words startled Yuli and Muli. Miss Liu is going to buy meat. Could it be that even a goddess without worldly desire sometimes runs out of meat? Ignoring their inner thoughts, Liu's gaze fell upon them, and she sighed inwardly. Muli possessed a rare heavenly spirit root, while Yuli had a slightly inferior wood spirit root. A heavenly spirit root would be coveted by elders of major sects in the cultivation world. Although the wood spirit root was not as valued as the heavenly spirit root, commonplace in her sect, that did not mean no one could achieve immortality. A friend of hers, who cultivated peach trees, had a wood spirit root. Perhaps feeling it a pity to waste such promising talent, Liu looked at them with a maternal warmth and asked, Where do you live? The two felt her gaze as gentle as if she were looking at children, despite her appearing younger than them. Yet perhaps due to her overwhelming aura, they instinctively shook their heads. Li Yu, who had lived for over 300 years, was unaware of their inner thoughts. She had been born without a spirit root, unsuited for cultivation. Living alone in the mortal world, she had reached over 50 years old, thinking that was her fate. Then, by chance, she stumbled into the secret realm of an immortal's ruins. Wounded, and seeing a pill floating in the air, she took it without hesitation, swallowing it. That pill directly launched her into cultivation, and later, she created her own cultivation method, allowing even those without spirit roots to practice. Her fame spread across the cultivation world, attracting countless followers. Eventually tired of the constant disturbance, she joined the largest cultivation sect, Fenghua sect, as a guest elder. However, if counting her age before her transmigration, she was indeed about half a year younger than the two of them. Noticing Li Yu's brows slightly furrow in puzzled confusion, the observant Yuli quickly answered, "We live in the western part of the poor district." Suddenly recalling something, his eyes grew desolate, and he forced a smile. "But Uncle Mu and the others are dead. I'm afraid we can't stay there anymore." Uncle Mu was dead, and Aunt Mu could no longer tolerate them. They were abandoned infants, and being taken in by Uncle Mu was already a great grace. Yet in the end Uncle Mu died protecting them. This sentiment from Yuli caught her off guard. Li Yu was not ignorant; on the contrary, her 40-plus years as a mortal in the cultivation world had allowed her to break through her cultivation realm through a change in heart, leaving her only one step away from immortality. She asked, "Why are you two brothers?" The two had different surnames and dissimilar features. They were probably not blood brothers. Perhaps accepting the outcome, Yuli spoke with unprecedented lightness, shaking his head. "No, we're not. We were both adopted by Uncle Mu. When he found me, my name was written on my blanket, so it wasn't changed. Aunt Mu has 2 children of her own. If not for Uncle Mu, she would have driven us away long ago." He harbored no resentment toward Aunt Mu for wanting them to leave. They were impoverished and barely fed, let alone with 2 extra mouths. "If you're willing, then pass through this illusion before you and come find me. I will teach you cultivation." Li Yu was not acting out of pure kindness. She wanted to fulfill their final wishes. She would pass down the cultivation method she had created in her lifetime. Consider it repayment for their past encounter where they fought and became friends. With a gentle flick of her left hand in the air, a translucent door appeared before them. Then lightly tapping her toes, she grabbed Kaishi and returned home just as she had arrived. Witnessing this scene once again, Mu Li and Yuli were overjoyed, their minds filled with the legends they had heard. But recalling her words, Yuli shouted toward the fading sky, "Once we pass, how do we find you?" A gust of wind-blown sand swept across them, covering their faces. Startled, they realized that while Li Yu was present, the wind and sand had ceased, but they had been too lost in thought to notice. "Truly a master." They saw no answer until Li Yu's figure disappeared. Just as they exchanged glances, thinking they would receive no reply, a voice seemed to drift from afar, carrying the calmness of its owner. "You will know once you pass." In an instant everything returned to stillness, leaving only the wind-blown sand and the translucent door. Mu Li's face lit up with admiration and excitement. "Yuli, could this be the ancient legend Uncle Mu told us about?" Yuli's eyes quietly moistened, his voice choked with emotion. Calming down, Yuli said, "Let's first bury Uncle Mu and the others, then send word to their families before entering the illusion." Each of them carried a messaging device for sending signals. Earlier, due to the mutated sand python, the signal had been mysteriously blocked. Half an hour later, 4 or 5 sand graves stood before them. Some bodies had been devoured by the sand python. Staring at the sky, Yuli felt as if he were in a dream. Everything seemed so surreal. "I never thought the legends Uncle Mu told us were real. There really are cultivators in this world. Yuli, I've sent the death notices to everyone." Mu Li looked up, his eyes red and swollen. Yuli nodded. "Hey man, let's go. Is this illusion really as powerful as Uncle Mu said, capable of testing one's heart?" Mu Li felt uneasy. Yuli shook his head. He didn't know either. He said with determination, "We'll find out once we enter. We have nowhere else to go. Why not take a gamble?" As the two entered, the translucent door vanished. The wind-blown sand swept over, and the place where they had stood returned to its usual state. On the other side, those who received news of their loved ones' deaths were utterly devastated. Heart-wrenching cries echoed enough to bring tears to anyone who heard them. At the prey center, "Boss, how could the mutated desert python appear in that area? And it was beheaded cleanly. Mu Li and Yuli don't have that kind of ability." A burly bearded man spoke fawningly to a middle-aged man of similar age beside him. "Those two have disappeared as well. Maybe they found some treasure and are hiding. Another man's eyes flickered with barely concealed greed. The leader, who had been silent, frowned slightly, and cast a cold glance at the two. Immediately both men trembled and dared not speak. Another day without meat. TSK. A woman sat carelessly under the spiritual tree, completely ungraceful. Miss Lee, you please maintain a graceful sitting posture. As a chef and supervisor of the host's etiquette, Kaishi found it really an eyesore. Li Yu simply treated Kaishi's words as muttering to herself. A chef robot that also had interstellar aristocratic etiquette functions. She was speechless. Ignoring the incessant sound, she rubbed her unbearably noisy ears, feeling somewhat helpless. It was only in the interstellar realm that she was too lazy to cook. If it were in the cultivation world, Kaishi would have been thrown away somewhere by her. For 3 days since returning, Kaishi had been nagging incessantly, finally forcing her to hide from the room to hear. Enough! If you say another word, I'll send you back for recycling. Hearing this, Kaishi, who was still muttering, immediately stopped talking and wilted. Hey! It even initiated shutdown. Was that necessary? Li Yu stood up and patted her clothes, silently reciting the heart-calming technique. She was afraid she might lose control and actually dismantle Kaishi. Thinking that the time was almost up, she raised her hand and waved. In front of her, 2 people appeared in midair along with equally dirty little faces. Yuli and Mu Li, who had just killed the strange python, hadn't had a chance to breathe before being pulled out. Suddenly appearing before Li Yu, they were so startled that they fell to the ground. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. 6 days in the illusion were merely 3 days outside. During these 6 days, they had experienced all kinds of illusions and suffered countless setbacks. Even the strange python that had killed Uncle Mu and the others had appeared. Having barely managed to defeat it, suddenly appearing here made them suspect it was another illusion. Just as the two were on alert, Li Yu tossed 2 sets of white clothes out of thin air. These were casually modified by her over the past 3 days, similar to interstellar battle suits. Congratulations on passing the trial. Go wash up first before coming over. The familiar voice sounded. Yuli and Mu Li, who had almost dropped the clothes, immediately brightened up. Confirming it was not an illusion, they scrambled to their feet, without a word activated the cleaning function, and instantly became clean and tidy. Li Yu, who was about to call Kaishi to take the two to wash up, suddenly stopped. Her gaze swept over their sparkling eyes, and fixed on the clothes they were wearing, frowning. She was somewhat horrified inwardly. She couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation at all. Understanding her look instantly, Yuli held the clothes, and nervously explained. This is a battle suit that only those in the Prey Legion can have. It has an automatic cleaning function. Thinking of the technological development content she had seen on the star net, Li Yu paused, then understood. Silently turning around, she vanished in the blink of an eye. The two stood frozen, uneasy. Yuli, do you think the goddess might regret taking us in? Mu Li looked at the spot where Li Yu had disappeared, both admiring and worried. He admired the goddess's incredible power, yet feared that they might have done something wrong, and she regretted it. Yuli didn't know either, hesitatingly said, Probably not. Meanwhile, the departing Li Yu spent a long time selecting in the space, finally finding the inheritance techniques they had left behind. Now, acting as an elder, she would never admit that her departure was due to the shame of realizing that 18 years of interstellar life couldn't compare to these 2 children now. Then Li Yu flipped through for a while, browsing most of the books, and finally selected the most suitable basic techniques for the two. Seeing Li Yu suddenly reappear, the two who had been feeling uneasy finally calmed down a lot, and stood obediently in a row. Thinking of the unfinished wish, Li Yu first looked at Mu Li. A book floated in midair before him. Seeing him take it, she slowly spoke. You managed to pass the illusion trial, which shows your talent is not bad. You have a heavenly spiritual root, so practice this technique first. Mu Li held the technique, already sensing an ancient aura. He was stunned for a long time, staring motionless at the characters on the cover, none of which he recognized. Was he dreaming? Was there really such a thing as cultivation from ancient myths? But this dream was too real. Beside him, Yuli was also stunned for a moment, then asked weakly, What about mine? Li Yu lowered her eyes, pondered, and then sent out the technique she had been hesitating over. Seeing the two eager to learn more, she was too lazy to explain. With a light tap of her finger, a stream of cultivation introduction entered their foreheads. The knowledge was like a vast starry sea, majestic and overwhelming, forcibly engraved into their minds. Within a minute, the two found that much knowledge had been added to their minds. Whenever they didn't understand something, the words in their minds would fly before their eyes as if alive. Seeing the two look at her, a glint of approval flashed in Liu's eyes. They had successors, which finally settled the matter on her mind, and resolved the karma. The two, just awakening from the sea of knowledge, seemed extremely shocked. Cultivation, ascending to the heavens, and descending into the earth, capable of everything. Was this the cultivation from the ancient books truly real? Although they had heard these things from Uncle Moo since childhood, they knew in their hearts that it was just a tattered novel Uncle Moo had dug out of the trash. They never took it seriously, but at this moment, they truly witnessed the legendary cultivation with their own eyes. The spiritual energy here is indeed too scarce. The peaches from this spiritual tree contain a small amount of spiritual energy, which is still somewhat beneficial to you. The path of cultivation is long. Practice diligently, and if you have any doubts, come ask me. A faint sigh tinged with regret sounded, pulling the two lost in thought back to reality. The spiritual tree, which had been acting as an ordinary tree for a long time, upon hearing its master's praise, became spirited and frantically extended branches to offer the most delicious and cheerish peaches to the startled two. Eat more. This one is the best. Master Th, this spiritual tree has become a spirit. Moodley was so scared he nearly went weak in the knees, but managed to hold on. Yuli felt the same. As the branches brought the peaches closer, a rich peach fragrance they had never smelled before wafted out. The two, who had been about to run away, couldn't help swallowing and looked hesitantly at Liu. Master! Liu, about to leave, was taken aback when she heard them call her Master. She glanced over the other cultivation manuals left in the space, and her consciousness fell on the blank where the name should be. She paused. You don't need to call me Master. Why? The two said in unison, their faces full of unease. Could it be that Master regrets it? While the two were thinking wildly, Liu saw through their thoughts at a glance. She shook her head and said, You cannot cultivate my technique. The techniques you are now practicing were left by different venerables. The two took a second to accept that Liu was not their master. As for the venerables, she mentioned the knowledge they had just absorbed immediately appeared in their minds. Chi condensation, foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, golden venerable, celestial venerable, venerable, tribulation, transcendence. A venerable was close to tribulation, transcendence. Such a great being, what reason did they have to disdain? The two exchanged a glance and fell silent. Yuli asked nervously and without confidence. Then who is our master, and what is your cultivation level? Liu's eyelids twitched. Before his fall, Goofy, the guy must have deliberately conspired with Euron to play a trick on her. Knowing she loved peace and quiet, they even left the name blank. Did they think she didn't know the old couple's little scheme? They were afraid that their future disciples might go astray and wanted her guidance, so they set her up. Both Goofy and Euron were venerables, a couple envied by all in the cultivation world, yet also regretted. They had given up on becoming immortals and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Others didn't know the reason, but she did. When Euron explored the ancient demon realm, she unfortunately fell victim to an incurable nameless curse. Those cursed would gradually lose their appearance and cultivation until death. Goofy couldn't bear to part with his wife, so he chose to fall himself. Before that, he found her, gave them both their lifelong secrets, and entrusted her with passing them on. Liu sighed and said calmly, You guessed right. I am indeed a venerable about to step into tribulation transcendence. Yu Li's technique comes from venerable Goofy, and Mu Li's from venerable Euron. They are a couple, and their respective techniques are among the best. In the future, don't be too mediocre and disgrace your masters. A venerable about to step into tribulation transcendence. And two masters they had never met. Today the repeatedly stunned rookies Yuli and Moodley silently chose to go into seclusion. Meanwhile, on a certain planet serving primarily as a military base, rows of warships were parked in a vast open area. Below, hundreds of people stood in orderly formation, solemn and awaiting. The hatch of the largest warship opened, revealing a handsome man in a crisp combat uniform, followed by a dozen officers, both men and women, also dressed in combat gear. Amidst a series of salutes, they entered the combat rest base. As soon as the door closed behind them, the dozen or so combat-clad men and women behind immediately collapsed onto chairs. Among them, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes crossed his legs, lounging lazily with none of the previous strictness. I'm exhausted. Those pirates are finally wiped out. They ran too fast when they couldn't, when they just fled, making us chase them for 5 days. A woman in combat gear disdainfully kicked his leg away, without mercy, unmoved by his resentful gaze. She sneered flatly. Bullshit. You contributed the least. Oh, and I forgot your mental strength is the worst too. The others burst into merciless laughter. The man who had been silent all along raised an eyebrow. He was wearing a well-fitted combat uniform with dense, holographic military merit medals on his shoulders, a unique high-tech feature of the interstellar era. His slightly turned face appeared even more stern, and he gazed calmly at the three people entering through the door. A handsome man also noticed them, and said with some surprise, Bayana. Hey, you recovered quite fast. From your distress signal we thought you'd be either dead or crippled. Of course there was more relief. The fact that their comrades were safe was their greatest joy. In truth, everyone present was somewhat surprised by the two's energetic appearance, catching them off guard, when they had been prepared to face the sad reality. Pa! And you jinx! Bayana rolled her eyes, and began indignantly. Boss, the pirates we encountered had weapons more advanced than ours, which is why we were caught off guard and wiped out. I suspect they might have some connection with the federal government, since they've always been at odds with us, wishing us dead, so they can reign supreme. The man addressed as boss didn't speak, yet his dark eyes lost in thought. And Yuequan dropped his playful demeanor, snorted coldly, and cursed. Those bastards! Boss, sooner or later we'll slaughter them, avenging our fallen brothers, and honoring their spirits. Don't be fooled by the calm surface of the interstellar. Internally it was divided with two factions, the federal government politicians, and the military. And they don't think about who hid away when pirates ran rampant a decade ago, burning, killing, looting, seizing ores, and oppressing the people, and who actually did the work. Now after more than 10 years the pirates are mostly eliminated, leaving only a few scattered incompetents. Yet they have the nerve to come out and act arrogant, taking advantage. They don't even think about whether we'll let them. Thinking of the comrades who were betrayed and killed by those politicians, Yi's eyes reddened. He saluted the man who looked at him and said, Boss, I request leave to go back and visit their parents. Please approve. It went without saying whose parents they were referring to. The men who never shed tears even when bleeding secretly had reddened eyes. The man nodded with a faint, ambiguous smile, his expression inexplicably cold and hard. I'm really pissed off. Ghoulie, it's time to give them something to deal with. Yes, boss. The called Ghoulie stood up with a bang, his face full of excitement and sly calculation. They'll be lucky to escape with their lives. If you touch a tiger's tail you'll get bitten, don't you know? Heh? 3 figures flew across the sky above the Foodie Desert. Passing the spot where the mutated sand python had been, it was now covered by a new layer of sand with no trace of the blood and brutality from that day. The further they went the stronger the wind, and sand grew an endless desert that made one's vision dizzy. After flying for half an hour, Liyu's sharp eyes spotted a nearly collapsed underground cave entrance below with a large crack outside. Judging by the traces, it was exactly where the mutated sand python she had killed had collapsed earlier. As soon as they landed, Muli rushed to the side to vomit. Fortunately, he couldn't bear to lose the delicious meal he had never tasted in half a lifetime, so he forced himself to stop, only spitting out a few mouthfuls of sour liquid. Yuli was relatively fine, but his face was frighteningly pale. Liu couldn't help laughing from the side. This drew 2 pitiful gazes fixed on Liu, who was young but called their master's master, simply their grandmaster. If not for the barrier grandmaster had said during flight, they might not even be standing here alive. In truth, Liu felt a bit embarrassed being called grandmaster, but it was the truth. The reason came from a bet. They first met heading to a newly discovered secret realm for training. Because they had only had one room, the two of them fought, neither willing to yield. Eventually they learned they were both going to the secret realm, so they made this bet. Originally neither of them had a master, so they agreed whoever lost would call the other master. Even Goothany was dragged into it by Uran. Whoever obtained the pink Missie would win. Everyone knew that those going to the secret realm were all after the pink Missie, a herb comparable to a miraculous panacea said to elevate one's cultivation by at least 1 level. More importantly, it had no cultivation restriction, which sparked everyone's competition. Fortunately, she entered near the pink Missie, so she was lucky enough to obtain it. However, she had to use all the treasure she had accumulated over several years to conceal the scent of the pink Missie and fend off those who wanted to seize it. Although she won, the two were not unwilling. They refused to call her master themselves, but promised to make their future disciples call her grandmaster. Afraid she wouldn't believe them, they made each other swear an oath which descended, as a heavenly vow, if either side violated it, they would be struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. Even though she had returned to the interstellar realm, she wasn't sure if the heavenly Tao of this world would strike her. Ahem, let's go. Liu withdrew her sword and descended into the cave. Unnoticed, the two behind her looked at the spot where the sword had disappeared, their faces filled with reverence and determination. They would also have a majestic life-bound artifact like grandmasters in the future. If Liu knew their thoughts, she would be both amused and exasperated. A life-bound artifact wasn't necessarily a sword, it could even be a useless cornbread. There had been precedents. Inside it was pitch black, and even the air was dry, making one feel uncomfortable all over. Just as Liu took out 3 night pearls, and was about to hand them to the two behind her, 2 cracked sounds came from behind. 2 beams of light illuminated the surroundings as bright as daylight outside, even revealing the pores on people's skin. Unaware of the situation, Mu Li cheerfully walked from the back to the front, shining his light around, and said smugly, "Good thing you Li, and I had foresight. Don't be afraid, Grandmaster." Yu Li held his forehead. Liu, taking advantage of the two not looking, quickly put the pearls back into her space. The great master's heart once again felt inferior, but she kept a blank expression as she walked past them and went ahead. Compared to the 2 kids with high-tech flashlights, she looked totally outdated. Yu Li, however, sensed something odd in the air. He looked at Grandmaster's back, but couldn't figure out what. Mu Li, on the other hand, scratched his head, stupidly seeming to notice nothing, and cheerfully followed behind Liu. Yu Li sighed deeply, then suddenly reacted, and widened his eyes, recalling the faint light from Grandmaster's chest just now. Could Grandmaster be feeling inferior? No, Grandmaster should just be. Yu Li confirmed and denied this thought all the way, but still couldn't figure it out. They walked along the path for nearly half an hour. If not for the red light ahead, he would have suspected they were going in circles. From the moment she entered, she had faintly sensed her cultivation being suppressed by something, yet it bore no malice, just an invisible gentle force surrounding her. Yu Li and Mu Li didn't feel it, so it seemed to be directed only at her. Mu Li, feeling suffocated, was the first to run forward when he saw the light, his exclamation echoing in the air. Both Yu Li and Mu Li were stunned by the sight before them. Liu looked. It was a circular cave hundreds of meters wide, divided into what seemed like 3 separate worlds. On the left, icicles of various shapes seemed to tell countless stories of beauty. The clean ice surface was smoother and more transparent than a mirror, forming a wondrous painting of an icicle world. Compared to the left, the world on the right was oppressive, turning the previous enchantment of fairyland beauty into terror. It was a ghastly blood-red azure world. Rows of blood-stained tombstones stood tall in this eerie hell, yet looking at them for too long evoked an inexplicable sadness. In the middle, a sea of flowers appeared, warm and cozy, with hundreds of blooms, making one want to indulge in it. Liu quickly steadied her mind. She glanced at a bead above that was inconspicuous, but emitted a red glow. If she guessed correctly, it was this bead that shone on the ground, creating the 3 illusory worlds, but also filled with danger. She let out a light chuckle. This rare sight of the 3 ancient major illusionary formations was complete. Coincidentally, she had once picked up a book on the solutions to these 3 formations, and now it came in handy. Crying and laughing sounds came from beside her. She rubbed her forehead, almost forgetting that the 2 couldn't resist the illusionary formation. She glanced over. Mu Li was crying uncontrollably, calling out Uncle Mu again and again. Yu Li, on the other hand, was smiling blissfully, his mouth nearly splitting up to the sky. Looking at the directions they faced, Mu Li was facing the cemetery, Yu Li was facing the sea of flowers. She lightly tapped both of their foreheads with her finger. They felt a cool sensation on their foreheads, and then their minds cleared. When they opened their eyes, they were met with Liu's expression of looking at them, as if they were hopeless. Yu Li looked confused, he only felt his mouth sore. Mu Li looked confused. Why am I crying? What happened? He had no idea what he had just experienced. This is the effect of the ancient illusionary formation. It can make you cry to death, laugh to death, or freeze to death. But if you wake up midway, you will forget everything that just happened, and will no longer succumb to the illusion. However, legend says that very few can wake up midway. Only those who know the solution can rescue others, and the solution had been lost for a long time. Coincidentally, an old man who found the book, but didn't understand it, sold it to Liu. The 3 ancient major illusionary formations are mainly aimed at those below the tribulation transcendence stage. If Liu hadn't already half-stepped into tribulation transcendence, she would have been affected just now. Grandmaster, what is this? Mu Li couldn't help asking. The shock before them was utterly astonishing to Mu Li and Yu Li, who were seeing it for the first time. Li Yu looked up at the pearl above and said, "The three ancient great illusion arrays, ice, desolation, and joy, you just fell into this illusion. If my cultivation weren't close to the tribulation transcendent stage, none of the three of us would have escaped this illusion array." The Fuchin Pearl is the main core of the three ancient great illusion arrays. The Fuchin Pearl was formed from the inner core of a sage from the ancient era. Legend has it that the sage, upon discovering that his Tao companion and his best friend had betrayed him by being together, instantly fell into demonic possession during his cultivation. To exact revenge, he used his own inner core as the most essential material, employing forbidden arts to forge the three great illusion arrays. He mercilessly trapped the two betrayers alive in the ice and joy arrays, respectively, while he himself entered the desolation array, becoming the finest nourishment for the three arrays. Perhaps his heart's wish was fulfilled, for before his death he wrote down the solution. Later it was discovered and exploited by a demon lord, causing great turmoil in the world, leaving countless lives in ruin. As countless people fought over it, the three ancient great illusion arrays suddenly vanished without a trace, only to unexpectedly appear here. Li Yu felt that the gentle power that had been surrounding her before had suddenly dissipated considerably, and her cultivation was gradually recovering. How strange! It was as if it had finally awaited the arrival of its master, dancing with joy. "Grandmaster, is it that strange red pearl?" Yu Li also saw it and asked casually. Li Yu paused for a moment, appreciating Yu Li's sharpness. She nodded with a soft "Ahem," stepped forward and drew her spiritual sword. The faint pressure instantly dispelled the gentle power that had been lingering around. Li Yu lightly tapped her toes, her cloud-like sleeves dancing gracefully, as she darted straight toward the Fuchin Pearl above. Before her spiritual energy even reached the Fuchin Pearl, the pearl suddenly moved as if possessed. In an instant, the three great illusion arrays, as if losing their support, shattered into pieces, revealing a huge pitted deep hole on the ground, exposing deep layers of white bones. A shocking sight. Even if one didn't die in the illusion, the greedy would still fall into an abyss upon entering. Yu Li and Mu Li, now realizing the danger, hurriedly retracted their raised feet. "That was terrifying, we almost died." Mu Li patted his chest, looking at his grandmaster chasing the red pearl with a face full of admiration. Yu Li's eyes were astonishingly bright, fixed unblinkingly on the pearl that seemed to be fleeing in panic, filled with curiosity. On the other side, Li Yu, pursuing the Fuchin Pearl, let out a cold snort in anger. The familiar smile on her lips made the spiritual sword tremble involuntarily, its blade even sharper. "It runs fast enough, but I wonder how many of my strikes it can endure." The spirit of the Fuchin, which had been born with consciousness in the ancient era, trembled inside the pearl, pitifully struggling to control its evasive movements. Wasn't it simply because it sensed a rare powerhouse of such high cultivation and desperately wanted to make her submit to its control, leaving this wretched place it had been stuck in for centuries to regain its former glory? But who would have thought it would capsize in a ditch? It encountered a master who had cultivated to such a level, even without spiritual roots, and without a word started fighting it, leaving it panicking badly. Dodging another sword strike, the Fuchin spirit cried out, while running, unable to help shouting, "Esteemed female venerable, I was wrong. I dare not do it again. Please spare me. I can acknowledge you as my master, okay?" A pleading voice, as childish as a 5-year-old boy, came from the Fuchin Pearl, causing Li Yu to stop. There was no surprise on her face, rather, she was astonished that a Fuchin spirit of over 1,000 years had the mentality of only a 5-year-old. Li Yu descended, while the spiritual sword in the air remained motionless, pointing at the Fuchin spirit, as if it would split it in two at the slightest movement. Ah! Grand Master, this thing can talk!" Mu Li exclaimed in shock, pointing. "This is the Fuchin spirit born from the ancient Fuchin Pearl." Seeing Mu Li's reaction, Li Yu raised an eyebrow and explained. The Fuchin spirit, which couldn't move, but could speak, was angered by Mu Li's words. "I am the dignified ancient Fuchin spirit. How dare you, you brat, point fingers at me? Do you want to die sooner?" The words were harsh enough, but its voice was so adorable that it had no intimidating power. It couldn't rebel against the big shot, but that didn't mean it was afraid of this brat. Mu Li was not convinced. "You're the stinky one. You're nothing but a thing. So what if you're an ancient Fuchin spirit? You're still trapped here. Wait until my grandmaster comes, humph. You're stinky, you're a thing, ignorant child. You're stinky, you're a thing, ugly and all. You're stinky, you're ugly, you're a thing. You are? The person and the pearl argued until both were red-faced, the topic mysteriously derailing. Liu pressed her temple headache from the noise, but she neither stopped them nor left. Instead, she closed her eyes since the meager spiritual energy left in her sea of consciousness, and began to circulate it, trying to absorb the gentle power and convert it into her own spiritual energy. Starlight seeped from the walls bit by bit, gradually increasing, slowly gathering into a river of stars that surrounded Liu, magnificent and vast. The arguing person and pearl, along with Yuli, who had been dragged into it, were all captivated by the sight before them and stopped their quarrel. The gentle power was now exceptionally docile, converting into spiritual energy bit by bit under her guidance without any resistance. It surged into her sea of consciousness and then to her inner core. She even felt the spiritual barrier that separated her from the tribulation transcendence stage faintly loosen. Unfortunately, it only loosened for a moment before stopping, and the conversion of spiritual energy also ceased. As soon as she stopped, the remaining faint starlight dispersed and vanished. The walls that had been glowing from the gentle power gradually dimmed until they became ordinary sand walls. Liu slowly opened her eyes, unable to conceal the smile on her face. At first, she had only wanted to try, but she never expected that these gentle powers could indeed be converted into spiritual energy. It was quite unexpected. She reached out through the air, and in an instant her fingers pinched the stunned Fuchin pearl. Indeed, having abundant spiritual energy made all the difference. The Fuchin spirit, suddenly suppressed, shrank inside the pearl, trembling. Such terrifying power! Liu picked it up, carefully examined the Fuchin pearl, and made a decision in her heart. In truth, Yu knew that the Fuchin pearl had another function: it could store spiritual energy. Although for some reason the spiritual energy inside was not a lot, it was just enough for Yuli and Muli to cultivate to the core formation stage. The two, once again enlightened, were now utterly devoted in admiration. Seeing the Fuchin spirit easily caught in his grandmaster's fingers, Muli gloated, no longer afraid of its power. Feeling relieved, he boldly laughed. "Admit you're a thing, won't you?" "Ha ha!" Yuli couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Muli's smug look, Liu couldn't help but chuckle. She walked over and placed the Fuchin pearl in the hands of the more steady Yuli. This interstellar realm has too little spiritual energy. Although the Fuchin pearl doesn't have much, it can still supply your cultivation. Perhaps the Fuchin spirit can also guide you. Giving such an ancient divine artifact to them moved the two to tears. Liu was about to leave when the Fuchin spirit, which had thought it would follow the big shot, panicked. Comparing the big shot to the two weaklings, it cried out, "Hey! Hey! Female venerable, don't go! I am after all an ancient divine artifact. I don't want to be with these two weaklings." The Fuchin spirit, which had wanted to be at Sundra for a while, saw her figure moving faster and got scared, blurting out a long-held secret. Ancient divine artifacts are rare, but they also depend on fate. Meeting the best artifact is useless without the right fate. What attracted her here was the gentle power, not the Fuchin spirit. Compared to staying by her side, it was clearly better for it to stay with Muli and Yuli, who had spiritual roots. This would benefit both the Fuchin spirit and the two. Hearing the Fuchin spirit's words, Liu suddenly stopped, turned around with a dark expression. Even Yuli and Muli had never seen their grandmaster like this. Liu strode over, picked it up, and set up a soundproof barrier between her and the Fuchin spirit. "What did you say?" Her mind was filled with the Fuchin spirit's mention of the heavenly stairway being sealed. The Fuchin spirit became more panicked and weakly said, "It's true. After my previous master, the Demon King, died, I was forced to flee with nowhere to go. I used the remaining ancient power to travel to this strange world, but never expected to capsize in a ditch. My spiritual energy was completely drained, and I was forced to land in this desert. At that time, the precarious heavenly Tao of this world had just found me. Before it could say anything, it bestowed its remaining power onto this place, which gradually formed into what it is today through centuries of wind and sand. So this world has no heavenly Tao at all, which is why the heavenly stairway is sealed." Liu frowned. The Fuchin spirit rolled its eyes inside, mustering courage, and said grumpily, "The reason for this is your world's rapid technological development. The most advanced weapons possess destructive power comparable to the tribulation transcendence stage. This caused the collapse of the heavenly Tao, the disappearance of spiritual energy, and the permanent sealing of the heavenly stairway, forming a separate space." At this, the Fuchin spirit added with some pride, "In this world, no one but me has the ability to cross over. Tisk, it's just a pity that I can never go back." It was completely unaware that a big shot even more powerful than it was right before its eyes. Liu was not angry. She relaxed her brow, and became even more puzzled about how she had gone to the cultivation world and returned. With the heavenly stairway sealed, lifespan will probably decrease too. Naturally, since the heavenly Tao and stairway are gone, the laws of nature will adjust themselves. Now even those at the tribulation transcendent stage can barely live to over 300 years old. The Fuchin spirit sighed. The longest-lived human in the interstellar realm is over 200 years old. Comparatively, cultivators are still considered long-lived. Since knowing that there is no longer the heavenly stairway or the heavenly Tao, Liu began to abandon herself. She had thought of solutions. Just as the heavenly stairway closed due to the absence of the heavenly Tao, if the heavenly Tao were born, the stairway would naturally open. However, the condition for the heavenly Tao to be born is that the technological civilization of the interstellar must regress. But the flourishing technological civilization cannot possibly regress, and besides, she had no ambition to dominate the interstellar. Liu, lost in thought, idly snapped a delicate dewy flower before her. The two people and the bead, who had been carefully stepping around every leaf, drew a deep breath. If they weren't mistaken, that was a rare variety they had glimpsed on the star net, the red peony, which was said to have never been cultivated by anyone. The dusting spirit's thoughts differed from the two people. What pained it was that the lingering spiritual energy on the peony had simply dissipated into the air. The two people and the bead froze in a dazed tableau. The spirit tree was the first to notice, shaking its branches as if mocking their lack of knowledge. It was just like its current owner, Liu. The two people and the bead. Thus the two people and the bead stood in mutual hostility with the spirit tree. While they were at odds, Liu had noticed them the moment they arrived. She beckoned to the two people, inviting them over. As the two people and the bead approached, the spirit tree grudgingly withdrew the branches blocking their path, not forgetting to sweep a shower of leaves over them with its foliage. The two people and the bead paw. Since arriving here, the only obstacle they had faced was this spirit tree that had become sentient, full of malice toward them. Muli said nervously, "Grandmaster, if this spirit tree has become sentient, will these flowers and plants eventually become sentient too?" He already found one sentient being annoying. If there were more, wouldn't he be unable to even approach the Grandmaster? At this thought, his fondness for the once precious flowers and plants waned. Yuli said nothing but thought the same. He even quietly kicked aside the flower that Liu had discarded at his feet. Before Liu could speak, the dusting spirit flew up and babbled incessantly. "I say, female venerable, you are being too wasteful. If you gave this red peony a little more time, it might produce even more spiritual energy. You may not care, but I do. After all, I've been helping you raise two little disciples." The dusting spirit's words carried an implication. It hoped that a certain woman would have a change of heart and take pity on it. Unfortunately, that woman had no conscience at all. As it spoke, it stole a glance at the peach it had long coveted, which exuded a sweet aroma of ripeness and an incalculable amount of spiritual energy. The dusting bead's supposedly stealthy movement was seen clearly by Liu. The spirit tree, though unable to speak, did not lack thoughts. It disliked everyone except its master. It had grudgingly accepted the two disciples taken in by the master for the sake of other venerables, but now it had brought back a bead that subtly suppressed it. Naturally, it was resentful. Sensing the dusting spirit's intention, it quickly hid the peach behind its leaves. This amused Liu. She turned to the two and said, "Since you have chosen to cultivate immortality, don't be so nervous. Every flower and grass here has its own opportunity to become sentient if it is destined. But for now, aside from the spirit tree, none have become sentient yet. If you like any flowers or plants, feel free to pick them and put them in a vase. It's not forbidden." After hearing her words, Muli and Yuli's tension instantly vanished. However, they still dared not break flowers. As casually as she did, they treasured these plants that filled the courtyard, enough to astonish the entire interstellar. The dusting spirit, not willing to be left out, piped up, "What about me? What about me?" Through the dusting bead, Liu saw the childlike figure of the dusting spirit bouncing up and down inside. After a moment of thought, she said, "As for you, it's also a kind of fate. Keeping you inside the bead forever isn't ideal. If someone discovers you, it would be troublesome. If you don't mind, I have a paper doll I made myself. Once you attach your spirit to it, it will transform into your appearance." As she spoke, she took a palm-sized paper doll from her spatial storage right before their eyes. The fleeting golden thread patterns on it already attested to the formidable cultivation of its maker. The dusting spirit was overjoyed. It spun around happily inside the bead, silently chanting a spell. A gentle white light flew out of the dusting bead and materialized into the paper doll in Liu's hand. In a moment, the paper doll gradually grew larger and swelled before Yu Li and Mu Li's eyes. Then it sprouted black hair, arms, legs, and eyes until it completely transformed into a 5-year-old boy with an Eastern face, extremely cute, so adorable that one couldn't bear to look away. Once again, their worldview was refreshed. From the initial collapse to rebuilding, they had now become much more accustomed, and were filled with curiosity instead. The dusting spirit looked at its arms, touched its face, and compared its height with everyone else's. It clearly realized the fact that it was a child in stature. Its adorable little face crumpled into a bun-like expression, and its eyes were filled with sorrow. Its grand dream of height shattered into pieces. Seeing the dusting spirit's expression, Liu was amused. This was much cuter than when it was inside the bead. She laughed. "It's not quite appropriate to keep calling you dusting spirit. Why don't you choose a name for yourself?" At the mention of naming, Mu Li's eyes lit up first. He couldn't resist patting the dusting spirit's adorable little head, and despite its angry glare he said cheerfully, "Grandmaster, how about Little Fu, Little Chen, or Little Ling? It's just too cute. You're the little one. Your whole family is little. Take your hand off my head." Though the words were fierce, they came out soft and fluffy from the dusting spirit's mouth, unbearably adorable. Yu Li looked down at the dusting spirit's height, truly small. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. The dusting spirit was left fuming. Liu propped her chin on her hand and teased, "Then tell me, what name do you want? How about Little Demon, after your previous 2 masters? It sounds quite nice. One can tell at a glance it's a demon." "You?" The dusting spirit looked at her in disbelief, deeply shocked that she knew its previous 2 masters were demons. But thinking back from the moment they met to how she effortlessly broke its illusion array, every detail was fraught with mystery. Its eyes suddenly widened. It began to suspect that Liu came from the same place, as it only this could explain how her cultivation was so powerful in the Chi-starved interstellar. The little schemes that had started to arise were completely extinguished. It looked at Liu with considerable wariness. Despite his dissatisfaction with the name Little Demon, the name of the whisk spirit was ultimately decided by a show of hands among the 3 of them. He could have resisted a little, but he was afraid that the formidable figure would pierce the body he now possessed for the first time. That subtle expression filled with threatening eyes was something he never wanted to experience again. Liu had no idea of Little Demon's resentment toward her. She was quite pleased with the name she had chosen, and in high spirits casually tossed out 2 swords, which streaked through the air like flowing light. Yu Li and Mu Li barely managed to catch them. "The weather is nice today, let's go for a walk and test how your sword control has progressed over these past few days." Mu Li swung the sword in amazement. "Grandmaster, this sword is so light it feels weightless." Yu Li nodded and raised his sword, giving it a gentle swing. Suddenly 2 extremely fine sword chi burst forth from the blade. One shot straight toward a nearby spiritual tree, and the other headed directly for Liu. Liu's expression shifted slightly as she raised her hand to deflect the oncoming sword chi, but the other was too late. She could only weaken it. With a crack, the lush trunk of the spiritual tree nearby was severed cleanly in half. If Liu hadn't intervened in time, the spiritual tree would have been cut in 2. "Grand Master." Yu Li was utterly stunned. He had never imagined the sword would possess such immense power. Mu Li was also terrified, his heart pounding, and he quickly put down the sword. Suddenly losing a branch, the spiritual tree reacted with furious indignation. Its leaves shook wildly, rustling to the ground in a cascade, expressing its extreme displeasure. Liu rubbed her forehead and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. I didn't expect these Fenghui twin swords to still be so temperamental after all these years." As if in response to her words, the 2 swords hummed with loud, irritable energy, hovering in the air and staring right back at her. Little Demon was the most astonished, blurting out in a daze, "Fenghui twin swords. They are actually the Fenghui twin swords. Little Demon, what's wrong?" Yu Li was the most puzzled. Neither of them understood what had gotten into him. Little Demon ignored their questions and abruptly turned to Liu, asking with certainty, "How do you have the Fenghui twin swords, the top 2 artifacts on the divine artifact ranking? Weren't they said to have been lost?" He was envious, for even as an ancient divine artifact himself, he had never made it onto that mortal-made divine artifact ranking. "Indeed, when I found them, the blades were pitch black, pitted, and ugly. But it happened that I came across them, so I reforged them back to their former state." As she spoke, her face wore a look of utter disdain. The Fenghui twin swords grew displeased, darting back and forth, as if seeking a weakness to strike her down with a single blow. Their movements made Liu dizzy with irritation. She flicked her fingers in the air, and instantly the Fenghui twin swords were frozen in ice, falling to the ground with a thud. She retrieved them with a gesture, and tossed them to Yuli and Muli. Liu said with a smile, "From now on they are your respective masters. Unless the two of you are on the verge of death, there's no need to save them. But if both of you die, then you 2 swords and 1 pearl will cease to exist. Understand?" The threat was palpable. The Fenghui twin swords, and the whisk spirit, now renamed Little Demon, all shuddered simultaneously, having no doubt that they would be ground to ashes. Both of them stood dumbfounded, clutching the freezing Fenghui twin swords, then glanced at Little Demon, whose eyes burned with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take their place. They hugged the swords tightly, their hearts brimming with joy. Now they too had swords of their own. Little Demon's face was practically overflowing with envy. There were only 3 divine artifacts on the divine artifact ranking, and their owners were all saints at the tribulation transcendence stage at the very least. They were the divine whip of the ancient Saint Wan Yuan, the Fenghui twin swords of the couple Fongrong, and the heavenly thunder hammer of Saint Laren. The saints who forged these artifacts all perished in ancient times. Apart from the Fenghui twin swords, which fell along with their master the divine whip, and the heavenly thunder hammer, were passed down, and eventually became the sect treasures of 2 major sects. The divine artifact ranking was compiled by later generations, yet they did not know that the Fenghui twin swords were actually the most powerful of them all. The world was ignorant, but Little Demon knew this clearly. After all, he had personally experienced it. Back then his first master had nearly been split in 2 by the owner of the Fenghui twin swords. At their peak, the Fenghui twin swords could even cleave heaven and earth, their power far surpassing the others to claim the top spot. Giving them to these 2 brats, who might never even reach the core formation stage, was a tremendous waste of the swords. Making the Fenghui twin swords recognize a master was no easy task, and Liu naturally knew this. She didn't force it. Instead, she took both people and swords, and sent them to a desert for training, saying, "Find your way back, and the training ends." Before leaving gracefully, she confiscated their communication devices, leaving the poor souls and swords behind. The Fenghui twin swords and Little Demon exchanged a glance, recognizing each other, and were filled with a sense of desolation. They then turned their gazes fiercely toward the 2 culprits. The culprits Yuli and Muli thought, "What the hell does this have to do with us?" The Grandmaster said it was just a test of sword control, and now we've flown to who knows where. The air desert was located in the most remote northern part of the planet Lua. Before this planet was discovered, there was a miraculous water source here that could cure people's spiritual turmoil, making it one of the most precious planets in the galaxy. However, not long after, the water source dried up overnight, which was why it was abandoned, becoming a place rarely visited with a population of less than 100 to this day. Liu stood there glancing at the crystalline bracelet on her wrist that guided her direction. It pointed toward an unseen hill not far away, so she set off. Curiosity stirred within her. The bracelet had been a chance find in a deserted wooden cabin within a valley, its beauty captivating her. Seeing it had been unoccupied for years, she left a superior item in exchange, and took the bracelet. Initially she tested it, and found it merely a decorative trinket with no other function, so she wore it without much thought. Now unexpectedly it had reacted. The moment Liu reached the small hill, the bracelet's light extinguished. All she saw was a stretch of sand, nothing else. Her eyes narrowed with confusion as she extended her divine sense to probe the surroundings. No living creature was present, which was normal, but why had the bracelet led her here? She stared at the now motionless bracelet for a long while, seeing nothing. Drowsiness crept over her, and she summoned her sword ready to leave. Seeing that Liu was truly about to depart, the bracelet grew frantic. It possessed only a faint wisp of consciousness, but with all its might it slipped from her hand, fell to the very spot she had been standing, and feigned death. Liu squinted, surprise flickering in her eyes, as she looked down at the bracelet, pretending to be inert. If her senses were correct, the bracelet was suggesting something lay beneath the ground. She picked up the bracelet, put it back on her wrist, and casually began digging through the sand with her sword. If cultivators of the immortal realm saw this, they would be furious, deeming it a blasphemous waste of a divine artifact. Yet it wouldn't be too surprising, for only one person in the entire world used her life-bound sword as a hoe and stick, Venerable Liu, notorious across all sects for wasting treasures. The consciousness within the bracelet grew anxious. With her careless digging she could easily pierce the one she was meant to awaken. Fortunately Liu's random poking abruptly ceased. She stared at the exposed hand, and the vivid red stain on her sword, her brows knitting together. Was there a corpse below? Or rather a faint, barely perceptible breath? No wonder she hadn't sensed any life. She had forgotten to check beneath her own feet. But death was imminent, if not for encountering her. After Liu cleared away all the sand, she beheld the figure buried beneath a tall man, with tightly shut eyes, a face pale, and almost translucent lips devoid of color, and veins bulging on his arms, as if in great agony. His chi was chaotic with no visible external injury, clearly a spiritual energy eruption. Moreover, it was far more severe than she had anticipated, such overwhelming spiritual power rivaling the divine sense of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Sighing inwardly, she had no desire to expend her spiritual energy on saving a half-dead person. Yet her gaze inadvertently fell on a crimson patch on his shoulder, clearly a stab wound. Recalling her earlier actions, Liu's face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly stepped aside, but her urge to leave came to an abrupt halt. Resigned, she hoisted the man up and carried him away. The spiritual sword bearing the burden had grown accustomed to this. Upon entering the residence, the robot Kathy, who had been waiting, greeted them. Her gaze fell on the man on the sword, and she inquired, "Miss Liu, would you like Kathy to arrange for a doctor to examine your friend?" Liu shook her head. "No need. I picked him up along the way. Arrange a room, give him this pill, and clean the wound on his shoulder." After all, she had caused that wound. A hint of embarrassment crept over her. Who would have known someone was buried beneath the sand? Kathy tilted her head, not fully comprehending the awkwardness in her tone, but nodded in agreement. Taking the items handed to her, she led the sword which carried the injured man toward the guest room. 3 days had passed. The two individuals, 2 swords, and 1 bee that had gone out for training had not returned, remaining silent. Liu was lounging idly, napping on a spiritual tree, when suddenly the ghostly voice of Kathy echoed from below, startling her so much she nearly fell. The tree's branches caught her just in time. "What is it now?" Liu massaged her temples, sitting up with a headache. Kathy invariably found her at this hour to report on the condition of the man brought back 3 days ago, detailing every aspect of his bodily functions. "Miss Liu, you haven't visited your friend for 3 days. He remains unconscious. Should I call a doctor?" Kathy was meticulous. If applying for a doctor didn't require the owner's confirmation, she would have already done so. It wasn't that Liu didn't want to apply, it was simply impossible. This remote, forsaken place attracted no one, let alone a doctor. She jumped down, shoving 3 or 4 peach pits into Kathy's hands. "Go, go, go. I'll go now, all right. Plant these peach pits for me." She was truly fed up with Kathy. Despite being a robot, she was more talkative than a human, to the point where Liu's ears had been echoing her words for days. Moreover, Liu knew the situation. The day she returned, she had Kathy feed the man a Rindan, a pill that calms spiritual energy eruptions. With such severe injuries, it would take at least 4 or 5 days for him to wake. Cough. Cough. Liu hadn't expected him to wake so soon. The moment she reached the door, she heard faint coughing inside. After a brief hesitation, she entered. The man, half sitting up on the bed, had not a trace of color on his face. At the sound, his eyes, like winter stars, turned toward her, vacant and empty. A chill ran down Liu's spine. A foreboding feeling crept over her. She raised her hand and waved from a distance, but those beautiful eyes remained still. Donggu took a deep breath, his eyes shut tight, then opened slowly. Still everything was pitch black. The moment he tried to think, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if countless needles were piercing his brain. In an instant, cold sweat drenched him. Damn it! The spiritual energy that had been suppressed for over a decade was erupting again. He had never anticipated it would be so violent this time, leaving him unable to control it. He had ended up on the planet Lua and passed out. Sensing the shift in the air, Liu knew he was trying to forcibly suppress the eruption. Forcing it down would likely cost him his eyesight. After a moment's hesitation, she channeled her spiritual energy and gently pressed her fingers against his forehead. Donggu felt the power he had painstakingly gathered shattered by an effortless force. Feeling threatened, he gathered even greater spiritual energy, preparing to attack. Entering another spiritual energy was akin to stepping into a cultivator's divine sense. Without permission, it would only provoke the owner, triggering an attack. Watching her spiritual energy dwindle rapidly, Li Yu's expression turned anxious. She quickly shouted, "Stop!" forcing it down. "Do you want to lose your eyes?" The clear female voice came like a gentle breeze. On the bed, Dong Ji's eyelashes fluttered. He came to his senses and inexplicably obeyed, halting his action. Or perhaps he sensed no threat. He felt the spiritual energy flow through him, and the raging spiritual energy, as if encountering a superior force, froze in place. Having finally calmed it, Li Yu cursed inwardly. The precious spiritual energy she had painstakingly obtained was nearly gone. As her fingers left his forehead, Dong Gu opened his eyes. Though he saw only darkness, he precisely located where Li Yu stood. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Steady, thank you." "Did you save me?" Li Yu nodded, then remembered he couldn't see. She hummed an affirmation, and added, "You'd better not use your spiritual energy anytime soon. Suppressing the eruption for so long has severe side effects. At worst blindness, at worst death." As she spoke, she rummaged through various bottles and jars on the table retrieved from her storage space. My name is Dong Si." He could be certain this person posed no threat to him. She had even seen through his condition at a glance, suggesting she had some solution. Thinking of the problem that had plagued him for over a decade, he couldn't help but employ a little cunning. "What thing?" Li Yu stopped her rummaging, surprised. She hadn't expected someone to call themselves a thing these days. Looking at the handsome man on the bed paired with that name, she suddenly found it hard to face him directly. Anticipating her reaction, Dong Si remained calm and explained the hastily fabricated alias. "It's the Eastern of the ancient East and the Sea of till this." "Oh, but calling you Dong Si sounds like an insult. How about I call you a Si? My name is Li Yu." Li Yu chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "By the way, where is your family? Do you need me to contact them? I have no parents and my friends are probably unreachable for now. Moreover, I'm blind." His tone carried a hint of melancholy. He reached out and pressed his shoulder, adding, "Why does this shoulder hurt? When did I get injured?" Whether intentionally or not, he said it. In any case, Li Yu heard him. Her gaze fell on the shoulder where traces of blood were visible. Perhaps because there were no clothes, Kathy hadn't changed his attire, making him seem even more pitiful. A pang of guilt struck her. She didn't bother to drive him away. "You can stay until your eyes are healed, then leave. Your blindness is temporary anyway. But remember, while you're here, don't wander around." Mainly, she didn't want the trouble of searching for a blind man if he got lost. Dong Gu inferred her meaning and grew more certain that Li Yu could cure him. He asked, "Are you saying you can treat my condition?" "Yes, but it will cost you." Li Yu glanced at him even though he couldn't see. She was already calculating mentally. In the interstellar age, having star coins was necessary. Dong Gu suppressed the rising hope and softly hummed, "How much?" Li Yu thought for a long time. Just as he was wondering if she would name an exorbitant price, the figure she said stunned him. She didn't know how to calculate the fee. Considering the spiritual energy she had lost and the amount Fiona had given her last time, though his condition was more severe than Fiona's, it was not incurable. Just a bit more time. So she gave a price she thought reasonable: 50 million star coins. He had no idea that 50 million star coins would strike Dong Gu with shock, but only for a moment. He responded in a low, hoarse voice, "Deal?" Fondly and Lan Qingfeng, both of whom had been unable to treat his problem, would have been amazed. Dong Gu felt a flicker of confusion, but didn't show it. "How intriguing. Does Miss Li Yu not need to deliver food to your friend?" Kaishi was puzzled, as in the information he received, humans valued friends the most. Li Yu ate without responding. In truth, she didn't even need to think about it. From the moment she returned to the courtyard, she had already begun to regret letting him stay. Over these days, she had come to understand the situation in the interstellar realm. She feared that the food she ate would expose her, bringing risks too great to estimate. The man's identity was unknown, and keeping him here was too risky. But not feeding him was impossible. She couldn't let him starve to death. She toyed with the idea of poisoning him, feeling utterly vexed. "Miss Li Yu, why not give him a nutrient solution instead?" Kaishi suggested. Kaishi sensed her mood and said, "I wish I could, but..." She didn't have any. Li Yu put down her chopsticks, glanced at Kaishi's puzzled expression, and sighed, with a hint of reluctance. After returning, the only remaining one had already been thrown away. "Forget it, bring me the food. I'll take it to him myself." Hiding was impossible, better to show it openly. As a venerable cultivator, why should she fear such things? Liu thought nonchalantly. As if afraid she would change her mind, Kaishi quickly brought the food over, determined to be the most attentive butler while no one else was around.
Eat this. It's plain rice with cucumber, just right for you in your current state.
Liu set the food down on the table. Seeing him sitting motionless on the bed, frowning, his vacant eyes fixed in her direction, his tattered clothes revealing patches of skin, and the unmistakable hardness of muscles beneath, she felt a stir. She was moved, deeply ashamed of the fleeting thought of drugging him on the way over. Bullying a mere mortal was far too cruel.
Eat first. I'll go find you some clothes,
she said, but a cough interrupted her. Just as she was about to step outside, the man by the bed suddenly called out. He stood up, groping in the air.
Liu, could you help me over there?
He looked as pitiful as could be. Standing at the door, Liu raised an eyebrow. Her eyes flickered, then without a word she walked over, took his arm, and guided him to the table.
What is this?
Donggu grasped something that felt like a stick, but was smoothly rounded, a hint of surprise in his voice. He held the chopsticks in his hand, unsure how to use them. Liu took a deep breath, reminding herself to be patient.
These are chopsticks. On your left is plain rice, and on your right is stir-fried cucumber.
Donggu froze. Had he misheard? Plain rice and cucumber, weren't these things only affordable to nobles? Although he could eat them if he wished, he mostly opted for nutrient solutions, convenient to carry, providing a week's worth of energy with just one dose.
But she...
Though he couldn't see, he could sense from the low-grade robot attending him that her circumstances were ordinary, and her strength was not that of a noble family. Yet she could afford the luxury of plain rice and cucumber. Liu noticed his unusual expression and asked, puzzled.
Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Thank you.
Donggu knew how to use chopsticks. He felt around for the food in front of him and took a bite. The rich fragrance of rice filled his mouth, soft and smooth, sweet and sticky, with a delicate chewiness. Especially the complete absence of any rough texture that might irritate the throat. A flicker of amazement passed through his mind. But when he tasted the crisp, sweet, refreshing cucumber, waves of astonishment surged within him, stirring even greater curiosity about who she truly was. Seeing his expressionless face, Liu felt a strange unease, but couldn't pinpoint it. Perhaps his reaction exceeded her expectations. She smiled radiantly.
How does it taste?
Donggu steadied himself, then raised his head toward her, understanding her intent. A curl of his lips.
Since you wish to test me, why bother asking such a superfluous question?
But a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, unseen by Liu.
I test you, and you test me as well. We're even. Like our names.
Liu was not surprised, he noticed. When she called his name, his reaction had been delayed by 0.001 seconds, and she had caught it. She resumed her cold gaze, dropped her sleeves, and said indifferently,
I originally planned to poison you, but then I thought I need money, and you need healing. This deal could work. Huh. Then let's cooperate.
Donggu extended his hand. Liu looked at his hand and smiled.
Since we're cooperating, there's no need for these tests anymore.
He had tried to probe her spiritual power through their handshake. Did he really think she was foolish? His hand paused midair, then withdrew, abandoning the probing attempt. A genuine smile touched his lips. In his heart, he was now certain that Liu had the ability to heal him.
My apologies. No need. Treatment begins tomorrow morning. Finish your meal and rest early.
Liu was surprised by his apology, but didn't press further. As for his true name, everyone had secrets. That night, Liu prepared earnestly for the next day's treatment. Spiritual energy was out of the question. She had only a scant amount left, and the little she had absorbed over these days was insufficient. She would have to resort to other methods. As she pondered, she swiftly formed a hand seal. The flames in the cauldron flickered and dimmed until a fragrant aroma rose, and then the fire slowly died out. 10 removal pills. Liu let out a breath. The spiritual energy in the interstellar realm was far too meager. Even with her high cultivation level, the lack of qi nearly caused her to fail in pill refining. Fortunately, she succeeded in the end. The quality was slightly inferior, but it would not affect consumption. She picked up a removal pill, rolling it between her fingers, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. She placed all the pills into a small box, and walked to the window, handing it to Kaishi, who had been waiting.
Give him the removal pills. Tell him to take 2 each day to temporarily nourish his body. Then pick 1 peach each day for him to eat along with the pills.
Kaishi acknowledged the instructions. Watching Kaishi's receding figure, a trace of melancholy flickered in Liyu's eyes.
That person. I wonder if he's alright. And if he has realized that he will never see me again.
In the dead of night, Liyu snapped open her eyes on the bed and sat up. Knowing that the ones who had returned were here, her smiling eyes reflected the most beautiful stars. Well, she hadn't expected Yuli and Moodley to come back so early. It was beyond her estimation. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed out swiftly. But it was already too late. In the second courtyard, the three stood frozen in eerie silence hanging over them. When Liu arrived, this was the scene before her. She pressed her forehead. She had forgotten that after Kaishi cleared the books from the study, the empty rooms were given to Yuli and Moodley as their quarters. In their absence over the past few days, the person she brought back was assigned by Kaishi to their original room. The moment Moodley saw her, he scurried over and asked,
"Grandmaster, who is that?"
His tone was dripping with grievance. He stole a glance at the man standing calmly by the door, exuding an air of trouble, and felt a pang of bitterness. While they were away, their grandmaster had stashed a man in their room, and so openly at that. Liu read his thoughts at a glance. She wanted a moment of peace. Xiao Imo, on the other hand, was delighted. He gleefully circled the man, realized the man truly couldn't see him, then ran back to Yuli's side and nudged his arm.
"Tisk, I think your grandmaster wants to abandon you. She finds your cultivation too pathetic."
An obvious attempt to sow discord. Yuli was speechless. Only a fool would believe him. The next second the fool appeared. Moodley, a grown man, threw himself at his grandmaster's leg, crying his heart out. If it weren't for her being in the wrong by letting someone stay in their room, you would have smacked him away.
"Alright, let go now. I picked him up and he'll stay here for a while. Also, he can't see for now. What were you three doing staring at each other for so long?"
Liu rubbed her nose and gave him a light kick. To be honest, when she walked in and saw the three of them locked in a staring contest, she couldn't help but laugh. Only then did Moodley remember that the man's eyes were lifeless. He had thought it was a challenge. He quickly let go, stood up with a sheepish grin, and asked, puzzled,
"Then what was he doing standing in the courtyard in the middle of the night? Dressed all in white and tattered, he nearly scared us to death."
Yuli and Xiao Mo were speechless. "Bullshit, only you were scared."
"Huh?"
Liu looked over. His handsome profile was even more stunning under the night, flawless in its beauty. Donggu couldn't see, but he could sense her gaze. The tips of his ears reddened, and he hid his hands behind his back, but he couldn't conceal the small string of green that peeked out. He had been resting when in the middle of the night, he heard the wind rustling like leaves. Curiosity drove him out, and he fumbled until he touched the cold, slender strip. Shock filled his heart at that moment. Then, startled by the sudden entrance of the two, he lost his grip and broke off a large patch of greenery. Liu watched his clumsy movements, feeling an urge to laugh, but holding back. She raised an eyebrow and turned to the two.
"Give him one of your clothes. I'll take him to another room. The size shouldn't be too far off."
With so many rooms, this study was their favorite. Yuli and Moodley, who had feared losing this room, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the clothes.
"What about me? What about me? I'm considered a person now. You can't treat me differently."
Hearing no arrangement for his own room after listening for a long time, Xiao Mo jumped up.
"You? A person?"
Liu crossed her arms and smiled teasingly.
"Since I still need you, pick any room in the first courtyard."
Before the words died, Xiao Mo, as if afraid she would change her mind, flashed away and disappeared. While waiting for him to change the ever-transparent Kai, she stepped forward and said softly,
"Miss Liu, the last empty room was just taken by Xiao Mo."
He had long grown calm and accustomed to all the surreal people and things that appeared around Miss Liu. A gentle breeze blew and the courtyard fell silent. Liu was incredulous.
"With so many rooms, you're telling me there's none left? Otherwise, Miss Liu, where would all these books be stored?"
Kaishi looked at her weakly. Liu sighed.
"But there is one more room."
Kaishi hesitated. Liu raised an eyebrow.
"You said there wasn't any. Where else?"
Kaishi said quietly.
"There's still an empty room in your courtyard. Xiao Mo didn't take it because he seems afraid of you." "Fine. Then go clean it up. Xiao Mo with his guilty conscience, it's no wonder he's scared of me."
Liu waved her hand in exasperation, her gaze falling on the bracelet on her wrist. She frowned. Since she came back, it had not stirred at all. She wondered what connection this bracelet had to him. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Shi quietly slipped out followed by Muli and Yuli, who scurried away like thieves. The two, having starved for days, dashed to the kitchen, stomachs growling. What Liu saw was the clothes she had made for Muli, now far too short on him. If not for his handsome face, he would look no better than a beggar. His brows were tightly knitted, exuding a cold chill. Liu stretched, feeling drowsy, and turned to walk out.
Let's go!
She had completely forgotten that someone was blind.
I can't see. You forgot.
A voice came from behind, tinged with astonishment and amusement.
I really forgot.
Liu snapped awake, turned back, and looked at the figure whose expression was unclear in the night.
What a bother.
Without a word, she walked over, grabbed his sleeve, and pulled him along. Dong-gu stumbled, nearly tripping, and repeated in her direction.
I can't see.
Liu glanced back at him oddly. His eyes were vacant, but that didn't diminish his aura. A sudden urge to tease him arose in her heart. Thinking it, she did it. She deliberately pulled him toward the wall. The night was dim, and Liu, walking backward, didn't notice the mischievous wind and moon twin swords sneaking up behind her. By the time she realized, it was too late. They were about to strike. Liu could have dodged on her own. But Dong-gu couldn't. Seeing him so calm, as if unaware of anything at the critical moment, Liu, without thinking, grabbed his hand and yanked him aside. Suddenly, she lost her footing and gasped. They both fell to the ground. She crashed straight into a hard embrace, her lips pressed against something without warning. Liu was too stunned to react, her mind blank. Only when she felt the sword intent approaching did she snap out of it, quickly pushing the man off her fingers forming a seal. In less than a second, the majestic wind and moon twin swords, which had been moments from a successful ambush, clattered to the ground, crackling with electricity. Liu's drowsiness was completely gone. She kicked the swords and said, half angry, half laughing, her face dark.
You two swords have no shame, always sneaking up on me. Do you want to be melted down?
With a clatter, they landed not far away. The two swords couldn't even fly now, and they regretted their actions, desperately burrowing into the dirt, trying to bury their blades. Only then did the wind and moon twin swords recall the scene years ago, when she descended from the sky with a spiritual sword, effortlessly killing the great demon lord of that domain. On the ground, Dong-ji's movements paused, and he withdrew his spiritual power. In his mind, the soft, sweet sensation of the kiss lingered, stirring a faint ripple in his heart. Regarding what just happened, Dong-ji's brows furrowed slightly. Liu was shrouded in too much mystery, making him intensely curious about who she truly was.
Your sword's not turtles. Now you're scared. But it's too late. I've lost my first kiss.
The wind and moon twin swords buried themselves deeper, let them escape reality for a while. Liu's heart was full of regret. She didn't even dare to look back at the man. If only she hadn't tried to tease him. She had tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. After a long while, with no one coming to help him up, Dong-gu stood up unhurriedly. His already too short clothes were now disheveled, revealing a large patch of skin that couldn't be covered. He rasped.
Are you okay? It's a huge deal.
Liu's body stiffened, her face flushed crimson. She shot a fierce glare at the wind and moon twin swords, and cleared her throat.
I'm fine. Let's go.
This time Liu dared not tease him anymore. She dutifully led him to the room, and then bolted back to her own. She let out a deep sigh over the night's accident. She didn't even want to sleep. Instead, she sat cross-legged in meditation, but she couldn't calm her mind, and ended up lying awake the entire night. The next morning, Liu bore dark circles under her eyes as she ate breakfast. When Muli entered and saw her, he was so astonished that the exclamation slipped out before Yoli could stop him.
Grandmaster, your dark circles are really heavy.
Liu instantly lifted her head and glared at Muli. The memory she had barely managed to suppress flooded back, fueling her anger. She snorted coldly.
With that temperament in the cultivation world, you wouldn't even be left as dregs. Boss, it's here.
Liu frowned, about to speak, when a strand of divine sense she had placed outside the door picked up a rough voice laced with undisguised greed. It was clearly hostile. She turned to the two standing men and said sternly,
Did you run into someone and lead them here? The prey center.
The two seemed to finally realize something, their faces turning pale, as they cried out in shock. They hadn't expected those people to follow them all the way here. Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yoli quickly explained.
Grandmaster, do you remember the mutated sand python? What does that have to do with this? Are they following you because of that?
Liu mused, abandoning her meal and rising to go outside. The people outside, unable to push the door open, were already preparing to blast it with weapons. Ever since Fiona and the others had left, she had set up a formation outside the barrier. Without her permission, no one could enter, not even with weapons. Her only concern was that the formation also had a 100-fold rebound effect. If it triggered, everything within 10 li would die. And if someone happened to pass by. Although she was not overly benevolent, she would not allow innocent lives to be caught in the crossfire. The two men, seeing their grandmaster's rare look of tension for the first time, hurriedly followed. She finally opened the door, just before the outsiders could act. With a creak, the man who had been leaning against the door to plant explosives nearly fell off in fright.
So it's you two brats. We've been looking for you for so long. Boss, didn't I tell you? These two must have hidden some treasure. Why else would they hide?
The burly man glared. He had suspected it last time, but was held back by the boss's reprimand. Over a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward them. Yoli and Muli tensed. As everyone naturally overlooked the slender pretty woman beside them, the man, who had just spoken arrogantly, was suddenly flipped onto the ground.
Ah!
The dozen people jumped in alarm and turned to look. Although Gurue was only mid-tier in their team, his bulk made flipping him over no easy feat, especially without anyone noticing. The leader, a middle-aged man, flashed a vicious look. He raised his gun, aimed at the woman, who seemed the weakest, and pulled the trigger.
Grandmaster, watch out!
Yoli and Muli shouted, cursing inwardly. They couldn't find the real culprit, so they picked on the one who looked weakest, ignorant of their doom. No matter how fast the light gun fired to Liu, it was agonizingly slow. Liu released the aura she had been deliberately suppressing, suddenly raising both hands to block. In an instant, the powerful bullet was caught directly in her palm. A flicker of movement, and before anyone could react, Liu appeared beside the leader, with a smirk on her lips. She kicked him viciously in the face of his stunned eyes. The leader flew a great distance, hitting the ground, and kicking up a cloud of dust. He spat out blood, his mind reeling with an unparalleled shock. Faimenluo, that was the leader's name, felt his internal organs shift. He quickly took out a white pill, and swallowed it, his pale complexion improving slightly. His underlings rushed over, asking,
Boss, are you okay?
Faimenluo shook his head. Looking at the two men, he could have crushed with a single finger before a flicker of venom passed through his eyes. He stood up and walked over. Only then did he seriously regard the woman he had dismissed as the weakest.
Miss, this is a matter between the Prey Center and these two brats. Please don't interfere. Boss, why waste words on this bitch? I don't believe the dozen of us can't beat her.
Gurue, who had always looked down on the two, sneered with contempt, unlike the boss's polite approach. Faimenluo slapped him across the face.
Shut up, you idiot. With her speed and strength alone, all of us together wouldn't be enough to even season her dish.
Gurue's face flushed red with rage. He stepped back, holding his breath, his eyes brimming with venom and greed. Sooner or later, he would take over as leader of the Prey Center. Liu calmly brushed off non-existent dust, listening to the exchange before letting out a light laugh.
I'm sorry, but as their elder, their affairs are naturally my concern. However, if you dozen can defeat the two of them, you may enter. If not, then leave, crippled.
At that, Yoli and Muli, who had been secretly watching the drama, gaped in astonishment. Seeing the genuine seriousness in their grandmaster's eyes, they understood her intention, and were suddenly filled with excitement. Two little white chickens, who were practically at the bottom of the Prey Center, now dared to challenge over a dozen of them. Everyone burst into raucous laughter. Yet their greed for the treasures on the Wind and Moon dual swords, was undeniable. They had all seen those swords fly and attack to them. It was a great treasure wasted in the hands of those two. Better to take it for themselves.
Words are binding.
Faimenluo's eyes glittered with cunning, as if he could see through the door to the treasures within. He was certain there were more inside. With a shout, the dozen men charged forward in unison. Yoli and Muli, though excited, were momentarily stunned by the sight. Just as they reached the door, Liu kicked each of them without mercy, sending them flying.
Fight farther away, don't ruin my door. Don't come back if you lose.
The dozen men were momentarily taken aback, never expecting the woman to be so heartless. Yet they were more than happy to change direction and charge at the two who had been thrown out. Muli scrambled to his feet, shouting,
Grandmaster, you have no heart.
Yoli, with a grim face, prepared to confront the oncoming horde.
No heart? Then I wouldn't have taken you in.
Liu teased, settling in to watch the show. The dozen men instantly surrounded the two. It was up to them to break out, but with the Wind and Moon dual swords, Liu had no worries. Though not as powerful as in their prime, the swords still held their might. Eventually growing bored, she turned to face Xiao Mo, who had just woken up and arrived. She cast a sympathetic glance at the two being beaten within the circle. Li Yu smiled and reached out to pat his head. In truth, Xiao Mo's nature was that of a child.
Are you sick?
Her sudden gentleness felt strange to him. Xiao Mo recovered from his daze and looked at Li Yu oddly.
What?
Li Yu's hand paused mid-pat. She gave him a direct knock on the head.
Ah, you really are sick.
Xiao Mo leaped far away, looking at her as if she were insane. Li Yu.
My hands are getting itchy. I'm sorry.
At the sight of her eyes, Xiao Mo was terrified, bolting away at full speed, forgetting even why he had come to watch the show. In a flash, he was gone. Li Yu sighed. If he trained at that speed, he would have achieved his form long ago.
Li Yu is in a good mood today.
Dongge stood at the doorway, a smile playing on his lips, having clearly heard the exchange. Beside him, Kai Shi supported him.
I am.
Li Yu raised an eyebrow, the lingering amusement still in her eyes. She walked over to him, and taking advantage of his blindness, openly admired his pleasing features.
TSK, even blindness face is still a pleasure to behold.
Her breath was closed, and Dongji's heart skipped a beat as he held his breath.
Had your fill.
As he spoke, the hand supporting Kai Shi flexed slightly.
Oh, I'm actually very curious about how you all possess your mental power.
Li Yu withdrew her gaze and rubbed her chin, intrigued. This mental power was remarkably similar to the divine sense she cultivated. But the difference was that a cultivator's divine sense could be extracted and implanted into others or other places, a perfect eavesdropping tool, while their mental power was like their cultivation, freely usable. Dongji's body stiffened, slightly caught off guard by her question. He blinked, gaining a clearer understanding of her character. Perhaps you could take a look. Li Yu lifted her head, slightly puzzled. How do I look? A faint blush crept across his face. Just enter my body to observe. Like the last time you helped with the treatment. The final sentence sounded like an explanation. Li Yu stared at him in astonishment, as if she had never seen him blush before. But in the cultivation world, she had often helped disciples plagued by inner demons sort out their energies, so this was nothing new. The previous time had been too rushed for her to examine thoroughly, and now curiosity sparked. All right, sooner is better than later for treatment anyway. Then why did you say we'd wait a week? Dongge paused. Oh, I was just being lazy. Li Yu waved her hand, a little embarrassed to admit she had wanted to sleep in. Her tone carried a hint of girlish playfulness, tickling Dongji's ears. He raised an eyebrow with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. No need, it's a transaction after all. Don't mention it. Li Yu spoke with an air of boldness. She didn't notice that her words made the blush on Dongji's ears vanish instantly. Dongji's smile faded. He turned and walked away, supporting Kai Shi by the arm. Li Yu was utterly bewildered. They had been joking just moments ago. Why had he suddenly darkened his face? But this didn't dampen her curiosity. She stepped forward and followed. She had completely forgotten that her two disciples were still being beaten by the group. The two, their faces swollen and bruised, watched their grandmaster's retreating figure, wanting to cry, but having no tears. They turned back and struck down an attacker sneaking up from behind. The Fenghui twin swords hovered above, looking on with indifference. After all, Li Yu had said they just couldn't let the others win as long as no one died. Li Yu hadn't expected Yuli and Mu Li to achieve great progress in just a few days. She only wanted to give them some training. Having free sparring partners was a bonus not to be wasted. Once again, Li Yu gazed at the person sitting motionless on the stool. Puzzled, she propped her chin on her hand and murmured, "Are you still going to keep your word?" Dongji's dull eyes lifted slightly. He didn't understand why he was sulking. Silently, he turned his back to her and said another time, "I'm suddenly feeling unwell." Li Yu glanced at him from head to toe and pursed her lips. With such a robust build, aside from being blind, what could possibly be wrong? If you want to back out, just say so. Ah, perfectly good experimental subject lost. She let out a series of sighs. If the other person had known what Li Yu was thinking, it might have been more than just sulking. Though she had lost the chance to understand his spiritual power, Li Yu didn't care. She moved closer, gently took his wrist, and channeled her spiritual energy. Last time, she had needed to enter his mind, because of the spiritual energy surge, but now mere contact sufficed. Dongge initially felt a bit awkward, but the sudden touch and the familiar power made his usually restless spiritual energy calm down. The long-damaged meridian slowly healed under this force, even if only slightly, bringing him a sense of bodily relief. After a long while Liu withdrew her hand, her face slightly pale. She almost stumbled when she stood up. This was the aftermath of overdrawing her spiritual energy. It had been centuries since she last experienced this feeling. Now without her spiritual sword she probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary person outside. As if sensing its master's intent, the spiritual sword emerged from the space on its own and gently rubbed against her cheek with its blade. A small red mark appeared on her fair skin. Liu pushed the sword away with a headache. The spiritual sword seemed to notice the red mark it had caused and, embarrassed, vanished with a whoosh. She hadn't expected it to consume so much spiritual energy. She had used up the half she had left. Now she could only eat things rich in spiritual energy, or wait for her sea of consciousness to generate it slowly, which was minimal but better than nothing. What's wrong? Sensing her weak aura, Dong groped in her direction. Liu touched his outstretched hand. Nothing, just a bit of spiritual energy depletion. What is spiritual energy? Something like a pure element that spiritual healers cultivate. Dong pursed his lips and asked. She gave him a strange look, surprised that he could deduce so much from so little information. But this wasn't something she couldn't share. She nodded, then remembered he couldn't see, so she hummed in agreement. More or less. Have I ever seen that special ore? Just then Kaishi brought over a plate of washed peaches. Liu had rested a bit and felt better. She picked one, wiped off the water, and handed it to him. Would you like a peach? The fruity aroma reached him. He had eaten one yesterday. Following the said, he took it and thanked her. I happen to have a piece of ore here. Want to take a look? Liu bit into the peach and smiled casually. Sure. The next moment a glowing green stone appeared on the table. Is this really it? Liu frowned with obvious disdain. She didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation. Dong chuckled and tapped the table, hearing the disdain in her voice. It's not what you want. Or you could tell me what it looks like, and I'll have someone send it to you when I get back. Liu put down the ore and shoved it back into his hand. His fingers were cold. She shook her head. Forget it. It's something intangible. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. But what exactly is your identity? The touch of her fingertips startled him. He came to his senses and fell silent. If the Federation government found out about his current condition, they would seize the opportunity. He couldn't risk the lives of his tens of thousands of brothers by letting it leak. If you don't want to say, then don't. But you can't expect me to call you by a fake name, can you? Isn't that right, Dong Si? Li wasn't forcing him, she teased lightly. You can call me Ali, he said, then fearing she might misunderstand added, it's the nickname my mother gave me when I was little. The peach in Liu's hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Startled, she grabbed Dong Ji's hand. You said your name is Ali. Then did your family once lose a bracelet? Dong Ji's body stiffened, his fingers curling slightly. Her words echoed in his mind. He remembered that there had indeed been one, but after his mother left it had inexplicably vanished. He had grieved for a long time as a child, but later hardship after hardship buried the memory. Liu was ecstatic. She quickly took off the bracelet from her wrist and placed it in his palm. In her excitement, she forgot how close they were. So close they were almost kissing. Quick, see if this is yours. It's engraved with the characters Ali. Yuli and Muli supporting each other, as they returned immediately saw the pair, who actually looked quite compatible, and felt a pang of envy. Thinking how their grandmaster had abandoned them outside, while she flirted inside, only made them more bitter. The two heard the noise not far away. Liu turned and looked at the two outside the yard. They were beaten so badly they were almost unrecognizable. Yuli was slightly better off. At least his facial features were still visible. She looked up at the sky. It was already noon. Not bad, you're back early. Go clean yourselves up. Your grandmaster is busy talking to someone right now. Yuli and Muli cast mournful glances at their joined hands, their hearts growing even more bitter. Muli tried to speak, but the pain in his lips made him wince. He covered his face, and felt sorry for himself and Yuli. Sure enough, even without the spiritual tree blocking their view, their grandmaster didn't care about them at all, not even a word of concern. Their forlorn figures were so pitiful that even she felt a pang of sympathy. She wanted to laugh, but dared not, and carrying the medicine the young lady had tossed to her, she followed them out. Oh, not bad. Through her divine sense, Liu observed the outside situation. A dozen people lay on the ground motionless, but they were just unconscious, not dead. She made a hand seal. The figures on the ground vanished instantly, reappearing silently 10 li away unnoticed by anyone. To be safe, she also erased their memories. Li Yu's eyes curved at the corners, exuding an irresistible charm. If there's a next time, they might not leave alive. The Fenghui twin swords, forgetting past pains, flew joyfully to Li Yu, seeking her favor. If she hadn't seen those two swords, she might have avoided the memory. But the sight of them brought back the awkwardness of last night, which they had both tacitly avoided mentioning. Now she noticed how close they were. So close, she had almost kissed him, and their hands were still unknowingly intertwined. Her face flushed crimson. Li Yu quickly moved back to her seat, coughed, and glared at the swords. What's wrong? Feeling the sudden loss of warmth, Dong-gu asked nervously. The floating Fenghui twin swords finally realized Li Yu's displeasure, and sensed she might really melt them down. With a whoosh they vanished. For the first time, Li Yu wondered what kind of useless thing she had collected. Nothing. First check if this bracelet is yours. Her earlier excitement had faded. Dong-gu heard her changing the subject and nodded. He carefully traced the bracelet's surface, feeling the uneven spots, and described them in detail. The characters were unmistakable, the very ones he had carved as a child sneaking behind his mother's back. He was astonished. This is indeed my mother's heirloom, passed down through generations. I carved the characters on it when I was being mischievous. I almost got spanked for it. Remembering the happiest days of his childhood, Dong-gu couldn't help but smile. But how did it come to you? I found it. I owe it to this bracelet for discovering you. What a strange fate, Li Yu marveled. This bracelet should be one that awakens through bloodline. Once it recognizes its first master, it's passed down through generations. At first, I thought it was just a pretty bracelet. Dong-gu understood roughly. He was puzzled. So what's its use? He remembered his mother wearing it without any unusual effect. I don't know the benefits either. But since the bracelet awakens only when it meets a recognized bloodline, it's up to you to discover its secrets. Li Yu thought back to past encounters. Bloodline awakening was considered too weak in the cultivation world, so few used it. It was usually passed down among mortals. The only thing she was sure of was that bloodline awakened artifacts were generally used to regulate the body and bring it to optimal condition. Dong-gu immediately understood Li Yu's implication, but he didn't move. Instead, he handed the bracelet back to her. Li Yu was surprised, astonished that he could be so indifferent to such an artifact. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Yu's lips as she twirled the bracelet around her finger. Are you sure you don't want it? Dong-gu shook his head. No, since you found it, the bracelet is fated to be with you. More importantly, he wasn't particularly interested or curious about what it was. He knew that Li Yu was shrouded in mystery. Oh, but then again, she glanced at him, a soft smile playing on her lips. Before he could react, she pricked his fingertip. A faint emerald light emitted from the bracelet, then quickly faded. A spirit spring. A spirit spring, rare, even once in a century, is actually inside this bracelet. Li Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. Although it was useless for her current cultivation level, it could still strengthen the body when used, and most importantly, it was the ultimate divine water for calming spiritual energy turbulence. This can treat your spiritual energy turbulence even faster than I can. Tell me, does everyone in your family suffer from a hereditary powerful spiritual energy turbulence? Dong-gu paused, reminded of the one on Luwa planet that also possessed the ability to soothe spiritual energy turbulence, though it had since vanished. He nodded with a grave expression. No wonder. I suspect one of your ancestors discovered that drinking the spirit spring from within could calm their own spiritual energy turbulence, so they passed it down. But somehow later generations didn't know about the blood recognition ritual, and it gradually became just an ordinary keepsake. She smiled, handed the bracelet back to him after examining its interior with her spiritual sense, and seeing that he still showed no desire for it, she said helplessly, Bloodbound artifacts are useless to me now. Even if you don't take it, it will follow you. Dong-gu opened his mouth, wanting to refuse. Cough. A man carrying a woman's trinket, what will people think? Take it, she insisted. Don't worry, if you don't want others to see the bracelet, it will remain invisible. Without another word, Li Yu slipped it onto his wrist. The bracelet, which had only fit a woman's wrist moments ago, automatically enlarged, slipped over his hand, and vanished. With this spirit spring, at least, she could save some of her spiritual energy. Dong-gu wanted to refuse, but found no way to stop her. Hearing Li Yu about to get up, a sudden panic fluttered in his heart. Where are you going? He asked. He now understood that his heart had been pounding so fiercely because of his fondness for her, a longing to be with her every moment. Liu couldn't help but yawn, her voice soft and drowsy.
I'm going to catch some sleep.
She couldn't admit that she had been awake all night. That would be too embarrassing for a venerable of her standing.
But before I sleep, I'll go beat up the Fengyue twin swords.
Far away in the Wind Academy, the Fengyue twin swords hiding in a corner, seeking peace, inexplicably shivered. Liu returned to her room, watched Dong Gu being helped to his by Kai. She then swiftly slipped out through the window. The sounds from the next room made Dong Gu let out a silent, knowing laugh. It seemed he was learning a little more about her.
Ah, hiding here are you?
Liu strode over. The Fengyue twin swords trembled with a buzzing sound, and in an instant, they teleported 1,000 miles away. Liu pursued them on her spiritual sword.
Run, why don't you run? I'm the most petty person.
Her smile was too dangerous. The Fengyue twin swords hastily flew back to her side, begging for mercy. Liu pointed her sword at them, squinted, and deliberately snorted coldly. The Fengyue twin swords trembled even more violently. This female demon was even more evil than the great demon king, and in the end, she would only exploit them, whimper. The life of a sword was too hard. As expected, her next words made them regret even more. If they could speak, they would have cursed her many times over.
Back then we shouldn't have followed the fall. Couldn't die properly, lost most of our sword spirits, and then got picked up by this female demon, Buzz. Alright, I'm not forcing you to die. I just have a small task for you.
Liu couldn't bear to see them like that anymore, lost her teasing mood, and her face turned serious. The Fengyue twin swords finally stopped buzzing, floating obediently before her, waiting to listen. Liu cast a deep glance at the Fengyue twin swords, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she said,
Go check the west. I sense something stirring there, something very abnormal.
The Fengyue twin swords spun around as if asking why she wouldn't go herself. Liu naturally understood and scoffed.
The west is so dangerous, and my spiritual power hasn't recovered yet. Do you think I'm looking for death? I want to live a long life.
The Fengyue twin swords silently cursed.
300-year-old monster.
Then turned and flew swiftly westward.
Liu, what are you doing here?
A familiar, delighted voice rang out. Liu followed the sound and saw a small, highly defensive aircraft hovering in midair. Fiona's figure appeared at the cabin door, her face bright with surprise. When had this desolate, impoverished region become so popular? Could it be that she had some kind of attraction constitution? Liu couldn't help but laugh at her own fanciful thoughts. Fiona landed the aircraft in front of her, her entire body wrapped in a transparent protective shield.
What brings you here?
Liu asked, puzzled, seeing that she was alone. Fiona was excited. She hadn't expected to be so coincidental. She had been following the wreckage of the boss's aircraft all the way here, and then she saw Liu. Overjoyed, she still managed to stay calm.
I'm looking for something and ended up here. What are you doing here? Tisk tisk immutable. A true expert can move about so freely without a protective suit or isolation gear. The thing you're looking for, is it a person?
Liu raised an eyebrow and said calmly,
I think there's someone here who might be the one you're looking for.
Fiona was astonished.
How do you know? And aren't you afraid I might be an enemy? The aura on you is similar.
Liu gave a mysterious smile. She didn't mention that Fiona's clothes were identical to Ali's, and the badge on her shoulder was the same, likely some kind of code. Fiona was completely taken, in her eyes brimming with admiration. Liu smiled, offered no further explanation, and rode her spiritual sword back. A flying vehicle followed behind her. The scene was bizarre, because the aircraft could barely keep up.
Boss, it's really you. Are you okay?
Fiona had been somewhat skeptical at first, but when she pushed open the door and saw the man sitting quietly on the stool, she was nearly moved to tears.
Boss, what the hell? You've been living comfortably here without sending a single signal, leaving me to eat sandstorms for days.
Dong Gu, sitting on the stool, had already sensed who had arrived the moment Fiona entered the yard. His fingers curled slightly. Unnoticed, his vacant eyes dimmed for an instant, then returned to their empty, unfocused state. He had drunk the spirit spring and recovered his sight, but he couldn't let her know yet, at least not until he had won his wife. Liu watched the dwindling seasonings, glanced at the sky, then at the few people nearby. Yoli and Muley were cultivating under Xiaomo's company. Li was basking in the sun. Fiona and Kai Shi were talking to deaf ears, and the Fengyue twin swords had not returned. Liu felt like crying. Her research on seasonings had yet to yield results. Sigh, why did she have to support so many people? She had planned to spend her old age alone. Yoli Muli and Xiao Mo, who were cultivating, stood outside the door with bewildered expressions. What had happened? Why were they kicked out again? Li Yu clapped her hands, having finished dealing with the disciples, leaving only these two. She raised an eyebrow knowing Dong Gu couldn't see, and smiled as she looked at Fiona.
It's been several days now. When do you plan to leave?
Fiona swallowed hard, glancing at her calm leader, then at Li Yu, who wore a smile that clearly wished they would leave sooner. She quickly averted her gaze. She did want to leave, but the key was that the leader pretended to be blind and refused to go. Dong Gu, with his back to Li Yu, gave a meaningful look. Fiona suddenly froze, then catching on, grabbed Kaishi and ran away on some excuse. Seeing this, Li Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes.
I'm not insisting you leave.
She meant to ask them to pay some accommodation fees.
Why run off so fast?
Oh well, she couldn't bring herself to argue with a blind man. Li Yu let out a deep sigh, and was about to step away when she saw him stand up. Dong Gu stood in the clothes Fiona had brought, flustered like a child. A few strands of overly long black hair fell over his forehead, his delicate features making the surrounding flowers and grass seem dull. The sunlight cascaded down, causing a moment of dizziness. Li Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks, lost in thought. She strode over to him and supported him.
Forget it. Leave whenever you want.
Li Yu frowned, leaning in to scrutinize his face with confusion.
But Ali, your eyes, by all logic, after drinking the spiritual spring, they should have healed. Did you not drink it?
Dong Gu, feeling guilty, inadvertently unlocked the vision sealed by his spiritual power for the first time. Before him suddenly appeared a fair-skinned face with delicate willow-leaf eyebrows, eyelashes fluttering up and down, eyes full of undisguised confusion, small lips tightly pursed, revealing a puzzled yet exquisite Eastern visage, and that soft call of Ali. This was the first time he had heard it. In the past, only his mother had called him that. Now there was her. A shadow suddenly passed over Dong Ji's eyes, but in an instant the previous expression vanished without a trace.
I drank it, but perhaps it's not as effective as your personal treatment.
Hearing this, Li Yu felt quite pleased, and her earlier frustration dissolved. She stood upright, looked at his vacant eyes, and tilted her head. She had to admit, these were the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen. She exclaimed,
I wonder what scenery your eyes will behold when they recover.
Dong Gu tilted his head slightly, silently casting a sidelong glance at her, and pretended not to see as he said,
You like them?
Li Yu pursed her lips, smiled, and was about to say yes, when her expression suddenly changed. Dong Gu, naturally seeing this, quickly asked,
What's wrong?
At that moment Fiona rushed in urgently.
Leader Li Yu, something's wrong. I just received news that those people followed us here. Somehow they found out that you, Li, and the other two are acquaintances of ours, and they've taken them hostage. They demand you go to the main star in person to retrieve them.
So it seemed that the disturbance she sensed in the west was caused by them. The Wind Moon twin swords were probably also attacked. And those people Fiona mentioned managed to kidnap them under Xiao Mo's protection. They must be quite formidable. Fiona noticed Li Yu's expression was off, and immediately regretted her words.
Li Yu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect those people would get the news so fast. It's my fault.
Li Yu composed herself, a smile in her eyes, but with a chilling coldness.
I'll make them regret this.
Seeing her already picking up a weapon, Fiona quickly stopped her.
You're not planning to fly there, are you? It's a half-month journey to the main star from here. I'm afraid you'd be compressed into a cracker by the air currents before you even leave this planet.
Li Yu.
Oh no! I was careless. I almost forgot this isn't the Xiozhen realm anymore.
Dong Ji's eyes flickered, and he proposed.
Why not come with us? This matter is primarily my fault.
Fiona, standing nearby, couldn't help but want to give her leader a thumbs up. This plan allowed him to be with Li Yu, while naturally developing their relationship. Truly no one could outplay the leader in schemes and intrigues. Even this incident was deliberately orchestrated by him. She wondered if being liked by the leader would be a blessing or a curse for Li Yu. Ah, sigh. Li Yu caught Fiona's sympathetic glance, feeling puzzled, but soon shifted her focus to her disciples, whose fate was unknown. Gripping her sword, she turned and walked toward her room, saying,
I'll pack my things. We leave tomorrow.
Her spiritual energy was limited. She needed to recover to her peak state tonight, which could only be done by using the treasures in her space.
Leader, what we're doing, isn't it a bit wrong?
Fiona glanced at the closed door of Li Yu's room, and transmitted her thoughts through the air. After all, Liu was their savior. Doing this weighed on her conscience. Donggu, resting with his eyes closed, remained silent, his face dark and terrifying. He raised a hand to block Fayana's transmission. Fayana opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately lifted her heavy feet and retreated. This journey ahead was fraught with danger. He both craved that tenderness, and was unwilling to let go. The federal government's plans over the years had all been aimed at eliminating him to seize control of the military. This time his mental energy turmoil was largely caused by them. He had underestimated them, allowing them to tamper with the spacecraft, while also replacing the drug that could trigger mental energy turmoil with the suppressor he had been using for years. By the time he sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Now that they had such a good opportunity, how could they let it go? He decided to play along and see exactly how many factions were involved. He hacked into the federal internal network, left some information, and these people came. It seemed quite a few forces were participating. However, the capture of Liu's 2 disciples, and the inhuman Xiao Mo, was not within his expectations. Early the next morning, the 3 of them boarded the spacecraft and departed. The Milky Way glittered brilliantly like a blue celestial curtain, captivating everyone's gaze. Liu gazed absent-mindedly outside, her thoughts swirling. Her long firm Tao heart began to waver. Who among the Xiozhen realm could have imagined that something more important than longevity would be the development of humanity? In the past 50 years, she had witnessed mortals being born aging, sick, and dying. Some died for a single steam bun. It was not uncommon. In the following 200 years, she had grown accustomed to the vast gap between the world of cultivators and that of mortals, a world of difference. A sorrow welled up on her face without her realizing. Watching the woman standing by the window, the Milky Way behind her made her appear even more enigmatic. Dongji's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but interrupt, his voice hoarse.
I need to use the restroom.
Fayana, upon hearing this, was about to step forward eagerly to help, but when she met the leader's icy glare, she trembled with fear. She then realized her mistake. Seeing that Liu seemed not to have heard, she summoned her courage and approached.
Liu.
Liu turned back with a puzzled and frowned. Fayana was about to retreat when a chill ran down her spine, forcing her to step forward with a pleading expression.
The leader needs to use the restroom, but the control room can't be left unattended, so could you please lend a hand? I beg you.
Considering she was still a guest on their spacecraft, Liu felt reluctant to refuse. She met Dongji's vacant yet strikingly beautiful eyes, then looked away. Liu felt a flicker of doubt. She had suspected whether those people had come on their own, or if Ali had deliberately lured them here, but at this moment, she was no longer certain.
All right. Sigh, in the end it's my own greed for money that caused all this trouble.
The flicker of regret that passed over Liu's face did not escape his eyes, though his expression was unreadable. Liu knelt down in front of him again and took his pulse. The pulse was normal, only slightly weak. It seemed his eyes were almost healed. She said,
Your eyes should be recovering soon, but there's still some blood stasis. Let me clear it for you, and by tomorrow you should be able to see.
Fayana, who had inadvertently overheard Liu's words, stole a glance at her leader, who remained calm and composed without giving anything away, and dared not speak. That bit of blood stasis was deliberately forced there by Donggu. Donggu said with a hint of joy.
Really? Of course.
Liu, smiling, supported him to the restroom, mistakenly thinking his excitement was due to the prospect of regaining his sight, unaware of the excessive calm that a blind man about to see would have. Once again, she cleared the stasis. Although Liu's spiritual sea had sufficient energy, she did not nearly faint like last time, but it was not much better. Her head buzzed, and before she could look at anyone she collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. She lay diagonally across the table, a few strands of her black hair falling across her cheek, adding to her beauty. His gaze traced her long, slightly curved eyelashes, her tender pink lips, and finally settled on the inadvertently exposed nape of her neck. His breath caught involuntarily. Her skin was as white as milk, so radiant that even the splendor of the Milky Way outside paled in comparison. Fayana turned around and saw the love in her leader's eyes nearly overflowing. She quietly looked away, pretending to gaze outside, and pressed the button to close the middle cabin door, out of sight, out of mind. She couldn't understand why the leader, if he liked Liu, would still deceive her. Was love about mutual deception or true love? Fayana thought naively. She wondered how shocked others would be if they knew the leader could fall in love.
She's much cuter when she's asleep than when she's awake.
Donggu smiled and gently stroked her cheek, saying softly and deliberately,
But I still prefer you when you're awake.
Was she dreaming? Liu rubbed her aching head, then looked at the 2-year-old infant before her. A flame-shaped mark adorned the space between his brows, and his breathing was faint. It had been a long time since she last saw this phoenix. Startled at first, she closed her eyes again, then reopened them. Nothing had changed. If not for the white walls and the scenery outside the window, she might have thought she had returned to the cultivation world. A glint of sharp light flickered in her eyes. Just as she was considering whether to shove it back into the space, the phoenix abruptly opened its eyes, stared at her in bewilderment, then rolled its curious gaze around the white surroundings. A voice like that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl echoed in Liu's mind.
Ah, Yu, what is this strange place? Didn't I block the Venerable's heavenly tribulation for you and go into nirvana? I still needed 100 years to complete the nirvana. How come I was brought out early and turned into a baby? And when did the spiritual energy of the cultivation world vanish?
Liu was at a loss for words. Staring at the infant before her, she slowly said,
Little Phoenix, this is not the cultivation world. This is the interstellar realm, my original world.
Only then did little Phoenix notice that most of Liu's spiritual energy was gone, and no spiritual energy surrounded her to replenish it. Shocked, it cried out,
Woo-woo, Yu, what happened to you? How did you fall so miserably? 100 years, and you can't even reach the tribulation transcendence level.
Liu's lips twitched.
That last part is your true thoughts, isn't it, little Phoenix?
Yet she hadn't expected the little Phoenix, who had slumbered in the space for 100 years, to suddenly awaken and turn into a 2-year-old infant. In the control room, a light flickered. The system detected that Liu had awakened. Dongge glanced at it, then said, I have something to attend to his subordinates, who were animatedly discussing something on the video feed, and closed the call. He rose and walked toward the rest room, where Liu was. The group on the other side of the video call was left baffled. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Liu had no time to reminisce. She stared at little Phoenix and said worriedly,
Someone's coming! Get back into the space.
Little Phoenix had finally gotten a chance to see the outside world again, and refused to go back. It pleaded pitifully.
Woo-woo, Yu, I finally woke up. I don't want to go back into the space, okay? Besides, you have so little spiritual energy now. Without me protecting you, what if you get hurt? You know that our Phoenix lineage can crush any scumbag who tries to bully you without relying on spiritual energy.
Phoenixes could cultivate as long as they had faith. Nowadays, the Federation's first-class museum played Phoenix models every day, with thousands of visitors daily. Plenty of faith to be gained. Liu was tempted, but she had no way to explain little Phoenix's origin to outsiders. She sighed.
No, absolutely not. Go back to the space now. I can't explain your sudden appearance to anyone.
Having played in the mortal world before, little Phoenix knew Liu was wavering. It said emotionally,
I've been a lonely bird in the space turned into an egg for 100 years. Yu, can you bear it? Think about it, we haven't been together for 100 years. This is what humans call out with the old in, with the new, isn't it? Woo-woo.
Liu rolled her eyes. Seeing the melodramatic little Phoenix, she deliberately reminded it.
But think about it, you suddenly appear as a 2-year-old. When people ask where your parents are, what am I supposed to say?
Fearing she would forcibly send it back into the space, little Phoenix scrambled up, grabbed the edge of the hibernation pod, and continued telepathically.
What are parents? Oh, I know, isn't that what you humans call mother and father? Then you can just say you're my mother.
Liu.
And what about your father? Am I supposed to be a widow who lost her husband for no reason? That's not impossible law.
Little Phoenix's eyes rolled mischievously, clearly plotting something.
Huh?
Liu was about to forcibly throw it back when the door suddenly opened. Before she could react, a familiar little red figure scampered over, shouting something that struck Liu like a thunderbolt. Meeting someone's astonished gaze, she was speechless. Dazed, she watched little Phoenix cling to the man's leg, calling him Daddy with an infatuated look.
Daddy, you look, I've found you a husband now. You're not a widow anymore. How about that?
The voice was that of an adorable 2-year-old girl. Liu was utterly bewildered.
Oh.
So embarrassed, she wanted to shove it back and remake it. No, shove it back into the egg and remold it. Little Phoenix had no idea what Liu was thinking. It was already captivated by the man's stunning appearance. Earnestly it said,
You're such a handsome man. You've hit the jackpot. I've decided from now on you two are my mommy and daddy here.
Dongge paused mid-motion, about to pick up the child and throw it out.
Widow. Husband. Mommy and Daddy, him and Liu.
After sorting it out, he felt it wasn't bad. He forgave the little thing. Unconsciously his gaze fell on Liu, who was equally stunned. He looked down at the exquisite little girl at his feet, his eyes darkening.
Where did this child come from?
Liu, mortified to the point of death, shot a glare at little Phoenix and explained.
It's a phoenix that transformed.
She had enough secrets already, one more wouldn't hurt.
A phoenix. Like the ancient mythical phoenix model in the museum.
Donggu was somewhat surprised. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at the little brat who seemed to be drooling. The secrets Liu held didn't seem to belong to this world. But his gaze quickly swept over the child whose drool was about to smear on his pants. A flicker of killing intent passed through his eyes. Liu, lost in thought, didn't notice. Little Phoenix looked up at the man, then around in confusion. Had she sensed wrong?
Yes, I found her and put her in the space. I never expected her to hatch today.
Liu chuckled nervously, not even knowing what she was saying. She was going crazy. Looking at the child who had none of a phoenix's demeanor, Dong Ji's eyes flickered.
I've heard of insect tribes that hatch, but I never knew phoenixes could hatch too.
He seemed intent on pressing the matter. Liu felt even more cornered. A flash of inspiration struck.
You know the thing I used to heal you? It's called spiritual energy, right?
She looked at him eagerly. Donggu smirked. He knew more than that. He knew that the courtyard full of green plants would cause a massive upheaval if it appeared in the interstellar realm. He finally nodded. Liu.
Do you know or not? I hatched her using spiritual energy.
She wiped her sweat guiltily. Donggu had wanted to ask where the phoenix egg came from, but he happened to catch Liu's small gesture. With a smile in his eyes, he said,
I understand. From now on, don't tell anyone except me. Otherwise you'll be in great danger.
Liu, not caring whether he truly believed her or not, quickly nodded. She had never been so flustered over such a trivial matter. Donggu picked up little Phoenix by the collar and stuffed the whole bundle into Liu's arms. Before Liu could react, a warm little Phoenix was pressed into her embrace, and she instinctively almost dropped it.
Have that child taken care of by its mother.
A low magnetic voice suddenly sounded in her ear. His breath tickled her neck, and her body stiffened. But that wasn't the end. The man gently patted little Phoenix's head.
Baby, be good. Daddy will get some food for your mommy. Great. I'm hungry too. Thank you, Daddy.
Little Phoenix wore a look of understanding, but her heart was already captivated by the man's stunning appearance. Liu.
What a scene of fatherly affection and filial piety.
They stood very close. Liu thought he would leave after speaking, but when she looked up, she met his teasing gaze. Liu was speechless.
Be good.
Donggu stopped teasing her, patted little Phoenix on the head, curled his lips, and walked out with a doting, affectionate smile. He feared that if he stayed any longer, she would be embarrassed enough to scratch the floor. As soon as the door closed, Liu picked up little Phoenix and dropped it on the ground with a snort. Little Phoenix finally snapped out of its daze over the handsome face and rubbed its nose. Liu raised an eyebrow.
Are you happy now? I almost died of embarrassment. I said a bunch of nonsense. No one would believe it. Do you think he buys it? You think that man is exceptionally handsome?
Little Phoenix's eyes darted, trying to change the subject.
Bull!
Liu's face flushed red, the scene just now flooding back.
Tisky, you're blushing.
Little Phoenix said, oblivious to the danger. Exposed so directly, Liu was furious. Her feigned fierceness only made her cuter, though she didn't know it. Her usual calm exterior shattered into pieces.
Shut up. Say another word and you're never coming out again.
Little Phoenix was unafraid, cheerfully climbing onto another hibernation pod to sit.
If you won't let me sit here, I'll sit over here.
Liu desperately suppressed her urge to hit someone. Diana accepted the sudden appearance of the little Phoenix with the utmost speed, and the two quickly bonded.
Dad, what are you doing?
The little Phoenix climbed onto the console, following closely behind Donggu. Every button he touched, she would reach out and feel her face full of curiosity. Looking up, she suddenly noticed a strange transparent black screen at the very top. Driven by curiosity, she quickly scrambled up, when no one was watching, finding it warm and incredibly comfortable. Liu turned around and noticed just in time. With a swift motion, she reached out to grab the little Phoenix. The little Phoenix refused to come down, kicking her legs fiercely. Unnoticed by the two, the screen suddenly activated its voice mode. On the other side, the people in the meeting suddenly received a voice call from the boss. They quickly answered, but before they could speak, the call was filled with the sounds of a woman and a little girl scuffling. Liu was furious. She had forbidden the little phoenix from using magic in front of others, but fearing the little phoenix's fiery temper would disobey, she chose to seal it. Now the little one had climbed so high, if she fell her head would crack open.
Little Phoenix, come down now.
The little phoenix clung desperately to the edge of the screen. Phoenixes naturally love warmth, so she refused to let go. Suddenly glimpsing Donggu looking over at the sound, she shouted,
I won't! Dad, save me! Mom is going to murder your daughter.
Liu looked over. Donggu put down what he was holding and walked to her side.
What's wrong?
Liu explained in detail. On the other end of the voice call, everyone fell into a sudden silence, utterly stunned, speechless, as if they had lost their voices. Finally they silently hung up the call. Donggu glanced at the fleeting red dot, understanding it all, and a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The little phoenix hanging in midair called out,
Dad, Mom, your child is still dangling up here. Shouldn't you save me first?
In the end it was Fiona who couldn't bear it and caught her first. She gently stroked the little phoenix's head and said softly,
This is very dangerous. You mustn't do this again. I know, Aunt Fiona. I just felt so warm up there, so comfortable. It's especially good for incubating eggs.
The little phoenix said, squinting her eyes in pure enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Liu was speechless. No one understood the little phoenix better than she did. She also blamed herself for overlooking how much the warmth-loving phoenix disliked being wrapped in cold metal. Donggu watched as the joy that had just been focused on him instantly dissipated. He looked at Liu, whose attention was completely captured by the little phoenix, and then at the little phoenix held in his subordinate's arms. His eyes darkened. A gentle smile played at the corners of his eyes, but his gaze swept coldly over the little phoenix. He hated anything that could draw her attention away from him. If it weren't for some use, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate this little phoenix. Even if this little phoenix, once discovered, would become a top-tier protected relic in a first-class museum. Fiona inadvertently caught a glimpse of the boss's gaze, and couldn't help but tremble as she held the little phoenix. Does the boss really have to be jealous of a child? Fiona quickly steered the little phoenix, who was turning to ask for a hug from her father, off to play elsewhere. Liu wondered what Fiona was afraid of. She turned around but saw nothing except Li. Donggu gave her a gentle smile. Her vision blurred, and she quickly averted her gaze, hurrying out of the control room. Dongji's expression instantly darkened with gloom. Fiona, who was constantly watching his side, took a deep breath and tried desperately to make herself invisible. Back in her room, Liu sighed inwardly. Once again, she had seen that person through a Li. They looked different, their auras were different, yet she didn't know why she always thought of him through a Li. That person with flowing robes, so aloof and cold. Half a month later, at a certain secret military base, the voice of a bearded man in military uniform echoed throughout the entire base. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The boss is bringing the sister-in-law and the kid back. All of you tighten your butts. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately started to stir up trouble. Lao Chi, what if my butt isn't tight enough? Ha ha, exactly. The man called Lao Chi glared angrily and snorted. Then you can run 80 kilometers. Lao Chi, is it really necessary? It's not like we've never had women around here. Do you really have to make us all dress up? How are we supposed to train? And Yuan, who had been watching for a while, held a book in his hand, looking gentle and refined, but when he spoke it was different. They were all the ones who had heard the news at the meeting that day. That's true. Lao Chi scratched his head. He really hadn't thought of that. Just then an Anxia walked out, overhearing the conversation, and sneered. Don't talk nonsense. The boss has only been gone for a month. How could he possibly have a child that old? That kid can already talk. It can't be his. Why not? You all heard it. The kid called him daddy. And the boss answered. Lao Chi, who had always been at odds with an Anxia, shot back. The other soldiers quickly hid to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This kind of scene happened at least 4 or 5 times a month, and recently it had become a daily occurrence. Privately they all thought it must be Captain N's time of the month, given her bad temper. Her face instantly darkened at the lack of respect. And Yuan glanced meaningfully at an Anxia, but said nothing. An Anxia had a crush on the boss. Others might not know, but he knew it all too well. He had personally seen her enter the boss's room, only to be thrown out half-dressed. The argument grew increasingly heated. After a long while it finally subsided. Gu Li, who had returned after completing his mission, sensed the tense atmosphere as soon as he entered. Hey, what's going on? I've been away from the base for a month, and when did it get so quiet? Lao Chi, still fuming, cursed angrily. It's that damn woman. She's been like a powder keg lately, picking fights all day long. Does she think I'm afraid of her? Fortunately, and she was no longer there, otherwise another fight would have been inevitable. Gu Li looked puzzled. And Yuequan put down his book, dismissed the crowd, and then explained to Gu Li in a low voice, one is happy that our boss has a wife and a kid who can talk, the other, you know. The last sentence was loaded with meaning. Gu Li understood immediately. After a moment of shock, he curled his lips and patted Lao Chi on the shoulder. Tisk, Lao Chi, that's your fault. You're just asking for trouble from Captain, and aren't you? He then turned to An Yuechuan, eager for gossip. When did this whole thing with the boss happen? How come I didn't know? And Yuequan recounted the details. I see, got it. Gu Li nodded. Finally the two walked off arm in arm, leaving the muscular but dim-witted Lao Chi utterly bewildered. Gu Li, what did you get? You got it. The aircraft landed on the open ground. The area had already been cleared in advance. 3 people and a child emerged from inside. You go with Fiona to rest. I'll join you after handling things here. Donggu noticed the slight fatigue on Liyu's face and spoke with a hint of tenderness. Liyu nodded. It might have been her first time on this type of aircraft, and she felt a bit dizzy. Fiona carried Xiao Feng and quickly led the way to the rest area. Half an hour later, in the meeting room. Boss. The group, who had been bickering moments ago, all stood up and saluted as they heard the familiar footsteps approaching. Donggu walked in from outside and sat down. His obsidian-like bright and dazzling dark eyes swept casually over the crowd, hiding danger beneath their seemingly calm surface. They were set in a handsome chiseled face with deep sculpted features commanding serious attention. Sit down. He raised his eyelids slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The familiar crowd instantly broke out in goosebumps. When the boss smiled, nothing good ever happened. They wished they could shrink away. The air seemed to freeze. Donggu pursed his lips and asked Gu Li, was the mission completed? Gu Li, the first to be called, shuddered. After a long silence, he organized his words and said seriously, completed. The leading families in this operation were the Gu family, the Fan family, and some minor clans. Everyone present, even though they had mentally prepared themselves, still drew in a sharp breath. Those minor families were insignificant, but the Gu and Fan families had dominated for over 100 years. They controlled almost all the rich resource mines on the planets, and the federal government had become their base. Uprooting them would be no easy task. And Yuequan stood up first, frowning. Boss, the risk this time is too high. We don't yet have the full strength to resist. Not to mention the Gu and Fan families have been hiring S-rank and above psychics with high salaries to protect them. The people we've sent over the years couldn't even get clothes, let alone now. If this had been before, Donggu might have held back. But this time, he had great confidence in the mysterious Liu. The thing she possessed, called spiritual energy, was incredibly powerful. It could control anything without being noticed. That was one of the reasons in his mind. Donggu gave An Yuequan a reassuring look and said calmly, I already have the right person for this matter. You just need to be responsible for the operation. Before anyone could reply, he turned to another man. How much did you find? The man, gentle-looking, had a high-tech computer in front of him with code on the screen that few could understand. He nodded, his fingers swiftly swiping across the virtual keyboard at a dizzying speed. Finally he tapped to send. With a ding, everyone received the translated text he had sent. Filolo was a genius in technology. He adjusted his transparent glasses and said, these are the collected messages. Based on this information we can find the evidence we need. Donggu frowned and gave orders. Yuechuan, take charge of arranging the personnel to collect evidence. I want it by tomorrow morning. Gu Li, monitor their movements at all times and report to me. The rest of you will arrange for the operatives to infiltrate the main star and prepare. Everyone said solemnly yes. The meeting inside lasted for 4 or 5 hours. Outside, a woman in a tight leather jacket and pants stood out among the uniformed soldiers. And then she blocked a soldier trying to avoid her, and sneered, tell me, where is the woman the boss brought back? Burning with rage, she thought of how she had dressed up for so long only for him to not even glance at her at the meeting door. Her anger flared even more. The soldier she stopped trembled in fear. I saw Fiona leading her to the rest area. It was terrifying. And then she glanced at the trembling soldier, sneered in disdain, and said, "Coward. Get lost?" "Yes." The soldier didn't dare to argue and ran off without looking back. And then she looked toward the rest area. Suddenly remembering that the boss's room was there, she hurriedly strode over. The room was simple. A table, a cabinet with some signs of daily life, and an easily collapsible large bed. It was fully visible at a glance with a somewhat dark style. Liu rubbed her temples, feeling her dizziness ease slightly. Just as she was about to ask Fiona to put Xiao Feng Wang down, the little girl refused to let go, insisting on sticking with Fiona to play outside. Liu had no choice but to let Fiona take her out for a walk. As soon as they stepped out, Fiona's voice was heard chasing after Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was the name Xiao Feng Wang had given herself when she played in the mortal world. But Liu had always called her Xiao Feng Wang. She remembered the time when someone asked what the little phoenix's name was, and it was Xia Fengwing who had helped her out. After eating the peach given by the spirit tree, Liu was about to lie down and rest when she heard a noise outside. Her eyes narrowed. An ill wind. But she was very curious about who she had offended so soon after arriving. She cast an invisibility spell. The person outside pushed the door open and walked in without any hesitation. Liu was slightly surprised. It was actually someone she knew. And then she entered and saw no one. If she hadn't seen the registration form, she would have thought she had been tricked. What she didn't expect was that the boss had let a woman stay in his room. She noticed the blanket slightly bulging, mistaking it for someone hiding there. With a sneer, she raised her light gun to fire. A blur suddenly flashed before her eyes. Before she could see who it was, a slender hand locked around her throat. With a crack, and she felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the gun fell to the ground. Only then did she notice the woman in front of her. She was dressed in a unique cyan garment, her hair strands blown by the wind for a moment, before falling softly against her cheek, making her look even more alluring. It was her. The woman she had despised, as a mere native of the Sulphur Moon planet. Liu's eyes turned cold. She glanced at her, tightened her grip, and parted her lips. "What, you want to kill me?" The clear voice carried a dangerous edge. And then Xiao's heart tightened, and she swallowed involuntarily. For the first time, she clearly realized the gap in strength between her and Liu, regretting her underestimation and recklessness. Holding back her breath, she said, "You misunderstood. I just wanted to take a closer look." The wind carried a sweet tidal scent different from the dry air of the Sulphur Moon planet. Suddenly feeling a sting in her nerves, Liu cast a barrier with a flick of her hand. Then she pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. "Talking about misunderstanding yet, you still try to kill me with your psychic power. If it had been any other weak woman, she would probably be dead and cold by now. But since this wasn't her territory, she loosened her grip. And then she, nearly suffocating, fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. She looked at Liu as if she had seen a ghost. She had easily broken through her psychic attack. Liu crouched down, slightly smiling with an innocent look. If an Enshio hadn't just witnessed her strength, she would have been fooled again. She instinctively backed away in fear. "What do you want? I'm warning you, even if you're powerful, if you kill me, you won't be able to escape this place." "Who said I'm going to kill you? To me, you're just a snap of the fingers." Liu was amused. She traced her finger across an Enshia's cheek, then withdrew it, blue on her fingernail, as if dusting off non-existent dirt, and stood up. "But, do you really think I'm afraid of what you said?" And then she felt the mockery. Realizing how pathetic she looked, she quickly stood up, regaining some confidence. "You don't think the boss will protect you, do you? Ridiculous. Do you think the boss would spare the person who killed me just because you're a woman? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. As for the boss you mentioned, I'd like to meet him." Liu's eyes held interest but more coldness. You don't even know who our boss is." The sarcasm in her ears temporarily made Enshi forget what had just happened. She pointed at Liu indignantly. Suddenly recalling the recent rumors, she sneered, "It seems you're nothing special in the boss's eyes. Let me tell you out of kindness. Our boss is the leader of the entire interstellar warlords, Dongge." "Dongge?" Liu frowned. But upon hearing leader of the entire interstellar warlords, all the puzzles from before suddenly surfaced. "That's right. No matter how powerful you are, you're not worthy of our boss. I suggest you leave on your own." If she could beat her, and she would have already attacked. But now, seeing that the boss hadn't even told her his name or identity, her jealousy finally subsided a bit. She spoke with a threatening tone. Li Yu, who had been thinking about other things, suddenly snapped back to reality. She curled her lips, slightly full of malice. Is that so? But if you don't get out now, I don't mind having you carried out. And Enshia's pupil shrank. The scene from moments ago flashed before her eyes, and her face turned pale. She had almost been seeking death. But before leaving she still glared at Li Yu, and ran out defiantly. She's kind of cute, just a bit cowardly. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh. Dropping her feigned demeanor, she turned, and picked up the personal light brain Fiona had left for her, opened it, and searched for Donggu. The page suddenly showed only a 6-word personal profile without even a photo, just a blurry headshot. Donggu, warlord leader. Obviously much of the information had been deliberately erased. But she recognized the person in the photo at once. No matter how blurry the aura in the photo hadn't changed. She thought of many things. Things that had puzzled her before, like how he wasn't curious about the food she had nor about the secrets she carried, including the sudden appearance of Xiao Fengwang. Everything seemed to have an ulterior motive. Li Yu narrowed her eyes. No matter what he wanted, as long as it didn't threaten her, or the people around her, she would kill him without hesitation if it did. A sudden knock resounded at the door. Li Yu composed herself as the door swung open from outside. She was slightly taken aback by the visitor. She had just been thinking of this person, and here they were. Li Yu asked with a hint of confusion.
What are you doing here? This is my room?
Donggu also appeared visibly startled, never expecting someone to be inside. Both fell into an awkward silence, realizing that Fiona must have misunderstood the situation. The root of it all was that when Fiona first laid eyes on the little phoenix aboard the spacecraft, and called them its parents, neither of them denied it, merely stating they had picked up the child along the way. Without much thought, since the two had indeed left together midway, leading to a mistaken assumption that they were a couple, and combined with the elder's orders to bring them to the rest area, Fiona simply led Li Yu to this room without further deliberation. Gazing at the woman before him, whose hair was slightly disheveled, and whose expression carried a touch of drowsy bewilderment, Donggu felt his breath grow heavier. Li Yu naturally sensed his quickening breath, and only then realized she was still lying on his bed. Assuming he was too polite to bring it up, she hurriedly rolled to the inner side, making room for him.
I'll share half with you, all right.
Li Yu dismissed the matter casually. In the course of cultivation, opportunities were not easily come by. When they discovered a stone bed filled with an icy heart that could enhance cultivation, none of them cared about such trivialities. They merely sought immortality, and even the women squeezed onto the stone bed, with a group of men sitting cross-legged in meditation for a full decade, until the icy heart had been fully absorbed before they reluctantly departed. Similar incidents occurred several times afterward, but as their strength grew, fewer dared to crowd in. The group that once huddled together had all died of old age, leaving only her alive. Seeing him staring motionlessly at her, Li Yu thought he wanted the entire bed. Frowning in displeasure, she finally said,
"At most half."
She hadn't touched a bed in half a month, having slept in a hibernation pod. Every time she woke she felt as if she had been lying in a coffin. If not for the purity in her gaze, Donggu would have thought she was doing it on purpose. For a moment, he was stunned, his eyes dark and unreadable. As the woman nervously clutched the other half of the blanket, his heart raced even faster. The words he had intended to say, offering her a different room, instantly died in his throat. He walked to the wardrobe, pulled it open to reveal a full array of military uniforms, took off his coat, and placed it inside, then turned and pressed a protruding section of the wall. A small panel of the wall slid aside, revealing a study inside. On the shelves were various technological products, while the metallic walls gave the room a cold, sterile feel.
"Get some sleep first. I'll take care of some work."
Donggu glanced at her, his throat moving slightly, then walked in without looking sideways. The door remained open, allowing Li Yu to faintly see the man working at the desk inside from where she lay on the bed. She loosened her grip on the blanket. A pang of guilt struck her. She had just been afraid he would try to take her side of the bed. She was utterly exhausted, unwilling to waste precious spiritual energy, and her body ached with fatigue. She fell asleep almost instantly, and though she had started on her side, she unconsciously rolled to the center of the bed. Hearing the faint steady sound of breathing, Donggu finally lifted his head. His entire demeanor softened as he gazed at the bed. He stared motionlessly at Li Yu's direction for a long time. In the end, he spent the night in the study. For several days in a row the two of them followed this pattern. Guli noticed something unusual. Their leader used to never return to rest unless absolutely necessary, but now he came back every single night. It was nearly impossible to find him during the day, and if anyone needed him, they would go to his room and find him there 100% of the time. Truly a man with a wife was different. It was just that the sister-in-law never left the room all day, so they had never seen her. Well, except for the photos secretly taken the day she stepped off the spacecraft. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. Even in Enshio, the undisputed beauty of the base paled in comparison. And Enshio, who knew the two were living together, had been furious for days, causing everyone around her to avoid her. At this moment, she looked up at the sky, then glanced at the imposing figure of their leader heading toward the rest area in the distance.
TSK. It's not even noon yet, and he hasn't been out for 2 full hours. The boss is heading back again.
Ghoulie holding the little phoenix, and Fiona aside plastered on what he believed was his most charming smile, as he probed the little phoenix to satisfy his gossipy curiosity. In truth, everyone had known from the very first day that the little phoenix was not the couple's child but merely picked up along the way. Fiona had told them this out of pity for the fools who peeked at the door every day.
Little darling, tell Uncle, are your daddy and mommy busy making a baby every day?
Fiona rolled her eyes at Ghoulie and couldn't resist kicking him. His grin was far too lecherous.
Back already? When do we set out?
A cool voice broke the silence. Donggu, who had just entered, paused mid-step, not expecting her to be so eager to leave.
Yes, soon,
he replied flatly. Everything had been more or less prepared over the past few days. The only challenge was getting close to the targets. His spiritual energy was too powerful. The moment he approached Guimin or Fan Luan, it would trigger the anti-spiritual energy devices they carried specifically to guard against such threats. That was why he hadn't acted himself. Now all he could do was. He looked at Liu for a moment, then said calmly,
"You've been wondering why I brought you here these past few days, haven't you?"
Her eyes had not deceived him. Liu raised an eyebrow, a note of surprise in her voice.
"I thought you were going to keep it from me forever. So now can you tell me why you let me here?"
He walked to a chair and sat down, noticing the coldness in her demeanor. His eyes lifted and his lashes fluttered slightly. Donggu gazed at her intently.
"I'm sorry for deliberately luring you here, but this matter requires your help. It's simply not possible without you."
Seeing her frown, he continued.
"The military and the federal government have been at odds for over a decade. They have tried several times to destroy us. Most importantly, we have learned that over the past 10 years more than 1,000 people have gone missing. They have been secretly taken to several planets to build bases where they are used to produce a certain secret superweapon. The top talents have been gathered there. If that weapon is deployed, the entire interstellar balance will be severely disrupted and people will be displaced. So I hope you can help. Telling me such a secret, aren't you afraid I'll leak it to them?"
Liu was surprised.
"But before that I must rescue my people first. Yes, we learned yesterday that they are being held in the secret underground research facility on the main planet. For now, that's all we know. Tonight I'll arrange for someone to take you near the underground research facility. Their anti-theft lines will trigger an alarm when they detect spiritual energy, so you'll have to rely entirely on yourself this time. Be careful."
Even without Liu's prompting, he had already planned to tell her today.
"I know. Then I suppose I should mention something else."
Liu casually wiped her nails, her mind at ease because of Dongji's words. She wasn't the least bit worried about acting alone. In fact, it gave her more freedom without constraints.
"I already know your identity."
She could have found the people through a secret technique, but the sacrifice would have been too great. Gazing at the strands of hair that fell softly against her cheek, Donggu was momentarily stunned. Though he genuinely liked Liu, his initial feelings had been mixed with calculation. Now that he could speak openly, there was nothing left to hide. He smiled gently, his expression resolute.
"But the name Ailey is real."
Perhaps it was the tenacity in his gaze, or the reflection of her own image in his pupils, that made her recall the words of an old woman she had once casually asked about a lover she had waited for most of her life.
"Grandma, if he really comes back, how can you be sure he still loves you?"
The old woman caressed the hairpin her lover had given her in her youth, smiling kindly, her voice filled with sweetness.
"Child, when you meet him one day, if he likes you, you'll see that his eyes are full of you."
Liu's heart stirred slightly, a flicker of the desire to question him fading away. She paused, then averted her gaze. Early morning, a spacecraft silently landed in an uninhabited area. Whoosh, the sound of dust being kicked up as the spacecraft touched down.
"Are you sure you'll be fine alone?" Do you want me to come with you?
And Yuechuan, who had been tasked with escorting Liu here, was worried, as he had never seen her in action. Liu simply said,
No need,
and surveyed the surroundings. They had landed on a mountaintop surrounded by barren rocky peaks. Suddenly, she heard some noises not far away, likely at the foot of the mountain. She turned to Yuechuan and said calmly,
I'll go down first. Meet back here in an hour.
With that, she directly performed sword flight right in front of Yuechuan. His pupils contracted slightly, a hint of shock in his heart. He suddenly understood why their leader was so confident letting her come alone. Gradually her figure faded from Yuechuan's sight.
Are you crazy? Thinking about food at a time like this? Get back inside.
A man cursed under his breath, clutching a metal case. The two behind him hurriedly divided the raw meat they had just received.
This is star beast meat we fought hard to get. It's so rare we could sell it on the side and make a good profit, much better than scraping by on this patrol salary.
One of them didn't even lift his head, his hands moving faster as he portioned the meat and tossed it into his space ring.
All right, hurry up and follow. If the others coming for the exchange see you too, I don't think you want to live.
The man stopped before an unremarkable cave entrance, and a holographic interface materialized in front of him. Liu, hiding behind a rock, saw the sudden white entrance. She quickly cast an invisibility spell and slipped in just before the three men entered. Inside was a pitch-black passage with no end in sight. The three men ahead pressed something, and the entire corridor lit up with a bang. The three whispered among themselves as they walked.
Hey, do you know who those people were that the research facility brought in a few days ago? Who knows? They probably pissed someone off and got dragged in for experiments. Tough luck for them. We'd better keep this to ourselves, or we might be next. Huh?
The man stopped mid-sentence, suddenly turning around. He felt a chill run down his spine, but found nothing amiss. Liu, standing behind him, raised an eyebrow.
Pretty sharp instincts. What's wrong?
His two companions looked at him in confusion. The man glanced back again, but saw nothing. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. With such tight security, any unfamiliar spiritual energy would have been detected. Finally, they pressed a section of the wall, revealing a floating elevator. Liu followed them inside. With a ding, the elevator door opened. The three turned left. Liu paused, glanced at the sign reading
Personnel Rest Area,
then turned and walked down another unmarked corridor. Liu walked for a while without seeing a single person. It was eerily strange. A faint light flickered ahead. Liu felt a weak connection, though she wasn't certain. As she was about to step forward, two voices suddenly emerged. Two young men in blue research uniforms approached, each holding a virtual tablet.
The material of these two swords is really strange. I've searched the entire database and found nothing. I wonder where Cooley brought them from.
One spoke in confusion.
I heard they were retrieved from the planet Luwe. Supposedly found there,
answered his companion. The virtual tablet displayed a photo, and the two were gradually approaching Liu's location. Liu glanced over from the side and recognized the image as the Wind and Moon dual swords. She immediately understood. Something had been blocking her connection with the swords, allowing only a faint link when she drew close. The swords must be ahead. The two men, completely unaware of her presence, conversed as they walked away. Liu stepped toward the room. They had exited, the connection growing stronger. Before pushing the door open, she called out softly for the little phoenix. The little phoenix, who had been waiting in the spatial realm, quickly appeared beside her, still invisible. Fiona was still unaware that the little phoenix beside her was not the real one, but a paper clone. Liu frowned and said,
Little Phoenix, I'll leave the outside to you. Be careful, this place is strange. Don't worry, you.
The little phoenix had shed its usual naivety, wearing a grave expression. Instinct told it that any place Liu found strange was bound to be dangerous. After all, the little phoenix had lived 800 years, and possessed considerable skills. Liu wasn't too worried. She nodded, and pushed open the door to step inside. The room was bathed in white light, vast and spacious, over 100 square meters. A massive display screen showed a virtual vacuum space city, with all planets connected together. Several spots were marked with red dots. Liu's gaze fell on a glass-covered display stand directly ahead. She walked over to find two swords all too familiar. The Wind and Moon dual swords, which had been playing dead inside, immediately perked up upon seeing Liu. They floated up and struck the glass with their hilts, but any cracks that appeared inexplicably vanished. Helpless, they turned to Liu.
You mean you've been pretending to be dead all along so they never discovered you, and just treated you as odd artifacts for study?
Liu instantly grasped the message they were trying to convey. She reached out and gripped the glass beside her, causing it to shatter abruptly. Just as she stored the swords in her spatial ring, she heard the little phoenix's cry. In a flash, she was outside.
What luck! To actually encounter a legendary phoenix that is cultivated into human form. This is a jackpot, ha ha ha!
One man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction.
Kuli's foresight is truly remarkable. He said someone would come these days, and here they are. And thanks to this spirit detector we were able to suppress this little phoenix.
In his hand, he held the suppressed little phoenix, which had reverted to its original form, a crimson bird. The two men were so absorbed in studying the phoenix that they didn't notice the spirit detector hanging on their backs briefly flash. Liu, who had been stepping forward, suddenly retreated, hurriedly casting a stabilization spell. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. She had just felt the spiritual energy within her body nearly being drawn away by the device the two men called the spirit detector. Liu noticed that the little phoenix in their hands, which had returned to its original form, was clearly feigning unconsciousness. She ultimately chose to remain still, trailing them from a distance as they descended another staircase and entered a room filled with research equipment. The two placed the little phoenix onto a cold apparatus and pressed a button. Shortly after, a middle-aged man hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. His aura was remarkably steady, and his large eyes glimmered with a sharp light. He was around 50, with wrinkles etched on his forehead, and silver threads mingled at his temples. The two immediately rushed over and addressed him as Kuli. This man named Kuli was shrouded in blackness, making his form nearly invisible to ordinary eyes. But Liu could see him with perfect clarity. Such a dense aura of evil. Liu raised an eyebrow, surprised to find someone cultivating with evil energy here. Where is that phoenix? Kuli's eyes burned with urgency. The two quickly pointed to where the little phoenix lay. Upon seeing the genuine phoenix, Kuli's greed intensified. His decision years ago had been correct. How could the phoenix, which in ancient myths could be reborn through nirvana, have gone extinct? Ha ha, excellent. You two leave. Expect a promotion. When the two tried to approach, Kuli flashed a trace of venomous intent, withdrew his laughter, and coldly snorted. They were merely two mercenary individuals. The two halted in their steps. Kuli was not only the director of this research institute, but also a distinguished guest of two other families, not someone they could afford to provoke. They quickly exited. Once I obtain your divine beast's inner core, I will achieve immortality. Then this old man will become the supreme ruler of the entire galaxy, ha ha ha. Kuli's amiable facade instantly dissolved into a flood of greed, and the evil energy around him surged even more violently. Liu's eyes sharpened. The little phoenix had only recently arrived in the interstellar realm, and had gathered too little faith. Facing such formidable evil energy rashly, it would likely fall into slumber as soon as it awoke. Kuli controlled the vast evil energy, forming a massive hand in the air, and reached straight for the phoenix. In the split second before disaster, Liu had no time to plan. She summoned her spirit sword, and her invisibility spell dissolved. Kuli was reveling in his luck at finding the secret to eternal life within his lifetime. In his momentary carelessness, he suddenly met the eyes of the woman, who appeared out of nowhere. Those eyes were like a waveless ocean under a starry night, utterly frigid. Then, in an instant, Liu gripped her sword, spiritual energy instantly enveloping that hand. With a bang it shattered, and she turned to thrust the sword fiercely at him. The overwhelming pressure was beyond his resistance. Kuli's heart shuddered, and he rolled desperately to the side. Before he could even rejoice at dodging, his thigh was pierced through in the next second. Ah, my leg! Kuli, red-eyed and racked with pain, stared at the icy woman advancing step by step with her sword. Terrified, he clutched his bleeding leg and retreated. Who on earth are you? Liu's eyes curved slightly, a smile playing on her lips. She had forgotten to mention, she was the bane of evil energy. Moreover, this was not even orthodox demonic cultivation in her eyes, he was merely an ant. Seeing that she had no intention of letting him go, Kuli's face turned ashen. He roared, "Who are you?" Liu suddenly stopped. She glanced at the man cowering on the ground, backing away in terror, and let out a light scoff. Do you think a man destined to die still needs to know? The little phoenix had already transformed back into human form, and patted its chest. Upon hearing you use words, it scampered over, putting on a perfect show of bullying. Scum, like you who cultivate crooked arts deserve to be annihilated. You wanted to devour this noble phoenix's inner core. Go to hell. Remembering how it had nearly fallen for a trick while trying to deceive others, it snorted to cover its embarrassment, afraid Liu would mock it. Liu saw through it but said nothing. Seeing that Cooley had retreated to a corner with nowhere left to go, she swung her sword at him expressionlessly. The little phoenix cried out anxiously, "We haven't found your two little disciples yet." The sword suddenly halted midair. Cooley's heart was in his throat. He knew she would not spare him. Hearing this, he glanced at the little phoenix, and then at the mysterious powerful woman. Gaining a shred of confidence, he laughed hoarsely. "If you kill me, you'll never see your disciples again. Ha ha, cough." He suddenly spat out blood. Liu half lowered her long lashes. Countless strands of powerful divine sense burst forth, and in an instant the entire underground base was within her grasp. You are a cultivator. How is that possible? Haven't you all died out? No, this world has no spiritual energy left. Who are you? Cooley's face twisted in terror, his mouth agape. This is not human. Such immense cultivation power is simply beyond what this world can possess. Liu closed her eyes, sensing the entire base's structure and personnel, and finally locked onto the 10th underground level. Yoli and Muley lay on the ground sedated and unharmed. Xiao Mo's body was restrained on an operating table, but his soul was absent, leaving only a faint trace of its presence. Liu had seen how much Xiao Mo loved this body. Now that he had abandoned it, something must have gone wrong. She expanded her divine sense, but found nothing. "Tell me, where is the other one?" Liu said coldly. Cooley instantly understood who she meant. Staring at the stunning woman before him, he smirked triumphantly. "You mean that pearl? I gave it to someone else to prolong their life. You deserve to die." The spirit sword flew, and a corpse fell to the ground. Liu sheathed her sword without a glance at the body. She placed the paper effigies used for Yoli Muley and Xiao Mo into a vessel capable of holding living beings, then flew on her sword. In the sky, the woman's long hair danced in the wind. Her peerless face cold, as ice shimmered radiantly under the sunlight. She was like a lotus emerging from murky water, untouched by the filth, pure and untainted. She cast a cold glance at the little phoenix, and parted her lips. "Burn it." Her tone was as casual as asking if you had eaten today. The little phoenix felt her displeasure. It looked down at the underground base's location side, and suddenly a pair of fiery red wings sprouted from its back. The crystalline wings streaked with red veins suddenly surged. A massive flame erupted toward the base below, and a piercing phoenix cry burst forth. The flames broke through the base's defenses layer by layer. Below, people huddled together, terrified by the emergency alarms. Then dragon-like pillars of fire rose from below. Those who could not escape were reduced to ashes. The phoenix is reborn through fire. To be reborn, one must endure the agony of the flames. This fire is the very desire for rebirth. Once ignited, it will not die until everything is consumed. Below, a sea of fire raged, mingled with heart-wrenching screams of those trapped inside. Aboard the aircraft, and Yuequan suddenly heard a phoenix cry. Outside, the window flames blazed, and the scene unfolding made him jump from his seat in disbelief. Yet he made no move to stop it. These people deserved to die. Some of the missing had been used for live human experiments. What difference was there from demons? In the image, the woman's face was illuminated by the firelight, her beauty regal and dignified. Standing before the massive phoenix flames, she looked like a goddess, descending inspiring reverence in all who beheld her. In the vast galaxy, a military green warship glided silently at high speed. The ship was brightly lit through the wide transparent windows. Figures in crisp uniforms moved with urgency. In a room that could hold over 20 people, 20 individuals sat neatly around a table poised for battle. The room was silent until the cabin door clicked open. A man with long strides entered, and in moments settled into the seat of honor. "Plans for Star 26 and Star 80 are ready. Once we land, our people will act immediately and catch them off guard." A young woman in a military uniform with blonde hair and blue eyes opened a virtual holographic screen displaying the generated command. She waited for confirmation. "Shall we proceed?" These two planets are the strongholds of the Gu and Fan families. Though the families do not develop there, their ancestral homes remain. "Proceed? This time we must cut off their retreat." The man seated at the head opened his eyes and swept his gaze over everyone present. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Tap, 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 and the others involuntarily held their breath. Just then, an Yuechuan's video call came in. Dong Gu stood up and walked into the next room. The people in the conference room collectively sighed, in relief, silently grateful to an Yuekwan on the main star. The boss's temper when he was angry was more than they could handle. On the other end, Yuekwan let out a sigh of relief once the connection was established. He said to the person on the screen with a serious expression, "Boss, I need to inform you, Miss Liu. Something has happened here." The moment he finished, he heard the sound of a cup hitting the floor, and saw the face on the screen grow increasingly cold. Startled, he quickly explained, "Boss, you misunderstand. Miss Liu just fainted. Nothing serious. I checked, she's just exhausted. The real issue is that she raised this underground base to the ground." Dong Ji's heart settled somewhat, his expression softening. Frowning, he ordered, "Send her back to the base first, and take good care of her." And Yuekwan immediately agreed. In truth, he had been terrified when Liu returned and collapsed without a word. Only later did he have the chance to recount the shocking scene he had witnessed. After a long silence, upon hearing the full story, Dong Gu said coldly, "This matter stays between you and me. Keep your mouth shut." He had not seen it himself, but he was not overly surprised. She harbored too many secrets unknown to anyone. He ended the video call, and returned to the conference room. On the main star, a man in only a pair of shorts lounged lazily by the pool, his long legs crossed. He took a glass of red wine handed to him by a robot, and downed it in one gulp, looking every bit the playboy. "Master, won't you let me keep you company tonight?" A girl emerged from the water, her figure seductive. She approached and leaned against the man, her eyes full of anticipation. "Not tonight." The man's smile faded as he touched the girl's thigh. "Tonight I have business." The girl pouted in disappointment. "Is there something more important than what we could do tonight?" She was clearly used to being spoiled. "Miss Gu, the young master has been busy with your wedding arrangements lately." The butler, who had been observing from the side, smiled at her. "Mr. Gu just called as well. He said there's an urgent matter and asked you to return home." "My father? Didn't he go to the main family to handle some affairs? Why is he back so soon?" Gui stood up and dressed, puzzled. "I wouldn't know, Miss Gu. You can ask Mr. Gu when you return." Gui's smile, bent down to kiss the man on the lips, and then left. The man by the pool squinted and snorted. "A bimbo like her can only be a fiancée at best. She wants to be Fondy's wife. How delusional. If it weren't for her being the only daughter of the Gu family, tch." The butler said, "Master, do not forget that you are merely an illegitimate son of the Fan family. To secure the position of the family's helm among the many heirs, marrying Miss Gu is indispensable." Fondy, enraged, hurled the glass into the pool and glared at the butler, grinding his teeth. "Mind your own business." He turned and left. At the Gu residence. The moment Gui entered, an object flew toward her. With a crash, a shattered vase landed at her feet. If she hadn't dodged quickly, it would have disfigured her. "How many times have I told you? You still go looking for that bastard of the Fan family. Do you want to drive me to an early grave?" Gu's mother slapped her across the face. Gui, furious, grabbed the incoming hand and glanced around the hall, her tone contemptuous. "What business is it of yours? You're just a stepmother, a barren hen at that. Where's my father? Did you use him to call me back?" Gu's mother's face turned ugly. Gui was the child of her husband's ex-girlfriend. She had no children of her own, and if not for her backing from the Lang family, she might have lost her position as the lady of the Gu household. But her husband's heart was no longer with her. He kept running off to that other woman. Now even that bitch's child treated her like this. Truly, the offspring of a slut have no foresight, only setting their sights on the Fan family's bastard. Then again, the legitimate young master wouldn't want her either. "Humph. I wouldn't bother calling you back. Don't think I don't know that you and that bastard are secretly planning a wedding. I wonder how your father's face will look when he finds out. I'm actually looking forward to it." Gu's mother's anger flared. Gui's face suddenly turned pale. "Fondy and I truly love each other. I believe father will accept it even if he finds out." Gu's mother sneered. "Then go ahead and let your father find out." Gui's spirit deflated. She simply didn't dare to let her father know. That was why they were secretly planning the wedding, hoping to present it as a fait accompli. She was still too green. "The old ginger is spicier." Gu's mother resumed her dignified demeanor. "Your father called you back. He's in the study waiting for you." There was no trace of the earlier argument or humiliation. Gui nervously glanced around, relieved to see no one nearby, afraid that their conversation had been overheard. Finally, she shot a glare at Gu's mother and ran upstairs, her high heels clicking against the floor. Outside the door of the Gu family study, afraid that her stepmother might overhear what she was about to say, Gui took a deep breath before pushing open the door with a face full of joy.
Dad, why are you back early? I missed you so much.
Seeing her father sitting at the desk handling documents, Gui happily ran over, hugged his arm, and acted spoiled. Gu's father finally lifted his eyes, looking at the daughter, born from the woman he loved. He smiled warmly.
You're this old now, still clinging to your father like this. How can I rest assured handing the Gu family over to you?
Despite his words, a broad smile remained on his face.
Dad, that's because I have you.
Gui shook his arm. Gu's father couldn't help but sigh. Recalling the news he had received, his expression darkened, and he scolded.
I don't care about your usual mischief, but this time you want to marry behind my back. Looks like your wings are fully grown, daring to bring just anyone into the family. I'll let this matter with the Fan family's illegitimate son slide. You're still the Gu family's heiress. If you marry, it must be the legitimate young master of the Fan family.
Gui's face turned pale with fear, her body trembling as if about to collapse. Seeing his daughter so frightened, Gu's father softened his tone slightly and comforted.
As long as the Gu and Fan families join hands to deal with that person this time, you will become the most honored young lady in the galaxy. What kind of husband would you not find? Why cling to a penniless illegitimate son?
Gui looked pitiful, her face full of grievance.
Dad, finding Gu is not what you say. He is very capable. I believe if you were willing to meet him, you would change your mind about him.
She seemed like a fool drowning in love. Gu's father's blood pressure nearly spiked. He couldn't understand how his daughter could fall for a bastard son. His current plan with the Fan family's eldest son must not be ruined by his daughter. His face turned ugly.
Shut up, steward.
Gu's father turned toward the door. The door opened, and the steward walked in, followed by 4 or 5 bodyguards, clearly prepared in advance, far beyond Gui's ability to resist.
Dad, you can't do this to me. I'm going to tell Mom.
Gui finally panicked, her eyes wide with disbelief that her always doting father would treat her this way.
Keep a close watch on the young lady. If she takes another step outside, you won't live to see another day.
Gu's father signaled, and the bodyguards immediately stepped forward to drag her out. Just then the steward's light brain blinked. He glanced at it, shock filling his eyes.
Sir, I just received news the underground research base was set on fire and burned to ashes. Professor Curie and all the members died in the ruins. We had no warning before this. What the hell are you doing? Who did this?
Gu's father suddenly choked with rage, unable to breathe. The steward quickly handed him the medicine he always carried. After a long while, Gu's father recovered, his face still grim.
Does the Fan family know?
The steward nodded, then hesitated.
We can't trace who did it. The surveillance data from the Underground Research Institute was also burned to nothing. A base that size reduced to ash. That fire was no ordinary one. It's truly strange.
Gu's father's expression changed. In the plan to lure people here, the force behind Curie was indispensable. Now with Curie gone and one of the most important bases destroyed, would that force's attitude shift? The losses were catastrophic. The Gu family's assets shrank by more than half. Already weaker than the Fan family, and with the Gu fortune in decline for over a decade, things were worse than ever. Now an alliance with the Fan family was impossible. Given the eldest Fan son's treacherous methods, the day the plan succeeded would be the day the Gu family perished. And he truly believed that bastard son could win. That was nothing but a small bait the eldest Fan son had deliberately dangled. The one who could evade all surveillance. Could it be that Donggu already knew? The thought that Donggu had already learned the truth, taken action, and might be more powerful than they estimated, perhaps even enlisted someone with that kind of power, made him hurriedly dial a secret number. In another place, a Yuechian.
Is she all right?
Walking out in a white coat, the curvaceous Kaluana stopped, took off her mask, revealing a delicate face.
She's fine, just like what you checked, merely exhausted.
She paused, thinking of something.
But her body is a bit strange. If it's just exhaustion, it doesn't quite fit. Yet that's the only explanation I can give.
And Yuequan glanced at Liu lying inside, not daring to reveal what he had seen. He changed the subject.
Then why hasn't she woken up? It's been an entire afternoon. I don't know either. But she should wake up tonight.
Kaluana flipped through the data in her hand, confirmed it was correct, and handed it to him.
Her body data has reached the most perfect state.
and Yuequan was stunned by the data in his hand. In his memory, the only one who had achieved perfect body data was the boss. Even several of their brothers were stuck at 99.9 for a long time. Keluana's light brain beeped. She opened it and an excited voice sounded.
Director, the chief is back. He's heading to your room now.
Keluana replied,
Got it.
and turned off the light brain. She looked at him with a light smile, unable to resist gossiping.
Seems like the person inside is the heroine of the latest space gossip. Is she really the person the chief likes?
And Yuequan suddenly coughed, desperately signaling with his eyes toward her back. Keluana almost thought he had an eye problem.
You should ask the person involved about that.
Dong Ji's voice drifted lightly into Keluana's ears from behind. Keluana was startled, suddenly understanding in Yuequan's earlier gesture. She felt extremely awkward. Bearing the chief's light glance, she shivered and hurried forward to help push the door open. Dong Gu strode into the room. She lay quietly on the bed, fast asleep. His gaze swept over her butterfly wing-like eyelashes and her bloodless face. His breath tightened. The usual unchanging curl remained at the corner of his mouth, but his lashes shaded the emotion in his eyes, as if that curl had frozen on his lips.
When will she wake?
He sat by the bed, eyes lowered like a husband nursing his sick wife.
She might wake in a moment, or perhaps tonight.
Keluana was somewhat surprised. She had known Dong Gu for so long, yet never imagined he would truly fall for someone. She hadn't even believed the rumors at first, but now she had to.
Out.
Dong Gu glanced lightly at the two, a hint of weariness in his eyes, clearly not wanting to be disturbed. Keluana and Yuequan exchanged a look and left of their own accord. Outside the door.
You mean the chief rushed through the battle just to come back and see her?
Keluana looked oddly at Gu Li, who was grinning while talking about ancient history, her face full of doubt.
I feel like you're lying to me.
She couldn't imagine the chief in a relationship.
Would I lie to you? Didn't you see the bloodstains on the boss's clothes? He came straight from the battlefield without even changing.
Gu Li's face reddened with anger as he snorted.
Speaking of which, was your plan smooth?
And Yuequan interjected.
Hell yeah, smooth as silk. Didn't leave even a shred of underwear.
Gu Li's face lit up with excitement. Thinking about how they'd left nothing but ashes, he wondered if the Gu and Fan families would be furious when they got the news after always targeting them.
Can't you be a little more civilized?
Keluana rolled her eyes, looking at the two with slight disgust. And Yuequan, mistakenly lumped in with them, couldn't help but touch his nose. Gu Li opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly a threatening gleam of light shot toward them. With a ding, a dagger embedded itself firmly at their feet, just a hair's breadth from Gu Li's shoe. The three jumped in fright, swallowed hard, and silently accused each other of being too loud with their eyes. Keluana quickly shut the door. They tiptoed away. The person on the bed suddenly frowned, biting her lip until it bled. Sweat beaded on her forehead, as if trapped in a nightmare. Dong Gu immediately snapped back to his senses. With a pang of sympathy, he gently smoothed her furrowed brow and pressed his hand under her chin to stop her from biting. Inside the space, the little phoenix was frantic. Li Yu's state was due to spiritual energy depletion, allowing the illusion demon that had followed to invade. Before losing consciousness, Li Yu had sealed the space without her permission. The little phoenix couldn't leave, only watch helplessly. The only way to suppress the illusion demon's spell was to be stronger than it, otherwise one would suffer unbearable torment in dreams with no solution. On the bed, Li Yu writhed in pain. Her wet hair stuck messily to her forehead, her brows twisted together, her nostrils flared as she gasped rapidly, her hands clutching the sweat-soaked sheets. Dong Gu stroked her hair, murmuring comfort. His voice carried an unprecedented panic and tenderness. Li Yu stood in a black void. Before her was a giant scorpion, its eyes black as ice, and snow staring at her arrogantly. Li Yu wove layers of spells into a net, but still couldn't stop the thin black threads from drilling in. Her head throbbed violently, each thread stimulated her nerves, like 1,000 burning blades, sending a piercing pain through her entire body. Wave after wave of pain crashed over her like the Qiantang River tide. She began to grow exhausted, sinking into a world of darkness. Such pain had visited her at least once every 50 years, Li Yu was almost numb to it. This illusion demon had accompanied her for 300 years, ever since she swallowed that pill. The black threads quickly enveloped her, tightening little by little. Li Yu's breathing grew more difficult. She closed her eyes, enduring. From afar, a soft murmuring voice seemed to come, slowly forming a faint, pitiful white thread. Li Yu couldn't help reaching out and grabbing it. Li Yu's suddenly raised hand caught Dongge, who was almost lying by her bedside off guard. Her slender hand tightly wrapped around his neck, pulling him down, and accidentally kissed her on the lips. Suddenly sensing a faint trace of air, Li Yu began to breathe desperately, her hand pressing firmly against whatever was before her. Dongge, who had been trying to steady her, felt a certain nerve snap as she inhaled. He leaned closer, parting her lips with his tongue, tracing the delicate cherry-red line of her mouth, and gently pried open her lips, plunging into a deep, ambiguous kiss. As Li Yu breathed, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was her air getting thinner? She instantly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a man with closed eyes, his long lashes brushing against her cheek, their breaths intertwining. Li Yu's eyes widened. To make matters worse, there was the shameful sound of their saliva mingling. Never having been so intimate with anyone, Li Yu was utterly stunned. She couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Then, feeling suffocated, she finally came to her senses, scared, and pushed Dongge away, quickly sitting up and hugging the blanket, staring at him in terror. Dongge steadied himself, barely coming back to his senses. His reddened eyes fixed on Li Yu, who looked like a frightened little rabbit, as he forced down the surging heat. Li Yu felt her heart pounding wildly, her mind a blank. She pointed a trembling finger at him, almost wanting to cut off her own cowardly hand, and demanded,
You? You took advantage of me. You were the one who tried to take advantage of me first.
Dongge caught his breath, glanced at her hand, and raised a brow, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable mirth. Li Yu looked at her own hand, suddenly recalling what she had grabbed, and blushed furiously. She was petrified by her own actions. Suddenly lifting her head, she caught the deepening amusement in his eyes. Li Yu's face flushed red with anger. She threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, and glared at him with false bravado.
As so what? Just pretend I was bitten by a dog.
But her heart was pounding with guilt. Dongge's expression was hidden in the shadow of his lashes. Suddenly he laughed, his dark eyes fixed on her.
Then what about last time? Was that also a dog bite? Then you'd be a female dog.
Li Yu paused. She seemed to have insulted herself too. Suddenly realizing she'd been tricked, her anger flared.
You're the dog. A stinky male dog.
But Dongge's smile only deepened. Inside the space, the little phoenix couldn't help covering its eyes.
Yu is so cute when she's shy.
Li Yu was even more exasperated. The more she explained, the messier it got. And then it got worse. She stepped too hard, her legs gave way, and she fell straight toward him. The scene turned into an awkward pose. The sudden heat rising from a certain place made Dongge's body go rigid. Li Yu knelt on the ground, looking up with blurry eyes. Her hands grasped something warm and slightly damp. She suddenly stared wide-eyed at what she had grabbed, utterly dumbfounded, and involuntarily swallowed. In Dongge's eyes it was nothing but a provocative gesture. He gasped, his voice strained.
How long do you plan to hold that? Unless you want something to happen.
Li Yu snapped out of it, quickly let go, and stood up, wiping her hand on her clothes in disgust. His heart dropped. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, a cold storm gathering between his brows. Li Yu suddenly felt a chill. She looked at him, and was immediately angered. You are still angry. I haven't even gotten angry about holding you responsible yet. The storm gathering in his brows suddenly dissipated. Dongge's throat rolled slightly, staring at Li Yu in astonishment, his voice hoarse.
Did you just say you want to take responsibility?
Li Yu did not miss the madness in his eyes. Realizing what she had done, she widened her eyes in shock, then quickly waved her hand in embarrassment, moving closer to the door.
Hee. I was joking, just a joke. Don't take it seriously.
With those words she fled, swiftly disappearing in an instant. A smile suddenly welled up in his eyes, as he touched his lips with his fingers and murmured.
Is that so? But I never joke. No way you kissed the boss and ran away, and you don't want to take responsibility.
After hearing Li Yu's reason for wanting to stay, Fiona was shocked. Her worldview shattered. Seeing Li Yu's threatening expression, as if asking if she agreed, she hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously and curiously.
So how long do you want to stay here? Or just for a while?
Li Yu wore an expression of,
you know what's good for you,
patted her clothes, and raised her eyes slightly.
What, are you disgusted with me?
Fiona, frightened, quickly clasped her hands together, and smiled obsequiously.
How would I dare? You are my savior. I'm just afraid the boss will beat me to death.
What a pitiful fate. Caught in the middle, woohoo. Li Yu coughed, took out a peach, and said with a hint of embarrassment.
Don't worry, I won't treat you badly.
What she had in mind was, if you want to stay here, the three of us will have to squeeze into one bed. A faint voice came from the bed. The little phoenix had just managed to switch places with the paper figure. As soon as she lifted the blanket, she heard what the other said. She ran over in annoyance, took a bite of the peach Liu had just taken out, and said. Liu couldn't help it. She was so angry that she knocked the little phoenix on the head with her hand. The little phoenix in pain covered her head, and jumped far away, glaring at her with contempt. Liu grew even angrier. After all, she was a person with pride. She stood up, and made a threatening gesture with her hand at the little phoenix.
You seem to be enjoying your meal. Have you forgotten the principle that he who eats from another's hand is short of tongue, and he who receives favors is soft of hand? No, no. I just speak my mind. We will definitely let you stay.
With that, the centuries-old fox looked up at Fiona with feigned cuteness, blinking her eyes.
Isn't that right, Aunt Fiona?
Fiona was utterly charmed, her reason gone. With a dazed look, she hugged the little phoenix tightly, and nodded in agreement.
Yes, yes, yes. Whatever the little darling says is right. At worst, Aunt Fiona will sleep on the floor tonight, and you two can have the bed. Little phoenix, put away your charm. Don't use it on people around you casually.
Liu's eyes held rare seriousness.
I hope there won't be a next time.
The little phoenix quickly withdrew her charm, looking at Fiona with a face full of guilt. Fiona, whose eyes instantly cleared, ruffled the little phoenix's hair. She was charmed all over again, and said nonchalantly,
It's okay, it's okay. Aunt Fiona has thick skin.
Well, it seems that even without the little phoenix using her charming eyes, Fiona is beyond saving. Liu rubbed her forehead. In the quiet valley, a building constructed along the mountain came into view, exuding a sense of mystery. A young and beautiful blonde woman leaned against the door, with a seductive charm, stroking a green snake as thick as an arm, waiting for the arrival of the expected guests. Before long, an aircraft landed. A man in a white traditional suit stepped out, his handsome face so perfect it made hearts flutter. Behind him were bodyguards lined up in a row.
I've been waiting for you, eldest son of the Fan family.
Fei Yi smiled seductively and extended her hand. The man before her was the eldest son of the Fan family, Fan Fei. Fan Fei, who had just stepped down, wore an exceptionally grim expression. His eyes flashed with vicious light, a malicious grin curling on his face. The lock of black hair on his forehead resembled a venomous snake's tongue. Thinking of the news he had just received, his liver ached with rage. He glared at her with dark eyes.
Don't give me that. You'd better tell me why Donggu is still alive.
He had spent a large portion of his assets not to raise a bunch of useless people. Donggu must die. He wanted to become the sole helmsman of this entire interstellar realm. The green snake sensed the threat and hissed fiercely at Fan Fei. Fei Yi's seductive smile vanished. She stroked the green snake in her hand to calm it, and said with a venomous glare,
Don't worry. Last time we were careless and let him escape to the Liwa planet. This time our clan's highest cultivation Elder Ku Sheng has decided to personally take action. His usual mask of disguise now revealed a ruthless edge. Fan Fei said coldly, It better be so. Has the Gu family contacted you?
The resources needed to sustain such a powerful force were almost all priceless, and the financial burden had become too heavy for his family alone to bear. Naturally, they needed a scapegoat, and the Gu family became his target.
They have contacted us. Therefore, we suspect that there is someone beside Donggu who practices techniques similar to ours. That fire came too strangely. The person with him is probably no small figure. I don't care how. Within half a month, Donggu must die. His people have already traced me. If he doesn't die, my Fan family will perish. If I die, do you think he will let you go?
Humph. The Gu family was unreliable, and he was currently at a loss. If their deeds were exposed, the interstellar citizens would drown them in spit. Besides, some old diehards in the Federation government might add fuel to the fire. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Fan Fei's eyes. Once he gained control of the military forces under Donggu, he would make everyone who opposed his plans regret ever being born.
We have long planned for this. Before Elder Kuli died, he sent a bead containing enough power to summon a powerful demon lord from another dimension. This time Elder Ku Sheng will personally handle it. No matter how formidable the opponent is, they will die without a doubt.
Fan Fei's expression finally eased a little. He glanced at the tightly shut door inside, a place the Fan family had never entered for generations. If it weren't for Donggu controlling the entire interstellar military force and blocking his family's grand ambitions, he wouldn't have been forced to reveal his hidden power to the Gu family. He said gently.
I hope to hear good news.
Fei curled her red lips.
Of course.
He took one last deep look at the door inside, then after a long pause turned and walked away. Liu had been meditating in lotus position on the sofa all night, finally calming her mind. She had used her divine sense to scan the Research Institute base, which had drained her spiritual energy, allowing the illusion demon to take advantage of her. Suddenly she thought of that kiss. Her mind, which she had finally calmed, began to race wildly, her face feeling hot and her breath catching. Liu thought it must be the poor air in the room, making it hard to breathe. She checked the time, just past 6 in the morning. She tidied her appearance and noticed some dust on the hem of her skirt. She suddenly missed the days when a simple cleansing spell could solve such problems. Liu decided to go out for some fresh air. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the scene before her. He was still in yesterday's clothes with traces of blood on his sleeves. His features exuded a heroic spirit, his lips were often pressed together, and there was tiredness beneath his eyes. Donggu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed. Liu felt a pang of emotion. She gently closed the door again, afraid to disturb the beauty of the moment. Donggu had awakened the moment she did, but before he could leave, he heard the door open. He instinctively maintained his posture. Liu stared at him, unconsciously drawing closer and closer. Before she realized it, she had gently kissed his chin. Her kiss was feather-light, like a soft feather drifting onto a lake, stirring ripples across the entire surface. Dongji's breathing suddenly grew heavier. Liu realized what she had done, and tried to pull back. Suddenly the man before her opened his eyes, and she saw her own shocked reflection in his pupils. Startled, she quickly stood up straight, her face uncontrollably red. Her eyes darted around, unable to meet his gaze, her heart pounding with guilt. The sound of footsteps clattered in the distance, and then abruptly stopped. And Yue Quan and Gu Li, who had stayed up all night to uncover a crucial lead, witnessed this scene. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to interrupt the intimate moment before them. Seeing these two people, Liu finally remembered what she had forgotten. Yoli and Mu Li were still inside her magical artifact. She scanned the people who could help resolve the situation, finally settling on Donggu. She grabbed his hand and ran toward his room. On the way back, they passed a large open field. Dongji's eyes saw only the woman's back before him. His gaze was bloodshot, fixated on the hand holding his, and a smile crept onto his tightly drawn lips. Some people who had just woken up early were opening doors, some were stretching, some were running, and some were sparring. Suddenly they saw the two figures brushing past. Their commander was being pulled along by a beautiful young woman moving at the speed of the wind. They thought it must be an illusion. They blinked until their eyes twitched, but the scene was still there. They blinked again, and the two had already disappeared from sight. Only then did everyone snap out of it. Those who had just opened doors slammed into the doorframes, those training collided with each other, all faces filled with disbelief. Bang! The door closed. What? Donggu looked at the woman, panting softly against his chest. His throat tightened and his expression grew dangerous. Liu finally came to her senses. She quickly stepped back, pretending to adjust her hair, which was not messy at all.
Grandmaster, where is this?
Yoli was the first to wake up, staring at the person before him in disbelief. Mu Li, upon hearing this, also looked over. Wasn't that their beloved Grandmaster? And that blind man?
Grandmaster Xiao Mo has been captured.
Remembering the important matter, he set aside his confusion about the blind man and why they were here. Yoli tugged at Liu's sleeve and whispered to the side.
Yes.
Mu Li also gathered around, anxious.
Those bastards used something unknown and forcibly extracted Xiao Mo from the paper figure.
Extracted? Liu had rarely heard of such a method. Even if it existed, it required a massive amount of demonic energy or spiritual energy. That was impossible in the current interstellar realm. Could it be that she was simply ignorant? She frowned in confusion. Suddenly, she felt her sleeve being tugged. She turned to look. Donggu stared straight at her, his eyes slightly dimmed, making her involuntarily reach out and stroke his head. Realizing what she had done, her hand instantly stiffened.
I want to hear it too,
Donggu said, seizing her hand and affectionately tucking it into his pocket. Yoli and Mu Li saw their actions, and their expressions froze slightly. They exchanged a glance, then looked meaningfully at Dongji's eyes. It seemed they were healed. Somehow, they sensed a whiff of jealousy. Having drawn her attention, Donggu was visibly elated. He then looked at Yoli and Mu Li with a calm smile and said,
There's nothing I can't know, right, eh?
Liu. She was stunned by the sudden intimate address, even forgetting to pull her hand back. Her entire hand was enveloped in warmth.
Something's definitely going on.
Yoli and Muli exchanged a look, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Under their gaze, Liu felt her face burning.
Grandmaster, have you two gotten together?
Muli asked cautiously. Cough. Cough. Liu nearly choked on her saliva.
Are you alright?
Donggu patted her gently. Noticing that Liu's body stiffened, he was in a wonderful mood. He said seriously to the two.
It's exactly as you see. Why do you call Au Grandmaster? Does Au have other disciples?
He had been wanting to ask these questions, but had been suppressing them. Muli glanced at the unresponsive Grandmaster and recounted everything. Liu simply closed her eyes, pulled her hand back, and deliberately kept a cold face, saying nothing. Just then, the door was timidly knocked. Donggu frowned slightly, but in a good mood today, he decided not to mind these rascals disturbing him repeatedly. And Yuequan and Gu Li at the door were extremely nervous. They hadn't meant to interrupt, they were just stunned by what they had seen. Plus the two had run off so fast that they hadn't had time to say what they needed to, so they had to follow.
Chief, the Fan and Gu families have already found out that their base was destroyed. We received word this morning that they have dispatched a mysterious squad. They are about to enter the outer perimeter now.
Across the door, and Yuequan spoke under pressure. Who knew what the two might be doing inside? Liu felt sorry for them having to speak through the door. She walked to Dongji's side, gave a signal to her two disciples, and whispered to him to keep it a secret. Seeing her so adorable for the first time, how could he refuse? Donggu pinched Liu's cheek, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice meant only for her.
Okay.
Liu rolled her eyes. She wasn't deaf, there was no need to be that close. This sight made Yoli and Muley feel their teeth ache. This is too much even for showing off affection, Grandmaster. The door suddenly burst open, startling in Yuequan and Gu Li, but they promptly saluted with military discipline. Donggu nodded calmly, stepping aside to reveal the two behind him, and said to Gu Li,
These two are too weak. I'll leave them to you. Train their physique well. So next time, she won't have to keep saving them.
Gu Li rubbed his hands together and grinned.
Yes, boss.
And Yuequan was surprised by the two newcomers, but he knew better than to ask unnecessary questions. Recalling the last batch of soldiers that had just finished training, he deeply sympathized with the two, and cast them a look of good luck. Yoli and Muley knew they didn't need to ask. A bad premonition welled up in their hearts. They immediately cast desperate looks at Liu. Liu was silent. After this incident, she also felt that the two had too weak a physique. They had been training for so long, yet were still easily kidnapped. Later, after experiencing a series of hellish training, the two felt as if their meridians had been unblocked, and their cultivation skyrocketed. Main planet, Fan family basement. With a crack, an expensive, priceless, antique redwood table shattered. A centenarian old man, missing one hand, stood, with a stern expression. Vigorously, he swung the stick in his hand. Fan Fei, kneeling on the ground, let out a muffled groan, his face ashen, as he watched the stick land on him again without a word. The clothes on his back were stained with glaring blood. The old man's face was cold, as if the person on the ground was not his son, but a stranger. He said angrily,
How many times have I told you? If you don't have the strength, don't have such grand ambitions. Do you take my words as nothing but hot air?
Fan Fei's handsome face was drenched in cold sweat. Hearing his father's words, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The pent-up frustration of years suddenly burst out, and he roared.
Why should I? Am I supposed to be like you, watching the Fan family decline little by little? You're a coward.
The old man, enraged, swung another strike, his face twisted.
Shut up. What do you know?
His mind was still haunted by the horrifying scene from years ago. On the battlefield strewn with devastation, that madman Donggu had cut off his arm. He had killed Dongji's father, and in the end Donggu severed his arm. If his men hadn't arrived in time, he might not have survived. He had thought of killing that brat, but that brat seemed to have a charmed life. No matter what, he simply couldn't be killed. Now over a decade had passed. Witnessing this scene, the old butler, who had grown accustomed to it, couldn't help but feel pity for the young master he had watched grow up. He consoled,
Young master, just admit defeat. Otherwise the master might really beat you to death. Huh? Even if I admit defeat, what's the use? Elder Cushing has already set out in person. He's probably arrived by now.
Fan Fei wiped his blood and sneered. The old man and the butler were suddenly shocked. Elder Cushing, relying on his fortune-telling skills along with the first helmsman of the Fan family, who was the old man's father, had once conquered the Fan family's territory. After his father died, Elder Cushing issued an order to go into seclusion, not to emerge until the Fan family was at its wits' end. Now 200 years had passed, and he suddenly emerged. Could it be that the Fan family had truly reached a point of no return? The old man's face turned pale, and he staggered back a step. But these were secrets only the helmsman of the Fan family could know. Fan Fei knew nothing of this. Seeing the old man frightened into stepping back several paces, he felt a sense of vindication. If it weren't for the old man clinging to power all these years, refusing to let go, and secretly indulging his illegitimate son's relentless pressure, why would he have been in such a hurry? The old man seemed to have aged overnight. Finally he sighed and said,
"Do as you please. Handle the things you've done over the years yourself. Don't drag the Fan family into it, and don't leave any clues."
The old man's words only deepened Fan Fei's hatred. The old man spoke nicely, but in truth, if anything happened to the Fan family, he would be the one to take the fall. Fan Fei walked out with a grim expression. A trusted confidant waiting nearby quickly approached.
"Young master, I've just found out. There's a mole inside who leaked the information to the master. Should we apprehend him now?"
He narrowed his eyes dangerously, and spoke with a cruel smile.
"No need. I want his entire family to disappear from this world, permanently. Understand?" "Yes, young master,"
the confidant replied expressionlessly, as if this outcome was expected. On the other side, the management responsible for the base's security stood solemnly in front of the surveillance room, their faces heavy. On the monitor, a group of 50 people led by an old man easily breached their protective shield and swaggered into the base's outer perimeter. Everyone was astonished. Their protective shield was said to be unique in the entire galaxy. How could it be so easily broken? Their eyes fell on the golden flash that had just flickered in the old man's hand. The people in the surveillance room exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. Suddenly one person noticed someone appear at the door, and quickly snapped to attention, saluting.
"Commander."
With the exclamation, the others snapped out of their daze, and looked toward the door. Indeed, it was their commander. They hurriedly saluted and called out,
"Commander, how many are outside now?"
Donggu glanced at the surveillance feed and asked. Although the intruders were not a major threat, that very fact made the situation all the more suspicious. One person stepped forward to report.
"Commander, 51 in total, including an old man. The others have mental strength ranging from S to SS level. Only that old man is odd. We can't find any information on him." "Let me take a look."
A woman's voice rang out. Everyone was momentarily surprised, as a young woman stepped out from behind their commander. Her presence was no less imposing than the commander's. Liu frowned and approached the monitor. She had a feeling this matter was not simple, which was why she had followed.
"Please bring up the surveillance footage from their current location. Thank you."
The nearest few looked at each other, seeing that the commander had no objection. One of them finally stepped forward awkwardly and said,
"We received orders from the commander not to act rashly. Everyone is hidden, so the surveillance cameras along their path have been destroyed."
Liu was somewhat surprised. She glanced at Donggu, wondering if he intended to test what these people were after. She turned and pressed further.
"Do you have the footage from before they destroyed the cameras?"
The man, sharp enough to understand, immediately replied,
"Yes, I'll pull it up now."
Several screens appeared showing different angles. The footage began from the moment the group stepped off their aircraft. The group approached from afar. A thick killing intent emanated from them, palpable even through the screen. Their mental energy was formidable, yet they willingly followed the white-robed old man in the center. If she wasn't mistaken, that old man was their leader. Moreover, the old man's aura was strange, like a cultivator, yet also like a demon. She couldn't discern his cultivation level. Either he possessed a divine artifact to conceal his aura, or his cultivation surpassed hers. Her intuition hadn't been wrong. This matter was far from simple. Liu's expression turned serious. She glanced sharply at the others, and said to Donggu,
"None of you are a match for that old man. Even you might find it difficult. His aura does not belong to this world. If possible, leave him to me. Not of this world."
Others might not understand, but Donggu knew exactly what she meant. He pondered her words and nodded. Those who had been watching for a while could no longer hold back. One man stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Liu's slender frame, and said gruffly,
What's there to fear? Commander, it's just about 50 people. Leave them to the brothers. We'll make sure they never leave.
Others quickly chimed in.
Yet, Commander, we brothers didn't grow up eating plain rice. Letting Miss Lee handle it, what kind of talk is that?
It wasn't that they looked down on Liu, but so far. They had never seen Liu step out. The only time she had left was yesterday, and she had returned unconscious. So they had no idea of her capabilities. Liu didn't feel offended. She simply smiled a meaningful smile. And Yuechuan, watching his comrades, who had been through life and death together, couldn't help but worry about their intelligence. Those people clearly came with ill intent. 50-odd people daring to challenge an entire military base must have a plan or possess terrifying strength like Liu's. Now that Liu had said the old man was the real threat, it seemed the trump card was indeed that person. Donggu, clad in combat gear, cast a cold glance at the others, and everyone immediately shrank back. You could withstand the commander's pressure. Donggu nodded at Liu, paused, and asked,
Then what do you need us to do?
Everyone was stunned, staring at the commander in disbelief. Why were they suddenly taking orders from Liu? Could this be the legendary power of a beauty?
How long will it take them to reach the inner perimeter?
Liu asked seriously. Donggu composed himself and replied,
20 minutes.
Liu thought for a moment and nodded.
That's enough. You handle the rest. I trust you have that capability. Leave the old man to me.
She should also make an end of the matter with Little Demon. The old man's aura carried a faint trace of Little Demon's presence. Donggu looked at the others. Everyone understood immediately and filed out noisily.
Be careful,
Donggu said softly, looking at her. It was as if a wife at home were gently and tenderly seeing off her husband going to war. Liu was momentarily dazed, then nodded. While everyone was out, she absorbed the spiritual artifacts in her space into her sea of consciousness, not stopping until her spiritual energy was full. In just that short time, 20 minutes had unknowingly passed. As Liu pushed open the door, Little Phoenix was already waiting outside, ready.
Let's go!
Liu glanced at Little Phoenix and flew off on her sword. Little Phoenix, understanding, shrank and perched on the edge of Liu's hair, looking like a beautiful hairpin if one didn't look closely. The estimated 20 minutes turned out to be only 10. The group led by the old man casually entered the inner perimeter. Of course, the lack of resistance contributed to their speed. When Liu arrived, the inner perimeter of the base was already strewn with corpses and cries of agony. Seeing the artifacts in the intruders' hands, Liu was shocked. She hadn't expected them to possess such items. Although the artifacts' offensive power was limited, their defensive capabilities were perfect, making the intruders virtually invincible. The attacking soldiers, unable to find a weakness, suffered heavy casualties. As Liu landed, a body came flying toward her. In the nick of time, she took a step forward, grabbed the person by the collar, steadied him, and landed safely, then kicked away an attacker attempting a sneak attack. The man flew a great distance and fell unconscious, the artifact in his hand unable to withstand the impact and shattered.
Are you okay?
Liu asked with concern.
Liu?
The person she had caught was none other than Gu Li, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. A flash of surprise appeared on his face.
Gu Li, how did you end up like this?
Even though the intruders' defensive artifacts were excellent, it shouldn't have reduced seasoned soldiers to such a state. Gu Li thought of something and exclaimed,
Oh no! The boss, over there!
Liu's expression changed.
What happened? That man, the old man, he's too powerful. He almost killed us. The boss led him away alone, so we were spared.
Gu Li had just finished speaking when he saw another brother fall in the distance. Without a moment's rest, he charged forward frantically. Liu quickly stopped another soldier.
Which direction did your commander go?
The soldier looked at her, then involuntarily pointed in a direction, turned, and rushed forward. Liu looked in the direction indicated. She quickly scanned the battlefield and spotted Yoli and Muley not far away, desperately defending against attackers, but unable to counterattack. They looked utterly battered. Liu remembered she hadn't yet given them the wind and moon dual swords. She landed beside them, easily broke through the attackers' artifacts, and killed one who charged at her. Muley exclaimed in surprise.
Grandmaster.
Liu nodded and tossed them 2 swords. The 2 caught them instantly, and with a backhand stroke easily killed the oncoming enemies. The 2 suddenly became excited. Previously those people had artifacts that made them invulnerable, but now things were different. Liu frowned at the artifacts. Using spiritual energy to break each one would take considerable time. Suddenly, she thought of Little Phoenix. She reached behind her, and grabbed it. Little Phoenix promptly flew onto her shoulder. Without a word, Liu thrust Little Phoenix into the arms of the two dumbfounded men, and flew off in another direction, leaving behind one sentence.
Little Phoenix, it's up to you here.
Not only the two, but almost everyone heard it. Those who knew Little Phoenix all turned to look in its direction. Little Phoenix triumphantly transformed back into human form, then grew wings, and slowly turned into a giant fire phoenix. A single phoenix cry shattered all the artifacts. Everyone was stunned, most of all Fiona, who spent every day with Little Phoenix. In that moment, she realized how close she had been to a legendary phoenix. Yoli glanced at the phoenix in the sky, then stabbed backward, impaling an attacker attempting a sneak attack. The intruders, terrified, retreated in panic. But the soldiers' spirits soared, and they charged forward, unleashing their pent-up frustration. Liu followed the traces, and flew out of the base. Outside there was no protective shield. The biting wind was starkly contrasted with the base's perpetual spring-like warmth, like a world of ice and fire. She took a few steps forward, her body riding a sword midair, then closed her eyes. Her divine sense, like a heavenly net, instantly covered an area of 10 li in all directions. The fluctuation in a certain valley was the most unusual. A minute later, Liu opened her eyes, spirit sword in hand, stepping through the air. Pooh! Donggu barely stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The old man held 8 trigrams array in his hand. The array formed above him was immensely powerful, pressing down on Donggu.
Young man, I admire that you can hold on for so long, but you should never have extended your hand into the Fan family. No matter how powerful your mental strength is, in my eyes you are nothing but an ant.
Ku Xing's falcon-like eyes held a trace of admiration. His pristine white robe, untouched by dust, fluttered in the wind, exuding an unmistakable aura of prestige. He looked every bit the immortal being. Liu arrived just in time to witness the scene. Fuming with anger, she sneered and landed lightly on the mountaintop. Ku Sheng was fully absorbed in casting his spell, utterly oblivious to any other movement around him. Or perhaps he was too arrogant, believing no one in the galaxy could rival him, and thus let down his guard. From a distance, Liu could not discern Ku Xing's true cultivation level, but as she drew closer and sensed his aura, she realized it was incomparable to her own. Relieved, she fixed her gaze on the 8 trigrams array in his hand. The 8 trigrams array, as its name suggests, is the source of innate arithmetic, trapping all living beings until their lives are extinguished. Liu was astonished. In the cultivation world, this kind of Tao art was extremely rare. It did not rely on spiritual energy, but on absorbing fortune, which usually came from the support of one's family, or the offerings of the people in the world. Those who cultivated this Tao art had no chance of becoming immortals throughout their lives. This harsh requirement made such practitioners scarce, and eventually they became the most loyal followers of every demon king. She never expected to encounter one here. After a moment of thought, she realized that the 8 trigrams array was the physical form of the compass. To destroy it, one had to kill the caster. It would be risky for her to take on the challenge. Just as she was frowning in frustration, her spirit sword suddenly vanished from her hand. When Liu looked again, the sword appeared dragging a long pitch-black circular disc. Liu's eyes lit up. She took the disc and infused it with spiritual power. A flash of red light shimmered for an instant before fading into the disc. The black disc revealed its true form, translucent and crystal clear.
Pangda Stone!
Liu suddenly remembered and couldn't help but marvel. She had almost forgotten that she possessed the Pangda Stone, which could naturally help its master overcome all kinds of Tao arts. Ku Sheng, on the other side, had clearly noticed Liu as well. The brief aura of pressure that appeared and vanished stirred a tempest in his heart, but more than that, it ignited greed. Such a treasure should be his alone. The calculation in his falcon eyes grew more pronounced. With a hand seal, Ku Sheng thought, why waste time on Donggu when a treasure was at hand? Liu did not miss the calculation and greed in Ku Sheng's eyes. Seeing Donggu unable to withstand the pressure, and spitting out another mouthful of blood, she narrowed her eyes. In an instant her body shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, moving with lightning speed. Behind her, a million sword shadows materialized, hurtling straight toward Ku Sheng. Ku Xing's pupils dilated in disbelief. He could not fathom that such a high-level cultivator existed in this world, and a young girl at that. He tried to resist, but the power within him suddenly seemed to drain away, leaving no trace. Ugh! Pooh! With a series of muffled sounds, Ku Xing's body was riddled with countless bloody holes. His face twisted in horror as he stared at Liu and collapsed to his knees. At the same time, the 8 trigrams array lost its power, and shattered with a crack, the compass breaking in two. A woman walked over from a distance. Her ethereal, peerlessly beautiful face bore a slight frown that made one want to gently smooth it away. He remained silent. A faint smile curved at the corner of Dong Ji's lips, and his eyes shimmered with a fragmentary light, all of it directed at the woman approaching him. Love.
Open your mouth first.
Liu pinched a green elixir pill and shoved it directly into Dong Ji's mouth, cutting off whatever he wanted to say. All his internal organs had been displaced, and his mental strength was severely damaged. His already incomplete mental strength was now even worse. If he suffered any more damage, he would either die from internal injuries or be tortured to death by mental energy turbulence. Her elixir could heal his internal injuries, but his mental strength would still require slow treatment with the spirit spring. Not far away, Kushing's face was pale. He quickly divined his own fate. Suddenly a black line seeped from his brow onto his hand, a clear sign that his end was near. Kusheng turned a sinister gaze toward Liu and laughed with venomous glee. He had calculated everything meticulously, but he had never anticipated this unexpected variable. His journey was supposed to follow heaven's will and conclude successfully. Now his fate had been forcibly altered, leading to certain death. Since he was doomed, he would drag someone down with him. He muttered incantations, and a bead wrapped in golden threads slowly rose from his hand. Spiritual energy surged from the bead, wrapping around every strand of gold thread. The energy grew stronger, stirring up dust and causing a loud roar. The sky became turbulent, dark clouds gathering, turning day into night like the ominous prelude to a storm, instilling fear in all hearts. All the soldiers in the base stopped what they were doing and stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The 50 men were all dead. Suddenly a rift tore open in the sky, and a powerful demonic chi from another world seeped through the crack. Liu looked around sharply. She sensed the faint cry of Xiaomo. Her gaze finally settled on the bead, and her expression changed drastically. The spiritual energy within the dust-clearing pearl had been drained, and now the golden threads were draining the soul force of the pearl's spirit. If this continued, Xiaomo might vanish completely, leaving only an ordinary bead. She stood up to retrieve it, but her hand was suddenly grabbed.
Dangerous!
Dong Ji's grip tightened, his voice cold. Liu understood this well. Frowning, she tried to think of a way out. In Kushing's eyes she seemed at a loss. He laughed maniacally, staggering to his feet. His appearance was terrifying, and he sneered with a mocking grin.
The Demon King is coming! Prepare to die, ha ha ha!
In another world, the demon realm. The current Demon King suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of eerie red pupils stared at the black hole that suddenly appeared before him, the summoning within it extremely strong.
Tisk, how did my most loyal follower end up in another world? Well, I might as well go take a look.
He stood up and stepped into the black hole. A dazzling black light tore through the sky. Liu looked up and gradually saw a vaguely familiar humanoid figure. Then the black light slowly dissipated, and a man stood in midair, thick demonic chi swirling around him. The black aura behind him made everyone feel the presence of death. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. Yi's first glance fell upon his weak follower Kusheng, who had summoned him. He lazily lifted his eyelids and spoke in a voice that carried across the entire base, each word pressing down on everyone like a weight. All were forced to the ground, unable to rise.
I am Yi, the current king of the demon realm. So you are the one who summoned me.
Kusheng was ecstatic. He had succeeded. Ha ha ha. He quickly replied respectfully.
Yes, your majesty, the Demon King.
He glanced at him and saw that his face bore the signs of impending death. Slightly puzzled, he asked,
You are about to die. You expended so much on this golden thread array just to summon me. Do you want me to kill someone?
He sensed no spiritual energy in this world. It was either abandoned by the heavenly Tao or a self-contained realm. Kusheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath weak. He pointed toward Liu and said,
Demon King, I wish for her, and everyone on this planet, to be buried with me.
He then turned his gaze through the layers of darkness toward the direction he pointed. That face, that terrifyingly familiar aura, Yi's imposing figure nearly wobbled. At that moment, he wished he could beat his follower to death and break his own legs for coming to this world for no reason. Liu also saw the terror in Yi's expression as he turned around. She had recognized him the moment he spoke. She raised her spirit sword, which had been ready, and looked at him with a faint smile.
Yi, who did you say you wanted to kill?
He shook his head frantically, his pupils constricting. The mysterious and powerful aura he had been projecting vanished instantly, as he hastily landed on the ground. There was a legend in the cultivation world. Venerable Liu hated speaking to people who were above her. In his youthful arrogance, he hadn't believed it, until Liu forcibly pulled him down from the air, leaving him utterly helpless. The soul-tearing pain was still unforgettable. Since then, he had avoided any place where Liu might appear hiding and recuperating. And now, because of his summoning, he had come directly before her. He wanted to cry but couldn't. The little phoenix perched on Yoli's shoulder naturally saw everything too. It let out a phoenix cry, transformed into a phoenix, and dispersed the black clouds gathered in the sky, revealing bright sunlight that shone upon the earth. The little phoenix flew swiftly, and landed before he, sniffing at him, and taking a close look. It burst into laughter.
It's you. Why are you still so timid after all these years?
He looked aggrieved but dared not resist. He caught a glimpse of the spirit sword trembling in Liu's hand, and before he could react, his conditioned reflex kicked in. He grabbed Liu's thigh and wailed, completely losing any remaining dignity.
Woo-woo, Venerable Liu, I was wrong. I didn't know that malicious old man wanted to kill you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you gave me 100,000 guts. I'm innocent.
The little phoenix clicked its tongue. This scene was all too familiar. Liu silently withdrew her spirit sword, kicked it away, and regarded him with disdain. Frowning slightly, she said with some regret,
"Tisk, it seems you won't have the chance to taste the piercing of my spirit sword. Get lost."
He shuddered and swallowed hard. Seeing Liu's regretful expression, he feared she might change her mind. He bolted far away, about to leap into the rift, when suddenly his leg was grabbed. Ku Sheng, unwilling to give up, seized the moment of respite and clutched Yi's leg.
"Demon King, you haven't killed these people to be buried with me yet."
Feeling a cold gaze upon him, Yi's survival instinct kicked in. He kicked Ku Sheng away, sending him flying far off. Ku Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he breathed his last. Yi fled as fast as he could. His eyes swept over that bead, recognizing it as well. He felt a twinge of desire, but in the end, he decided that his life was more important, and reluctantly averted his gaze. He still had to go back and settle accounts with those cultivators. Hadn't they sworn that they would keep Liu from harming the demons, and that as long as he was on the throne, the demon realm would never leave the world? Those hypocritical hypocrites, woo-woo. Liu's departure was unknown even to the cultivation world. They still thought she was in seclusion. If he hadn't come to confront them, they might never have known. Of course, when they tried to summon Liu back using the same method, they could not open that world no matter what. Instead, they opened other chaotic worlds, causing the entire cultivation world to be in turmoil for several years. With Yi's departure, the demonic chi and the rift closed, and the remaining spiritual energy in this world faded into nothingness. The little phoenix returned with a bead in its beak and handed it to Liu, saying,
"Yu, is this the little demon you were looking for? There's your aura in this bead, but the soul force inside is too weak."
Liu had expected this and took it. This was already the best outcome. The longer the rift remained open, the more soul force was needed. That was why she had not asked about the cultivation world situation, and had driven Yi back there. A faint grateful voice came from the bead in Liu's hand. If she hadn't attached her divine sense to it, she wouldn't have heard it. Xiaomo looked up at the person before him, and said, for the first time touched,
"Thank you, Venerable Liu." "You're welcome."
Liu was slightly stunned. This seemed to be the first time she had been thanked by a divine artifact. She infused some spiritual energy into it to help stabilize Xiaomo's soul force. Feeling the spiritual energy enveloping him, Xiaomo knew Liu was helping, and was deeply moved. He would never complain about Liu again, woo-woo. Xiaomo would not recover soon. Liu placed it into her space, and patted the little phoenix's head. Donggu waited for a long time, but when he saw that Liu hadn't noticed him, jealousy rose in his heart as if he were the last in line. He silently stood up, walked over to Liu, and crouched in front of her, constantly wiping the spot on his clothes that the man named he had touched. Liu almost reached out to grab her falling skirt. If he didn't let go soon, she would have to.
"All right, other people are watching."
Liu glanced at Fiona and the others, who had rushed over, her face instantly flushing. She grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Donggu pretended not to notice, and obediently stood up holding her hand, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up.
"So what if they watch?"
Fiona and the others immediately halted their steps, once again forced to witness a public display of affection from afar. In the following week the leaders of the Fan and Gu families were all captured. The evidence of their crimes was overwhelming, and once it was released overnight, without Dong Gu needing to lift a finger, the Gu and Fan families declared bankruptcy, shocking the entire galaxy. The upheaval in the federal government was immense, amounting to a complete overhaul. Since that incident, the images of Liu and the little phoenix had soared to unprecedented heights in the hearts of everyone in the base, almost reaching a pinnacle. A flood of devotees daily boasted about witnessing the goddess's majestic scene that day. If Dong Gu hadn't issued an order, the entire galaxy would have known. But even so, there was no stopping the legends that circulated daily within the base. As for Dong Gu, whom everyone assumed to be Liu's boyfriend, the pair were seen as a perfect match. Who would dare to separate them? It would be an outrage against the heavens. With the status of Liu's disciples, Yuli and Muley rose accordingly. Almost everywhere they went, they were met with envious and jealous looks that could kill. While they floated on their newfound fame, they also had to guard against those who out of jealousy would come looking for a fight. It was a thrilling and perilous life. As soon as she smelled the dishes prepared by Kai, Li was almost moved to tears. She had missed these meals so much. Having been away for just over a month, Liu felt she had been living too roughly, constantly on guard against someone stealing her blanket or bed, drinking unpleasant nutrient solutions, breathing foul air. Without comparison, she never realized how wonderful home truly was. She touched her slightly dry skin, deeply inhaled the aroma of the food, and ate with such emotion. Outside, the few people exchanged bewildered glances. They looked at the leader, who was emanating a chilling aura ahead, hesitating whether to go in and tell Liu that her boyfriend had been left outside the door. Yuli and Muli pitifully glanced at him, then swaggered in with smug satisfaction. Midway through her meal, seeing the two enter, Liu felt something was missing and looked around. Suddenly she realized she had forgotten Dong Gu and his brothers Gu Li and Yue Quan. It couldn't be blamed on her. Kaishi's cooking was so fragrant that she had smelled the food even before the aircraft landed, and being so eager to eat, she completely forgot about them. She thought for a moment and decided to stand up and go out. However, before leaving, she saw Muli drooling and staring straight at her bowl. She quickly turned back, picked up her bowl, glared at Muli, and walked out holding it to her chest. Muli rubbed his nose. He too hadn't eaten in so long and missed it terribly. Yuli pitifully watched the fleeing grandmaster, then thinking of something, quickly grabbed the plain rice she handed over and ate with astonishing speed. By the time Muli realized what happened, he was staring at the empty dish, wanting to cry, but having no tears. He felt 1,000 regrets. He should never have waited for them to come eat. He glanced at Yuli, who was sitting leisurely and calmly, and felt even worse. Eating a meal was like fighting a battle. Everyone was full, holding their bellies, sitting lazily in chairs, and unwilling to move. After facing the scenery of the full courtyard, everyone quickly accepted it, since in their minds, there was nothing impossible for Liu. The others were full, but little Phoenix still had half an empty stomach. With teary eyes, she accused Gu Li, who had been the most aggressive in snatching food from her. Having turned into a human child, she wasn't even as tall as the table, and couldn't compete. At that moment, little Phoenix missed the gentle and kind Aunt Fiona immensely. Boo-hoo, she would never complain about Fiona being long-winded again. Seeing her pitiful state, the others felt embarrassed, and glanced at little Phoenix's empty bowl, their faces suddenly reddening.
Kaishi, please make some more.
Liu put down her chopsticks and said to Kaishi. Actually, she too felt embarrassed, and touched her own bloated belly. Kaishi's eyes were full of laughter, immensely happy and satisfied that her cooking was appreciated. She politely bowed and went out. Behind her followed little Phoenix, a little shadow, making people unable to resist smiling. After eating her fill, Liu felt completely relaxed and comfortable. Suddenly, she saw the person beside her still cold-faced and motionless, and she instantly felt not so comfortable and relaxed.
All right.
She still had to coax that certain lord to eat first. Liu quietly pushed her hand. The force was very light, only then did Dong Gu lift his long eyelashes to look at her. He just didn't speak, but Liu somehow saw a grievance in his eyes. She thought he hadn't eaten enough and desperately gestured toward the door, but her eyes nearly cramped, and he didn't move. Actually, everyone saw Liu's little gestures and wanted to speak up, but then they met Dong Ji's casual glance, which startled them. They understood. He was enjoying Liu's comfort. Actually, they also felt they needed some comfort for their fragile hearts, but after a look at the boss's eyes, they decided to forget it. They didn't want to die too early. Several big men sneaked out like little women. Li Yu was completely unaware. Seeing he still ignored her, and looking at the suddenly empty hall, she tentatively whispered,
Ahem, what's wrong with you now? What do you mean what's wrong with you now?
Donggu was a bit angry, his face cold, as he didn't speak. Li Yu, however, felt she also had a temper and snorted. She walked to the side, picked up scissors and a basket, and sauntered to the door to cut a few flowers to arrange back inside. As she cut, she got a bit addicted, continuously cutting various different flowers. She completely forgot that there was still a person inside who was angry. He became even angrier. He was so obviously jealous, but that woman's brain just wouldn't catch on. Donggu helplessly walked to her side. Seeing she didn't even look at him, he deliberately snatched the flower she had just cut.
It's just one flower, there are plenty here.
Li Yu only glanced and continued cutting. Donggu had to rein in his temper and reminded,
I haven't eaten yet.
Li Yu was seriously thinking about whether to choose red or yellow flowers for a better match. Hearing Donggu, she didn't pay much attention and said without turning,
Then go to the kitchen, I'm busy.
She raised her hand and waved it back casually, signaling him not to disturb her. Seeing her completely absorbed by the flowers, Dong Ji's eyes darkened. He grabbed Li Yu's wrist and said seriously again,
I haven't eaten.
Li Yu had just started to think about color matching, but his interruption made her forget again. Angrily, she shook off his hand and said impatiently,
I told you to go to the kitchen. By saying that, you made me forget which one I was about to choose.
Donggu. Was he less important than flowers? Seeing her holding the basket and counting the annoying flowers, he had to admit he was jealous again. Donggu reached out, snatched the basket, and as she reached to grab it back, he caught her hand and pressed it against his stomach.
I'm hungry.
Li Yu was stunned for a moment until she felt the warmth from her hand. Also the excellent feel of the abdominal muscles. She could even trace the lines. Li Yu's face instantly flushed bright red. She hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but he held it firmly. She nervously checked if anyone was around, then looked at Donggu with a weak gaze and whispered,
Let go first, I'll take you, okay?
Donggu didn't speak, he just held her hand and didn't let go, stroking her slender, flawless hand which shimmered faintly. As if not hearing her, his words were casual, but he knew the possessiveness in his heart was almost uncontrollable.
I don't like anyone or anything that can attract your attention. I only want to be the one in your eyes.
Li Yu looked at his serious expression. Her heart seemed to stop beating, her mind stopped working. She moved her lips, not knowing what to say. The delicate tenderness in his eyes made her feel at a loss. If she still didn't understand he liked her at this moment, Li Yu felt she had lived in vain for so long. Actually, she couldn't clearly describe her feelings, she just didn't find it unpleasant.
You?
She hesitated, unable to utter the words of rejection. After a long while she forced out,
Why do you like me?
Donggu smiled.
So do you agree or not?
The heat on her face was scorching. Li Yu panicked a little, she wanted to run. Seeing her expression, Dong Ji's eyes darkened. He stroked her hand, then gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, which he had longed for. His lips curled slightly, and his tone was soft but unyielding.
Anyway, everyone now thinks we're a couple. You still want to shirk responsibility, huh?
The last tone was drawn out particularly long. Li Yu's heart trembled inexplicably. Unwilling to be suppressed, she reversed the situation and pressed him against the wall, her body almost clinging to his. Clearly their minds were not on the same frequency.
Boss. Haha, continue.
Gu Li, who had rushed over, quickly covered his eyes at the sight of their posture, then turned and bumped into several walls before finding the door. Li Yu.
Don't go. It was just a reflex.
Catching sight of their posture, Li Yu knew she couldn't explain it away. Blushing, she tried to step back, but was suddenly pulled back into his embrace. Their breaths intertwined. Li Yu could hear his breathing becoming rapid. The corners of his eyes were slightly red. His usually strong self-control, which he had prided himself on, was useless every time he encountered her. Sunlight shone on her face. Her delicate pink lips opened and closed, becoming increasingly tempting. When his gaze turned to her face, he couldn't hold back any longer and kissed her fiercely.
Hey you! Aren't you hungry? I am a PH.
Before Li Yu could finish, she was silenced. She stared wide-eyed at the face, so close to hers, smelled the faint fragrance on him, and felt his breath on her face. Her mind went blank. Even though she had experienced 2 accidental kisses before, she still didn't react. Her whole body stiffened as she let his warm, passionate lips press tightly against hers, providing her with air. He had intended to punish her a little, but didn't expect her lips to be so wonderful. He became increasingly reluctant to let go. After a long while he loosened. Dong-gu lowered his head, and nuzzled Liu, who was completely relying on him for support. He chuckled softly.
Silly girl, aren't you powerful in cultivation? How can you not even know how to breathe normally?
Liu held in his arms, caught her breath. She glared at his smiling face, adjusted herself for a while, then pushed him away, gritting her teeth and snorting.
So what? Do you want to taste my fist?
Dong-gu gazed at her adorable yet non-rejecting expression. Joy surged in his heart. He pulled her back into his arms, suppressing the ecstasy, and held her tightly.
Did you agree?
He stared at her intently, feeling his heart about to stop.
Ahem. What do you think?
Actually, she had lived so long without ever being in love. The only time she had a small crush, that feeling disappeared with the person's departure. Actually, she thought Dong-gu was pretty good, even if he was a bit jealous. She pushed against his burning chest. His heartbeat was too fast.
But before I agree, I warn you, don't kiss me without my permission again, or next time I'll directly use my fists.
She shook her fist as a warning. But she didn't know that this sight filled Dong-ji's eyes with amusement. He couldn't help pressing her face tightly against his chest, burying his head in her neck's hair, his voice husky and magnetic.
Okay. My girlfriend.
Her neck tickled. Liu couldn't help it, and pushed him away with one hand, ignoring his reproachful gaze. The wind carried a faint floral scent. Dong-gu stared longingly at Liu on the tree, her eyes slightly closed. Her rosy cheeks were exquisitely set off by the green leaves. She seemed to be thinking of something, a faint smile on her lips, composed and breathtakingly beautiful.
Other people's girlfriends all have a honeymoon phase. Is mine too short?
Dong-gu withdrew his gaze and looked at his heartless subordinates eating something called watermelon, feeling sour inside. And Yuechuan, who was happily eating, felt a jolt. He was already tired of answering the same question for the 153rd time. Just as he was about to brush it off, he saw Gu Li trying to snatch, so he quickly grabbed the last piece of watermelon. Suddenly a chill ran down his back. He stiffly turned his neck and saw the boss's cold glare. Swallowing, he suddenly had an idea.
Boss, why don't you check the interstellar net? I heard there's a very popular webpage. What was it called? I remember 18 Styles of Love.
Dong-gu slowly turned to Gu Li. Gu Li's burly frame trembled, and he quickly agreed.
Yes, I also heard that Il got out of being single thanks to that.
Il was a notorious bachelor in their base. He had confessed to 85 girls, and none agreed to be with him. In the end, he got out of being single thanks to that, and then he showed off his love on social media all day, almost making them sick. Yuli, with a headache, glanced at the two big men giving random advice, then looked at the branches around the Grandmaster that were gathered by the spirit tree like a high wall. Suddenly he felt Dong-gu was pitiful. He and Muli couldn't even compete with the spirit tree, let alone him. Perhaps still unwilling, he slowly spoke.
I think you should just let it be. The Grandmaster's personality is like this.
Dong-gu frowned slightly upon hearing this. He scanned the 4 extra people and the spirit tree, then he wanted to burn clean, feeling very displeased. He only wanted to be alone with Liu. A sinister, ferocious aura appeared on his face. Although he quickly suppressed it, the 4 people who had been carefully observing saw it and trembled in fear. The 4 touched their still warm stools and decided that for safety's sake, they should just get out of there. Little Phoenix had just finished eating a watermelon bigger than her face. When she looked up, the 4 were leaving at top speed. She was a bit confused, then suddenly met a cool gaze, and her heart chilled. She hadn't missed the schemes in Dong-ji's eyes.
What? What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the one who knows you best. If you offend me, you'll never know what she likes.
Little Phoenix cautiously stole a glance at Dong-gu, feeling very guilty. Dong-gu narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled slightly.
Do you think I dare or not?
As he spoke, he had already picked up Little Phoenix and strode out of the garden. Once he learned everything about you, let's see how these people could attract her attention. Little Phoenix looked hopeless.
No, boss, I know you dare, but can you not grab me by the neck? Although, it won't choke me to death.
After sleeping for a whole morning, Liu stretched lazily, her nose twitching, as a faint scent of roasted meat wafted towards her. She saw a grill set up not far away with some unknown meat roasting on it. The faint aroma of roasted meat just now came from there. Liu was pleasantly surprised. She stepped down the stairs made of spirit trees, one layer at a time. Greedily she reached out to grab a piece of meat, but her hand was suddenly slapped. It didn't hurt much, but she was surprised and stunned. Dong-gu actually dared to hit her. After hitting her, Donggu didn't even lift his eyes. He moved to the other side to focus on roasting, his slender hands skillfully flipping pieces of meat. Liu was initially a bit annoyed and wanted to turn around and leave. But the sizzling aroma of the roasted meat tempted her. She felt the craving in her stomach about to burst out. Since she went into seclusion for cultivation, she hadn't eaten roasted meat. When she woke up, she was back in the interstellar world, unable to eat it even if she wanted to, and she didn't know how long she had been craving. She swallowed her saliva, secretly glanced at it, and couldn't hold back any longer. Liu extended one finger, looking at him pleadingly, but her eyes were fixed on the roasted meat.
Can I have a piece? Just one.
Donggu, who had been in a low mood with displeasure between his brows, actually showed a faint smile, but he pretended to keep a tight face, and coldly handed her the smallest piece of meat. Liu, pitifully comparing the tiny piece that wasn't even enough for one bite, said with longing eyes,
You gave me such a small piece. You've roasted so much you definitely can't finish it all. How about I help you get rid of it?
The phrase,
looking at the pot while eating from the bowl,
was the perfect description for Liu at that moment. Donggu lowered his head, his eyes filled with undisguised laughter, but on the surface, he remained silent and continued roasting. He carried his indifference to the extreme. Seeing the meat cooking faster and faster, Liu grew anxious.
Look! Look, this piece is done, and that one is about to be done too. You definitely can't finish it all right. I can finish it. If not, there are others.
A concise and straightforward answer. Donggu deliberately took a bite of the meat right in front of her. Seeing her pitiful longing gaze, he disdainfully set aside the bitten piece, picked up another piece, and took another bite. The little phoenix's words were finally useful. It wasn't a waste of his entire morning learning to roast meat from Casey. It made Liu almost drool. Seeing him waste so much, her face was full of heartache. She almost couldn't resist picking up the meat to eat. Roasted meat, her favorite. Even after cultivating immortality, roasted meat was the only thing she couldn't let go of. She ate it once or twice a month. Not eating it made her feel uncomfortable all over. Donggu couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. He couldn't bear to tease her further, and handed her the best cooked piece.
Eat.
Now Liu dared not take it, afraid he might have poisoned it. But she couldn't help taking it, sneaking a look at Dongji's expression. Seeing that he really showed no abnormality, she finally took a bite with relief. The meat's aroma exploded in her mouth instantly. The rich chili flavor mixed with pepper was exactly her favorite taste. This roasted meat was perfectly suited to her palate. After finishing the last bite of meat, she fixed her eyes on the meat on the grill again. Liu suddenly pondered how to get more meat. Seeing the neatly arranged roasted meat on the plate, she swallowed her saliva, and finally asked shamelessly,
Ahem, are you still going to eat that?
Donggu gave her a cold glance. To be honest, being ignored felt really uncomfortable. Liu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and cautiously tested.
You're not jealous again, are you?
Liu frowned, but after thinking it over, she really couldn't find any reason for him to be jealous.
No.
He handed her a few pieces of meat. Liu's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly took them, and ate them in small bites, her cheeks bulging, afraid he would change his mind. Donggu looked up at her, his lips full of a smile, and let out a soft laugh.
Eat slowly, they're all yours.
He reached out, and gently wiped something off Liu's lips with his fingers. Hearing,
all yours,
Liu didn't believe it at all. She retorted,
Liar! Just now you said you'd give the leftovers to others rather than to me.
Her hand quickly snatched the chopsticks from Donggu, and she scooped all the meat onto her own plate. She picked it up and ate it while watching him from a distance, like a little squirrel that loves to eat and guards its food. Dongji's eyelids twitched. He had a headache. This was not what he had imagined. Shouldn't it be him feeding her bite by bite? The first item on the first page of that web page's love code said exactly this, claiming it promoted emotional bonding. Although he had to admit that he initially dismissed it later, he couldn't help secretly browsing the web page that Gu Li and the others mentioned. Seeing him staring at the meat on her plate with resentment, Liu quickly swallowed the last piece and then handed over the empty plate.
Dom, all, you're not regretting it, are you?
Although she already knew his name was Donggu, Liu still preferred to call him by that nickname. Since he didn't refuse at the time, she never changed it. Donggu was a bit irritated, his face full of grievance.
What do you think? Other people's girlfriends are all clingy with their boyfriends. What about you? It's been 2 days since that day. Apart from the little time I can spend with you during meals, all your other time belongs to that spirit tree. Let me tell you, I've been jealous for a long time. I'm just that petty.
He was indeed its Sundra boyfriend. Liu thought seriously, and found it true, but she was puzzled.
Isn't that how relationships are? My friends from before were all like this. It didn't seem like a big deal.
After all, in the cultivation world, a single seclusion could last for years. I never saw those Dao partners staying together every day. Meeting once every 10 years was already good. Even those who see each other daily, aren't they just cultivating together? Liu bit her lip and hesitated.
How about you cultivate with me? Then we'll be together.
Her face showed an expression of having made a great concession. Donggu knew this was her temporary bottom line, and he also knew that what she called cultivation was simply cultivating without disturbing each other. He sighed and nodded. He knew he couldn't rush it. Every move of the two was clearly heard by the 5 people, and a robot Casey, who were lying at the door crack. Guli scratched his head, tapping on a page on his device that displayed the information of the poster who had released the
18 Techniques of Love
tutorial full of gossip.
Do you think this poster can still survive?
Yuli glanced at it with a complicated expression.
I think it's hard. I think so too. After all, the boss only used this one move, and your patriarch defeated him so easily.
And Yuequan rolled his eyes.
Then do you think as one of the recommenders you'll get off scot-free?
Muli stretched out his paw with schadenfreude.
I think it's hard for all of us. Cut the crap. I think your physical training lately has been too easy.
Guli glared.
Cough, I didn't say anything.
Yuli blinked innocently, and quietly moved away from Muli's side. Muli.
I saw that. You still move.
Muli looked hopeless.
Guess whether the boss can win the beauty's heart.
Gu Li's eyes sparkled as if others didn't know what he was thinking. And Yuequan snorted. He thought Gu Li just wanted to plan it out, return to base, and open a betting pool to make some pocket money. Little Phoenix rubbed her tired calves from squatting, and said in an adult-like manner,
I gave such a powerful trump card to your boss. If he still can't give you UTSK tisk, then don't even think about it. Maybe Yu hasn't let go of that person.
Little Phoenix sighed.
What do you mean by hasn't let go of that person? Who is that person?
And Yuequan suddenly questioned. Little Phoenix stiffened her neck, hating herself for not being able to hold back just now. She stammered.
No, you misheard.
She turned and ran away quickly, not wanting Liu to find out that she had let the cat out of the bag, otherwise her, but would be in trouble. And Yuequan didn't speak, but seeing the two inside pause, he smiled slightly. Little Phoenix might have forgotten that both of them were big shots. How could they not know that they were talking outside the door? Seeing the 3 looking confused, he grabbed their clothes and pulled them out. Liu really wanted to rush out, grab Little Phoenix and spank her until her butt blooms. It was one thing after another. Donggu lowered his voice, eyes dark toned, unusually calm and unsettling.
That person.
He emphasized each word heavily. Liu's movements to escape froze.
Huh. You misheard. Yes, you misheard. It must be Little Phoenix making up stories behind my back.
Her tone was extremely perfunctory. She forced a smile and continued.
You mustn't believe it. Do you think there's anyone better than you?
The last sentence was somewhat flattering, and Donggu paused slightly, feeling quite pleased.
Don't try to fool me.
Donggu grabbed her. Liu was on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Dongji's optical brain ring urgently. Donggu gave a dark look at her relieved expression and opened his optical brain. Liu quietly slipped out of the camera's view. A radiant old man appeared on the optical brain with a kind face. But considering that he hadn't yet assumed the presidency, he was addressed as the military personnel did.
Chief, everything on the federal government side is fully arranged. We can't wait any longer. Everyone is waiting for you to return and hold a live broadcast for the entire interstellar people.
They all had immense admiration for this new first helmsman of the entire interstellar community. After all, his methods were decisive, and his strength unmatched, which was far better than the corruption of the previous 2 families. Time had been squeezed, and squeezed it would still take half a month to return. Donggu knew he could no longer delay. He took a deep look at Liu. Now, he couldn't guarantee whether Liu would leave with him. Perhaps the person on the other end was lost in thought, and didn't speak for a long time. The old man coughed and said, Chief. Donggu snapped back to reality, and nodded lightly.
Return tomorrow.
Only then did the old man nod in satisfaction. But before he could say anything else, the video was hung up. He looked at his colleagues beside him, who were also staring at him eagerly, and stroked his beard in bewilderment.
The new president will arrive in half a month.
Everyone instantly showed relieved expressions. They had never seen a presidential candidate so unconcerned.
It's not like there's no one better than him. Maybe someone with ulterior motives will stir up trouble. You're going to be president.
Liu frowned suddenly. She liked a peaceful life. If he were to become president, her identity, as his girlfriend, would inevitably involve scheming and intrigue. She suddenly felt a desire to give up. The expression on Liu's face did not escape Dong Ji's eyes. In fact, he himself had no desire to take the position. It was just that the entire interstellar people had started a vote at some unknown time.
No, I'll find a suitable person.
He also didn't like it. In his eyes, the presidency was just a thankless job. He had some candidates in mind, but he needed to go back and take a look. No one was not greedy for supreme power. This was what Liu had witnessed in the cultivation world, so she was somewhat surprised. She pursed her lips and looked at him seriously.
If you really want it, you don't have to give it up.
Objectively speaking, only Donggu could suppress the high-level figures of the interstellar community, which was good for the common people. Dong Ji's eyes slightly contracted, her figure reflected in his pupils, his breath slightly ragged.
Have you also been wanting me to give up on you?
Suddenly hit on her thoughts, Liu shrank back.
No, I never go back on my promises. Of course, except for the boyfriend-girlfriend aspect. You're really not good at lying, you know.
Donggu caressed her face obsessively, his smile making one feel a bit sorry for him. The cold sensation on her face made Liu shrink back. When she felt an even hotter gaze, she realized her action, and avoided him, so embarrassed she could dig a hole with her toes.
I said it's a reflex. Do you believe me?
She opened her very beautiful eyes, and looked at him pitifully. He really wanted to hide her away, not letting anyone see her. He also wanted to stuff her in his pocket, and carry her around. Dong Ji's eyes darkened, his voice hoarse.
What do you think?
Liu secretly glanced at him, but met his pitch-black eyes, and she cowered even more. Donggu sighed. He felt that the two of them were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at all. In Liu's heart, he was even less important than her two disciples Yuli and Muli. He had to admit he was jealous again.
This time, I won't force you to come with me, but next time will be different. Because you are my girlfriend. And my future wife. I will never let go.
Donggu held her tightly, his eyes slightly red, filled with barely controlled possessiveness. His low, persistent voice sounded above her head. Liu's face showed unprecedented confusion and helplessness. Who can be sure about the future? Just like that person who said he would always be by her side, yet abandoned her to ascend to the immortal realm. Before leaving, he said he would wait for her there, giving her a distant hope. She cultivated desperately. She was just one step away from tribulation, but she returned here, and inexplicably so many things happened, and she became Dong Ji's girlfriend. Liu was lost about the future. She suddenly didn't know how to respond. In this aspect, she was truly like an idiot. Outside, a drizzling red rain fell, but after being filtered by the protective shield, the raindrops were clean and clear. The pitter-patter continued, as water dripped slowly from the eaves onto the ground, each drop resembling the lingering worry on the face of the woman inside. As soon as Donggu left, Liu locked herself in her room for the entire day, seriously contemplating whether their current relationship was worth continuing. From the look in his eyes before he left, Liu knew he didn't believe a word she said. That person did exist, but she didn't want to talk about him with anyone. After all, it was all in the past. Worried, Muli placed the meal that Casey had sent over on the stone table by the door, replacing the untouched lunch. Hearing no sound from inside, Muli sidled up to Yuli, concerned.
Do you think the Grandmaster might have been dumped? But something doesn't feel right.
Not worried about being overheard. The Grandmaster had already set up a soundproofing spell inside. Yuli shook his head, recalling the man who had seemed eager to pack the Grandmaster away before leaving. He rolled his eyes at Muli.
Your IQ really needs checking. If anyone's getting dumped, it'll be the Grandmaster doing the dumping. How could she be the one dumped?
Muli scratched his head, grinning sheepishly.
I'm just worried. The Grandmaster hasn't come out all day, and she didn't even eat her favorite thing. If you're that concerned, why not focus on your cultivation? Maybe when the Grandmaster comes out and sees your great progress, she'll be delighted.
Thanks to senior sister Xiaofeng's constant personal supervision and countless spirit pills, over the past month his cultivation had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, while Muli was still at the middle stage of foundation establishment. At first, when they learned that the little phoenix, who looked like a human toddler, was actually hundreds of times older than them, and had suddenly appeared as their senior sister, they were stunned for a while. Xiao Feng was the little phoenix's self-given name. After all, she was Li Yu's only spirit beast. From the moment she met Li Yu, she had claimed her as her master. Watching Li Yu, who had no spiritual root, reach the venerable realm in just over 200 years, no one understood the effort behind it better than she did. In the past, even the weakest person standing beside Li Yu was at the nascent soul stage. Suddenly seeing such weak disciples, how could they be worthy of her Yu status? She had to supervise them personally. But after they consumed so many spirit pills, they couldn't even reach the golden core stage. She nearly choked with frustration. If not for knowing that in this world without the heavenly Tao and spiritual energy, reaching this level was already difficult, she would have wanted to kill them. After all, their unseen master was also a formidable powerhouse. Mu Li's face instantly fell.
Cultivation is no easy matter.
Yu Li naturally knew that too. However, a glint flashed in his eyes. He would never let the last danger happen again. He wanted to be able to protect the Grandmaster. Even if he didn't want to, at least, he wouldn't be waiting for the Grandmaster to save him personally. At that moment, the door creaked open. The person who walked out was neatly dressed with a faint smile on her face. Not as disheveled as they had imagined, it seemed the Grandmaster wasn't too heartbroken after all. Yu Li and Mu Li exchanged a glance. They quickly stepped aside, revealing the dishes hidden behind them: braised eggplant, spicy sour shredded potatoes, and a plate of stir-fried green vegetables. The aroma instantly assailed her nose. Li Yu's eyes lit up. She sat down and began eating with leisurely grace. Suddenly noticing the hesitant look on the two, she asked while eating,
"What's wrong? Something on your minds?"
Yu Li nudged Mu Li, signaling him to speak.
"On nothing really. It's just that we were a little worried since you hadn't come out all day."
Mu Li paused, then replied. Inwardly, he despised Yu Li's move. Clearly, he was afraid that asking would anger the Grandmaster.
"I'm fine. Where's Little Phoenix?"
Li Yu responded faintly, her eyes full of curiosity. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen Little Phoenix since yesterday. Needless to say, she was hiding from her, afraid of being held accountable. Yu Li and Mu Li suddenly fell silent with tact. Senior Sister Xiao Feng had instructed them this morning that if the Grandmaster asked about her, they must not say anything. Needless to say, from their expressions, Li Yu had already guessed 7 or 8 parts. Her final glance made both of them feel immense pressure. Mu Li's heart grew even more uneasy. Hesitating, he couldn't help but blurt out honestly.
"Senior Sister Xiao Feng said that if you ask, don't tell you she's hiding in Casey's room."
Li Yu suddenly let out a laugh, a meaningful laugh. Yu Li and Mu Li stealthily stepped back a few paces. If not for the loud rain, the sound of their shoes scraping would have been much more obvious.
"Heh. Then you'd better tell her to hide well. I will find her."
Danger level full, score 10 out of 10. Mu Li swallowed hard. After finishing the last bite, Li Yu felt content and leisurely enjoyed the sound of rain, her heart calming down. She had only said those things to scare Little Phoenix. She didn't really care about the slip of the tongue.
"All right, sit down."
Li Yu glanced at the two, seeing their tense expressions, pursed her lips, and smiled.
"Just teasing you."
The two were embarrassed. They clutched their hearts.
"By the way, do you know where we can buy seasonings for cooking?"
Li Yu recalled what Casey had said yesterday. The remaining seasonings would only last for 3 days of cooking. She had searched through the piles of books in the room, but they were all classics, like the 4 books and 5 classics and writings on human affairs, with not a single word related to grains and cooking. Yu Li thought for a moment. Before this, besides meat, they didn't even know what other food was. They would kill the meat to sell, never having eaten it themselves, only drinking nutrient solutions. However, they had heard of seasonings. He opened his optical brain and searched. Amidst a variety of nutrient solutions, he finally managed to find a store selling seasonings named simply
"Seasonings,"
sitting alone in a corner without any promotional traffic. If not for the keyword search, it would be hard to find. The sales figures were pitiful. Not even a double-digit number, only 8 items. Li Yu saw it too, and was a bit surprised. Surprised that it actually existed, though she didn't know if it was good. Yu Li couldn't bear to watch anymore. Finally he said,
"Grandmaster, maybe I should log out and search for seasoning information."
After all, the monthly cost of opening a store on the Star Network exceeded the sales of this seasoning store. Moreover, the store had been open for 5 years, which meant it had been losing money all along. Li Yu also found it abnormal and nodded. The search results page displayed 0. The zeros seemed to mock their ignorance. The three of them. Yuli finally hesitated and looked at Liu, saying,
"How about I post a thread in the forum to check?"
If Liu had known that it would all be mockery, she would never have agreed to Yuli's idea.
Haha, is the OP brain damaged? Seasonings. Same feeling. According to a friend of mine who works in a wealthy family, seasonings are not something even the rich can afford, let alone ordinary people. The OP might be a moron. Haha. This kind of question is so stupid, but I'm willing to share a bit. I'm a child of a rich family. I remember once at a family gathering, the robot chef served each of us a single stalk of green vegetable, one stalk worth 50,000 star coins. At first, I looked down on it, but later I ate it, and it was absolutely delicious. Whether what the above said is true or false, I'm still envious for real. OP, don't even think about it. Even if you can afford seasonings, you can't afford a single vegetable. +1. What era is this? Someone is still asking such a stupid question. I suspect the OP might be a native of some garbage planet.
A post titled,
"Why is no one buying seasonings?"
instantly got flamed to trending, and even the keywords related to seasonings saw a significant rise. Liu took a deep breath, snatched the optical brain from Yuli's hand, and clicked into the seasoning store's customer service.
"Hello, besides soy sauce, salt, and chicken bouillon, do you have any other seasonings?"
Liu had just browsed through, and naturally hadn't missed the listed seasoning information. Far away, in a corner courtyard on Calaxan Star, a young brother and sister were frowning at their store, which had been doing bleak business for 5 years. Their craft had been passed down from their ancestors bit by bit. The older generation had all passed away. They had originally wanted to give up too, but couldn't bear it, so they persisted with their remaining savings for 5 years. Now they could no longer hold on, and had to close. The two would have to start looking for jobs. Over these 5 years, the money they had poured in had almost never been earned back.
"Brother, how about we apply to close tomorrow? Our seasonings are only 50 star coins per bottle, but they don't sell. And we have to pay 1,000 star coins every month."
Jean Lele sighed. Her brother Jean Leakin was worried, his face covered in stubble, with no mood to manage. Just as he was about to agree, a ding-dong sound that hadn't been heard in a year suddenly rang out. Both of their eyes instantly widened. Jean Lele stared at her brother's optical brain in great surprise. Jean Leakin, however, thought it might be today's store payment notice. Today happened to be the payment deadline. But when he opened it, he saw a long customer message from someone named Period. Surprised, he clicked and looked at it, and was about to say they wouldn't sell. But under his sister's gaze, he hesitated, and typed a single character. A ding-dong sound.
"Seasoning store, yes, we have them. You can tell me what seasonings you need."
Liu was a bit excited to see the quick reply. If it weren't available, she would soon be unable to eat meals with seasonings. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't recall what seasonings there were. Finally she replied awkwardly,
"I want oil, soy sauce, salt, etc. Whatever you have, I'll take it all."
On the other side, just as the siblings were about to give up waiting, the message came. John Leakin's hand suddenly trembled. Every word and line was filled with sincerity, making it impossible for him to think it was a joke. He had a feeling, as if their luck was about to turn.
"For now, we only have the 4 listed types. If you need oil, would oil rendered from mutant pigs be acceptable?"
Liu looked at the message and asked Yuli.
"What is a mutant pig?"
Yuli glanced at her in surprise, and silently searched for information on mutant pigs.
Mutant pigs are accustomed to growing in humid environments. Currently, there are 3 major planets that meet the requirements, one of which includes Calaxan Star.
Liu looked and saw that mutant pigs were no different from the pigs she had seen, except for an extra pair of sharp horns. Returning to the chat page, she replied,
"Yes."
On this side, John Leakin was too excited to respond to his sister. He quickly replied,
"May I ask how much you need?"
The previous message had been replied to very slowly. After 2 minutes, John Leakin had actually lost much hope. Unexpectedly she replied, and he was extremely excited. Liu thought for a moment, and decided that buying more didn't matter since she had her space. She clicked to reply,
"How much stock do you have?"
John Leakin's hand trembled.
"Soy sauce 100 bottles, salt 90 packs, chicken bouillon 96 packs. The oil you asked for can only be provided 50 gene for now. Is that enough?"
These were already their stock for a year. Liu was still somewhat dissatisfied, but after calculating her savings she found that, after buying, she would be left with only 1 star coin. The star coins were from the last time Fiona and the others gave her. Dong-gu had promised to pay but hadn't yet. Now she had reason to suspect that Dong-gu didn't want to repay. Even though Dong-gu saw her room full of priceless green plants, he never imagined that Li Yu would be short of that little money. He even felt that all his assets were a bit unworthy to offer. But Li Yu was indeed short of that little. Meanwhile, the siblings who received Li Yu's big order were extremely excited and quickly contacted the courier. Li Yu sighed deeply, pinched a large pile of star coins, and handed them to the robot that had been booked to exchange them into digital star coins.
It's not easy to support the family. I wonder if asking Dong-gu to pay back will do any good.
After the exchange, she paid. Li Yu looked at the remaining single star coin, feeling extremely resentful. Yuli vaguely guessed the situation. Without any reluctance, he took out his savings, 100 star coins, and said seriously,
Grandmaster, I still have some money saved by Mu Li and me. Mu Li and I will go out to find jobs today.
Mu Li looked awkward, realizing for the first time that he had been freeloading. He nodded solemnly. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh. She wouldn't go so far as to let them go out, but she wouldn't stop them either. She pushed the money back and said indifferently,
No need. But I'd like to ask you how to make money more conveniently. How about live streaming to sell things? Like the green plants.
Yuli racked his brains.
The Grandmaster certainly won't go out to work, so this is the most convenient option.
Li Yu learned about it, thought it over, and really thought it was a good idea. She decided to have Casey live stream to accumulate fans, and then she would be responsible for selling. Thinking about it, it really wasn't bad. Boss Elder, you just said word. They all disagree with your previous proposal to replace the president. And Yuekwan sighed at these people's recklessness. He had only made a token gesture, but they actually dared to refuse. Did they think the boss was a pushover? Gu Li suddenly noticed the boss's expression growing darker. He couldn't help but think of Li Yu. With Li Yu around, she might be able to suppress them. Without Li Yu, these people seemed to be asking for trouble. The two had similar thoughts. They exchanged a glance, then looked at the boss, who was silent, with a gloomy expression. Tell them, this is an order, not a request for their consent. The tone brooked no refusal. Dong-gu closed his eyes briefly, his condition appearing far from well.
Yes, boss.
And Yuekwan and Gu Li responded in unison.
Get out. I need to rest.
Reclining back into the cold hibernation pod, Dong-gu pressed the sleep mechanism with a calm demeanor. The two standing figures exchanged a glance before sighing. They wondered when their leader's condition would ever return to what it once was. At dawn in the interstellar era, people's first instinct upon waking was to open their optical brain and log into the star network. Live streaming had become particularly popular, with a dazzling array of content. Upon entering, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the advertisement in the promotion column. Snorts of derision followed. A live stream channel named Beautiful Life, with no profile information whatsoever, though the notice board did announce a stream time set for 5 minutes later. Such a tacky name had long fallen out of fashion, yet someone had actually chosen it. Feng Lang, who had not yet logged off, decided to wait for the streamer's notification. After some thought, he figured he might as well give the stream a look just to be polite. On the screen, an antique red door suddenly appeared, its frame adorned with ancient window paper. A clearly robotic hand gently knocked on the door. The live stream had only one viewer. Seeing this, Feng Lang couldn't help but leave a comment.
This is the first time I've seen a live stream with a robot and no streamer in sight. But given how well the decor mimics ancient times, I suppose I'll grudgingly watch for a bit.
No one replied. The only responses were the knocking and the robot's greeting.
Miss, your breakfast has arrived.
Kaishi's voice was full of ceremony, but Feng Lang, seeing nothing, couldn't help a bored complaint.
Just a nutrient pack. Does it really need all this pomp?
Unfortunately, no one answered him. The knocking outside the door roused Li Yu from her slumber. She checked the time, barely 8 in the morning. Rubbing her face to wake herself up, she tried to clear her mind. She had spent the entire night studying Kaishi's live stream functions. In the end, she decided to restrict Kaishi's movement to her courtyard and the kitchen. Following Yuri's suggestion, she also set the robot to automatically start live streaming when it woke her up in the morning. The name. She had picked it at random. Newly registered live stream accounts were entitled to a free 1-week promotion slot, but Li Yu was completely unaware of this. The knocking persisted. Suddenly, Li Yu recalled that she had forgotten to set a duration for Kaishi's live stream yesterday. That meant Kaishi was still streaming right now. Her eyebrows lifted slightly as she threw off the covers and got out of bed. She took a minute to tidy herself up before opening the door. The door creaked open. Just as Feng Lang was about to exit the stream, a slender hand appeared, delicate as a tender shoot skin like congealed fat, and he paused, aborting his exit. A woman slowly emerged onto the screen, dressed in simple cyan robes of an unusual cut that nonetheless accentuated her cool, elegant aura. When her face fully appeared on the screen, willow brows, moth-like eyes, and a radiant glance, it was breathtaking.
Her smile could charm 100 palaces, leaving all other beauties in the shadows.
In that moment, Feng Lang finally grasped the meaning of this ancient verse, his mind drifting in a daze.
Too beautiful.
As soon as Liu opened the door, she spotted Kaishi. Her initially displeased mood was instantly captivated by the fragrant steaming buns placed on the table by Kaishi. Forgetting the purpose of her exit, she broke into a classic foodie smile.
Kaishi, you're amazing. This is the first time I've seen you make buns, even if they're vegetarian. You flatter me, miss.
As she spoke, Kaishi turned, pointing the camera directly at the buns on the table. Fresh from the steamer, the buns were uniform in size, with white tender skins, plump and adorable. Liu took a bite, fragrant but not greasy. She unconsciously narrowed her eyes in bliss.
The flavor is just right.
The camera captured the moment perfectly, and Feng Lang's eyes went wide, staring fixedly at the screen, shamelessly swallowing his saliva.
That thing called bun looks so delicious. Streamer, don't just eat, tell us if it's good or not.
Feng Lang's mouth was practically watering. After watching for ages without hearing the woman speak, he couldn't help but post another comment. Unfortunately, Liu saw nothing. The stream was broadcast through Kaishi's eyes, and unless she specifically opened the screen, she couldn't see the comments. And Kaishi, despite streaming, wasn't intelligent enough to inform her. Liu finished all 5 buns, patted her stomach, and languidly stretched the camera, capturing every lazy movement. If not for the woman's obvious enjoyment of the food, Feng Lang would have logged off. This was the first time he'd seen such an indifferent streamer. Just then, a few dozen more viewers entered the live stream. The screen buzzed with chatter, mostly questioning whether the woman on screen was pretending to sleep. Though she was beautiful, there were still those who envied her. Feng Lang fumed inwardly and wrote a long rebuttal.
You're the ones pretending to sleep. Your sister's the one who had plastic surgery. You didn't see the earlier video. I've already uploaded it to the Star Network. Go watch it yourselves, and I'll slap you hard with the truth. Morons.
The viewers saw all sorts of comments, including insults. The screen was soon flooded with dense comments, causing newcomers to instinctively click out. The live stream remained at just over a dozen viewers. Liu remained oblivious. After eating her fill, she finally remembered her purpose. A hint of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes as she walked straight up to Kaishi and set the streaming duration. The viewers, who had just been arguing over whether the streamer had undergone plastic surgery, were suddenly hit by a face of stunning beauty in high definition. The fine fuzz on the woman's skin was clearly visible, authentic beyond any doubt.
You say I had plastic surgery?
A pleasant, melodious voice rang out. Liu set the stream to 1 hour per day, then tapped into the live stream screen. That was when she saw the comments and her own enormous face. Embarrassed, she moved the camera back a bit, read through the comments, and spoke with a puzzled tone. The viewer snapped back to reality, exclaiming,
"Ah, beauty overload. And that voice, I'm done for. Whoever says the sister had plastic surgery, I'll curse them to death. If that's plastic surgery, I'll eat my own stool. Yes, I love it. Even if she just lies there sleeping, I'm fine with it."
The dozen or so viewers, who had been bickering moments ago, immediately shifted their focus, and gifts began flooding in. Liu couldn't help but smile. Her purpose in streaming was never to rely on tips, but to accumulate followers. So she shook her head and said,
"You don't need to send me gifts. I'm streaming to sell things."
Though there were only a dozen viewers, many were drawn by her looks. A few responded supportively, asking,
"What are you planning to sell, sister?" "Plants, maybe. What do you think?"
She instructed Kaishi to turn the camera toward the courtyard. The entire yard was lush with verdant plants, including a dozen varieties of flowers in full bloom, standing perfectly still, almost like artificial decorations. Liu estimated that even if only 2 or 3 people asked, it would still be decent. Selling a few would be nice given how broke she was. Her entire net worth was a single star coin, and some plants that in the eyes of the interstellar era were worth a fortune. The few supportive viewers immediately fell silent, their initial shock replaced by hesitation. Others couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Is the streamer joking? Plants. Plants are rare and precious nowadays. You can't even buy them if you want to. I think she's still dreaming. Exactly. As if plants are just lying around everywhere. I guess the streamer is desperately poor.
A few remained on the fence watching cautiously. Feng Lang, the first viewer, looked at the woman's frown on screen. Remembering the food called bun he had seen earlier, he couldn't help but ask cautiously,
"Does the streamer mean real plants?"
Liu read the chaotic comments without a flicker of emotion. She simply wondered if she was ill-suited for selling things since she wasn't good at sweet talk. Just then she noticed a bullet comment from the unfamiliar viewer who had defended her earlier. She read it seriously and nodded calmly. Feng Lang, who was watching intently, was shocked pale, his face filled with disbelief. Not only Feng Lang, but all the viewers in the live stream were equally stunned, doubting their own ears. In the end, when the hour was up, Liu still hadn't sold a single thing. She truly felt she wasn't cut out for streaming. After some thought, she decided to switch to opening a shop. Using the same name, she registered a store and deleted her original live stream account. Unbeknownst to Liu, some viewers from the earlier stream had already uploaded her videos to the Star Network. A few of them had large followings, attracting wave after wave of viewers. The comments were full of accusations that the streamer was selling fake plants as real ones. When they later found the account deleted, the criticism grew even harsher. Still, they had to admit, the woman was truly beautiful. Feng Lang had no followers to begin with, so the video of her eating buns had long been buried under the avalanche of new content. He still didn't believe the streamer was that kind of person, but there was nothing he could do. After a morning of fermentation, the network erupted with a massive wave of contempt. Yuri and Muley only saw the news at lunchtime, both seething with anger. Looking at their utterly unaware great-grandmaster, who was eating with gusto, Yuri's heart was filled with guilt.
Great-grandmaster.
Liu raised an eyebrow, seeing Yuri hesitate and Muley sulk with a pout. She put down her chopsticks and asked,
"What's wrong? Just say it."
Her expression was completely clueless. Yuri's guilt deepened. He stood up and dropped to his knees with a thud, followed by Muley doing the same, startling Liu.
"What are you two trying to tell me? You've given up cultivation?" "Well, giving up is fine. Cultivation is a monotonous life after all. You can endure it,"
Liu said seriously. Yuri shook his head, racked with remorse.
"Great-grandmaster, it's all my fault. I should never have recommended you start a live stream."
Behind him, Muley's eyes reddened and tears began to fall.
"Huh? What do you mean?"
Liu frowned, sensing something off. But after thinking back to her morning stream, she had to admit she really wasn't suited for it.
"But I'm truly not cut out for it. I didn't know how to answer their questions,"
she said sheepishly. Yuri's head hung low, almost touching the ground. He gathered his courage and told her about the Star Network. Liu was taken aback for a moment, then composed herself and said slowly,
"So you're bothered by these rumors. The strongest thing in a cultivator is their heart. Nothing can break it. You still have a long way to go."
If she had been so easily crushed, she would have fallen into demonic cultivation the moment she learned that the heavenly ladder and the heavenly Tao no longer existed. Yuri and Muley nodded, their faces flushed with embarrassment. But Muley still couldn't let it go.
"But Great-grandmaster was right. Why did those people have to curse at us?"
And the insults were particularly vicious. Liu gently lifted the two to their feet with a wisp of spiritual energy, her expression calm and composed. She was actually curious about what the internet had said to upset them so much.
"Open it up for me to see. This. Great-grandmaster, maybe you shouldn't look,"
Yuri said hesitantly, knowing there were some vulgar words among the comments. Liu folded her arms and said coolly,
"Open it." "Yes."
Yuri quickly opened the Star Network, but the page was empty. Not a single trace of Liu remained, as if what they had seen was all an illusion. Both were stunned. They searched again and again, but found nothing. At the same time, they were not the only ones to discover this. A large number of netizens also noticed that whenever they posted keywords related to the earlier topic, their accounts were immediately restricted from commenting. Meanwhile, on the main star, the room was small, lit dimly by a yellow light that lent a warm, languid atmosphere. The walls, bathed in the glow, seemed neither yellow nor white. As an Yuequan entered, his gaze met a pair of pitch-black eyes that occasionally flickered with dark red. The man's thin lips were tightly pressed together, making an Yuequan tremble involuntarily.
"Boss, all content related to Liu has been deleted. Those who were most aggressive have been banned.
and Yuequan reported solemnly.
Good.
A hoarse voice responded. He sat up from the hibernation pod gazing out at the vast sea of stars, his eyes filled with unfathomable depths. He asked in Yuequan casually,
Do you also think I'm not worthy of her?
And Yuequan was silent. He knew who the boss meant by her. If he was unworthy, then who in this world was more exceptional than their leader? The two of them had witnessed their relationship up close. The one who loved the deepest was unquestionably their boss. Donggu let out a bitter laugh tinged with mockery.
She is so strong that she never even asked me for help with such a trivial matter. In her heart, what am I without the title of boyfriend?
His eyes were cold and mournful, and Yuequan felt a pang of sympathy for his boss's humility in front of Liu.
Will you let go then?
He dared to ask, knowing that the line of women who admired his boss stretched far.
No.
His eyes held an abyssal, unfathomable depth. Impossible could it be that we were seeing things? Yoli rubbed his eyes, still unable to fathom how the online posts had vanished. Liu naturally believed they had seen it. A figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she guessed a little. She patted Yoli on the shoulder and handed him a book.
Forget it if they're gone. This cultivation technique is specifically for consolidating your foundation. Your cultivation base has been boosted by elixirs this month, leaving it unstable. If you don't lay a solid foundation now, you'll easily fall into the demonic path.
Yoli took the book and said urgently,
But how about you stop live streaming, Master? Let Mu Li and me handle it.
Liu shook her head with a smile.
No need. I've already deactivated my account and opened a shop instead. I just haven't decided what to upload for sale yet. You two will need to manage it then.
She really wasn't good at such things.
Rest assured, Master.
Yoli and Mu Li pledged solemnly. Liu waved her hand, telling them to finish eating and leave quickly, as she wanted some quiet time. Yoli quick-witted dragged Mu Li away. Liu propped her chin on the table, her face full of vexation. Apart from him, she couldn't think of anyone else who would have deleted those online posts for her. She decided to pretend she didn't know. Yet her heart felt a strange sensation she couldn't quite articulate. She stared at the communication number on the screen, her expression tinged with hesitation. That hesitation dragged on for half a month. He didn't call, and she didn't call, as if the two had no connection. Finally, Liu couldn't hold back and dialed. The courage she had barely mustered instantly evaporated when a female voice answered the call. Even her usually steady heart began to waver, uncontrollably crumbling.
Hello.
A woman's gentle, seductive voice came through the optical brain, accompanied by the faint sound of splashing water in the background. Liu checked the time. 6 in the morning. The optical brain was a personal device everyone carried. A woman in his room at 6 with water sounds. Her mind suddenly went blank, as if she understood. She hung up without a word.
Well, even dual cultivation partners don't belong to each other alone, let alone in the star realm a man of his high position. So be it.
The woman stared at the call log marked A. Such an intimate nickname, and rumors she had vaguely heard. Jealousy surged in her heart. She curled her fingers, deleted the call record, and placed the optical brain back as it was.
What are you doing here?
A cold voice came from behind, as the door sounded. Chung Anyu's heart jumped, but she quickly composed herself, pretending to turn around innocently. The man before her was handsome, tall, and slender, wearing a bathrobe with water droplets trailing down his collar from his hair.
Haven't seen you in a year, don't you miss me? I heard you were on the main star, so I rushed over early. But when I came in I heard you showering, so I didn't call out.
Donggu still had some patience for Chung Anyu, who had taken a bullet for him in the chest 5 years ago, an injury so severe she had to retire. Donggu nodded in acknowledgement, strode over with his long legs, and put on his coat. He paused briefly.
Next time, not before coming in.
Chung Anyu's face showed hurt, but she smiled, feeling bitter inside.
I know. But I'm still happy for you, knowing you're about to become president. Unlike me, now abandoned by my family.
The position of president had been vacant for years, controlled by the Gu and Fan families. Finding a suitable candidate temporarily was still difficult. Donggu withdrew his gaze, seeing her fleeting sadness. He glanced at her indifferently, then hesitated.
Do you need me to arrange something?
Didn't he understand? She didn't need him to arrange anything. She wanted to marry him. She had been planning for 5 years, waiting for the day she could become his wife. Chung Anyu's tone softened.
No need. Although my family has abandoned me since news of you spread, they've been nicer to me knowing I know you. I heard from Gu Li that your inauguration ceremony today requires a female companion. Would you mind if I were your companion?
Dong-gu paused mid-step.
No need, my girlfriend might object.
He strode up, picking up his optical brain without stopping. Hearing it directly from him made a difference from rumors. Chum Anyu swayed in the room, her face pale, eyes filled with unwillingness. She had fought alongside him for 2 years, yet he never saw her. So she bribed some people to stage that accident, taking a bullet for him, so that Dong-gu would forever remember he owed her a life. But that bullet destroyed her plan to win his heart over time, forcing her to retire. Later she waited for the right moment to reappear by his side, only to be beaten by some woman who suddenly appeared. How could she accept that? After hanging up, Li Yu returned to her room to meditate, but suddenly felt an unusual movement from the illusion demon within her. Frowning, she suppressed it with spiritual energy. She managed to temporarily control the illusion demon, but her unstable mind plunged her into darkness. Darkness, nothing but darkness. Li Yu stood in the center, slowly opening her eyes. The darkness receded, transforming into a lake surrounded by endless mountain peaks. The lake water was emerald green and crystal clear. A cherry blossom tree in full bloom was reflected on the surface, petals drifting in the wind, making one feel as if in a fairyland. Under the cherry blossom tree stood a man in blue, his snow-white long hair flowing in the wind. The silhouette was all too familiar. Li Yu's eyes uncontrollably moistened. She staggered step by step closer, finally standing behind the man, choking out.
Bu Qing, is it you?
The man turned slowly, his deep black pupils showing a faint warmth, a high nose bridge, and sharply defined lips, giving him a strong yet alluring presence.
Clumsy fool, why are you crying so miserably? This isn't the famous venerable Li Yu.
He was as gentle as ever, stroking her head. Li Yu could no longer hold back, tears fell.
I couldn't find you.
His eyes paused, and he gently wiped her tears, smiling softly.
I couldn't find you either, silly. How did you appear here?
Li Yu noticed that his aura was too real. It wasn't a dream. Fu Qing's smile took her hand, and flew up to sit on the cherry blossom branch. Gazing at the illusory realm, he laughed.
You were as clever as ever. I used an ancient soul artifact to find you, but only in a dream.
He didn't tell her that activating the ancient soul artifact required an immortal soul. This dream could only last an hour. She would return to her world, and he would vanish into nothingness. But he had no regrets. Seeing her safe and sound was enough for him.
I thought I'd never see you again.
Li Yu looked at him. She and Fu Qing had been siblings for 100 years. Now she wanted to tell him her feelings, but somehow lost her courage.
Why did you suddenly want to find me?
Fu Qing paused, sighed, and said,
You're the sister I acknowledged. How could I not want to find you? I've been waiting for you to ascend. But I never expected to hear that you had disappeared. I searched the entire cultivation world but couldn't find you. Finally, I heard from the new demon lord about your whereabouts. The world you're in now is the star realm you mentioned before, isn't it?
Li Yu lowered her eyes.
She
had thought so too. How could it be? Li Yu laughed bitterly to herself, but in the next second she froze.
My time is running out, you.
Fu Qing could feel his soul fading. He looked at her with unprecedented love. Li Yu's heart trembled. She stared at him sharply.
Fu Qing, what do you mean your time is running out? Tell me.
He gently caressed her face, his fingers tracing softly, his face turning translucent.
I like you, Li Yu. I had planned to give you a surprise after your ascension, but I know I can't wait.
Li Yu didn't notice her mind exploded. She stared at him blankly. She should have been happy, but for some reason, she suddenly thought of Dong-gu. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Fu Qing's loving gaze faded, replaced by a hurt expression.
You don't like me anymore, do you?
Li Yu snapped back, and quickly shook her head.
No, actually, I've liked you for a long time, too.
She didn't know what she was thinking, but Fu Qing was the obsession she had loved for 100 years. How could she give up on him, because of a man she had only known for a few months? Yet even as she thought this, she couldn't feel happy.
You or your eyes don't lie. Now when you look at me, there's no light in them.
He knew his time was short. Suddenly he laughed and continued.
Silly, I'm just teasing you. I just wanted to test you. I've known your feelings for a long time. This time I only came to see you. I got married in the upper realm. She's very beautiful.
Li Yu's expression froze. She forced a stiff smile.
Really? Then, congratulations.
But inside, she inexplicably felt relieved. Seeing the obvious relief on her face, Fu Qing lowered his eyes, hiding the love and pain within. His body was more translucent than before. She couldn't help but notice.
How did this happen?
Li Yu was on the verge of tears. Fu Qing stroked her head again, smiling softly.
Maybe I'm running out of spiritual energy. I have to leave.
She felt reluctant, grabbed him, and desperately poured spiritual energy into him, but it seemed to sink into the ocean without any effect. Instead, his body became more transparent. Li Yu panicked, her foreboding grew stronger. Fu Qing quickly stopped her hand, shaking his head helplessly.
It's useless. After this parting, who knows when we'll meet again?
It was never to meet again. The rate of dissipation was not normal spiritual energy loss. It was clearly his soul. Li Yu grabbed him, crying and shouting.
You're lying. This isn't spiritual energy fading, it's your soul. Did you use your soul to activate the ancient soul artifact?
Having been exposed, Fu Qing didn't hide it anymore. After all, his Yu was always clever.
No, I don't want this. I have many treasures in my space, surely one will work. I'll find it.
Li Yu seemed to lose her soul. Fu Qing wanted to hold her tightly, but his hand passed through her. He stopped and stared at her intently, as if engraving her into his heart.
It's useless.
Li Yu stared at his nearly transparent body, and suddenly understood everything. She regained her composure, and forced a smile.
So you saying you were married was a lie, and saying you liked me was the truth, right?
Fu Qing was silent, which was as good as admission. Li Yu laughed a sad laugh, her voice hoarse.
Why did you have to come find me? I've already let go of you, Fu Qing.
I know. He smiled with relief.
But I'll always be your brother, right?
She nodded. Fu Qing laughed carelessly, and summoned his spirit artifact.
Very well, this Qingza fan has accompanied me for 100 years. Let it protect you from now on. Consider it a brother's final gift.
Li Yu wanted to refuse, but the words stuck in her throat. From this moment on, she truly regarded Fu Qing as a brother, and only brotherly affection remained.
Farewell.
Fu Qing's soul began to dissipate. Li Yu clutched the fan tightly. Just as Fu Qing's soul vanished, she made her decision, and summoned her spirit sword. She silently gazed at the sword for a moment, then it blazed with spiritual light, shooting straight into the sky. A dragon's roar echoed, and the entire illusion shattered.
You're...
Fu Qing was shocked. He knew how important the spirit sword was to Li Yu. Her spirit artifact was forged from the unique soul of a divine dragon powerful enough to contend with the ancient soul artifact. It all depended on whose soul power dominated.
Fu Qing, you must live on. My spirit sword will take your place. I'll wait for it to overcome the ancient soul artifact and return. I believe in it.
Li Yu smiled, watching Fu Qing disappear. She looked up at the spirit artifact.
I've never named you. Let's call you Longming. This is your opportunity. If you win, you will cultivate a human form. If you lose, you will vanish from this world forever. Since this is your choice, I respect it.
A dragon's cry answered, as if responding to Li Yu's words. The illusion gradually faded. In the room, Li Yu suddenly opened her eyes. The sky had darkened without her noticing. A faint light glowed from her hand. Li Yu picked up the Qingza fan and snapped it open. Inside it was blank. The Qingza fan was a hidden weapon she had forged by sacrificing half her cultivation base back then. Upon its birth, it ranked first among hidden weapons in the cultivation world. Later she gave it to Fu Qing, and now it had returned to her hands. She stood up and walked to the window. The sky outside was pitch black, dotted with stars that brought a serene peace to the heart. Everything had settled. The cultivation world was beyond her return.
Master, you're awake.
A soft voice sounded. Muli rubbed her eyes sleepily, full of surprise and concern. 3 heads cautiously rose from under the window, Yoli, Muli, and Little Phoenix having apparently fallen asleep waiting. Li Yu couldn't help but smile and patted the 3 heads. It was actually quite nice here. With a click, the metal door opened from inside.
Boss!
The 2 men at the entrance took the documents handed over and placed them properly. He massaged his temples, having processed documents all day, his eyes slightly shadowed. Suddenly he halted and looked at the 2.
Has she replied to the message?
Both knew who she was. In another half-month would be the inauguration ceremony. Countless dignitaries and celebrities would attend, but Dongge had not yet announced his choice of female companion. Everyone was already restless. If not for his formidable power, they would have already pushed candidates in front of him. Gu Li nudged in Yuechuan's arm, looking utterly cowed. And Yue Quan sighed, hesitated, and ventured.
The message I sent this morning hasn't been replied to yet. Maybe she's too busy.
He grumbled inwardly.
You two not contacting each other, don't drag us into it.
The boss was being Sundra, refusing to initiate contact and waiting for her to coax him. Miss Liu indeed. Perhaps she had already forgotten she had a boyfriend. He had to wonder who dates like this. Heartbreaking. Donggu remained silent. He glanced at the time. It was already midnight. His face darkened, and the brief hope that had risen instantly sank. The two quietly retreated outside the door.
I say maybe we should just make a video call.
Gu Li pondered aloud. And Yue Quan thought it over, and agreed that a video call would be best, but he still hesitated.
We couldn't get through this morning either. Analyze it, could it be that she simply doesn't want to answer?
They had already called in the morning, but couldn't get through. Later messages went unanswered. Gu Li also paused, then shoved his arm, urging.
Possible, but maybe she's busy and didn't see it. Just call now.
And Yue Quan rolled his eyes at him, steadied himself. The big brute nearly pushed him over. The two stood in the corridor, hesitating for a long while before finally pressing the video call button. Donggu noticed every move of the two. Hearing their words, he suddenly halted behind the door. Liu finished dinner, shooed the three away, rubbed her full stomach, and was about to go to bed, when the light brain on the table outside flickered glaringly bright in the darkness. Liu turned back, picked it up. The screen showed.
And Yue Quan.
Calling so lately, you knew it couldn't be for nothing. She pressed accept. The virtual screen lit up, revealing the somewhat haggard faces of Yue Quan and Gu Li.
What's wrong with you two? You look so worn out.
Liu had never seen them so haggard, as if tortured by something. Hearing her teasing, Yue Quan ignored it, his face bitter, and said,
Miss Liu, did you check today's messages?
Liu frowned in confusion.
What's up? I had some things today, was just about to look.
Seeing their unusually bitter expressions, she felt embarrassed to admit she was about to sleep.
It's hard to explain. Could you make a video call to the boss? Even just a message would do. At least, we wouldn't have to face that pressure every day.
Liu was startled, recalling that when she called in the morning, a woman's voice answered. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes, but she lifted her gaze, and her eyes cleared. She said calmly,
I understand. Let's talk tomorrow. It's late, I'm going to sleep.
Behind the door, Dong Ji's mood instantly lifted, a smile he couldn't hide curling at his lips. The two didn't know if Liu had agreed or refused, and could only watch helplessly as she ended the video. Early the next morning. Holding a bite in her hand, Liu's mind was full of Yuechuan's messages and words, hesitating whether to go or refuse. As soon as the three entered, they saw Liu frowning, absent-minded. Sunlight fell on her face, making her look even more ethereally beautiful.
Shizu, what's wrong? Is breakfast not good today? I think it's fine.
Muli walked and took a bite of the bun, and said curiously. Yuli and Xiao Fengwang also sat down, took a bite, and found it tasted the same as always. Suddenly interrupted from her thoughts, Liu composed herself, shook her head, picked up the bun in her hand, and was about to eat. Xiao Fengwang noticed and warned.
Yu, the filling of your bun is falling onto the table. You seem distracted. What happened?
Liu fully snapped back to reality, saw the bun filling scattered on the table, gave an embarrassed smile.
It's nothing. This is the Qingza fan. Yu, how did you get this?
Xiao Fengwang caught a glimpse of a fan handle sticking out from her sleeve, pulled it out in surprise. With a whoosh, she opened the fan. It was indeed the Qingza fan.
Senior sister, why does this fan have no writing?
Muli leaned in puzzled and reached out to touch it. His hand was met with a
smack.
Xiao Fengwang slapped his hand away.
That hurts. Senior sister, why did you hit me? I just wanted to touch it.
He massaged his reddened hand, sucking in a sharp breath. Xiao Fengwang snorted.
If I hadn't knocked your paw away, your hand would already be broken. So magical.
Yuli marveled, staring at the seemingly ordinary fan with confusion.
Naturally, each of the 10 fan ribs is a hidden weapon. For instance, the first rib is forged from rare gold thread, capable of transforming into 15 fine needles that can pierce your throat unnoticed, killing you silently. The second rib is made from twisted flower stamens, releasing a strange floral scent that kills instantly. Every rib is a lethal weapon, so you better not think of touching it.
Xiao Fengwang gloated at the two stiff expressions.
To use the Qingza fan, you need to channel spiritual energy into it. But even without spiritual energy, the fan isn't something you can just casually pick up.
Rarely seeing Xiaofeng Wang's childlike boastful face, Liu gave a faint smile, deciding not to intervene with the three. She quickly finished breakfast, and was about to leave, when her light brain suddenly chimed. She opened it. Seasoning shop.
Miss Li, we just received word that the seasonings we sent you were seized by the interstellar police at the main star deemed dangerous goods. The recipient needs to come in person to handle it.
Gila planet and Luwa planet are in opposite directions, both requiring passage through the main star. It wasn't the first time they shipped, but previously it was in small amounts. This time perhaps the quantity was too large, causing it to be mistaken for dangerous goods and seized. Jean Leakin was nearly worried to death. He had explained to the police for a whole day, wearing out his tongue, but they simply wouldn't believe him, insisting that the recipient come to resolve it. Reluctantly he messaged Liu. Liu was baffled. Just then Kaishi came up, and said the seasonings were gone from today, leaving her even more confused. Thought of no seasonings, eating only boiled greens every day, with no meat to begin with, made her face feel green. She looked up at the three carefree heads huddled together, envied them, and thinking of her own wallet, she wanted to cry. Going to the main star would cost a fair amount of star coins. Liu silently prayed her two disciples had some money and asked,
Ahem, Yuli, do you have enough to take a passenger ship to the main star?
Yuli looked up, his face clearly saying,
Are you kidding?
Liu thought.
I knew it was unreliable. Shizu, are you going to the main star?
Yuli carefully handed over a crumpled bag, asking. Their wallets only had enough for half the fare. Last time, they were kidnapped there, and came back for free. Ever since following Shizu, they had no concept of money, so it never occurred to them that they were broke. Without even picking it up, Liu knew it wasn't enough. She hadn't expected they were all dirt poor.
Yeah, the seasonings were seized at the main star, and the recipient needs to go.
She was already calculating the odds of borrowing money from the seasoning shop owner, but before she could act, the chat page popped up.
Your merchant is offline, next online time in 24 hours. Leave a message if needed.
Liu. Jean Leakin really had no idea what Liu was thinking. He was chatting with his sister, saw the message was read, but not replied, so he simply logged out, accidentally tapping the
online in 24 hours
option. When he realized he had already been forced out of the chat page. Thinking it was fine, since there wouldn't be any customers, he ignored it. Liu, who owned priceless greenery yet had only 1 star coin in her wallet, looked up at the sky helpless. After hesitating for a long time, she sent a message to Yuan agreeing to go, but reminding him to cover the round-trip tickets. And Yuan, sitting on a stool with dark circles under his eyes, had lost sleep over their matter last night. Upon seeing Liu's agreement and request, he didn't think twice, quickly arranged for someone to pick her up immediately, and now energized headed excitedly to the boss's office. Half a month later. The buildings before her stood tall pavilions towering with 5 palace roofs covered in golden tiles. The exterior was magnificent, the architecture unique. Liu had never seen such distinctive architecture, but she had no heart to admire it, her mind full of worries. She had left Xiaofeng Wang to supervise Yu Li and Mu Li's training, so she came alone, carrying only the Qingzi fan. She had come ostensibly to handle the seasoning seizure, but on the surface, she had agreed to be Dong Ji's companion. She would have to find time to sneak off and deal with it. Liu followed Gu Li through the long corridor to the dressing room, burdened with thoughts. As luck would have it, today happened to be Dong Ji's inauguration ceremony. He spotted the familiar figure at once. Dong Gu ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and rushed forward, but the woman didn't notice him at all, brushing past him into the dressing room. He stared fixedly at that spot. Gu Li, feeling nervous, observed the boss's expression and whispered,
Hee hee. Maybe Liu was so happy to see you, boss, that she was too nervous to notice.
Dong Gu looked at Liu's profile, clearly seeing her furrowed brow, obviously distracted. There was no joy in her face at seeing him. His expression instantly darkened. The accompanying etiquette masters were so frightened they fell silent, hesitating whether to proceed with grooming the new president's appearance. They watched as their new president walked toward the woman who had just entered, his face dark. Liu's face was suddenly cupped, and she met a familiar fierce gaze. Startled, she came to and frowned, trying to break free, but was pinned by an intense predatory look. Others, seeing time was running short, were about to remind them, but Gu Li grabbed them like chicks and carried them out, not forgetting to close the door.
What are you doing?
Liu's voice turned cold, her eyes nearly blazing with fire, whether from anger or urgency. Dong Ji's eyes trembled, his gaze falling on her stunning face, her autumn water eyes so bright, her cinnabar red lips. In that gaze all his sulking pride and anger at being ignored vanished, leaving only his heart pounding wildly in his chest. In the silent room, his heartbeat was impossible for her to ignore. His burning gaze fixed on her, Liu's delicate brows knitted, and the roots of her ears hidden under her dark hair began to heat up, like a flustered little rabbit.
Will you let go?
Seeing her adorable look, Dong-gu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, low and magnetic, especially seductive. He had thought that sulking would make her come and coax him, but it didn't. After being angry for so long, seeing her now, all that resentment dissolved into nothing. Liu was slightly stunned. Fortunately, this time he let go. Her mind inexplicably recalled the woman's voice from that day, and she instantly calmed down considerably. Regardless, it was none of her business. She had another purpose for coming to break up with him. Perhaps they were never meant to be. She admitted she had developed a little affection for him, but that small amount wasn't enough to make her accept sharing a man with several women. Having fully made up her mind, Liu's expression relaxed. The fleeting look of disgust she cast at him made Dong Ji's heart stop. His eyes gradually darkened, the joy he had just felt plummeted into an abyss, and his gaze turned somber. Liu sensed danger approaching, her expression stiffened. She tried to step back, but it was too late. She was lifted by the waist, and placed on the dressing table, her legs forced apart, and a wave of desire enveloped her. He held her tightly, lowered his head, cupped her face, ignoring her struggles. Shocked, Liu tried to break free, but failed, only making her breathing more chaotic. Meanwhile, the long biting Huanimo suddenly appeared. It was born from human desire, and this man wanted to possess Liu, who had suppressed it for years. It laughed with a ho ho ho. It had resided inside Liu for years, initially hoping to use her desires to cultivate a physical form. But Liu's path was one of cultivating a mind free of desire, so every time it stirred a bit of lust, she suppressed it even more tightly, leaving it now only a faint wisp of consciousness. Since Liu wouldn't let it live, it would give her a final gift before disappearing. How much she hated sharing a man, Huanimo knew it well. Turning this pair into bitter lovers would be satisfying. Its laughter, filled with a sinister glee, pierced every nerve in Liu's being. Liu sensed impending danger. The illusion demon was slipping beyond her control. If it broke free, she would be ensnared by its intoxicating grasp, her consciousness drowning in a feverish haze, desperately seeking the source of her relief. She abruptly ceased her struggles, and deepened the kiss, causing the last vestiges of Dong Ji's self-control to shatter. Yet he detected her aberrant state, and tried to withdraw, but she clung to him, leaving him no escape. He gazed at her tightly shut eyes, then gripped her shoulders firmly, his voice urgent. "Ayu, what's wrong?" The concern in Dong Ji's eyes was unmistakable. Liu opened her eyes, with a frown catching the blurry image of Dong Ji's worried face. A bitter laugh echoed in her heart. She might well bleed from every orifice and die. Damn it! The illusion demon had outwitted her. She had thought to suppress it again, but it chose self-destruction, causing her newly suppressed spiritual energy to rebound and break free. "Help me," Liu pleaded weakly, her face pallid. It was merely a matter of that act, better than losing her life. "No! It's all my fault." Dong-gu felt as if something were clenching his heart, sending pain through his entire body. Suddenly recalling the spirit spring, he retrieved it, and fed it to her. A warm current flowed into her heart, granting Liu a moment of clarity. But it was futile against the illusion demon. She pressed her pale hand over his flustered, trembling one. "It's no use. If you're unwilling, please find someone for me. Any man will do." Liu had no more pride. She still wanted to live. Uttering those words drained her last strength, and she looked at him with pleading eyes. The woman before him was deathly pale, evoking an involuntary pang of pity. "Impossible. Do you know who I am?" Dong-gu slowly raised his eyes, fixing them on her. Liu was about to answer, when a fleeting shred of clarity was swallowed by the tide. She grabbed his neck, and pressed her lips to his. The fire in Dong Ji's heart ignited. The sounds faded after a long while. 2 hours later, those outside had grown as restless as ants on a hot pan. Had Gu Li not locked the door from the inside, they would have stormed in. The door could only be opened from within, and even shouting themselves hoarse would be futile. The room was insulated with top-tier soundproofing materials. "I say, General Gu, aren't you worried that woman might assassinate the president?" One of the ceremony attendants, leaning against the wall, with a careless air, accused Gu Li. Gu Li raised an eyebrow, and snorted, "Do you think you'd still be alive if it were an assassination?" The implication was clear. He had brought her here, and if she were an assassin, he would be an accomplice. They would all be dead by now. Those who understood felt insulted. "Clean up properly. You made all this mess." Liu, her hair slightly disheveled but clothes neatly arranged, sat weakly on the sofa commanding the man, who was cleaning with a resentful yet willing heart. She discreetly touched her waist. It ached. Recalling the scene, upon waking, her face flushed. She quickly looked away to avoid wandering thoughts. Yet there was a benefit. The illusion demon had vanished and her cultivation had advanced. Donggu cast a dissatisfied look at the woman on the sofa. After the event, her aloof aura seemed tainted, no longer untouchable. He felt like a discarded tool, yet his mood was inexplicably joyful. The messy dressing table was cleaned, and the intimate atmosphere gradually dissipated. He checked the time. 1 hour remained. His silenced communication device was flooded with urgent messages. His gaze fell on the woman on the sofa, darkening slightly. Liu quickly pulled her clothes tighter. Dong Ji's eyes held an unmistakable smile, the corners of his lips lifting. He picked up the gown prepared for her, and handed it over. She had almost thought he intended to be rough, but he was simply offering the dress. She froze for a moment. "There's a changing room inside. Go change first." Seeing her wary expression, and then her stillness, Donggu broke into a smile. "If you'd rather change here, I've seen it all before." Liu's face flushed. She quickly stood up, moving a little awkwardly. In her hand was a long-sleeved mermaid-tail gown. When she emerged in the gown, her slender waist was accentuated, only her pristine neck bared. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her back, making her even more stunning. His eyes narrowed. He regretted having someone prepare a dress that accentuated her figure so perfectly. When she came out, Donggu had already changed into a brown suit, looking handsome and exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Beautiful. What if I get jealous?" Donggu bent down, gently lifted her into his arms, and rubbed his cheek against her hair, heading toward the door. The warm embrace and the intimate gesture made Liu stiffen. Before she could think, the door opened with a click. The crowd looked over in surprise and froze in place. There he was, smiling tenderly while holding a woman. The woman's exquisite face bore a hint of astonishment. In the light, they looked like a perfect couple, as beautiful as a painting. Ahem. Donggu frowned, displeased by their intrusive stares. With one hand, he took off his jacket and wrapped it around the woman's exposed neck, then strode away. The crowd felt a chill down their spines, and quickly snapped out of it, hurrying after him. There was no time to fix their appearances, and besides, both of them were natural clothes horses. They didn't need any adjustments. Guli felt the boss's month-long icy demeanor thaw. He was secretly delighted, finally feeling he had done something right. Yet watching the pair ahead, a strange unease crept into his heart, as if something had happened that he was missing. Liu looked at Dong Ji's serious face, which still bore traces of unhappiness from earlier. A complicated feeling stirred within her. Though the illusion demon had broken free because of him, it was also thanks to him that she could finally be rid of it. Before, she had only seen him as a tool. Now something was changing. But recalling the female voice that had answered his call, she hesitated again. The second floor was a magnificent banquet hall. When they arrived, the place buzzed with voices. Waitresses in gold uniforms diligently served drinks to the mingling guests. Their attire underscored the importance and prestige of the event. Under the lights, it was like a sea of stars. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs was soft, yet it drew attention. The new president had yet to appear. When they looked, everyone was stunned. The man in the brown suit had a cold, proud face, his eyes filled with ice. He seemed like a perfect work of art, breathtaking at first glance, but the fierce aura born of battle made him impossible to meet directly. Only when he looked at the woman beside him did his icy eyes soften with a hint of tenderness. The woman wore a blue mermaid gown. Her skin glowed like jade, her dark eyes sparkling, as if she had seen through the vanity of the world. Each glance enchanted the mortal crowd. A chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. They looked up to find their new president staring at them with a piercing gaze, as if they were about to be executed. Some swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the couple's clasped hands, and instantly understood. Whether they were disappointed that their interests had not yet borne fruit, or regretful that their daughters had lost their chance, no one could tell. Chung and Yu, who had been waiting, saw the scene, envy flickering in her eyes, before she looked away. Liu disliked this environment filled with ulterior motives. She frowned. This was less an inauguration ceremony, and more a banquet of mutual flattery and barter. An introduction rang out, and everyone turned to applaud enthusiastically. The entire hall erupted, all eyes on the new president Donggu. The stunning woman beside him, whom they had never seen before, received little attention at first, though some took note of her face, thinking she must have some skill to be his partner. Li remained impassive, standing beside him, like a statue, indifferent to the stares. Donggu sensed her distraction. His jaw tightened. He knew that even after what had happened between them, it was probably not very important to her. If you don't like it, go sit over there. I'll come find you later. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he gently rubbed his cheek against Li Yu's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Those closest saw it clearly, and new calculations about Li Yu began to form in their minds. Li Yu hadn't expected him to let her sit. When they came down, she had insisted on walking on her own, though he had wanted to carry her, which had annoyed him for a while. But this was for the best. She nodded faintly, a beautiful curve forming on her lips. Her long dark hair swayed slightly, as she turned and walked away. She found a quiet spot. Perhaps out of caution regarding her closeness to the new president, no one dared approach her. Only a few envious glances shot her way. Li Yu paid them no mind, closing her eyes to rest, or rather to use her spiritual energy to regulate her body. A flicker of loneliness passed through Dong Ji's eyes for a moment. Then he raised his gaze, and everyone saw the familiar formidable figure, whose presence was overwhelming. He listened to the crowd, but his attention was fixed on the woman in the corner, her eyes closed. Even now she refused to step into his world willingly, not even sparing him a glance. A woman in a red dress stole a glance at Li Yu, feeling indignant for her friend. She whispered to the quiet, lonely-looking Chung and Yu beside her, "And you don't be too sad. Mister, Donggu must like you. Otherwise why would he give you an invitation to the banquet, and even let you bring me?" Chung and Yu's eyes flashed with calculation. She put down her glass and said with a dejected air, "Fu Ling, don't say that. I don't care who Gu likes. As long as I can be by his side, I'm content." As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes, making Fu Ling even more determined to defend her. She deliberately raised her voice, hoping Li Yu would hear. "What I said is true, and you and Mr. Donggu have known each other for 5 or 6 years. Some people think they can seduce a man just because they're pretty without considering their own worth." "Fu Ling, don't say that." Chung and Yu pretended to stop her, but the corners of her lips curled slightly. Li Yu's eyes snapped open. If those words weren't aimed at her, she wouldn't believe it. But when she heard the familiar female voice, her gaze paused. She saw a woman in a pure pink gown, her golden hair gently tied up, a classic oval face with tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. A lily-white, pitiable sight. Li Yu curled her lips in a cold smile. She turned her gaze to the other woman in red, whose venomous tone matched her sharp, unkind features, even the finest makeup failing to hide her mean-spirited look. Fu Ling flinched under her cold stare, and quickly looked away. Li Yu's gaze then settled on the woman named Yu. A ripple stirred in her heart, her emotions for the first time slipping from her control. She rose abruptly, walked over, and seized Chung and Yu's chin, examining it with deliberate care. Chung and Yu was startled, humiliation burning in her cheeks. The woman before her wore no makeup, yet her beauty was undiminished, stirring fantasies of what she would look like adorned with cosmetics. Each was lost in thought. Li Yu sneered and released her hand. Chung and Yu stumbled back several steps. "You are the one who answered the phone that morning." It was a question spoken as a statement. Li Yu's face was expressionless. Chung and Yu paused, then understood. A flicker of something passed through her eyes. "Yes," she said, her voice desolate. "Don't worry, I won't disturb you and Gu. I just can't bear to let go." Li Yu found the endearment nauseating. "Enough. I didn't ask whether you disturb me or not. What you do is none of my concern." Her heart gradually calmed. She spoke indifferently, then turned and walked toward the main entrance. Their secluded corner meant no one overheard. "Who does she think she is talking to you like that? You're the future First Lady," Fu Ling said indignantly. Chung and Yu's disheveled state seemed to prove she was bullied. "Fu Ling, don't say that. Gu doesn't want anyone to know yet." Chung and Yu hesitated, her pitiful demeanor making Fu Ling despise the other woman even more. While Fu Ling was busy consoling her, she failed to notice the smug curve of Chung and Yu's lips. Gu would belong only to her. Li Yu stepped out of the gate, feeling a sense of nowhere to go. She paused for a moment, then opened her communication device to navigate to her intended destination. Passing several gaming arcades along the way, she saw the lively crowds, especially the virtual esports area, which was a hot attraction. Long lines snaked around, but the enthusiasm of the young players remained undiminished.
Miss Liu, you can sign here. Your seasonings will be shipped shortly,
the middle-aged man with a beard said amiably. Yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fabric of her clothes, a brand-new custom design worth hundreds of times the price of these seasonings. Hence, he did not trouble her further. How did he know? Because his wife was a fashion enthusiast chattering about it in his ear day and night, so naturally he picked up a thing or two. Liu hadn't expected the process to be so smooth thanks to a chance encounter with someone who recognized quality. She quickly nodded and took her leave from the police station. At a stall, a group of well-dressed people were gathered arguing heatedly.
Hey boss! Your last batch of greenery, why is it gone? You're not fooling us or planning to hike up the price, are you? I really don't have any left. The last batch I bought from a passing merchant thinking it was fake greenery. I never expected it to be real.
If only he had known, he wouldn't have sold them so cheaply. The boss's heart was bleeding.
I don't believe you, boss. If you want a high price, sell them to our scientific research institute. We can afford it. Truly, there are none left. Please stop asking. If you still have the same variety as last time, bring it to our institute. We'll buy each plant at 50,000 star coins.
As soon as the man spoke, the heated debate instantly ceased. Everyone stared at the boss expectantly. Under pressure, the boss nodded repeatedly. Even if he had some, he wouldn't dare sell them now. He wouldn't dare provoke these crazy greenery researchers. The previous greenery variety was spider plant, a fast reproducing plant that wasn't fussy about its environment. This was a significant discovery for them, a chance to study its proper cultivation. But that one spider plant was nearly dead, leaving them with no way to research. The man who had proposed earlier was clearly the leader of the group. He said,
"All right, we've made a deal. Don't forget, boss."
The boss immediately flattered him, forcing a strained smile.
"Don't worry. If I do have any, I'll save them all for you."
He had initially thought they were fake, since artificial greenery nowadays was convincing enough to fool the eye. Everyone stood up satisfied, completely ignoring the boss's forced smile that seemed to hold back words. They waved cheerfully and left the stall in a group. Having overheard everything, Liu paused for a moment. Suddenly an idea struck, and she stepped forward quickly. Since she was penniless, she brazenly said,
"I have real greenery. Are you interested in buying?"
The crowd halted abruptly and turned toward the source of the voice. A strikingly beautiful young woman, a rare sight of such exquisite beauty. Several young researchers' eyes lit up. The leader, a man of refined temperament, smiled politely.
"May we see your greenery?"
Feng Yiyan was not entirely convinced, but his good breeding kept him from voicing his doubts. Liu smiled faintly, looking at him.
"Yes, you may. But could we find a more private place to talk?"
A chorus of derisive sounds arose. Most no longer believed she had any greenery, merely lamenting that such a stunning woman had come for their section chief. Feng Yiyan was somewhat surprised. He was handsome and came from a prominent family, and many women had used similar pretexts to invite him out before. But looking at the clear, guileless eyes of the woman before him, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed for his presumptuous thoughts, and smiled apologetically.
"All right. How about the restaurant ahead?"
Though it was called a restaurant, it only served various flavored nutrient packs. The name was merely for show. Liu didn't care about the location. She only wanted a quiet environment, so she nodded in agreement. The others were reluctant, but had no choice. After all, she had specifically requested a private talk with only the two of them. They sighed. Next time, they shouldn't go out with the section chief, or they'd miss out on appreciating beauty.
"What would you like to drink?" "My treat."
Feng Yiyan handed her the menu. Liu glanced at it and pushed it back.
"No need. Let's get down to business." "Very well."
Feng Yiyan waved his hand, and the robot server withdrew, gently closing the private room door. She dared to say so because she indeed had something, not finished plants, but seeds of various varieties. Compared to grown plants, seeds held far greater value. Liu laid out several types, and even the 2-meter table before her was covered. Feng Yiyan, who had been curious to see how she would spin her story, immediately fixed his gaze on the table. The seeds, each different in appearance, gleamed under the light. His eyes blazed with excitement as he tremblingly picked one up. If he wasn't mistaken, these were vegetable seeds along with some flower seeds. This discovery set his heart racing furiously, and for the first time in his life, he was stunned by such an immense surprise.
How do you have these?
Feng Yiyan asked, looking at her with intense excitement. It was no wonder he was so agitated. Currently the number of seed varieties in existence could be counted on one hand. But here were at least 1,000 different types. The thought of successfully cultivating them sent shockwaves through the entire interstellar population.
That's not something I need to tell you. Just tell me how much per seed.
Liu had anticipated his reaction. She had made the decision in an instant. Rather than selling grown plants through a shop, it was better to sell all the original seeds at once. Of course, among the crowd, she had discreetly used a spell to probe the purity of this man's soul. The thicker the purity, the purer the person's heart, not a malicious one. That was why she chose him for the transaction. Feng Yiyan immediately focused on her face. Seeing that she truly didn't want to explain, he didn't press further. Worried that many of the seeds might be dead, he began calculating. His personal institute couldn't afford so many varieties, and he had severed ties with his family over a decade ago, so that option was out. But risking all the institute's liquid assets was still possible. He hesitated for a moment.
Perhaps I should first check how many seeds are viable. Actually, you don't need to check. There are exactly 1,520 seeds, and every single one is viable.
Seeing him preparing to start counting, Liu smiled. She didn't have time to sit there slowly counting with him. Feng Yiyan's eyes lit up. For some reason, he inexplicably believed what Liu said. He couldn't be bothered to count either. It was too tiring. His face showed a mixture of pain and regret.
But I don't have that much money. I can't buy them all. How many can you buy?
Liu felt a pang of regret, but she asked calmly. Feng Yiyan thought for a moment, and held up 8 fingers.
80,000 star coins per seed, how about that?
80,000 per seed was far too low. A larger research institute would pay at least 200,000 per seed. Feng Yiyan felt a bit guilty inside. Seeing her hand reaching back to retrieve the seeds, he suddenly had a brainwave.
Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I can give you a share of the profits. If we successfully cultivate them, we'll be rich overnight.
Most importantly, his institute would become famous overnight. Liu had originally planned to take back half, when she heard he couldn't afford them all. But now she found the idea feasible.
All right. How do you propose to split the profits? I'll still pay you 80,000 per seed, totaling 121,600,000. I'll transfer it now. Then how about a 60-40 split?
Liu frowned, thinking. Seeing her hesitation, Feng Yiyan thought she was dissatisfied. After all, if she cooperated with a large institute, the benefits would be far greater. He grimaced and continued anxiously.
You know, personnel and equipment cost money. How about a 50-50 split?
Liu hadn't expected that a moment's hesitation would yield such a generous offer. To be honest, she had initially thought 80,000 per seed was too high, given that these seeds were just ones she had picked up casually. She wasn't one to take advantage. Smiling, she said,
Let's go with 60-40 then. Great. Great. Great.
3 exclamations of joy. Feng Yiyan stood up excitedly, never expecting her to agree. Afraid she might change her mind, he quickly sent a message for his assistant to draft a contract. He was so thrilled, he couldn't find words. It wasn't until Liu received a deposit notification, the zeros so many she couldn't be bothered to count, that she knew she would never have to worry about money again. Compared to Liu's calmness, Feng Yiyan seemed to be glowing. He felt that heaven had finally favored him, dropping a pie from the sky. He had found a sucker. Oh no! He meant a partner who had successfully risen to become the second in command of the Scientific Research Institute. His composure was nearly gone. He glanced again at the seeds he had stored away, grinning even more foolishly. If only he knew that Liu's space held countless more seeds, he might have been utterly stunned.
So you're Liu. I'm Feng Yiyan. Very glad to be your partner.
Feng Yiyan extended his trembling hand, but his eyes were fixed on the signed electronic contract, nearly squinting into a slit. The refined air from earlier was gone, replaced by a touch of silliness. Liu gave a brief handshake and let go. Seeing that it was about time, she prepared to leave. Feng Yiyan snapped out of his daze, and quickly said,
Let's add each other as contacts. It'll be easier to stay in touch since we're partners now, right?
Afraid she might refuse. Liu thought it made sense and agreed. While their conversation had gone smoothly, the atmosphere on the other side was as cold as ice, deathly silent. Dong Gu loosened his collar and looked down at the two people with a cold smile.
Where is Liu?
His hands clenched. Seeing this, Yuekwan immediately lowered his head, silently enjoying his delicious lunch, while mentally mourning for Gu Li. No one had expected that during the banquet she would disappear. Even when they checked the surveillance footage, they only saw her appear at the entrance, before losing all trace, as if someone had erased the evidence. But considering Li Yu's abilities, it all made sense. She simply didn't want to leave any trace. Gu Li felt that the boss had gone through early menopause. She had been gone for less than a minute, and he already knew.
The call didn't go through and she hasn't been found yet.
He spoke nervously. If only he hadn't come along, he should have swapped with someone else. Seeing their expressions, Chung Anyu's eyes flickered with something unusual. She stepped forward and said gently,
"Go, I just saw that Miss Li Yu seemed to have received a message. I heard a male voice."
Li Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, had indeed received a call, but it was from Yoli asking about something. Donggu had seen it too, but he was too far away to hear. His face darkened, instantly gloomy, as a coming storm. And Yuechuan, who had just managed to relax, heard her words, and gave her a look that said,
"You're asking for trouble."
He felt there was something off about her. Chung Anyu still maintained an innocent smile, but her palms were sweating under Yuechuan's scrutiny. And Yuekwan couldn't find anything specific, but he thought about why Li Yu had agreed so readily, and then left midway. It seemed more complicated than it appeared. If he could think of it, Donggu certainly could. He returned to the dressing room, with a gloomy face scanning the already tidy dressing table. In the corner, something long and faintly glowing with a green light caught his eye. He picked it up, and when he saw the characters Fu Qing engraved on the handle, he recalled what the little phoenix had said. His gaze turned icy cold. The three people left behind looked at each other in confusion. Chung Anyu felt her chance had come. She twisted her perfect figure, intending to follow him in, but Yuekwan saw through her and blocked her way, tossing her down to the second floor. The banquet hall there had already been cleared, leaving only robot cleaners quietly tidying up.
"And Yuechuan let me go." "What do you mean?"
Chung Anyu was furious, wanting to go up, but he blocked her. Gu Li was also puzzled.
"Yeah, why stop her? The priority now is to find someone to calm the boss down."
And Yuekwan looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Chung Anyu and asked,
"Don't you know what I mean? Deliberately mentioning that the call was from a man in front of the boss. I see your ulterior motives, Tisk."
A flicker of strangeness crossed her face. She wiped the corner of her eye.
"I didn't. I know you've always had a problem with me. I'll leave, all right."
As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, on the verge of falling, making anyone want to protect her. But trying to win the trust of these two was clearly a mistake. Not only was Gu Li a thick-skinned straight man, but Yuekwan had also found her suspicious 5 years ago, especially during that supposedly secret operation that was ambushed, and she happened to be right beside the boss. Too much of a coincidence. If only they had found any evidence. Chung Anyu knew that staying longer would arouse suspicion. Wiping her tears, she sobbed and ran away. Gu Li thought maybe they had been too harsh. But the moment he voiced that, he got kicked and howled in pain.
"And Yuechuan, you son of a turtle! Why did you kick me? It hurts like hell."
And Yuekwan admired the scene before him, clicking his tongue.
"A guy like you still calls himself old man. You'd probably be used without even knowing it."
He was about to continue cursing, when he suddenly caught sight of that blue figure landing on the second-floor balcony, and instantly fell silent. Gu Li was still yelping when he abruptly noticed that the other had stopped speaking, and was staring fixedly behind him. A creeping unease immediately rose in his heart. He whipped his head around to look. Li Yu was standing on the balcony, at some point the sunlight falling upon her dress, as if draping her in golden light, sacred and shrouded in mystery. Li Yu hadn't expected to be caught by the two of them. She glanced at the now empty hall, finding it a bit odd. Before she left, she had asked and been told there were still 2 hours left until the end. How could it have ended so quickly? She walked over, and the two of them stared at her blankly.
"What are you doing here? Where is he?"
Li Yu looked behind them, saw no one, and a sudden foreboding crept into her heart. And Yuekwan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely pointing toward the dressing room on the 3rd floor. Li Yu gave them a curious glance, then lifted her skirt and ascended the stairs. It was only when she boarded the flying ship that she realized the Qingza fan was missing. It took her a moment to remember that she had tucked it into her sleeve, and her clothes were left here. That was why she had returned, otherwise she would already be on her way back to the Luwa planet. Donggu raised his head at the sound of footsteps. The woman was dressed in a blue mermaid gown, her long slender legs and graceful curves perfectly accentuated. Her eyes held nothing but surprise at seeing him devoid of any joy. He slowly averted his gaze, his eyes icy cold.
You're back.
His voice was exceedingly calm beyond a slight hoarseness, betraying no fluctuation of emotion. Liu let go of the door handle, her gaze falling upon the fan in his hand, the very reason she had returned. She suppressed the turmoil in her eyes, and responded indifferently. As she reached out to take the fan, her hand was abruptly seized by his. He gripped with tremendous force, and she winced in pain, frowning. She looked up and froze entirely. Dongge smiled, the corners of his lips curling slightly, his eyes filled with a demonic glee that exuded a somewhat morbid beauty chilling to the bone. Yet the moment her gaze met his, the wild, fervent intensity in his eyes retreated completely in the next instant. But Liu had already seen it.
Don't be like this.
Her voice involuntarily carried a faint tremor. Such a sick, tormented look made her realize in this moment that she had truly provoked someone she should not have, and a sense of retreat welled up inside her.
What am I like? Liu.
He raised his head slightly, the madness hidden deep within his heart running wild and unrestrained. Yet his eyes were filled with nothing but mockery and indifference. He rose slowly, and under Liu's stunned gaze pinned her down onto the sofa. His entire body pressed against hers, his fingers tracing the contours of her cheek with meticulous deliberation, as if searching for the most suitable place to strike. In terms of physical strength between men and women, she was indeed no match for him, especially now that Liu was panicked. She tried to push him away, but as soon as she extended her hands, he pinned them above her head, rendering her immobile. Liu was on the verge of losing her mind, sweat beading on her forehead in panic.
What exactly do you want? Let go.
Upon hearing this, the madness in Dongge's eyes only intensified. If only he could lock her away, she would belong solely to him. 1,000 regrets flooded Liu's heart. If only she had known, she would rather die than provoke this man. Yet she had no idea that the moment she agreed, she had already thoroughly entangled herself. She struggled but could not break free from his grip, pinned tightly against the sofa. Seeing the storm brewing in his eyes, Liu grew furious and roared.
You're utterly insane! Insane! Isn't it all because of you? Tell me, is the Fu Qing engraved on the fan that other man?
His voice was low and harsh, laced with cold menace, jealousy nearly spilling from his eyes. Liu had never expected it to be about this. Her heart instantly fluttered with confusion, and she stared at him blankly, motionless. Seeing her lost in thought stung his eyes. He wanted to kill that man named Fu Qing, and he wanted to kill her, so she could stay by his side forever. But in the end, his heart could not bear it. Dongge could no longer hold back, and wrapped his arms around her, frantically rubbing his cheek against hers, pleading.
Don't leave me.
The wetness on her neck brought Liu back to her senses. Her emotions were tangled, but in the end an inexplicable tenderness won out.
All right, don't cry. Don't you want to know who Fu Qing is? Get up and I'll tell you.
Liu gently stroked his head, suddenly understanding that he was throwing a petty tantrum because of the name Fu Qing engraved on the fan. Her voice softened.
Really? You're not lying to me.
Dongge lifted his head the moment he heard her, his handsome face streaked with tears, looking pitiful and aggrieved in a way that tugged at the heartstrings.
Really? Get up now. You're crushing me. I can barely breathe.
Liu pushed at him. She truly was struggling for air. He had no idea how heavy he was. Hearing this, he pressed his lips together, and obediently rose, sitting beside her, with an arm around her waist, his face sullen and gloomy. There was not a trace of his earlier madness left, as if it had all been a dream, if not for the soreness of her wrist, which reminded her of what had just transpired. Liu stared at his face, frowned noticeably, and sighed.
I did like him once upon a time.
Dongge's hand suddenly tightened, startling her into quickly soothing him.
But that was a long time ago. I don't like him anymore.
She was terrified of his earlier demeanor. If she provoked him further, she might not even be able to walk out of here. He stared unblinkingly at her expression, confirming that she wasn't lying, and only then felt a slight relief, pressing his lips tightly together.
Then why is this fan with you?
The thought that it might be a token of love made his face darken instantly, his tone dripping with jealousy. Liu's eyes flickered, debating whether to tell the truth, but a tightening at her waist left her no room to think. The words tumbled out.
Fu Qing gave it to me. He said he liked me, but I rejected him.
She wanted to take it back, but it was too late. Seeing Dongge's face grow even darker, she hurriedly added,
Now we only have a sibling-like bond.
Dongge gave a faint smile, his grip loosening, and the gloom on his face dissipated somewhat. He gazed at her earnest expression, knowing that getting her to admit This much was already difficult. He was satisfied yet still jealous, nuzzling her neck.
Then why do you call him so intimately? If it's just sibling love, you should call him brother.
No one could be this jealous, Liu thought.
Then I call you Ali too.
Inwardly she found it both amusing and exasperating.
That's different. We've already shared a marital bond, so you can only call him brother.
His tone was cheerful yet stubborn, his words hinting at a future after their marriage. Liu wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Well, since she had already decided to give it a try, no matter how many faces he had, or how many women there were, if there were any after her, she could break up then. That way, he wouldn't have anything to say. Both were lost in their own misunderstandings, yet tacitly neither spoke of him.
What are you doing now?
Liu tried to take the Qing's fan, but he snatched it first. She sighed helplessly. He gave a cold snort and tucked the fan away in front of her.
Our brother gave it, so of course I'll keep it safe. One day I'll return it to him properly.
Liu thought.
Then you might never get to return it.
But she didn't dare say it. Under his gaze she guiltily averted her eyes, stood up, as if nothing had happened, and inadvertently caught sight of the dressing table. The earlier scene flooded back, and she quickly looked away, fixing her gaze on the door, as she yawned.
I'm sleepy.
Seeing she didn't want to talk, Dong Ji's eyes dimmed. He stood up, walked over, took her hand, and sighed helplessly. As he pulled her toward the room, he said,
Let's go.
Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two reconciled in Yue Quan, and Gu Li finally snapped back to reality, looking from their boss to Liu. Even after they left, the two were still a bit unsettled. From that day on, news of their impending marriage spread throughout the entire star system. Everyone at the base cheered and celebrated, betting on who would receive an invitation. Meanwhile, the noble families on the main planet were abuzz with discussion, some even voicing opposition. How could an unknown woman be worthy of their president? Several elder council members were adamantly against it, arranging for people to speak against it at meetings day after day. But that didn't stop Donggu, who paid them no heed and calmly issued orders. With the wedding date undecided and opposition mountingly, he was not worried at all. She forcefully insisted on returning to the Lue planet for half a month, living leisurely, doing whatever she pleased, and daily chatting with him on the phone. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the Institute of Technology, the research had succeeded. Outside the cultivation room's glass, a crowd of people jostled, as if they had discovered a new continent. And indeed, for them, it was a new continent. Rows of transparent, beautiful glass plates were arranged neatly, making the tiny sprouts inside look incredibly adorable. The verdant little shoots breathed a vibrant life into the cold cultivation room.
Section Chief Feng, this experiment is a great success, largely thanks to these seeds. Soon the entire star system will be able to enjoy meals with rice and vegetables,
said Elder Lin, who had devoted his life to research, his eyes glistening with tears. This was the dream he had pursued all his life, the reason for his struggle. Feng Yan's heart was equally brimming with joy.
Yes, and we owe a great deal to one person. Who else? Didn't you buy them?
Elder Lin was curious. This batch of seeds was brought back by Feng Yan himself, and since he and his father had once been colleagues, Elder Lin trusted him, and assumed he had purchased them, never suspecting there was more to it. Feng Yan suddenly recalled his own state of mind when he first saw the seeds, and couldn't help but smile.
Once this experiment is announced to the public, you will all know. She is the second largest shareholder of our Institute of Technology, Liu.
At these words, the core researchers present were all stunned. Elder Lin, however, caught a different implication. Stroking his beard, he smiled kindly.
You mean she's a young lady, right?
Feng Yan nodded.
She provided all these seeds. Without her, we would not have achieved today's success. I also want to thank everyone here for your hard work.
Feng Yan bowed in gratitude to the researchers. They had all started from nothing and worked together until now.
So when should we announce this to the public?
One of the young researchers asked excitedly. This announcement would shock the entire star system, and they would all become known to the world. No one present was not thrilled. The others all looked at Feng Yan. Suppressing his smile, though his heart was far from calm, Feng Yan said with a grin,
Now, we have cultivated 18 varieties of vegetables in just half a month. I will apply to the federal government to convene a national conference as soon as possible, announcing our achievements to everyone in the star system. Next, we can begin mass cultivation of more varieties, thereby increasing production.
The others were instantly filled with motivation and a longing for a future where everyone could enjoy delicious vegetables. Feng Yiyan knew that vegetables were the urgent issue facing the entire star system. Looking at his jubilant colleagues, he held back the urge to reveal that he still had other green plant seeds in his possession. Everything must proceed step by step. Feng Yiyan had thought the application would require going through procedures, but to his surprise, it was approved in just a week. When he stood before the conference facing all the high-ranking officials, he still hadn't fully processed it. A national official live broadcast of the conference suddenly appeared on the light-brain pages of every star citizen. Such a grand spectacle had never been seen before, especially with the live broadcast title First Edible Vegetables. It caused all star citizens who could receive the notification on their light brains to go from bewilderment to shock and then to disbelief.
Vegetables. Edible. What the heck are vegetables? Are you sure this isn't a joke? The star era, which has relied on nutrient solutions for centuries, is about to usher in a historic culinary life.
Some people were curious and puzzled, pausing their work to click, and others dismissed it. A few who knew what vegetables were no less shocked than the rest. The live broadcast was filmed from a semicircular perspective showing 10 major figures they had only ever seen online. The man at the head of the table was the heartthrob type that made women's hearts flutter at first sight, the newly inaugurated President Dong Gu, who had been frequently appearing on Star News lately.
What's this? Hasn't it started yet?
Some netizens who clicked in were still confused.
I think it hasn't started yet. Didn't you see that guy in the white coat? I just searched him up. That's the head of the Institute of Technology, Feng Yiyan. Feng Yiyan. I know him. The Youth Daily interviewed him, calling him a young achiever. But don't get the wrong idea. They don't study technology, they're the ones who cultivate green plants or something. Since its establishment, they haven't produced anything valuable. So the guy above is saying he's developed a new product. I don't care. The new President Dong Gu is too handsome. I want to marry him. Stop derailing the thread. But seriously, the new President Dong Gu is really handsome.
Comments were flooding in. Netizens in the live stream began discussing among themselves. Some talked about appearances, others about the purpose of this event. The barrage of comments scrolled across the bottom corner. Feng Yiyan had thought the application would require going through procedures, but to his surprise, it was approved in just a week. When he stood before the conference facing all the high-ranking officials, he still hadn't fully processed it. A national official live broadcast of the conference suddenly appeared on the light-brain pages of every star citizen. The reminder from the earphone snapped Feng Yiyan back to reality. Catching a glimpse of the barrage of comments visible to them, his expression turned serious and earnest. The tension of facing the dignitaries was overshadowed by the pride and the achievements his team had cultivated. He nodded directly to everyone present and opened the edited video of the cultivation process. In it, over a dozen researchers in white lab coats meticulously tested various possibilities for seed germination, growth, temperature, and environment. The nervousness on their faces gradually transmitted to all viewers of the live stream, making them feel as if they had personally experienced the researchers' daily comings and goings, their tearful embraces upon failure, and their joyful hugs upon success. The video clip lasted barely a minute, but the subsequent minute thoughtfully introduced the origins, uses, and cultivation probabilities of the vegetables to many who were unaware. There was also a room filled with lush, vibrant green vegetables accompanied by several restored precious food images that seemed to emanate deliciousness through the screen, making viewers' mouths water. The utility of kitchen robots was only known among the social strata that could afford vegetables. Most interstellar citizens were unaware of it. Hence, after watching the explanation, although they harbored doubts, they also began to feel a glimmer of anticipation. Heavens! Vegetables can actually create dishes that make people drool just by looking at them. Can't wait. I'll remember this tech institute. I'll apply for an internship after graduation. Let me tell you quietly, vegetables are only affordable for the rich now, as commoners can forget about it. A sharp comment made the viewers pause. Feng Yiyan saw it too and explained. We are currently cultivating more varieties and seed preservation methods. At the same time, we have mastered all the necessary production technologies. We have also improved the cultivation nutrient solution to accelerate growth. Our Technology Research Institute will collaborate with the President to promote cultivation. Any interested citizen can apply to the government for a seed. We will improve a plot of land for you, and within a month everyone will be able to eat vegetables. Everyone watching the live stream was stunned. Vegetables. Seeds. More than half of them were bewildered, racking their brains for any knowledge They had learned about these things yet found none. Still, it didn't stop them from truly believing in their hearts. Their schools did have relevant majors, but they were too niche hardly anyone chose them. At most a dozen students enrolled each year, and no one paid attention. Some clever people had already started searching for the tools needed for cooking, while others asked their kitchen robots. What was indispensable for cooking was of course seasonings. Unbeknownst to everyone, the seasoning shop of Jean Lecan and his sister suddenly became a hit. In the following months, the mere sound of an order being placed made them both instinctively want to escape. A momentary lull in the comments was broken by a remark.
Let me tell you secretly, I just consulted a shop called Seasonings, and they were out of stock requiring reservations. I suspect someone got the news early and placed orders ahead of time.
Holy crap, I'm going too. I don't know if I have a green thumb, but I can afford to hire a cheap gardener. No way. Don't. How can you abandon us and place orders secretly? Shocking, but no one can beat my speed. Isn't anyone wondering where these seeds came from? According to historical records, the current vegetables were already extinct and impossible to appear. This question had never occurred to anyone. Hearing that they finally sensed something amiss. Several experts even raised doubts the few existing green plants and the extremely rare vegetable rice were all mutated, many carrying toxins, or having gone extinct due to limited cultivation techniques. So where did these vegetables identical to those in historical records come from? And were they genuine? Liu witnessed the scene as well. She hadn't expected Feng Yiyan to achieve results so quickly. It seemed she hadn't misjudged him. Suddenly the door opened and Kai-Shi walked in.
Miss Liu, it's time to eat.
Kai-Shi entered with a plate in hand, a fragrant aroma wafting from it. The scent made her feel hungry.
Kai-Shi, thank you.
Liu lazily sat down and watched the live stream.
Miss Liu, you're welcome. This is what Kai-Shi should do.
Kai-Shi had already come to terms with Liu's posture. In the grand and solemn conference hall sat the renowned scientist, Kailini, a titan in the scientific community at 81 years old, with innumerable groundbreaking achievements to his name and idol to countless scientists, and unparalleled in his field. The highest authority of the interstellar government, Donggu, the youngest president in history, also a military commander 31 years old, with formidable strength and terrifying spiritual power. The representative of the Federation leadership, Aguji, 69 years old, with an unshakable position in the Federation. If anyone was most dissatisfied with Donggu, it was him. The meticulously planned scheme he had orchestrated was dismantled by Donggu. Had he not withdrawn in time, the fire would have spread to him. The representative of the top-tier aristocratic family, Huang Long, 56 years old, from the Huang group, which rose from third to first after the decline of the Fan and Gu families. The others were assistants. All the bigwigs gathered together, staring directly at Feng Yiyan. Feng Yiyan's back was drenched in sweat. His background and past achievements were nothing in front of these people. Had it not been for his tangible results, he would have truly felt intimidated. Seeing the comments, the expressions of all the bigwigs gradually turned grave. Among them, the Federation representative Aguji looked the most displeased. None of them had actually participated in or witnessed these results on site. They had only been notified here by Dongji's people. He sneered inwardly, waiting for Donggu to lose face before the entire interstellar populace. The renowned scientist Kailini, however, cared little about that. His eyes burned with passion for the video he had just seen. With his discernment, the video was genuine and the vegetables were real. He could almost smell their fragrance through the screen. He looked at Feng Yiyan kindly, and made a mental note: young and promising, not bad.
Young man, you must be Feng Yiyan. Regarding the comments, would you care to elaborate?
Kailini had spent his life on research and had encountered many talented young people, but none had achieved such a feat as this young man before him. He couldn't help but think highly of him and offered a helping hand. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, afraid to miss a moment, their eyes fixed on the camera that panned to Feng Yiyan.
This is fine.
Feng Yiyan originally wanted to refuse. He could sense that Liu didn't want to appear before these people, otherwise she wouldn't have read his invitation to the conference without replying. But a flash of inspiration struck him. It wasn't required to reveal the person's name. Feng Yiyan recounted the process of meeting Liu in detail, but omitted her name, referring to her only as Miss Ly. Everyone was envious.
What a stroke of luck. But who exactly is this Miss Ly? How did she manage to produce so many seeds? Could she be from some hidden clan? I think Miss Ly must have seen Feng Yian's professional expertise and decided to give him the seeds. Not to mention, I just used my authority to check Miss Ly's information. Nothing came up. Clearly it's an alias. Plus Feng Yian's skills in cultivation are top-notch. Miss Ly, obviously a fake name, but the more mysterious the less strange it seems.
Feng Yian, however, showed no sign of guilt, launching into a string of technical issues and problems encountered during cultivation. Not just the viewers, but even the people on site except Kylene were utterly confused. The only thing they understood was that they would all be able to eat vegetables in the future. At this moment no one knew that the once impoverished professions of cultivator and botanist would later become one of the most popular and essential specialties. Kylene was somewhat incredulous, stroking his beard as he asked shakily,
"That Miss Ly, do you have her contact information? Such talent must not go to waste."
Feng Yian fell silent. He had lied, claiming that Liu had researched and developed the seeds herself and given them to him. Even if he had her contact, he wouldn't dare to share it. Dongge, who had remained silent until now, saw Feng Yian's predicament and was already certain that the Ly was Liu. This conference was merely to confirm whether the results were related to Liu, and secondly, to see how much benefit these results could bring to the entire interstellar populace. The representative of the top-tier aristocratic family Huang Long had a calculating gleam in his eyes. If he could find Miss Ly and collaborate to obtain the seeds in her hands, it would bring enormous profits. Feng Yian was a fool to share them. Becoming a mere top-tier research institute was nothing compared to allowing the entire family to dominate the interstellar realm. Everyone present had their own thoughts. After the live stream ended, Miss Ly quickly became a sensation on the Starnet. The entire interstellar populace was both shocked and delighted. They were all aware of the profits involved, but Feng Yian and Miss Ly had not hoarded them. They had sought cooperation with the government, offering this opportunity to everyone. The stature of Miss Ly and Feng Yian's entire research institute soared several notches in people's hearts. But what shocked them even more was their new president. If they hadn't misheard, the great Kylene himself hadn't known about this, as evidenced by his question. Coupled with the expressions of the others, they seemed to have guessed something. This conference was likely convened by the president himself. Liu turned off her light brain, recalling the fleeting contemplative look on Dongji's face when the camera had swept past him. She knew he had figured it out. She sighed, and even the food lost its appeal. Although this had all been within her expectations. Being the president's wife was no easy feat. When news of their engagement first circulated, everyone had been gossiping and obstructing. Now they were even more unwilling. How could an ordinary, unremarkable woman become their first lady? The first lady had always been chosen from among their families, and they had no intention of giving up. Consequently, the entire federation was seething with undercurrents. No matter how the winds howled outside, this little courtyard remained serene and beautiful. The rumors about the couple's marriage online had only just reached the little phoenix from Yuri. Spitting out a peach pit, he looked at the woman meditating in the tree, and seeing no one around, he said, You're not really going to marry Donggu, are you? Even though he is extremely handsome." Liu opened her eyes and glanced at the little phoenix, her expression calm. She teased, "Aren't you the one who used to call him daddy?" The little phoenix fell silent, looking embarrassed as he stuck out his tongue. "That was when I first came out. I wanted to find something to do. Don't bring that up again. I don't know what to do either." Liu sighed. The little phoenix rolled his eyes and said, "I told you back in the cultivation world never to get involved with someone like this. See, now I think you might as well just marry him. He's handsome enough so you won't lose out." "But?" Liu lowered her eyes. "I know. But in this world, as you know, it's almost impossible for me to ascend to the immortal realm." The little phoenix became anxious. "But your cultivation would be wasted." Liu was only one step away from ascension, and immortality would be far better than staying here. She didn't understand. Liu naturally knew this, and she raised an eyebrow lightly. "What's so good about ascension?" What she pursued was not immortality, but fulfillment of destiny. Now that everything was settled, she felt that this life was fine as it was. "I know you're worried about being alone in the future, but you have to learn to grow up, little phoenix." A phoenix does not reach adulthood until 1,000 years. The life of a phoenix is endless. Only when they tire of this world and forsake nirvana do they fall into the cycle of reincarnation. The little phoenix's parents lived for tens of thousands of years, and in a lineage where reproduction was already difficult, they had the little phoenix. They persisted for only 500 years before abandoning nirvana, their bodies transforming into the feathers on the little phoenix's back, protecting him as he grew.
Alright, I understand.
The little phoenix hung his head dejectedly, the tuft of hair on his head drooping like his mood. Liu chuckled softly, about to say something comforting. Suddenly, her light brain rang. She paused, checked the time. Exactly 12 o'clock. Sure enough, it was time for someone's regular call. Even if she was only a few seconds late, when she answered, the person on the other end was already full of grievances. In the video appeared the bare bronze upper body of a man. He seemed to have just stepped out of the shower, with water droplets dripping from his hair roots over taut abdominal muscles, finally landing on his slender waist. Around his waist was only a sheer bathrobe, vaguely revealing the scenery beneath, exuding temptation. Liu's mouth twitched. She averted her gaze, landing on a particularly beautiful peony, not far away, her expression calm. This scene had appeared before her 4 or 5 times now. Compared to the first time she saw it, she was much more composed. Donggu on the other end frowned, tugging at his bathrobe in dissatisfaction. And Yuechuan's so-called wet temptation was completely useless.
You were 0.5 seconds late. What were you doing?
His tone was like that of a wife questioning a cheating husband. Liu rubbed her forehead, closing her eyes.
Put on your clothes first. All right.
His voice sounded quite aggrieved. Liu's lips curled slightly, then she heard a faint sound and opened her eyes to look. The little phoenix stealthily crept up, attempting to peek. Startled, Liu slammed the video shut with a sharp snap. You're guilty. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? The little phoenix muttered as it climbed up. Ahem, what are you thinking? You're fine, why are you coming up here? She patted her chest quietly, knowing that if the little phoenix had seen that video scene, she'd never be able to explain herself. The little phoenix snorted. On the other end of the video, the person who had been hung up on darkened his face, radiating a palpable displeasure. Completely obliviously, you took the peach the spirit tree had offered, took a bite, and the flesh and juice burst between her teeth. The little phoenix gave her a curious glance, pondering Liu's unusual behavior over the past half-month. She seemed to be eating a bit too much. Ignoring the little phoenix's strange stare, Liu leaped straight down, sniffed the air, and walked toward the vegetable patch. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. The little phoenix caught up, its gaze falling on her abdomen. Could you be pregnant? The little phoenix, bound to Liu by a soul contract, naturally had some knowledge of what had happened that time. Combined with her unusual behavior, after returning, its worry only deepened. The stare made Liu pause. She gently curled a finger and tapped the little phoenix's forehead. What are you thinking? Relax, I've taken the medicine. I just felt like having some sweet and sour cabbage today. The tap wasn't painful. The little phoenix rubbed its forehead, let out a sly giggle, and followed along. Besides, there's Casey the robot. Why do you have to do this yourself? Boredom, just finding something to do. Mainly it helped divert the little phoenix's incessant muttering. She rolled up her sleeves, her silky black hair cascading behind her, the sunlight casting a lonely silhouette upon her form. The little phoenix fell silent. It wasn't really worried that Liu might be pregnant, rather deep down it felt that Fu Qing was more suitable for Liu, even if returning to that might no longer be possible. How are Uli and Muji progressing in their cultivation? Liu pulled up a cabbage, clumps of soil falling with a rustle. She glanced at the little phoenix's solemn expression and asked. Oh, those two. Their aptitude is decent. It's already remarkable that they can cultivate to the golden core stage here. But without spiritual energy now, I doubt they can advance further. Without it, even with such cultivation, they can at most enhance their mental strength. I think we could arrange for them to train in the military later. And then you have Fiona's contact, right? Go ahead and arrange it. She patted off the dirt and handed the cabbage to Casey, who had just arrived. She had changed so much. In the cultivation world, she was a spirited sovereign, but in the interstellar realm, she had become a slacker. Who are you? Hiss, a green snake coiled around Chung and Yu's neck, flicking its dangerous tongue. Chung and Yu froze, staring at the seductive woman, who had suddenly appeared in her room, powerless to resist. Fei Yi walked over step by step, her half-exposed chest jiggling, a sensual temptress. She sneered, her crimson lips curling with malice. The one who helps you. Having spent years on the battlefield, Chung and Yu had some discernment. This woman was far too dangerous. I don't need your help with anything. Her hand was already poised to crush the cold, repulsive snake around her neck. TSK. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fei Yi. Fei Yi reached out to stop her, smiling. I wouldn't do that if I were you. This is my little darling, and it has quite a temper. The last person who tried to harm it, their grave is already overgrown with weeds taller than you." Her smile carried a thick sense of menace. The green snake seemed to understand, flicking its tongue with a hiss. Chung En-yu's face paled in fright. She dared not move, forcing calmness, as she asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" Fei Yi smiled seductively, but her eyes held a concealed ruthlessness. "Naturally, Liu. Our common enemy. With the Fan family destroyed, and Elder Ku Sheng dead, they were like stray dogs hiding with the few remaining Fan family members. Fei Yi was determined to fight Liu to the death." Chung En-yu's expression shifted. She couldn't understand why a woman like Fei Yi would seek her cooperation unless Liu was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. "I don't know what you're talking about." She played dumb, averting her eyes. Fei Yi was in no hurry. She stroked the green snake's head slowly, bringing it closer to her neck. One bite would be fatal. Sweat suddenly beaded on Chung En-yu's forehead. At that moment of life-threatening danger, she could no longer hesitate. "I agree," she blurted out. "There, that's better. I hate people who pretend to be clueless." Fei Yi patted her cheek, released her hand, and the green snake slithered back up her arm. Chung En-yu nearly collapsed from fright, quickly grabbing the chair beside her. "This is a colorless, odorless poison. I want you to administer it to your beloved." Her beloved was none other than Ge. Chung En-yu refused. "No way. What's there to fear? This colorless, odorless poison only works on those with spiritual energy. Isn't Dong Ge about to marry Liu? That way she'll surely fall for it." Fei Yi wasn't foolish. Such a little scheme couldn't escape her eyes. The military had announced that Dong Ge killed the elder, but she didn't believe it at all. That Dong Ge, who had no spiritual energy even with formidable mental strength, couldn't possibly kill the elder. After much investigation, she discovered that the elder's death was inextricably linked to a woman named Liu, who might even be the same kind of being as them. She remembered it vividly. She didn't belong to this world. She was born in the cultivation world, a realm where technology was far less advanced, but cultivation flourished. At the age of 4 or 5, Elder Ku Sheng found her and brought her to this unfamiliar world, the interstellar realm. Elder Ku Sheng was both a father and a teacher to her. This vial of poison was called Immortal Drop, their clan's treasured artifact. Once a cultivator came into contact with it, the toxin would rapidly spread through the sea of consciousness, dissipating all cultivation. Even the most miraculous elixirs couldn't save them. "That's just a rumor. The one who marries Ge will only be me," Chung En-yu gritted out. Fei Yi gave her a look of higher regard, but a slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Only someone consumed by jealousy would set her mind at ease. She cast a contemptuous glance at Chung En-yu. "Rumors sometimes turn out to be true. I've heard those old fogies in the Federation are still blocking it. How long do you think they can hold out?" She loved watching dogs fight. If not for those stubborn old men blocking their way, the Fan family wouldn't have taken the risk to seize Dong Ji's power and become president. Ge could only be hers. With Liu dead, greed flashed in Chung En-yu's eyes. She steeled herself and took the poison, hesitating. "I agree, but I won't administer it to Ge. I can send someone to get close to Liu's people. But she's already returned to the Selenium moon planet. My previous agents lost track of her. I'll need some time to pinpoint her location." "So devoted, huh? Fine, here's another pill. A gift for our cooperation." Fei Yi tossed a glossy red pill. Chung En-yu examined it, hesitating to speak. "It dissolves in water. It'll give you a night of wild passion. There's no resisting it." Fei Yi smirked wickedly. Chung En-yu hadn't expected her to be so blunt, her face flushed as if she were already imagining being with Ge. Fei Yi watched coldly, knowing the deal was done. With a turn, she vanished, leaving only the window open and a vicious parting remark. "You have 1 month. If you fail, your corpse will fertilize my little darling." Chung En-yu panicked. This mysterious woman Fei Yi could appear and disappear without a sound, evading the highly alert system alarms. It only strengthened her resolve. What had seemed impossible now gave her an idea. "Boss, what's wrong with you now?" And Yuequan was truly exasperated. Other women had their period once a month, but their boss had it once a week. Watching the boss sit at the desk, ignoring documents, eyes fixed on the optical computer, as if trying to bore a hole through it, and Yuequan wished he could tie Liu to the boss. If only he could beat her. "Maybe I should call her for you." Before Yuequan could finish, Gu Li burst and report, "Boss, I've captured Mu Lei." With that, a handsome, dignified man was pushed in, and Yuequan looked at Mu Lei in surprise. This guy runs fast. He hid for quite a while. Didn't know he had that skill. Dong-gu cast a sharp glance, frowning. Muley was on the verge of tears. I really don't want to be president. I don't want this exhausting life. Muley was the former Secretary General of the Federation, the man Dong-gu had chosen to be president. Only those close to them knew that Muley and Dong-gu had grown up together. But upon hearing the news, Muley had bolted faster than a rabbit. And Yuequan sighed, wondering what it would look like if the entire interstellar population knew the presidency was being tossed around like a hot potato. Guli rubbed his hands together. It wasn't just Muley who didn't want the job. They didn't either. Just dealing with those stubborn old men who droned on about endless rules every day was a headache. They'd rather have a good fight in the barracks. Muley suddenly became the center of attention. Dong-gu frowned slightly, looking serious. Agreeing to help you this month is the most I can tolerate. Besides, it would be a waste not to use your talent here. Dong-ji's words made Muley want to cry even more. If he had known this trap was set for him, he would never have helped Dong-gu purge those people from the Federation. The reason the Federation's spies from other factions were eliminated so quickly was largely thanks to Muley's years of covert planning, all for this moment. But you never said that back then. If I had known, I would have stayed hidden. Muley looked pitiful. He couldn't win in a fight or a debate. Besides, he had always admired Dong-ji's strength, but being president, he was afraid he'd go bald. Dong-gu finally gave him a proper look, knowing full well that Muley had already agreed. Compared to Muley, Dong-gu himself wasn't suited to be a president serving the people. He recognized Muley's talent. Didn't you vow since childhood to be the #1 person in this interstellar realm? Now that you have this golden opportunity, you're giving it up. Dong-gu smirked. That was just childish talk. Muley straightened his clothes ruffled by Guli, and regained a bearing that commanded respect. So why don't you want to be president? I heard you're getting married soon. Never thought you'd actually fall for someone. I figured you'd die alone. His tone was utterly infuriating, completely different from his earlier pitiful act. Perhaps he had accepted the inevitable. My wife doesn't like it. Dong-ji's eyes softened with a smile as he spoke lazily. Even though Liu had never said it to his face, he knew she preferred a simple life. He didn't want to be president either. It had kept him away from his wife for half a month, and the resentment ran deep. All three of them felt it, and wanted to roll their eyes. You're not even married yet, and you're already calling her wife. And taking her side. Looks like you're a total henpecked husband. Unlike the two who dared not speak, Muley wasn't afraid. After all, he and Dong-gu shared a bond of brotherhood through hardship. So what? You single dogs just don't understand. The three single dogs thought as if you're the only one with a wife. Though in reality he was the only one with a wife. Dong-gu instructed in Yuequan to notify everyone. When he had taken the post, he had made it clear that he was only acting temporarily. Even though those people pretended not to hear, he wasn't so easily controlled. Guli would use force to suppress any opposition. The two immediately left to carry out orders. Only Muley and Dong-gu remained in the room. They exchanged a long knowing look, silently understanding each other's next moves. Muley felt a bit of resentment. Those old men given an inch took a mile. But they didn't realize that the matter wasn't ignored, just not yet time. They had underestimated Dong-gu. Would he tolerate anyone causing trouble in front of him? He was simply letting them expose their weaknesses, so he could eliminate them all at once. The two discussed the entire night before parting. The next day a headline shocked the entire interstellar realm. In just over a month, they had another new president, and it was a voluntary transfer of power. The name Muley sparked everyone's curiosity. Who was he? Only after his profile was released did their doubts vanish. Muley, the Federation Secretary General, had handled the President's affairs and processed 788 incidents of level 5S and above during his tenure, the most accomplished and prolific Secretary General in history. No one could help but admire him. These were all classified files. If not made public, they would never have known. In recent years, the comprehensive development of the interstellar realm owed much to this man named Murray, enabling countless civilians to avoid displacement and find employment. Dong-gu stepped down, and Murray assumed the presidency. It was unexpectedly smooth, with those old fellows not daring to utter a single word of dissent. It was not that they dared not speak, but that the leverage Dong-gu held over them, coupled with the settled situation, left them powerless. Two earth-shattering events occurred within the interstellar realm in half a month. One was Dong-ji's abdication and Murray's ascension, though for the interstellar populace, as long as their lives improved, it mattered little. The other was the breakthrough in vegetable cultivation. Many who had doubted did not apply for seeds, yet some believed and did. The results surpassed all expectations, with photographs of the harvest sweeping across the star network, igniting the planting profession and the seasoning industry. The John Leakin siblings in particular were overjoyed. No one could have imagined that just months ago, on the verge of bankruptcy, and unable to afford nutrient fluids, they now ran a thriving business that had expanded across half of Kula planet. It all seemed to have started with an order from Liu. John Leakin suddenly recalled the live broadcast half a month ago that revealed a person named Miss Ly. Wasn't that the initials of Liu's name? He felt he had stumbled upon a revelation, and was shaken for days. Staring at the chat history with Liu, which had stopped a month ago, he desperately wanted to send a message to confirm, but in the end, he reasoned that as she hadn't revealed her true name, it meant she didn't want others to know. He quickly suppressed that thought. Sighing, he felt unaccustomed to their sudden absence. Liu stretched languidly, a few strands of hair falling beside her ears, softening her aloof aura with a touch of tenderness. Yuri and Muley had left the previous day weeping as they went, lamenting that they would no longer enjoy delicious meals. They were practically as laid back as their grandmaster. The little phoenix rolled her eyes, though her expression was one of pure delight. Indeed, having set away those two burdens, she was overjoyed, feeling as if she had been rejuvenated. In the garden, the two, one big and one small, lounged in the same posture on opposite sides of the spirit tree, basking in leisurely contentment. A soft rustling sound arose. The little phoenix let out a satisfied sigh. She wondered who the master of those people outside was sending, such dim-witted individuals, who had been wandering in the same area for days without noticing anything amiss. Liu opened her eyes, wiping away the tears that the sunlight had provoked. With a flick of her hand, an image materialized in the air. The figures within were vigorous and full of life, exuding the murderous aura of desperate outlaws. They were fully equipped with advanced weapons, and without nutrient fluids, they would have perished from hunger or thirst. There were 5 of them. Liu had already asked Fiona to investigate their identities. They were the infamous top-ranked Interstellar Assassin Squad, Phonewing. Those who could afford their services were either wealthy or powerful. The leader bore a long, scarred face, giving him a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The 5 continued their aimless march. The leader, lost in thought, wore a grim expression. Were they getting close? The little phoenix clicked her tongue. Close. Liu curled her lips slightly. The leader had likely sensed something wrong. As she spoke, the man in the image raised a hand to halt the others, and everyone stopped in their tracks. One of them asked, "What's wrong, boss?" Suspecting he had detected something, the others scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The man pressed his lips together and said coldly, "Something's off. We've been walking in circles." So they had spent days just going around in circles. Had they encountered the legendary ghost barrier? "Shut up, Lao Si. What era is this, and you still talk about ghost barriers? Careful, or I'll cut off your head and use it as a ball," cursed a man with a sinister air. The burly Lao Si shrank his neck. "Lao Air, this is not the time to scold, Lao Si." The man glanced at the two, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over the other brothers. "Lao San, stay here. Lao Si and Lao Wu, advance 100 meters and stay alert. Lao Air and I will continue forward. We'll soon find out if we're truly going in circles." "Yes." The 4 responded in unison and split up. Watching the dispersed team, the little phoenix extended her chubby finger. "You, how about a bet? I say they'll break out in 2 minutes. Loser unconditionally agrees to one request from the winner. Deal?" "All right. A bet it is." Liu crossed her arms, tapping her elbow lightly, then suddenly smiled. "I bet they'll be out in 5 seconds. As she spoke, the illusion trapping them shattered instantly, and the 5 found themselves outside the door. The little phoenix couldn't believe her miscalculation. She jumped to her feet, her chubby cheeks trembling. "How is that possible? They had just started moving." She smiled. "True, but the leader already had a plan. That's why he arranged it so deliberately. The 3 he placed were precisely at the illusion's weak points. Once he and Lao Air reached the other weak point, the illusion would dissolve automatically. He's both brave and resourceful. It's a pity our paths diverge. Those on different roads cannot work together." As she finished speaking, her figure vanished, and a shadow in green headed toward the gate. The little phoenix was stunned. Upon reflection, she realized it was true. Her mind grew dizzy. Could becoming human have affected her intelligence? Let's not dwell on the little phoenix's existential crisis. Outside, the five also felt a sudden dizziness. The leader activated his optical brain, and a miniature map appeared in the air showing 2 red dots at the same location. The coordinates were correct. He sent the signal. Within 10 minutes the people waiting nearby would arrive.
Boss, should we break down this wooden door?
Lao Sen held an advanced micronuclear weapon, squinting. He couldn't understand why the boss hesitated over a mere woman. The leader raised a hand to stop him, his face taut.
Wait. This is too strange. Lao Air, what do you think?
He had reached his current position through genuine ability. The days of walking in circles had reminded him of certain ancient mystical texts. The target was clearly not the ordinary woman the client had described. Lao Air frowned. Known in the team for his high intelligence, he was even more cautious and composed.
It's probably not that easy. She might be a tough nut. Then what do we do? Foling has never backed down. We always keep our word.
Lao Wu, unwilling to yield, chambered around with a click. He aimed at the seemingly fragile wooden door, waiting for the order.
It's not about whether we want to retreat. The client coming later has hired not only us, but also the top 5 squads on the leaderboard. We'll be outnumbered in experts. Can she really fight 3 at once? Better be careful. We'll go in when the reinforcements arrive.
The leader knew that if they retreated, that ruthless woman would likely make sure they never left Luwet planet alive. Liu, who had heard everything clearly from behind the door, had a slight redness in her eyes.
Excellent. Now I'm curious about who the client is willing to spend such a fortune to deal with me.
She filtered through her memories, but found nothing. It could only be a potential threat. 10 minutes passed quickly, and 4 or 5 aircraft descended rapidly. From the lead aircraft stepped a woman, the most striking feature being the green snake coiled around her, sending chills down the spine. Fei Yi swayed her slender waist, her charm, as seductive, as boneless, her allure threefold. She cast an approving glance at the Foling squad at the front. Behind her, a dozen or so men and women followed, their weapons rivaling those of an entire army. Many had come for the easy money, while others were drawn by the exorbitant bounty. But all of them felt the task was overkill, including the Foling squad. If not for the strange incident, they too would have been just as dismissive. The door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. A woman in green emerged with a smile, her skin fairer than snow, her eyes like crimson moon sweeping over their faces. A warning signal flared in their hearts. Her gaze finally settled on the approaching woman, Fei Yi.
So it's you. Let me guess, you're with that old man called Ku Sheng. This is revenge, isn't it?
Liu smiled faintly, as if the weapons before her capable of leveling everything were beneath her notice. Fei Yi slowly raised her gun, sensing the cold gaze upon her. A mocking curve touched her lips. A shot rang out, and everyone expected Liu to be dead. But in that instant, Liu effortlessly caught the bullet between her fingers, perfectly intact. The bullet was slightly damp. Liu frowned, her nostrils flaring, sensing something amiss. In less than a second, she hurled the bullet back at its owner. Fei Yi smirked in triumph. A boudoir mirror expanded before her, blocking the bullet with a dull thud. The bullet's piercing wind made the nearest people flinch. Liu pressed a hand to her chest, feeling a strange discomfort, especially in her sea of consciousness, though the harm was minimal.
Immortal tear.
She never expected the long-lost immortal tear to appear in this world. The immortal tear was a drop of tears left behind by the ancient demon king when he failed his tribulation, containing immense energy that the heavens rejected, enough to prevent ascension. It could instantly erase the cultivation of anyone below the tribulation transcendence stage, but only if the tear was complete. This one was diluted with less than 1/10 of the original potency, which is why she only felt discomfort. For anyone below the Celestial Lord stage, they would have lost all their cultivation. Fei Yi saw Liu's expression as a sign of success. She stroked the green snake, swaying her snake-like waist as she approached, her eyes venomous and cruel.
I never thought that woman Shalanyu would be useful for once coming up with this plan. Now do you feel your spiritual energy fading? Ha ha ha. I'll make you pay for Elder Ku Sheng's death.
Fei Yi laughed maniacally, the green snake on her shoulder flicking its tongue as if celebrating. The others were stunned by her words, confusion etched on their faces.
Is that so? Then you might be disappointed.
Liu lowered her hand, smiled, her expression returning to normal, and a flame flickered to life on her finger. Though it was just a tiny flame, they felt an intensity surpassing the sun and the dangerous substances, along with a palpable threat. Fei Yi's face turned pale, her eyes widening, and she couldn't help but let out a shriek.
Impossible. You clearly Clearly, I was hit by the immortal tear right.
Liu chuckled. The flame in her hand was the desire flame borrowed from the little phoenix.
You?
Fei wanted to ask how she knew, but she fought to suppress her terror. Squinting, she smiled.
Well then, let's see how a cultivator like you deals with weapons that can level everything. Attack!
She stepped back, and the assassins behind her surged forward. Liu's expression tightened. She had faced countless such scenes before, but always against other cultivators. Confronting these weapons for the first time made her think of the heavenly Tao, and the reason the heavenly staircase had vanished, forcing her to take the situation seriously. A beam of light shot toward her. Without hesitation, Liu erected a protective barrier enveloping the incoming beam. The immensely powerful light detonated like a muffled sound within the shield. The others were too stunned to exchange glances, all realizing why the bounty was so high. This terrifying power was something they had only felt during the mission to assassinate Dong Ge. Several teams had fallen to him. But this woman was on par, if not stronger. The group began to cooperate, launching wave after wave of attacks, all of which Liu neutralized while half of their numbers were lost. The arsenal of thermal weapons rivaled that of an army. Liu's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. Though she seemed to handle it with ease, the explosion shocks had damaged her meridians to some extent. The little phoenix arrived belatedly. She had thought Liu could handle it, but the enemy's onslaught was overwhelming. The appearance of a child went unnoticed, they simply saw her as a burden. One of the men carrying a heavy nuclear weapon, seeing their attacks fail, narrowed his eyes, and prepared to load the weapon. The leader of the Fengling squad and Lao Er turned pale, grabbing the three brothers, who were about to join the fray. They hadn't expected the enemy to resort to nuclear weapons. The blast would level the house before them. Though they had come for the bounty, after witnessing Liu's true strength, they had abandoned the idea, and were trying to slip away unnoticed. But Fei Yi spotted them. Fei Yi's eyes narrowed.
Cowards who fear death are a waste of life.
A green shadow shot toward the leader. Lao Er, who saw it, could not stop it. He watched helplessly as the leader was bitten by the green snake and fell to the ground dead before his eyes. He cried out in anguish,
"Boss!"
The other three, their eyes bloodshot, glared fiercely at the green serpent and the woman who glided toward them, burning with a murderous desire. They wanted to flee. Did I allow that? Fei smiled seductively, seizing one of them, her hand cruel and venomous. Old Fifth. The second brother's eyes widened, his heartache transmuted into immense hatred. He clenched his weapon tightly, but ultimately restrained himself, pulling away the remaining two brothers. Second brother, big brother, and fifth brother are dead. Are we just going to let this woman off? The fourth brother's eyes were red, as if he wanted to devour the woman before him. We can't defeat her. The second brother ground his teeth. Fei chuckled, a sensible one. She glanced at Liu, then struck the three dead with a single blow. Her smile stiffened, and she said coldly, "Step forward or die right now." Her hand clenched tightly. She hadn't expected Liu to be so powerful, emerging unscathed amidst the siege of so many thermal weapons. The two were dead, the three harboring resentment could only step forward, stirring up trouble from behind. On the other side of the battle, Liu saw the little phoenix faintly revealing its wings, and said indifferently, "Who told you to come out? Go inside and gather everything into the space." The little phoenix was bewildered, retracting its wings. Suddenly it caught Liu's relaxed and composed expression, and instantly understood she just wanted to toy with these people. It excitedly replied yes. People had repeatedly come knocking at this place. Liu had long wanted to move, but hadn't found a suitable spot. Now there was no need to consider it anymore. The little phoenix darted away swiftly, but in the eyes of the crowd it seemed afraid, and their attacks grew more ferocious. Not having a spiritual sword in hand was indeed inconvenient. Liu smiled faintly, her beautiful fingers slowly twisting together. Countless flying bullets and light cannons suddenly halted midair. Passing through the dense barrage of projectiles, the woman smiled calmly. A scene of sheer awe. It's time to end this. Before the surrounding attackers could react, they were instantly blasted away. Each bullet accurately reflected back, piercing the heart. But she deliberately bypassed the three members of the Maple Spirit squad. She had long noticed that the five of them intended to withdraw, it was just that she was too far away to stop it earlier. Thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The three, standing like cranes among chickens, stared at the domineering woman, utterly stunned. They could never have imagined that so many people would fail to kill Liu, not even inflict a serious injury. In this moment, she finally understood why Elder Cushing had died at her hands. Resolved to die, she gripped a light gun tightly aiming at Liu, who was approaching leisurely. Under an intensely oppressive atmosphere, Fei met her gaze in terror. The flames behind Liu coalesced into a colossal fire arrow seeming to gaze upon her victims, radiating a heat and horror that pierced to the very core. The fire arrow shot toward her in an instant. Fei panicked, her legs trembling. She stumbled back several steps, fell to the ground, and stared in terror, her pupils dilated with the retreating image of the fire arrow. Liu watched coldly. She never let those who sought to harm her off, but she still had some questions to ask, and she had already demonstrated her deterrent power. The fire arrow stopped before her. Liu walked slowly, her expression composed, while the ground she passed was littered with people still gasping and moaning. The three of the Maple Spirit Squad dared not utter a word. Liu's face was devoid of any emotion, as she fixed her cold gaze on Fei. Fei knew death was inevitable. She smiled, picked up the light gun, held it with both hands, and aimed at Liu, but hesitated to pull the trigger. The green serpent sensed immense danger. Its hood suddenly flared, and it hissed at Liu, trying to drive her away. "What do you mean by Chumanyu?" Liu searched her mind, and finally recalled the name Chumanyu. It was that innocent-looking girl from the banquet, the one in red whose name had been called. She smiled with eerie strangeness, her tone sinister. "Aren't you very capable?" "Take a guess." Liu licked her lips, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. "This fairy dew is yours, but considering it was smeared on the bullets, it was arranged by that Chumanyu, wasn't it? Truly worthy of being a little white flower. You guessed right, die now." Fei took advantage of her diverted gaze, rose abruptly, and fired 3 bullets in quick succession. Following them came a green serpent bearing its sharp venomous fangs. At such close range, death or injury was inevitable. Fei's lips curled into a smile that filled one with dread. But Liu had already anticipated this. This little trick should end now. A barrier appeared before her, and the tiny bullets clattered to the ground. The green serpent, upon hitting the barrier, was instantly dismembered. Fei let out a heart-wrenching, mournful cry. But under her shocked gaze, Liu curved her lips slightly, and gently clenched her hand. The bullets on the ground, including the one coated with fairy dew, shot forth, like 1,000 arrows whistling, as they struck Fei's chest. She collapsed in disbelief, blood gushing from her chest like a blooming datura, draining life away. The bright red blood stained her long white strapless dress, and a patch of yellow sand. Fei lay in a pool of crimson, her death resembling that of her elder Cushing. Those who witnessed this, the 3 of the Maple Spirit Squad, were lost in complex thoughts. Liu's expression remained unchanged as she turned to go inside. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the still breathing along with thermal weapons. As she turned, everything vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. If not for the chaotic footprints, no one would know what had just transpired here. Eerie. Her strength was so formidable that a mercenary force armed with a legion's worth of thermal weapons and top-ranked assassins had all fallen here. Before coming, none of them had imagined they would meet their end here. The 3 swallowed hard, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or something else as they confronted the person and events that defied their understanding. The second brother was dazed, a tumult of emotions in his heart. He looked at the spot where big brother and fifth brother had lain, silently watching Liu's back as she walked unhurriedly, her figure cold and exuding an aura of overwhelming power. Against the backdrop of sand and this solitary house, she became the most beautiful sight. Liu paused for a moment, as if suddenly remembering the 3 of them. "Do you want to die or live?" "Live, of course." The fourth brother reacted instantly, blushing at his earlier disdain. Liu was surprised he had responded first. She smiled and said, "If you want to live, I've heard about Chumanyu, right?" The 3 were stunned. The second brother suddenly understood her meaning, and said awkwardly, "We know." She had a cooperative relationship with Fei, and she funded this entire operation. As the top-ranked squad, if they hadn't gathered such information, they would never have achieved such a high ranking, though they were utterly helpless against Liu. "Good. I need all her information. Don't let anyone know." Liu's face was cold as she opened the nearby People Search on her communicator. She had only discovered this function after seeing Yili use it so skillfully. The 3 exchanged glances. The second brother was the first to take out his light brain and open it. They would agree not only to providing information, but even to giving up their lives. The deaths of big brother and fifth brother were ultimately due to their acceptance of this mission. If not for her incredible power, they might not have survived. Now that Fei was dead, they felt more admiration and reverence. The other two showed regret on their faces, lamenting that they had missed the opportunity to connect with such a formidable figure. Meanwhile, the night was slightly cool. The federal government was bustling with unprecedented activity, a long endless queue forming. The main reason was that everyone had tasted the vegetables. They were utterly delicious, leaving a lingering aftertaste, and more people were applying for seeds. And Yuequan had just left the boss's room when he saw Cheng Anyu standing in the corridor, dressed in a pale yellow off-shoulder outfit exquisitely made up. He didn't need to guess, he knew she was here to see the boss. His expression remained unchanged, which only deepened the resentment in Cheng Anyu's heart, which she had barely calmed. "What are you doing here?" Yuequan asked. "None of your business." She showed no flaw on the surface, but her hands behind her back clenched slightly. Yuequan raised an eyebrow and snorted, "I'm warning you, the boss already has a wife. As for you," he looked her over, noticing her suddenly stiffened expression. He continued, "The boss only feels gratitude toward you now. Don't fantasize about things that aren't yours. I know your little tricks better than anyone." He was referring to things from the past. Cheng Anyu gritted her teeth, refusing to admit it, and put on a hurt expression. "I know you've never liked me, and I know Gu already has someone he loves. I just came to ask him why he's giving up this position. After all, he fought for it with his own hands." Huh. If Yuequan didn't truly know what she was like, he might have believed her. That was why he had never told the boss. He had deliberately mentioned it once, but the boss had investigated and found nothing, hence his current dislike for Cheng Anyu. "It's best that way." He gave a sarcastic smile, then went to hand over work with the others. Once the boss left, they would naturally follow. This kind of scheming work was not something they could endure. They'd rather go back to the base and have a few good fights. After seeing Yuequan off, Cheng Anyu, in the corridor, became even more determined. She touched her fingertips where Fei had given her a drug. She knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. "Come in." A man stood by the window, his tight-fitting clothes outlining the lines of his abs, adding a hint of allure. Cheng Anyu smiled, swaying her slender waist, and said with gentle concern, "Gu, are you really set on stepping down? This position was clearly yours." The man by the window turned around. He had heard everything they said outside the door. He had always harbored suspicions, because he wanted to see what she was up to. Now that Dongda had clearly understood, he no longer needed to test her. He had also found some clues about the incident where she saved his life. His tone was extremely cold. "Good, did you hear what Yuequan said?" "Yes. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Didn't you say you would grant me one condition?" Her attitude made Cheng Anyu panic instantly. Dongda's eyes darkened. He had indeed said that, but only on the condition that she had genuinely saved him, or had deliberately arranged it. He would find out the truth. "Yes." Hearing his acknowledgement, Cheng Anyu breathed a sigh of relief. Though it had disrupted her original plan, it was still the best way to make him unable to refuse. "My request is that you get engaged to me." "Impossible." Dongda's expression turned cold, his tone firm and rejecting. Cheng Anyu looked desolate and said plaintively, "I know you have someone you love, but you know about my family. Since I saved you, I can no longer go to the battlefield. I think about it day and night. They want to marry me off to a man in his 60s for profit. Gu, I'm begging you. Only you can make them dare not." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She hadn't expected him to agree, but she had to try. "I said no, but if it's about your marriage, I can help you." Dongda's expression softened a little. Her words struck a chord with him. Too many soldiers who loved the battlefield had to leave due to unavoidable reasons. "Thank you." Her face was a little pale, but fortunately her heavy makeup hid it. He handed her a tissue and nodded. To save her face, he walked aside to handle the final matters. As long as he thought of holding Liu, soon his mood lightened. Cheng Anyu forced a smile. He spoke nicely, but if she had come only for this matter, she wouldn't have bothered. She glanced at the cup on his desk, half filled with water. She stepped forward to take it, but was stopped. "No need. You can leave if you have nothing else." Dongda took back the cup and took a sip. He looked up and caught her suddenly flustered expression, as if she were just an innocent person. He began to wonder if he was overthinking, but a voice in his heart kept telling him that things were not that simple. "All right." Cheng Anyu dropped her hand in feigned grievance, but as he lowered his gaze, a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She had already applied the powdered drug with her fingertips. The drug took effect quickly. A sudden surge of heat rose in his heart. Dongda frowned, his expression unchanged. He glanced at Chung On-yu, who sat quietly in the farthest corner of the room. Feeling his gaze, she looked up and smiled. That smile reminded Dongda of Liu, but she would never smile so gently. He nodded coldly, and took another sip of water. Even after finishing the cup, he still felt hot. He deliberately turned up the air conditioning, but it did little to help. Chung On-yu touched her arm. It was ice cold. She knew the drug was taking effect, and walked over innocently. Go, what's wrong? The air conditioning is too strong. Are you okay? Dongda stared at her with dark red eyes. Even though she appeared innocent, he knew instantly. It was you. Chung On-yu was stunned for a moment, then finally dropped her disguise. She took out a small sphere from her hand, and placed it on the table, aiming it at his position. Dong-gu immediately recognized it. That was a surveillance camera. Chung On-yu slipped off her outer dress, revealing a delicate and curvaceous figure, and sat provocatively on his lap. Good, there's no other way. Rest assured, as long as you marry me and refuse to step down from your position, I will never release this video. Otherwise, he. She laughed joyfully. Whether the entire interstellar populace would see it or not, she didn't care. If she couldn't have him, then Liu wouldn't get him either. She stared at his face in a daze, reaching out to touch him, but he dodged, his disgust too obvious. Her heart ached with bitterness and jealousy, jealous of the way he treated Liu. Just as she was about to continue, she was shoved away without mercy, crashing to the ground. Her fair skin turned red from the fall. Get out. Dong-gu cast a cold glance, his expression utterly indifferent as he looked away. He had been continuously mobilizing his mental energy to suppress the surge of heat, allowing her to sit on his lap only after doing so. He kept wiping the hand that had touched her, then strode forward with his long legs. With a whoosh, the wardrobe automatically handed him a complete set of clothes. Chung On-yu, lying on the floor, watched him suddenly appear unaffected. Her heart wavered with uncertainty, and she blurted out in disbelief, impossible. You aren't drugged? Dong-ji's icy gaze stabbed toward her. She then realized what she had said, panic flooding her. No, I just. Enough. He turned his head away, his voice flat, but cold sweat had already broken out on his back. He hadn't expected the drug to be this potent. It caught them off guard. I told you to get out. I will not let this matter go, nor your family behind you. Chung On-yu was stunned. He really seemed intent on not forgiving her. Her heart wavered, suspecting that the drug given by the mysterious woman named Fei might be fake, or perhaps it was all a setup by Good to test her, and that previous incident. No. Go, listen to me, I really didn't know it would be like this. I thought. Her mind went blank, and she found herself unable to come up with an excuse. She felt as if struck by lightning, her heart turning cold. Yet she crawled toward him, trying to grab him. Dong-gu frowned and sidestepped. If his mental energy weren't locked down, anyone who came near him would have been flung out the door. He quickly pressed a button on the wall. The door slid open. Gu Li, summoned by the urgent call, rushed over carrying a large cannon. Chung On-yu screamed, forgetting about Dong-gu, and grabbed her clothes to cover herself. Boss. He stammered, never expecting this scene. He silently put down the cannon and stored it away. Drag her out, lock her up, and initiate the advanced interrogation protocol. His face was as cold as frost. Dong-gu hadn't wanted to resort to this, but she had crossed his bottom line. Both Gu Li and Chung On-yu were shocked. The advanced interrogation protocol had never been used since its invention, because the intermediate level was already sufficient for all prisoners. The advanced protocol's tortures were far more brutal, not physical torment, but the suffering of the soul and spirit. Gu Li cast a deep look at the dazed Chung On-yu. What had she done to make the boss activate the advanced interrogation protocol? Chung On-yu began to feel fear. She had always known Ji's character, yet she had fantasized that she was special. It was all because of Liu. If not for her, she wouldn't have been so desperate and trusted the unknown Fei Yi. Her heart was filled with resentment. Gu Li snapped out of it, quickly grabbed Chung On-yu's arm, and forcibly dragged her out. Her clothes slipped, revealing her body. Gu Li suddenly understood the reason. He tightened his grip. The boss and Liu were the recognized couple of this base. How could he let her tear them apart so easily? Chung On-yu wept, tears streaming down her face. You can't treat me like this. I saved your life. Yes, I'm your savior. You can't do this to me. You said you'd grant me any request. Her face was pale, her mind dazed. At that moment, the door opened again, and Yuekwan walked in. He had sensed something was wrong earlier, and had sent a message to the boss in advance, thus setting up this deliberate test to see what she would do. Boss. Donggu nodded, ignoring Chung Onyu, picked up his clothes and walked out. This room is to be discarded. Everything she touched must be cleared out. Yes. Yuekwan acknowledged. No, I don't want to go in, I don't want to go in. She shook her head, wildly screaming loudly, trying to stand and run, but Guli stunned her with a stun gun. She fell to the ground with a thud, her figure graceful. A pity. She could have liked anyone, but she had to set her sights on the boss. Guli rubbed his ears, and complained to Yuekwan. Too noisy. Indeed, Yuekwan replied with a smile, saying that in front of a nearly naked woman, only a straight man like Guli would do that. He moved to another room. Donggu hadn't expected the drug to be so strong. The more he had suppressed it earlier, the more violently it rebounded now. Even one antidote wasn't enough. He held a syringe and injected it into his other arm. Scattered on the floor were 5 or 6 empty syringes. The heat subsided for a moment, but returned within 5 minutes. It went back and forth for an entire morning before finally fading completely. Standing outside the room were Yuekwan and Mu Lei, who had just returned from duty. Why don't you call Liu? It sounds painful to hear. Mu Lei said seriously. Forget it, and Yuekwan hesitated. Even if he called, she probably wouldn't come. And even if she did, it would be half a month later. Why wouldn't she come? Well, and Yuekwan didn't know how to explain. Their relationship was too complicated. He felt sorry for the boss, seeing how he was always the one making the effort. Now he had even given up his position for her. If it had been before meeting Liu, the boss would never have yielded, even if he didn't like her. Hard to say. From his expression, Mu Lei could guess roughly. It's just a relationship issue. Then can you at least make a video call to inform her? I wish I could, and Yuekwan shook his head. Forget it, let's wait for the boss to come out and call himself. Just as they were about to continue, the door opened, and a tall figure emerged, his face slightly flushed but not obvious. Oh, so fast. Mu Lei teased with a smile. Donggu glanced at him sideways, then looked at Yuekwan. Is the shuttle to Lua planet ready? It's ready. We can leave now, Yuekwan said. Donggu strode away. Mu Lei, after a moment, finally understood what they meant, and hurriedly chased after them. Hey. Hey. You two are so heartless, just leaving me behind. Heartless. If we were really heartless, we would have left half a month ago. Yuekwan retorted. Mu Lei snorted, then turned to Donggu with a flattering tone. How about delaying a bit? I'm busy now. The departments are all dealing with the seed shortage. Why don't you solve it before leaving? Donggu gave him a deliberate look, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, his voice a bit hoarse. I'll go solve it right now. Are you sure you still want to stop me? Mu Lei stood frozen. Donggu continued walking, and when Yuekwan tried to follow, he said, You go back to the base. This time both Mu Lei and Yuekwan were stunned. Is the boss disgusted with me being a third wheel? Mu Lei asked stiffly to the equally stiff man. What did your boss mean by that? Could it be what I'm thinking? A sudden realization dawned on him. Yuekwan was still digesting the fact that he had been left out, and the boss's look of disdain. He glanced at Mu Lei and nodded. It's exactly what you're thinking. He wailed and walked away. Mu Lei was left standing, stunned by the news. So does that mean Liu, whom everyone thought was just an ordinary girl, actually has powerful backing? And Ly, a flash of insight hit Mu Lei. So Ly is short for Liu. Damn. He finally realized. When he looked back, the corridor was empty. Half a month later. Are you sure you don't want to tell them about moving? Not only Yuekwan knew about their complicated relationship, but Little Phoenix also knew. She sat on the wooden building, swaying, looking toward the direction where they used to live. The place they were now was the one where they had discovered the dust-sweeping pearl. Liu followed Little Phoenix's gaze into the distance, a barren desert. She had shrunk the entire house and moved it here. With Kaishi, what are you afraid of? Liu sighed. Little Phoenix then remembered that Kaishi the traitor had been modified by Yuekwan. Now Kaishi was no longer like an ordinary kitchen robot, but rather a high-tech intelligent combat robot with full mobility. A gentle breeze blew Liu's light green dress, fluttering in the wind. Her expression was unreadable, as she closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, staring directly at the approaching shuttle, and the man stepping out. Hey! Why is he here so fast? Little Phoenix thought it would take at least a few months. Liu closed her eyes, then opened them again, finally confirming it wasn't an illusion. She watched Kaishi diligently go to open the door, and her heart inexplicably tightened. 5 minutes later. Donggu, dressed in casual combat gear, looked even more handsome after months apart. His eyes locked onto hers, unwilling to miss a single glance. Little Phoenix winked at him, then looked at Liu, noticing a nervous expression she had never seen before when facing someone she liked. Liu might not realize it herself, but Little Phoenix knew she had already begun to fall for this man. Although she didn't really want Liu to end up with Donggu, as long as Liu was happy it was fine. Oh, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be going now. Thump thump thump, she ran down the stairs. Liu. What could you possibly have to do? It's probably just eating. Her palms were sweating from nervousness. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, mirroring her anxious heart. Dongji's throat tightened. A video call was nothing compared to seeing her in person. He had missed her terribly these days. Silently he took her hand, interlacing their fingers, and pulled her into a tight embrace. He lifted her chin, met her gaze, his eyes reddening at the corners. Did you miss me? Liu was silent. Even knowing her personality, Donggu couldn't help but ask, his heart sinking slightly. I guess so, Liu said hesitantly, suddenly unable to bear his desolate look. But that was enough to make him overjoyed. As long as she missed him, he was content. He smiled foolishly, caressing her face, soft and tender like a piece of tofu. His heart tightened, and he couldn't help but kiss her. Liu came to her senses, struggling to breathe. She tried to push him away, but instead, they both stumbled against the railing. The position turned into her being pinned against the railing, with Donggu holding her, lost in the kiss. The rough surface behind her made Liu uncomfortable, snapping her back to reality. Her face flushed even redder, but her outstretched hand somehow couldn't push him away. After a long while. Does your back still hurt? He asked with a sweet smile, his large hand rubbing her back. Liu. If you want to take advantage, just say so. Her back was only a little red in one spot, but he had rubbed it into a large red patch. Suddenly he cupped her face, bringing her back to the present. Liu looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was up to. His hair was slightly disheveled, and the heat in his eyes was palpable. She noticed his throat bob a few times, and her face flushed crimson. Panicking, she tried to push him away but couldn't. His eyes were dark and deep, as if harboring something. He tightened his hold on her, but ultimately relented, not wanting to force her. He gently kissed her forehead. It's okay. His voice was a bit hoarse. Liu didn't say anything. She knew she was starting to like him, but that incident still stuck in her throat. Her emotional purity wouldn't allow it. Taking advantage of his release, she stepped back several paces, deciding to clear the air. What is your relationship with that Chum on you? She pursed her lips. She had already received information about Chum on you from the Phonling team, a woman who had saved his life and who had feelings for him. As for whether there was anything more between them, only the people involved knew. Chum on you. She came to you. Donggu frowned deeply. Although he knew no one could harm Liu, he felt even more disgusted with Chum on you. But he could hear the sourness in Liu's tone, and his heart bloomed. Ayu. Are you jealous? Liu's face flickered with discomfort. Recalling her own tone just now, it really did sound jealous. She didn't even feel like herself. Cough. So what if I am? She never liked lying. If she was jealous, she was jealous. She admitted it, all right. His smile was unstoppable, as he happily took her hand again, interlacing their fingers. It's all been investigated. She planned everything herself. She has confessed and has gone mad. Liu suddenly furrowed her brows slightly, somewhat astonished. Insane. She truly couldn't imagine a woman so adept at scheming suddenly losing her mind. Ah, you don't know she even tried to drug me. That's why I turned the tables and let her suspect the poison had no effect. After days of interrogation, she held out remarkably well. She was a soldier after all. Later, somehow, she received a message and admitted it was given to her by a woman named Fei Yi. Who would have thought the drug was so potent? Donggu looked aggrieved, seeking comfort. But Liu's sudden understanding came from his words. What message? Donggu felt a pang of jealousy, seeing her attention completely off him. He nuzzled her arm unhappily, saying it was destroyed after she saw it, and then she went mad, leaving no way to extract anything. Hey! There's plenty of space beside you, why are you squeezing me? She's almost cornered me, Liu thought with a headache. But she understood. The message likely concerned Fei Yi's death, which explained why she lost her mind under the double blow. Her expression finally alerted Dong Ge to the anomaly. He asked. Liu glanced at him helplessly. This whole affair seemed to originate from him. Ku Sheng came because of him, Fei Yi came because of Ku Sheng, and thus formed an alliance with Chum On Yu. She gave a brief explanation. Dong Ji's expression was unreadable. It seems the punishment was too light. Better to let her suffer a fate worse than death. I'll handle this. But as for our wedding, he chuckled. Liu's expression froze instantly. He saw through her meaning. We've already? Can you give me a reason? She lowered her eyes, then raised them to gaze into the distance. The evening breeze swept away the lingering ambiguity in the air. She wore a faint smile. Are you curious about who I really am? I'll tell you now. Then you can decide whether to continue with me. Having lived so long, she feared nothing. It was precisely because of her strength that she had been emboldened before. With the disappearance of the phantom demon, her cultivation had risen even higher, though this world still lacked spiritual energy for cultivation. Though it was something he had long desired, Dong Ge hesitated. Yet he nodded, his expression turning grave. Liu looked at him and smiled. What if I told you I've lived for 300 years? Would you believe me? He met her gaze, reacting swiftly and firmly. I believe you. Seeing his tense demeanor, Liu's eyes sparkled with amusement, and her mood inexplicably brightened. I traveled from here to a world called the cultivation realm, where cultivation was everywhere. She spoke for a long while, recounting what she had seen, heard, and done. After she finished, both fell into a prolonged silence. Liu broke the silence, looking at him. So are you willing to bet on someone who will outlive you and never age? Dong Ji's expression softened. Profoundly shaken and pained, he took her hand. No matter how concisely she put it, the effort required to reach such a high level of cultivation was immense. Liu was a little puzzled about what he intended to do. This was not what she expected. She thought Dong Ge would at least consider it, but his expression clearly showed he was accepting it well. She couldn't help but say, my cultivation might cause me to ascend to the immortal realm at any moment if this world's heavenly Tao is restored. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? No need. I only need you. Dong Ge declared directly. Liu sighed. Then are that little phoenix, and that little demon, along with all those things from beyond the stars from that cultivation world. Dong Ge suddenly thought of this. Liu nodded. So the little demon is a bead. Dong Ge squinted, finding it somewhat unbelievable. He is the ancient dust-brushing pearl. After the incident with Ku Sheng, he lost most of his soul power. I had to think of a way. Half a month ago, I remembered that moving him to where he was discovered might help. He had lived here for so long that naturally some karmic ties had formed. Unexpectedly it worked. Only here does he recover faster. Is it to summon the demon named Yi? Dong Ge pondered. Liu nodded, somewhat disheartened, but it was still too late. Once the array was activated, I couldn't intervene, or else it would only hasten Shamo's death. She changed the subject. I've finished my story. Now tell me yours. His eyes narrowed. Dong Ge said, ask what? Naturally about that phone call when a woman answered, and that person was Chum On Yu. Liu snorted. Dong Ge recalled the period of their Cold War. The day Chum On Yu came over, had she called? If so, the record was clearly deliberately deleted. His aura turned dark. But then his heart began to feel elated, and he couldn't stop the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, you, it's all my fault. Initially I let her into the room unnoticed because I thought she might be my savior. I swear there was nothing between us. He raised 3 fingers, grinning somewhat slyly. So were you jealous? Liu, she shouldn't have asked. Ignoring Dong Ge, she extended her hand. Give me the Qingzi fan. No, are you thinking of rekindling an old flame? What did I say wrong just now? At this moment Dong Ge was like a girlfriend making an unreasonable fuss. Liu felt exhausted and explained helplessly, the Qingzi fan was only sealed by me, which allowed you to use it. If the seal accidentally loosens, do you want to lose your head? That's why it was temporarily sealed, so she couldn't snatch it back in the dressing room that day. Otherwise she wouldn't have dared to keep it on her person, instead of in her space. Also, what rekindling? I told you he is my brother. Dong Ge was unhappy. If he's your brother, why did he give you a fan engraved with his name? Clearly he has improper intentions. The more they argued, the more confused Liu became. Yet a dream flashed through her mind. Fu Qing's gaze didn't seem false, but they would still miss each other in the end. Li Yu's voice turned somewhat desolate. He is already married. So if he weren't married, he would have agreed. Tell me, is he the one the little phoenix said you had a crush on? The melancholy in her voice made Dong Ji's jealousy nearly uncontrollable. The thought of him made Dong Gu hate that he had appeared too late. He looked down with a pitiful expression, playing with her fingers. Truly unreasonable. What to do with a jealous boyfriend? Li Yu massaged her forehead. All right, the past is the past. Now I only like you, okay? Really? Really? Seeing Li Yu's somewhat pained expression, Dong Gu felt both happy and secretly hostile toward that man named Fu Qing. He squinted, snorting inwardly. Married? He clearly used that as an excuse to give a gift. We're all men, I know that little trick. Then why can't we get married? His fingers interlaced with hers. Li Yu glanced at their hands. There was no way to let go. She sighed inwardly, wanting to change the subject, but he kept bringing it back. She frowned, thinking. She had said that earlier because she was sure he would let go, but the result was unexpected. For cultivators, marriage is a relationship recognized by the heavenly Tao. Even if the heavenly Tao no longer exists, this contract still remains. Once married, the contract is formed, and they would truly be inseparable. He has no cultivation at all, putting him at a disadvantage. If she didn't want to harm him, or use him as a vessel to increase her cultivation, she would have to choose dual cultivation. But she worried that after dual cultivation, half of her cultivation would be transferred to him. She had to admit she was reluctant. This was why cultivators in the cultivation world always sought partners of the same level. Let me think. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Li Yu hurried away. Dong Ji's outstretched hand didn't even touch her sleeve before she was gone. He sat in her seat, surrounded by the crisp fragrance of her clothes. It lingered long before dissipating, like the desolate feeling of a guest gone and tea grown cold. The wind that blew in was warm, yet he suddenly felt cold. She still did this. Whenever this topic came up, she would always leave. He didn't know what else she was worried about. Though she had superficially shown him a world he had never seen, she still harbored many secrets. Can't figure it out. The little phoenix suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs with an ethereal aura, but the moment she stepped forward, it shattered. Her short legs couldn't manage the last step. She had to climb up using her hands. Dong Gu couldn't help but laugh. But he didn't miss what the little phoenix said. He asked, "Do you know the reason?" Unfazed by his cold aura, the little phoenix finally climbed onto the chair and looked at him with some disdain. Of course I know. Do you realize how cruel the world is to cultivators? They earn their cultivation through hard work, yet if they marry a weaker partner, half of their cultivation is transferred to that partner, what you call a spouse. She fixed her gaze on him and continued, and you are indeed the strongest mentalist in this interstellar realm, but in the eyes of cultivators, you are still too weak. That's why she is hesitating about marrying you. If it were Fu Qing, she wouldn't have to think about it. Her cultivation would only increase. Is that Fu Qing's cultivation higher than hers? He pressed his lips together, standing there with a calm expression, his eyes downcast. The jealousy in his heart was completely uncontrollable, but he finally understood Li Yu's concerns. He never wanted her cultivation, he only wanted her by his side. If that required no marriage, he could accept it as long as she didn't leave. The little phoenix almost blurted out that Li Yu and Fu Qing were more suitable, but seeing how pitiful he looked, she felt a surge of sympathy. In fact, your talent is not bad, and your bone structure is excellent. A top-tier 5-element spiritual root, unique even in the cultivation world. That means if you wanted to cultivate, reaching Li Yu's level would be no problem. But unfortunately, this world has no spiritual energy for you to cultivate. After speaking, the little phoenix realized what she had said. She wanted to cover her mouth, but it was too late. The light that had just risen in him dimmed instantly. The little phoenix sneaked away guiltily. He saw her, but didn't stop her. His dark eyes gazed at the darkening sky, standing there for a long time. Not until the sky began to lighten did he come to his senses and go downstairs. The sun was just right. Having just checked on Xiao Mo, Li Yu hummed a little tune and strolled back leisurely. She saw someone sitting cross-legged against the wall by her door. She paused her steps and quietly approached. He was resting with his eyes closed, his lashes trembling slightly. In his dream, he saw Li Yu held in the arms of a young man walking away, and no matter how he called out, it was useless. Suddenly a familiar gentle voice reached his ears. "Ollie, are you okay? Why are you sleeping here?" He snapped his eyes open, saw the person before him, thought it was still the dream, grabbed her hand, pulled her down, and hugged her tightly, nuzzling her neck in a pitiful, affectionate way. "Ah, you don't leave me. I won't talk about marriage anymore, okay? Please don't leave me." Liu's pupils contracted, her heart seemed to skip a beat. She gently stroked his head, and comforted him softly. "It's okay, I won't leave, I won't leave." There, her voice sounded right beside his ear. He slowly emerged from the dream, lifted his head, and carefully examined her features. The touch was real, yet the pain in his heart still lingered. He released his hold, took her hand, and pulled her to sit beside him. They sat on the ground. "What's wrong?" Donga played with her hand, his expression desolate. "I understand." Liu was momentarily confused. "What do you understand? And why did you come to my door early in the morning, sit there, and even fall asleep?" Liu frowned. Even if her steps were light with his mental strength, he should have heard her. The only explanation was that he had fallen into a deep sleep. A gentle breeze blew. He reached out, traced her cheek, tucked the stray hair behind her ear, and stared straight into her eyes. "I couldn't sleep. I came to knock on your door this morning, but you didn't answer. I thought you didn't want to open it, so I waited by the door. Before I knew it, I fell asleep and dreamed that you left with a man named Fu Qing, ignoring me." His voice was a little hoarse, but his tone had steadied, as if he were talking about the easiest thing, yet it was so heavy that it inexplicably broke one's heart. What he didn't say was that he hadn't slept at all last night. He had stood all night in the wind, which had helped him think through many things. Liu truly hadn't expected him to have thought so deeply. She was silent for a moment, guessing that the little phoenix might have said something to him which had changed his mind about marriage. She had also been thinking it over. So what if she had to give up half her cultivation? Since she couldn't ascend anyway, what use was such high cultivation? She had already recognized her own heart. Even if she didn't love him that much now, she would try her best. Liu smiled, extended her other hand palm up, and placed it over his. Dong Ji's heart trembled slightly. He placed his hand on top of hers. The two hands together looked perfectly matched. Not far away, little Phoenix happened to pass by and raised an eyebrow, then quietly slipped away.
"Didn't we say we were going to get married? This is the ring I prepared. I forged it last night. I'm not sure if you like it."
She had crafted it based on the rings of this world. For that purpose, she had even sought out Xiaomo for advice. After all, Xiaomo had been here for so long, and would know a thing or two. A pair of silver-white wedding rings, each engraved with a delicate purple vine flower. They were small and exquisite, exuding not a hint of femininity, but rather a perfectly balanced design. His face was so close to hers that he could clearly see her expression. There was no trace of reluctance or unease. His hand suddenly froze in place. The morning sunlight cast a golden glow upon her face, yet she no longer seemed to drift further from him. Silence reigned, broken only by the soft sound of their breathing. Liu smiled. She caught his bent fingers and slid the ring onto his ring finger. It fit perfectly. She had searched the starnet yesterday to find out which finger the wedding ring should be worn on, and the size was based on the data she had asked from Yuekwan. A gentle breeze blew. He gazed at her lowered eyes and the light smile on her lips. His heart pounded wildly. The reflection in her eyes seemed like the stars that illuminated his world. He pulled her into his arms, tightened his embrace, and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. His voice trembled slightly.
"Thank you. You're all I have now, AU."
He didn't care about her secrets, he only loved her for who she was. His dark life seemed to have been destined solely to meet her.
"Thank me for what? For torturing you all this time?"
Liu smiled, but deep down she didn't understand why he had fallen for her. She was indecisive in matters of the heart, and had wanted to retreat countless times during this relationship. She wasn't that good. Thinking back, she had never really understood his past, it had always been him giving. This time she would not allow herself to retreat again, but would learn to love him. His whole face lit up with joy, and his mood became cheerful. Cough. Cough. Little Phoenix stood far away, coughing, unable to bear the sight, afraid she might go blind. Seeing Little Phoenix's teasing gaze, Liu's cool face instantly flushed. She pretended not to notice, stood up, and pulled the person beside her to his feet.
"What's the matter?"
She knew Little Phoenix well enough. If there was nothing important, she wouldn't have come. Little Phoenix ignored the death glare from one person and the silly grin on another. She thought to herself, now that he's agreed, that guy already looks at me with an owner's eyes. I wonder how hard the days ahead will be. She looked at Liu and said with disdain,
Casey has prepared breakfast, but he's a robot, and he's shy about coming over to disturb you.
She wouldn't have come either if she had known. She was hungry just moments ago, but now she was already stuffed with dog food. Liu's ears turned red, but she maintained a calm facade as she dragged the clingy person away. Little Phoenix, lagging behind, stared at their tightly clasped hands. Her doll-like face was filled with complex emotions. After a long silence, she let out a sigh. It was still a pity that Fu Qing and Liu were not meant to be. On a certain private planet, countless abandoned mines lay desolate, all because Dongge had rescued the workers who had been tricked into coming here. Inside a dilapidated, unremarkable building, the interior was lavishly decorated. Bang! From one room came the sound of something smashing against the wall.
Useless. That wastes Fan Fei. If it weren't for him, I would have had the helm of the Fan family in my grasp after all these years of planning. Does he really think he trapped me with his scheme? Humph. That was merely my deliberate concession. By doing that, he gave Dongji's people a handle, and all my plans came to nothing.
The handsome man's eyes were red with rage, his face twisted in fury. The butler beside him dared not utter a word. Fandy grew even angrier and smashed several control boards. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He had planned everything, and now it was all ruined. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
That old geezer Ku Sheng was useless, and even the picked-up Fei Yi was so incompetent that she got investigated thoroughly. What about the one who was planted beside Chang'anyu? What's the latest?
The old butler replied respectfully.
Young master, we just received word. The operation at Chang'anyu's place also failed. He was locked up and subjected to an advanced interrogation program. He's now insane, a discarded pawn.
He swiveled his chair, calmed down a bit, and rubbed his brow. Coldly he asked,
Was the message transmission detected? No. This time, with the help of that person in the Federation, we escaped all surveillance. Dongge has returned alone to the Sulfur Moon planet to find that woman named Liu. Excellent. This time I'll kill two birds with one stone.
Van D sneered. The old butler stepped forward hesitantly.
But we haven't found anyone who can deal with that Liu. She is too powerful. Acting rashly, I'm afraid.
Van D's expression turned cold. He couldn't help but think of Ku Sheng and Fei Yi, who had died at Liu's hands. The Gu family and the Fan family had fallen because of her interference. He hesitated, grinding his teeth.
So we just let such a perfect opportunity slip away.
The old butler remained silent, then said,
She is simply too formidable. We have no chance against her. Even Ku Sheng couldn't find a way. What else can we do? However, young master, you could shift your target. Pretend to be the new Muley and eliminate that person in the Federation government. Behind that seemingly clean facade, there are many dirty secrets. Over the years, the covert cooperation with the Fan and Gu families has left plenty of blackmail material. That person's personal assets are almost as much as the Gu family's. It would be a waste not to take them. And since no one knows who you are, there's no need to fear being recognized.
Van D thought it over. It was indeed feasible. Back then, the old man had talked nicely about letting him into the family business, but it was all talk. He never publicly acknowledged his identity, and not a single photo of him existed on the StarNet.
It's settled then. Go make the arrangements.
He had let the Fan and Gu families take the fall for such a huge mess. How could that person think he could stay clean? Van D's eyes were cold and venomous like a snake. Who would have thought that the despised illegitimate son would be the one laughing last? How much would that person regret it?
Why do you suddenly not want to hold a wedding? You've always wanted it before.
Liu was very puzzled. The contract would only be sealed on the wedding day. Dongji's voice was low and hoarse.
I don't want to anymore.
He didn't want her to lose her cultivation for this. After all, it was her own power. Now that she was willing to stay by his side, he was already content. Liu was silent for a moment, then said,
Did Little Phoenix tell you?
It wasn't a question, but a statement. Dongge said nothing, which only made him more heartbreaking. It seemed he knew. Liu took his hand, pulled him to face her, and smiled playfully.
As for me, I'm very grateful for your love. If we don't have the wedding, we'll have to break up. Give me back the ring.
She didn't want to pressure him, but she wanted him to understand that she had made up her mind. Dongji's heart tightened. He understood her intention. The empty, desolate heart was filled. He pulled her into his arms.
My life is yours.
Li Yu's face was full of smiles. Back in the room, she laid down on the bed. Her face felt hot. She took a small mirror out of her space. The reflection showed her face flushed redder than the most delicate flower. She couldn't bear to look at herself. She never knew she had this side. After a long while she felt the heat subside. Her optical brain suddenly lit up. Li Yu opened it. It was a message from Feng Yayan. Feng Yayan.
Miss Li Yu, the matter of the seeds has entered the right track. Here is the dividend for this month. It has been transferred to your star account. Please check.
Li Yu scrolled up and saw a star account transfer notification. The number of zeros was too many to count. A full 1 billion.
Received. If there is a need, I can continue to cooperate.
She clicked reply. Money. She never had too much of it. Compared to her retired state, when she first came back she now felt she had become much more diligent in earning money. The other side seemed to be waiting for her reply, and responded quickly.
There is a need, a very big need. If you have more, I'd be even happier. Our Tech Research Institute now has a share for you too. You can't sell to competitors.
The text was filled with excitement. A smile appeared on her face. Just as she was about to reply, another message window popped up. Her hand paused mid-motion, and she rubbed her forehead.
Hey you've been inside for 5 minutes. I miss you.
Li Yu, she really didn't know Donggu could be this clingy. She replied with a period and returned to the chat with Feng Yayan.
The seeds will be shipped in 3 days.
Then she logged out and walked out, otherwise she was afraid he would be hard to console. On the other side, Feng Yayan was ecstatic after receiving the message. He suddenly jumped up from his desk, almost scaring the researchers at the next table half to death.
Section Chief Feng, are you possessed?
One of them joked. Possessed was the latest popular slang on the Starnet, started by someone unknown.
Get out of here talking nonsense. Weren't you all worried about the seed issue? Li Yu has agreed.
Feng Yayan was brimming with excitement. He wasn't afraid of them leaking it. Everyone in this lab was a core member of the team with tight lips. Hearing this, the others stopped their work.
Really? That's wonderful. Of course.
Feng Yayan affirmed, his face full of pride and swagger.
This time our institute will definitely make a name for ourselves. Indeed. We owe it all to Section Chief Feng for getting to know Li Yu. I wonder when we can meet her in person to express our gratitude and appreciation.
Several people chimed in. One would think they were genuinely eager to meet her, but Feng Yayan, knowing their little schemes, rolled his eyes and retorted.
Forget it. Just say you want to ask where the seeds come from and how many more there are. You want to empty her stock, right? It doesn't matter how many she has, that's none of our business. We just need to focus on our research.
Their little schemes exposed, the others rubbed their noses awkwardly. This concerned the transformation of the entire interstellar realm. How could they not want to know the origin of the seeds? But thanks to Feng Yayan's words spoken on Li Yu's behalf, many people's future thoughts were dispelled, saving a lot of trouble.
What's up? Did the boss reply?
The core high-ranking members of the entire base stared at Fiona with eager eyes. The messages they said seemed to sink into the vast ocean. If not for the lifeline sensor on the boss's hand, they would have thought he was dead. They were lucky to have received a reply from Li Yu. They were grateful they had equipped her with the best optical brain.
The boss didn't reply. Li Yu did. She said she'd tell the boss to reply.
Fiona felt frustrated. The entire base was excitedly waiting for the boss's return, but he had gone straight to his wife. Such a show of affection.
Oh!
The others couldn't hide their disappointment. But since he missed his wife as subordinates, there was nothing they could do. However, there was a recent matter that really required his return. The next second, Fiona's optical brain lit up. They all stared eagerly again.
What's up?
A simple and direct message. It was exactly their boss's style. Excitedly, they urged Fiona to reply quickly. Fiona remained expressionless, acting as a tool. A message came from a planet beyond the border. Traces of the insect mother had been discovered. 10 years. The insect clan, which had been wiped out by the boss back then, had only the insect mother remaining, and there had been no news of it until now. Suddenly hearing about the insect mother, everyone felt as if it were a lifetime ago. On the other side, Dong Ji's hand paused slightly. His deep eyes narrowed.
Send me the exact coordinates.
Fiona quickly relayed the information to everyone. So he was going to take action. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly sent the coordinates to Fiona. Why didn't they send it themselves? They suspected the boss had blocked their messages. Fiona, the tool, looked utterly hopeless. If not for the fact that everyone in front of her outranked her, she would have quit. She forwarded the message. A reply came quickly.
We're going. Everyone be on alert for any information about the insect mother.
That must mean Donggu and Liu, right? They're idle. Everyone's worries instantly dissipated. The two of them working together, or rather Liu alone, could carry the boss to victory. Envy. Some senior generals looked at each other, with a gaze of disappointment toward their own sons.
If only she were our daughter-in-law. It's all because those brats are useless. No achievements in half a year.
Far away, several people who were fighting desperately, actually overwhelmingly crushing, a group of stray space pirates sneezed several times, feeling that something was happening that they didn't know about. Tribulation star, the closest to the sun, and the only uninhabited planet. The scorching heat of the day was unbearable for the human body, and the freezing cold of the night was equally so. That was why no one lived there, but perhaps that was exactly why the insect mother had chosen it. Dong Ji's expression was grave. Liu, who had been idly chatting with the spirit tree beside him, sensed it too. Glancing at the screen he had opened, she instantly understood, though she was not entirely familiar with it, and asked, puzzled. Is this insect mother really that formidable? It could make him look so grave. Clearly, it should not be underestimated. He nodded and recounted the battle from years ago. The setup was flawless, yet the insect mother had still managed to escape. Over the past decade, she must have prepared thoroughly. It seemed the interstellar realm would once again face the same grand spectacle. This was what Donggu dreaded most. The insect mother's power was not overwhelming, but her greatest strength lay in her formidable ability for asexual reproduction. Had it not been for the recent distress signals sent by those who vanished nearby, and the probes that captured and transmitted photos of several insectids feeding on them, they might still be unaware. Is it 2 hours to the falling star from here? Liu pushed the search results over. He nodded, his gaze falling upon her face. Lithium Moon is on the border, but the falling star is merely on the edge. So you plan to go alone? Liu raised an eyebrow. Yes, the wedding may need to be postponed. He tightened his grip on the small hand he held, reluctant to let go. I'll go with you. Seeing him hesitate, Liu pressed her hand down, a complex thought flashing through her mind. If what you say is true, I suspect the insect mother was wounded during her escape, which is why she hid for 10 years. Above all, she felt that this matter was far from simple. Countless stars shimmered in the galaxy, dotted and magnificent, a breathtaking spectacle. The falling star. Hundreds of bizarrely shaped insects patrolled, in orderly fashion, concealed. Human heads, insect bodies slimy, and oozing with mucus, their stench sharp and nauseating. Liu pulled Donggu into a protruding cave. The scorching hot rocks could almost cook a person, if not for the invisible protective barrier she had cast over both of them. The aircraft was hidden using an invisibility spell. Liu's heart was taut, her brow furrowed. Something was terribly wrong here. She could feel a faint, intense suppression, as if something was drawing her in, as if something was waiting for her. This feeling grew stronger, as if something was about to break forth. Hey, what's wrong? Donggu noticed Liu's dazed state, and called softly. Liu snapped back to reality, secretly casting an advanced barrier-breaking spell, her mind instantly clearing. She shook her head and said, it's nothing. From her space, she took out a mirror. Ranked second among the treasures of the cultivation world, the Xiangxing mirror, a lost artifact for centuries. Born from heaven and earth, it first appeared when the cultivation world was discovered. It could explore unknown directions and reveal the interconnected bonds between people and things. Compared to the Xiangxing mirror, the compass, the natural source of divination, was but a minor trick. The reason she refrained from using it was that each use cost the user a portion of their cultivation. Her expression heavy, she cast a powerful protective spell over Donggu and handed him a peach blossom staff. Take this. It will protect you and help you escape safely. What do you mean? What about you? Donggu frowned, his eyes icy cold. He knew this matter was not simple, but he never expected Liu to utter such words. Things had gone far beyond his estimates. The peach blossom staff, transformed from the king of peach blossoms, was thus rejected and shoved back by him. Liu sensed the staff's equal refusal. Those two tempers really were quite alike. This is only the worst-case scenario. She tightened her grip on the staff and instructed, since your master entrusted you to me before ascending, you must listen to me well and protect him. A sudden bad premonition gripped Dong Ji's heart, twisting like a knife. Before he could speak, darkness swallowed him, and he fainted. Liu helped him sit in the corner, taking a long look at him. Then she opened the Xiangxing mirror. A flash of white light on the mirror surface, and a long dark corridor appeared, its black walls encasing scorching lava, the heat enough to melt any living thing. The scene shifted to another place, a vast area of hundreds of square meters filled with countless giant cocoons densely packed in a terrifying sight. Within a minute, tens of thousands of insects burst forth, flooding the crowded cave. The view followed them to a luxurious palace built of lava, supported by towering pillars of magma with boiling lava flowing beneath. The figure seated on the main throne, partially obscured by the chair, slowly turned. She wore a fiery flame robe, cranes embroidered on the sleeves, her red hair dancing in the wind without a breeze. One side of her face was like an angel, the other like a demon. Liu's gaze narrowed. The woman on the other side of the mirror seemed to sense it, her red eyes, chillingly cold, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her crimson lips parted. My immortal pill should return now. The Xiangxing mirror went dark. Liu's cultivation plummeted from the peak of tribulation transcendence to the middle stage. Liu's hand trembled, and she couldn't help spitting out blood. It was the backlash from a cultivator stronger than her. She had never expected. The pill she had swallowed back then was actually an immortal pill. She smiled bitterly and straightened up. Far away, the little phoenix, who was supervising Yuri, and Muley suddenly changed expression, shooting up from her seat. Oh no! Liu is in trouble. The anomaly here caught the attention of the two, who ran over. What's wrong, senior sister? The little phoenix shook her head, thinking it impossible. There was nothing in this interstellar realm that could threaten Liu. But their contract was burning hot, a sign of danger to her other half. You two train well. I'm going to find your grandmaster. Hey, senior sister. It will take you days to get back now. What exactly happened? Yuri's face was grave. Muley echoed. This was the first time they had seen such an expression on their senior sister. The little phoenix thought for a moment it was true. But she had a contract with Liu, allowing her to open a teleportation array to her side. She worriedly said, your grandmaster might have run into a tough opponent. Don't worry about it, I have a way. She hurriedly threw out a piece of paper. The contract was getting hotter, she couldn't wait. The golden symbols on the paper instantly glowed, quickly forming a teleportation array. The little phoenix was about to step onto it, when she was suddenly lifted up, her view rising considerably. Startled, she looked up. Muley chuckled. Senior sister, with your small frame, there are many inconveniences. Why don't the two of us come along? We might be able to help. The little phoenix thought that made sense. She absolutely would not admit it was because she was afraid the teleportation array would send her to a high place, and she couldn't get down. The three of them vanished into the array. Fiona, who had come belatedly to deliver news from the boss, could only watch them disappear. Over here, the peach blossom staff, which could not yet speak, but had already given birth to its spirit, blocked Liu's path, silently imploring her not to go. Liu smiled bitterly, and shook her head. You're telling me not to go. But if I don't go, she will come. Then it won't be a personal matter. This world has no heavenly Tao to protect it. She will threaten me by making this world vanish forever from the galaxy to force me out. Why shouldn't I take the initiative? After all, I am a venerable one. Her hair danced in the wind, as if she had returned to the days of her youth in the cultivation world, when she had single-handedly challenged an entire sect and reached the pinnacle full of ambition. She had almost forgotten what it was like to have nothing. No sect, no master, no roots. She sighed, her gaze falling on the person on the ground. If possible, I don't want to leave him either. Please take him away safely. Perhaps this is the true reason for the disappearance of the heavenly Tao and the ascension path. If before I thought it was due to the destruction wrought by technology, now I suspect that woman had a hand in it. I should let all cultivators see that my world cannot be trampled upon so easily, that they cannot come and go as they please. Facing the endless red sands, her green robe seemed to merge with heaven and earth. The vast firmament, this world should not be so desolate. Her gaze extended to a distant place, the location shown in the Xiangxing mirror. The peach blossom staff, though never having left the space, knew that space and the outside world were connected. It silently moved aside. As Liu walked out, she turned back to look at Donggu, her eyes laden with complex emotions. Was it ultimately fated to be without destiny? She removed her ring. The ring floated and fell into his palm. If she succeeded, she would ascend as an immortal. If she failed, she would be reduced to ashes. The lava churned. Countless insectoids guarded the rocks outside the palace. A green figure descended, walking slowly through the air, a few strands of hair dancing across her cheeks. Her cold eyes, though not reaching the depths, chilled to the bone. The golden edges embroidered on her green robe radiated a threatening aura, and the jade belt around her hair transformed into several strands, striking at the insectoids. With a screech, the insectoids swarmed, their clamor like thunder. Thousands upon thousands of them climbed and flew, determined to carry out the insect mother's command. Liu pressed her lips together, holding a silver-white spear, sweeping her gaze over the surging bugs. She gave a cold smile, and wherever she passed, death and injury followed. Those trying to climb and fly were swept down into the lava by the jade belt. Screams mixed with the bubbling of lava. 15 minutes later, Liu impaled the last insectoid with her spear, pinning it to the gate of the lava-formed palace. With a thunderous crash, the lava gate shattered. "Here you are, my immortal pill." A voice came from afar, and the figure of the woman in red landed not far away. Her cultivation was at least above the immortal level. After ascension, immortals were ranked as initial, middle, and peak. Only one person had ever reached the peak, but legend said that person had already fallen. Liu's face was grim. She took a deep breath, squinting coldly. "You must have been unwilling to die, so you seized the body of the insect mother, right? The difference in your face is clearly a side effect of using the insect mother's body to transform." The woman in red paused in her appreciation of her angelic face, a flicker of anger in her red eyes. Her voice was chilling to the bone. She smiled charmingly, admiring her body. "This body is not bad. Both appearance and figure are far better than that disgusting insect mother's. I want both your immortal pill and your body." Liu frowned, bracing herself seriously. The Yinglong spear in her hand stirred, and the jade belt transformed into sharp weapons of malice. She charged forward. The immense shockwave instantly collapsed the exquisite palace. Lava rolled, spreading, and the nearby fiery mountains spewed scorching magma. Liu stumbled back, landing on a few remaining rocks, supporting herself with the Yinglong spear. Her green robe was already unrecognizable, stained with blood, both hers and the insects. She had gathered her hair behind her head, with a few strands falling across her cheeks. She looked somewhat disheveled. The metallic taste rising in her throat was forcibly suppressed. The woman in red, annoyed by the jade belt entangling her, tore it apart and turned her gaze to Liu, smiling eerily as she sauntered over. Between a venerable and an immortal middle there were 3 vast chasms. If not for the numerous treasures in her possession, Liu might not have been able to fight at all. She gripped the Yinglong spear tightly, with nothing but lava behind her. No retreat. A person without roots reaching the venerable level in just 300 years is indeed a genius, the woman in red laughed. But in the end, you're just a bride for me. Liu sensed that the little phoenix was getting closer. She wanted to coordinate an attack from within and without. To buy time, she asked the question on her mind. "Who are you exactly?" The woman in red covered her mouth, with a laugh, the other side of her face becoming equally alluring. "It doesn't hurt to tell you. You're about to die anyway. I was once invincible, tirelessly eliminating demons for the immortal realm, and was granted the title Xuanyangzun. But then I encountered that elusive Lu Sha Jun, who caused me to fall into the demonic path. I was hunted by hundreds of immortals for thousands of miles. My merits meant nothing to those despicable ones. Why should that be?" She became frenzied, then slowly calmed down. "They chased me all the way to the cultivation world, forcing me, gravely wounded, to devise a plan of escape, and also to set the stage for reclaiming my immortal pill later." "So you arranged both the immortal pill and me?" Liu frowned, beginning to understand. Xuanyangzun smiled. "You're very clever. I had intended for your mother, but she died in an accident. That's how you happened to fall into the temporal rift and ended up in the cultivation world. The bell and my mother's keepsake, that was yours too. And she swallowed the immortal pill because she followed the bell at that time." "Correct." Xuanyangzun chuckled. "Your return was also my doing. Everything that happened after your return, even the disappearance of the heavenly Tao and the ascension path, it's all because of you." Without needing her answer, Liu had already guessed most of it. "You know enough. I've been in this shell for too long, I can't wait to change it." Ha ha ha. Xuanyangzun's seductive eyes were full of satisfaction at the prospect of her new vessel. "I won't let you succeed." Liu caught the little phoenix's gaze, and they exchanged a look before launching a pincer attack. At the same time, a phoenix cry rang out, and a pair of enormous flaming wings appeared in the sky, followed by fireballs hurtling toward Xuanyangzun. On the other side, Liu summoned the soul whip, which crackled with immense pressure. The soul whip could strike immortal souls above and demon souls below. The Yinglong spear let out a roar like a dragon, its body revealing silver scale armor one after another. Even Xu and Yangzun, who had seen much, was shocked, her expression drastically changing. The Yinglong spear, the jade belt, the Xiangxing mirror. She could understand those every cultivator had some treasures. But once the soul whip appeared, an immortal soul was doomed to perish. The soul lash she had sought for a millennium had chosen a woman she deemed unworthy, as its master, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yet what did it matter? The soul lash could only unleash its full potential in the hands of a cultivator with higher cultivation. A faint smirk curled at the corner of her lips. Without time to dwell on it, she deflected the incoming fireball with a single palm strike, sending it crashing down. Silently summoning her insected swarm, she noticed two weak cultivators in the corner, their focus entirely on Liu and the phoenix. A spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. A sinister grin spread across her face. Countless insected surged from all directions, lunging at Yuli and Muli. Spotting this, Liu shouted, "Watch out!" Only then did the two notice the grotesque insected swarming around them, hastily defending themselves. The wind and moon twin swords, however, shot ahead of them, cleaving through the advancing insecteds. The young phoenix watched, beginning to regret her earlier arrogance that had brought these two into danger. In that moment of distraction, Sun Yangzun wove several complex hand seals and struck the young phoenix down. Below lay a bottomless abyss of molten magma. The phoenix let out a long cry, unable to maintain its form, and reverted to the appearance of a child. Liu had no choice but to abandon her attack and turn to catch the young phoenix. No sooner had she caught her than a net-like formation descended from the sky, covering everything in its path. The double lock array. Once trapped, the victim's cultivation would be drained until death, and no amount of power could break free. Liu cast several teleportation spells, one after another, barely managing to evade.
"Little Phoenix, are you all right?"
The young phoenix in her arms had her eyes tightly shut, her face pale. Sun Yangzun landed lightly before Liu, her eyes filled with jealousy, as she let out a contemptuous laugh at the fragile phoenix lineage.
"How insolent! A mere fledgling phoenix dares to bluster before me. Even fully grown phoenixes in the past would have given me a wide berth."
Her crimson robes amidst the surging magma made her appear like a demon. Even the ethereal cranes embroidered on her sleeves now seemed grotesque and menacing. Liu secretly probed the young phoenix's condition. She was merely weak. Calmly, she stowed the phoenix away into her spatial realm. On the other side, the two were nearly overwhelmed by the endless insectids, barely holding on with the support of the wind and moon twin swords. However, the sword's power was tied to the cultivation of their masters, and now they were somewhat suppressed.
"Worry about your little disciples. You can't even save yourself, yet you still think of them. Why not willingly offer me your body? I might spare your life."
Sun Yangzun's gaze was cold and venomous. She had already summoned her full oppressive aura, the pressure of an immortal-level cultivator, bearing down upon Liu. All living beings within range felt the pressure, collapsing to their knees with a thud, their spines and knees bending in grotesque prostration, blood streaming from their noses and ears. In the surrounding 100 li, the flaming mountain roared, as magma erupted from within, spreading instantly. From the sky it looked as though half the falling star had been engulfed. Yuli and Muli were too weak. Even with desperate resistance, they were on the verge of collapse. If this continued, they would surely die.
How ruthless! Even the insected she bred are sacrificed as burial goods.
Liu let out a cold laugh, biting her lip to suppress the turmoil churning inside her. She swallowed several explosive spirit pills, and her nearly depleted sea of consciousness instantly surged with vitality. Wielding the soul lash, she charged forward. A phantom image of the lash radiating a world-destroying danger struck Sun Yangzun, who had no time to dodge. A translucent phantom flickered over her body. The soul lash had directly severed half of her immortal soul. Even with half a soul lost, a half-immortal soul still possessed overwhelming pressure. Sun Yangzun ground her teeth, her crimson eyes blazing with fury. She channeled all her remaining cultivation into a charge at Liu, determined to fight to the death. Liu was pinned down, unable to rise. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The immortal pill she had consumed earlier began to stir restlessly, as if sensing its master's call, about to fly out of her sea of consciousness. Seeing her opponent drawing closer, her heart turned cold, a bitter smile on her lips, and she slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. She opened her eyes in disbelief. Donggu wore a faint smile on his face, his eyes filled with unspoken emotions. He held her tightly, mouthing silently.
Goodbye.
Li Yu's eyes went wide, her throat seemingly choked, unable to utter a single word. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, and she shook her head.
No!
Even she could barely withstand a single blow from that attack. He, a mere mortal, would surely be reduced to ashes. He gently wiped away her tears, but had no time to speak. The excruciating pain from behind, his internal organs displaced, bones shattered inch by inch, made him vomit blood violently. He collapsed before Li Yu. Sun Yongzun was stunned, but seeing Li Yu's agony, she laughed maniacally. Demonic energy surged from her, and the insects that had been suppressed turned into black puddles. The puddles then rose, forming humanoid shapes, cackling eerily. They were not insects, but bone demons. The wind and moon twin swords tightly shielded Yu Li and Mu Li.
No! Ollie, I won't let you die, you won't die.
Li Yu shook her head frantically, desperately trying to help him up, but she was pinned down and couldn't move. Tears welled up in her eyes, and fell onto him like a broken string. Her fingers turned white from clenching. A clarity appeared in her mind. Though there was no wind, an inexplicable gale grew stronger, blowing past places where the magma seemed frozen, ceasing its flow and eruption. Green vines broke through the ground, gradually forming towering trees. Countless branches attacked Sun Yongzun. The peach blossom roller hovered in midair, majestic and imposing. Its innate ability was to revive all things in the world. That was why its master had entrusted it to Li Yu. But Li Yu did not know that her master had long foreseen that she would face this calamity. Countless bone demons leaped forward to shield Sun Yongzun. A force slowly refined the hard-to-dissolve immortal pill, transforming it into her own. A white light containing supreme Tao principles instantly enveloped her, and her cultivation broke through layer after layer, finally stopping at the initial immortal stage. The red pearl mark between her brows gradually faded, forming a unique Dharma virtue. An initial immortal comparable to the peak of ordinary mortals. This was the pursuit of all who ascended. But those who could form a unique Dharma virtue were extremely rare. Only 3 in the entire immortal realm had achieved it. 2 had fallen, and the remaining one was the elusive Lu Jun. Li Yu stood up, knowing that this was the merit bestowed upon her by the remnant heavenly Tao consciousness of this world, allowing her to become an immortal without undergoing heavenly tribulation. Sun Yongzun couldn't believe it and screamed,
"Impossible! I had already destroyed the heavenly Tao."
Jealousy filled her eyes. When she had arrived in this world, she discovered that the heavenly Tao had grown weak due to the irrelevance of technological development. She had once tried to force it to bestow merit to aid her cultivation, and return to the immortal realm for revenge. But the heavenly Tao, though seemingly weak, was not timid. It refused stubbornly, so she took the opportunity to destroy the heavenly ladder, and the heavenly Tao itself, though a wisp of its consciousness, escaped. She never expected it to still have a trick up its sleeve. This was not just genius, it was monstrous. Li Yu stepped through the void step by step, and Sun Yongzun retreated step by step. The bone demons were all slaughtered by the peach blossom roller.
Do you know why immortals will kill you without mercy once you fall to demonic ways?
Li Yu closed her eyes, and reopened them, the sorrow in her gaze completely gone, replaced by icy coldness.
Isn't it because they are selfish and despicable?
The pressure on her soul made Sun Yongzun begin to feel fear.
You are wrong. It's because you refuse to repent. You could have secluded yourself to eliminate the demonic influence, but you chose to indulge it. Shut up. I don't need your preaching.
Sun Yongzun, on the verge of a mental breakdown, screamed wildly. Li Yu's right hand manifested the Yinglong spear, and with the same technique she used to kill insects, she effortlessly slew Sun Yongzun. Her pupils dilated, filled with shock and unwillingness. She looked down at the gaping hole in her chest. No matter how much she had cultivated using this insect mother's body, its essence remained unchanged. Sticky mucus dripped down her clothes onto the ground. Her translucent phantom form dissipated like smoke. The insect mother body Sun Yongzun had cultivated slowly decayed, her crimson robes fading, and her body turned into an insect, lifeless, lying on the ground. Li Yu poured magma over it, leaving nothing behind. On the other side, Yu Li helped Mu Li stagger over. They looked at her, then at Donggu on the ground, and at their severely injured senior sister, unable to find words. Li Yu knelt and supported Donggu, whose life was fading. Tears rolled down her expressionless face.
You shouldn't have come. Do you know you'll die?
Her trembling hand touched his face, and she took out a pill. The wounds on his body began to slowly heal, bones regenerated and reconnected, and his complexion quickly returned to normal. She had countless divine pills and miraculous medicines. Even the pill she had given Feo Yuna before could have saved someone in a single breath, but none worked on him. He was injured in soul, not body.
Unless his soul itself is strong otherwise. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is never seeing you again.
Dong-gu smiled gently, his breathing faint, his eyes hiding deep reluctance and longing.
Can you kiss me again? Ah, you.
As the words fell, his hand dropped limply. Li Yu's tears fell pattering down, and she sobbed as she placed a gentle kiss on his lips.
I fell in love, but you are no longer here.
Half a month later, on the highest mountaintop, a small grave was built surrounded by countless flowers, like a fairyland. Before the grave stood Dong Ji's subordinates and friends who had arrived belatedly. More than 10 people stood in a row.
Li Yu, if I had known that meeting you would lead to this for the boss, I would never have let you two be together, even if it meant stopping you by force.
And Yue Chuan's eyes held heartache and complexity. He fixed his gaze on Li Yu, who sat silently on a peach blossom tree, with closed eyes, unable to contain his sorrow, and turned to leave. Feo Yuna cast a complicated glance at Li Yu and followed. Everyone knew it wasn't Li Yu's fault, yet they couldn't help but feel some resentment leaving directly. The dozen or so people dispersed one by one, leaving only Yuli, Mu Li, and Mu Lei.
I want to talk to Li Yu,
Mu Lei said. Yuli quickly stopped Mu Li, shaking his head. It was impossible for Mu Lei to bully their grandmaster. The figure on the peach blossom tree seemed lonely. This was Mu Lei's first time seeing Li Yu. No wonder Dong-gu had fallen for her. Such an outstanding woman, which man wouldn't love? He leaned against the peach blossom tree, recalling past events, and couldn't help but smile.
I still remember the look of happiness on his face when he talked about you.
On the tree, Li Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had kept Dong Ji's body in her spatial realm for half a month. If they hadn't arrived today and demanded she bury him, she might still have been reluctant to let go.
When we were young, he always protected me. Though we were about the same age, he was always stronger than me, always making me call him Big Brother.
Mu Lei laughed as he recounted many past events.
If you were here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Maybe you two were just not meant to be?
Seeing no reaction from her, Mu Lei sighed and quietly left. Of course, the entire falling star was now covered in greenery. He certainly hadn't forgotten his desire to move here. In the future, the falling star would become even more prosperous. After he left, Li Yu opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm, without a ripple. A gentle breeze blew by, and she looked up, her voice hoarse from disuse after a long silence.
Wait a little longer. I want to stay with him a bit more.
It was the urging of the heavenly Tao. Sun Yongzun was dead. The heavenly Tao that had been trapped in her body returned. The heavenly ladder was rebuilt, and though it remained as weak as ever, spiritual energy was gradually reviving thanks to the peach blossom roller, with greenery spreading across the entire falling star. Her gaze fell on the grave, and she closed her eyes again. Unnoticed by her, a faint light flickered within the grave, then went out. Inside the grave there was nothing but dirt, no corpse. But this would forever remain unknown.
Do you think the Grandmaster has been lying on that tree for a month without coming down? Is she going to be okay?
Mu Li asked worriedly. Yuli sighed and gestured toward the young phoenix, who had woken up half a month ago.
Probably not. Senior sister, maybe you should go.
The young phoenix rolled her eyes.
What could happen to her? Just let her be. If you have so much free time, you'd better focus on cultivation. Now that spiritual energy is starting to recover, even if it's weak, it's still good. If you two can't even reach the nascent soul stage in 20 years, you'll be too ashamed to show your faces. Don't tell anyone that Yu is your grandmaster, or that you're disciples of Gufani and Yuranzuns. They're well-known big shots in the cultivation world.
Such a sharp tongue. Yuli and Mu Li were speechless. Once again, belittled, they were already numb to the blow.
From now on, you will both go into seclusion with me for cultivation. Reach the nascent soul stage within 2 years.
Li Yu walked over slowly. She had asked the heavenly Tao to help delay the immortal realm's summons for a while. 2 years should be enough to teach the two to reach the nascent soul stage, so she could leave with peace of mind. Yuli and Mu Li were horrified.
2 years? Impossible.
In the end, they were dragged by the young phoenix into the illusion realm Li Yu had set up. Li Yu turned back one last time to look at the grave, then turned and left. She could find no clue about where his soul had gone. If it wasn't utterly destroyed, how could it be untraceable? She wanted to go to the immortal realm and ask her old friends. No matter the outcome. Drifting through the 3,000 worlds, she had ultimately returned to the path of cultivation. 2 years flew by. The once falling star had in just 2 years transformed into a renowned tourist planet with a constant stream of visitors. Only this area, named after an ancient poem, as Lu Mingshan, was declared off-limits. The news of Dong Ji's death was suppressed, completely unknown to all people, only said he was in poor health, though some insiders knew the truth. The original place was now overgrown with flowers and grass, but the grave remained as it had always been, clearly meticulously tended. From the forest emerged 3 figures, one small, with a woman in front, her robes fluttering, her face even more aloof, ethereal and immortal. Yu Li and Mu Li exuded a steadier aura, their every step radiated the demeanor of a grandmaster, and crucially they had no intention of concealing it. The little phoenix found it utterly exasperating. Was it really necessary to be so proud of merely being at the divine transformation stage? She pursed her lips, showing clear disdain. Seeing her contempt so obvious, Yu Li and Mu Li coughed and promptly suppressed their imposing aura. Couldn't they be allowed a little pride? Li Yu's lips curled into a faint visible smile. Who are you? A little girl's surprised voice rang out, pure and innocent. Looking up from the flower bushes not far away stood a chubby little girl, pink and tender, so adorable it was heart-stopping. She stared at them with a mix of delight and confusion, her eyes finally settling on the most beautiful older sister, wanting to move yet afraid. She was lost, and her mother had told her never to talk to strangers. But she had just spoken. But with the little phoenix as precedent, Yu Li and Mu Li first glanced at their composed grandmaster, and only after confirming it wasn't her doing did they relax. Otherwise, if another one appeared, someone as small as their senior sister, yet with such high cultivation ruthlessly overpowering them, they would truly want to give up in despair. Little sister, how did you end up here? The higher his cultivation, the farther Yu Li's perception could reach. He walked over, bent down, and asked with a smile. The little girl was startled, stepping back several paces, warily eyeing the brother with a strange smile. Her gaze fell on Li Yu and the little phoenix, who seemed close to her age. She felt more trust toward the beautiful older sister. With a pitiful look, she deliberately bypassed Yu Li and walked up to Li Yu. Yu Li muttered, little sister, you're clearly a face lover. Mu Li burst into laughter. Pretty sister, can you? Glancing at the little phoenix, she finally confirmed she was the oldest, pouted cutely, and said, take me home, little sister. I'm lost. She carefully reached out and tugged at Li Yu's sleeve, shaking it coquettishly. Yu Li first walked back and said cheekily, sister, I can do it too. My grandmaster is very busy. But the little girl frowned, displeased. I don't want to. The pretty big sister is clearly so young, why do you call her grandmaster? I hate it. Mu Li beside her laughed even more freely, finding it rare to see Yu Li so persistent in trying to engage someone, especially a little kid. Even Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, bending down gently to straighten the little girl's messy dress. What's your name? How did you come here alone? The little girl's eyes lit up. Pretty big sister, my name is Rurua. What's yours? Her tone was very endearing. It's a lovely name. I'm Li Yu. Li Yu touched Rurua's nose, took her hand, stood up, and handed her to Yu Li. Be good, this brother will take you out to find your mom and dad. Yu's sister, but I want you to come with me to find my parents. Rurua pouted reluctantly, taking Yu Li's hand. Mu Li couldn't hold back his laughter again, snorting like a pig. Yu Li, he had definitely spoken and acted too rashly. Li Yu pointed at the little phoenix. Sister has some things to do. How about letting the little phoenix accompany you? Li Yu smiled. This little girl Rurua was indeed a face lover. Although Yu Li and Mu Li were also good-looking, perhaps they weren't within her range of admiration. Rurua let go quickly, ran over, and took the little phoenix's hand, speaking gently. Is your name Little Phoenix? Like the little phoenix in the museum? Hello, little phoenix sister. I'm Rurua. You can call me Rurua's sister. The little phoenix, who was hundreds of times older, felt depressed. Yu Li, who had been rejected again, finally felt a bit better. The girl named Rurua seemed to have an endless curiosity, asking about everything. Just as they were about to leave, she looked back reluctantly at Yu's sister standing alone on a small hill, her face full of worry, and couldn't help asking Yu Li, brother, why does Yu's sister seem so unhappy? Is it because that little hill is blocking the way? Mu Li, seeing the two looking at him, quickly covered his mouth and pretended it wasn't him. Yuli patted her head, his gaze also falling on Li Yu, who had paused, and said, "No, it's just that the person the Grandmaster loved is buried beneath." "Is it Yu Yu's sister's husband?" Ruoro whispered. But everyone present had cultivation, even her whisper was clearly heard. "All right, are you looking for your parents? Let's go quickly, or it will get dark." The little phoenix took her hand, reminding her, though luckily there was no danger, otherwise a little girl alone in this place could face who knows what. Ruoro quickly diverted her attention, and followed the three down the mountain. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass blowing past the beautifully blooming peach trees, scattering petals. Beautiful as it was, something seemed to be quietly changing. The woman's hair strands danced in the wind, her eyes dim with sorrow. She stood there silently for a long time, as if she too had once been like this. At that moment a guiding light broke through time and space, impatiently descending upon her. Her whole body seemed to glow, and a gust of wind blew. Li Yu knew this was the heavenly Tao, now powerless to block it. "Thank you," she said, "a thank you to the heavenly Tao." The other three, as if sensing something, bid farewell to Ruoro's parents, who had wanted to host them warmly, and hurried back. In the blink of an eye they returned. "Grandmaster," Yuli and Muli said in unison, panting. They had barely managed to keep up with the little phoenix. Yu, the little phoenix, looked at her. "I'm leaving. I'll wait for you in the celestial realm." Li Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling gently. She had seen their efforts. "Then a smooth journey." Muli hesitated. The little phoenix couldn't help but say, "Once you become an immortal who still says, smooth journey. There's no road at all." Yuli and Muli, indeed the same old tune. But having truly regarded the two as junior brothers, the little phoenix's eyes grew moist as she spoke. The farewell had been something they had anticipated for 2 years. Yet still there was much reluctance. "The courtyard, the spirit tree, and the dust-sweeping pearl, I leave them in your care." Li Yu placed a recognition talisman on each of them. Seeing their confusion, she continued, "This is a recognition talisman. Before leaving, I set up a formation around the courtyard. Without this you won't find the exact location. See you in the celestial realm." Yuli and Muli were teary-eyed. Suddenly they felt a weight on their backs. Somehow, the little phoenix had hung a small bundle on each of them. Without opening it, they knew what it was from the familiar fragrance, divine pills and elixirs to solidify their cultivation. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just afraid you'll die before reaching the celestial realm." The little phoenix was tough-talking. She then vanished on the spot, entering the space. The two were even more moved. At the farewell, Muli was a blubbering mess, nearly making Yuli sick. The scenery remained the same, but their grandmaster and senior sister were gone. Both felt a hollow emptiness in their hearts. In the end, they never ascended to immortality. Their cultivation was stuck at the tribulation transcendence stage, and they lived to over 300 years old. They had many descendants and passed their legacy to their children, yet on their deathbeds, they couldn't help but recall the days with their grandmaster. Two stooped old men lay in chairs watching their grandchildren run around the yard, their memories drifting back to the time with their grandmaster. "Yuli, has your eldest grandson not returned from his training yet? It's been 5 years, hasn't it?" An old man, though his eyes were dim, was still spirited. Yuli grinned, showing his aged teeth. "Soon. Your eldest grandson should be coming back too." A ball rolled over, and the two exchanged a glance, swiftly rising to see who could kick it first. Their cultivation levels were equal, and in the end, they kicked it together. Though they still had cultivation, their bodies were no longer what they used to be. They couldn't help but cough. Two elderly women came out, their figures showing traces of former beauty. They looked at them with disdain, yet couldn't help patting their backs to ease their breathing. "You two at your age still acting like children," Fei Auna teased, but still helped her husband by patting his chest. They could have remained young, but for their wives' sake, they chose to age alongside them. Fei Auna never imagined she would end up with Muli. It was all due to a twist of fate and his persistent pursuit. Though she later grew to love him. Feng Munli also smiled. She and Yuli got together because she followed her brother Feng Yiyan here and met Yuli. The four elderly, accompanied by the setting sun, watched their grandchildren aged 7 or 8 playing in the yard. A warm scene. 2 young men in silver-white battle armor, each carrying a sword on their back, walked in. The swords were the wind and moon twin blades. Mu Xian resembled his grandmother Fei Auna, with a cold sharpness in his eyes. Yu Qi, however, seemed to have inherited the best traits of his parents and grandparents, with a finely chiseled face, and a slight curve at the corner of his lips, always carrying a smile. Both were only 30 years old, Yet, their cultivation had already reached the divine transformation stage. Compared to them, Yuli and Muli couldn't help but admire. They were even more hopeful that this generation of grandsons might help them see their grandmaster and senior sister again, wondering if they had changed. Their sons didn't have that talent. Mu Li's son followed Fei Auna's path and became a major general, marrying a woman he met in the military. Yu Li's son, on the other hand, followed his wife's brother in his obsession with research and married a wife with similar interests. Feng Yayan never married. His medals could fill a room, but the most memorable one was from that sudden appearance and disappearance of Liu. He could never forget it, and longed to see her again until his death. Big brother is back. The two children ran over joyfully. Their parents were not around, only their grandparents were with them. Grandpa, Grandma. The two young men picked up their younger brothers and called out to the four elders. The four elders instantly beamed. Go. Go. Go, Grandpa has something to tell your big brother. Muli shooed away the two clingy little ones. These were born a few years ago, when their sons decided they wanted a child, then thinking one was too lonely, the two families discussed and agreed, so they had them together. Grandpa is stingy, blah blah blah. The two little ones ran off angrily. Fei Auna and Feng Manlei knew what they were about to discuss, so they smiled and left. Not bad, your cultivation improved this trip home. Muli praised the two. Mu Xian scratched his head with a silly grin, looking just like a young Muli. Come sit down. You've always been curious why the main room has been kept empty, haven't you? Grandpa will tell you now. Yuli patted the seat beside him. The main room had always been off limits to them. The one time they sneaked and they nearly got spanked black and blue. Now their grandfather was willing to tell them, so they quickly sat down. From the yard came the nostalgic voice of the old man recounting the past. This only strengthened the two young men's resolve to ascend. But that is a story for later. Liu followed the guiding light to the celestial realm. On the ascension platform stood several major figures. A white-bearded immortal stepped forward to congratulate her. Congratulations, Venerable Liu. I am the guide responsible for receiving immortals. Only those who had established their own school of virtue could be called venerable. Two before her had been honored with that title, except for one whom all immortals feared and dared not call venerable. That one had taken the Tao named Lu Shajun. No one had seen him, no one knew how old he was. Whenever a great chaos occurred in the celestial realm, he would send his disciples to suppress it. People say that one day in heaven equals a year on earth, but that's false. Here they sat in meditation for 2 years. The three who had been meditating behind stood up and walked over to congratulate her as well. They were the heads of the 3 major sects in the celestial realm. They had calculated that a self-established virtuous immortal was ascending, which was a rare event in 1,000 years. They could not afford to offend her even if they failed to recruit her, though they hadn't held much hope anyway. More likely they thought she would create her own sect. The current celestial realm, though divided into various sects, coexisted peacefully, but in truth, it was more like huddling together for warmth. After all, the immortals before them had achieved immortality, and could only pass the time by founding sects, which were later passed down to them. The celestial guide, he could not discern Liu's expression, and could only respectfully begin introducing them one by one. This one in purple robes is the leader of the Qiyuan Pavilion of Lihai by Chizuan, who has been an immortal for over 1,000 years. This one in silver-white robes is the leader of the Qiandu Pavilion of Lingxian Mountain Qiyuanzuan, who has been an immortal for over 800 years. Finally, this one in white robes is the leader of the Junjing Pavilion of Gushan Mountain Jiayuzuan, whose time as an immortal matches that of Qiyuanzuan. This introduction emphasized the sects, and if it were any newly ascended immortal, they would have been thrilled beyond measure. The 3 figures exuded an ethereal grace, their appearances maintained a middle age, and they nodded at Liu. Yet Liu's expression remained cold, unmoved by the special treatment. She nodded politely, stepped around them, then suddenly paused, remembering she had forgotten where her other friends were. She pondered for a moment, then asked, "May I ask the 3 leaders where the immortals who ascended from the cultivation world reside?" This matter was not within the purview of Qiyuanzuan and Jiayuzuan, so they turned to Bai Chizuan. Bai Chizuan guessed that Liu might wish to visit old friends. After a moment's thought, he formed hand seals, and symbols drifted from his palms, arranging themselves in the air into words. This was the celestial register of the most recently ascended immortals from the cultivation world. The register of his Qiyuan Pavilion in Lihai recorded all past experiences of ascended immortals, including Liu's. That was the basis of their wariness, a mere 300-year-old immortal venerated with a power rivaling Xuan Yangzun, and finally blessed by the heavens to ascend with the protection of the world's Tao. None of this had any of them experienced. As for the deceased man in their eyes, he was merely an ordinary human one must sacrifice to gain.
Whom does the venerated Liu seek?
Bai Qizuan's every gesture exuded an ethereal grace. Only the three grand leaders had divined the news of Liu's ascension through the heavenly, while other immortals were still unaware. Liu's thoughts drifted. After a moment of silence she said,
Qing Mu. Qing Mu. The one who ascended by cultivating peach blossoms.
The leader of the Qiandu pavilion of Lingxian Mountain, Qi Yuanzuan, showed some surprise before regaining his composure. Liu nodded. Qi Yuanzuan's eyes crinkled with a genial smile.
How fitting. He is one of the elders of my Qiandu pavilion in charge of overseeing fate. May I ask what relation the venerated Liu has with Qing Mu?
Fate, the cycle of fortune and reincarnation, can be traced even if one has been annihilated or reincarnated, though it requires immense celestial power.
We met in the cultivation world by chance,
Liu said. Bai Qizuan, however, seemed lost and thought vaguely understanding Liu's purpose. The affairs of the mortal world after ascension were but a trial, and he sighed with regret.
I advise the venerated Liu of one thing: once one becomes an immortal, one should let go of all worldly attachments and cling no more.
Liu remained composed, showing no displeasure at being seen through. She merely nodded and followed Qi Yuanzuan away. Those who follow different paths cannot work together. Bai Qizuan spoke well, but in her eyes, he was nothing but a sanctimonious hypocrite. If he truly believed that, why had he not let go himself? Within her own cultivation of virtue, she could perceive the heart and nature of every being. The leader of the Junjing pavilion of Gushan Mountain, Zhai Yuzuan, had a stable heart devoted solely to all living beings, caring little for worldly matters. He had only come along out of curiosity to see her. Qi Yuanzuan was different from the other two. One might call him an old child. He cheerfully asked her about worldly affairs the entire way. Qi Yuanzuan was still busy with many matters, and had no interest in their reunion. He led them to the temple gate, then dragged an elder he encountered into a game of chess.
Liu, you ascended.
A man in peach-colored robes turned around, his face full of surprise. His hair was fastened with a simple peachwood hairpin. His previous mature and steady demeanor instantly crumbled. He sobered up from the wine jar, a flush of intoxication on his cheeks. She knew he loved his drink, but she had not expected him to drink so heavily. She had expected to see a sea of peach blossoms along the way, but instead, there was nothing but bareness, not a single tree. It was hardly like him.
It's me. How can you drink so much? This isn't like you.
Liu frowned, taking the wine jug from his hand. Qing Mu had long known that Liu would ascend, though it had taken a bit longer than expected. A hint of mockery flickered in his slightly drunken eyes.
Who else would it be? If I had known how boring life after ascension would be, I would have spared myself the effort of cultivation.
Liu was silent for a long moment, then lifted her embroidered dress, and sat down directly, the wave-patterned hem spreading over the jade floor, a sight of striking beauty.
I came up to ask you for something.
She took a sip of the wine, crisp and refreshing. Qing Mu sobered a little, nudged her arm, and teased.
It's about that man named Donggu, isn't it?
He let out a long sigh.
That's beyond my ability. I can't find any trace of his soul's whereabouts. It's as if someone deliberately erased it. If that's the case, that person's cultivation must be above mine, perhaps even above the grand leaders. Is that so?
Her lowered eyes concealed the emotions beneath. When she looked up again, there was only a calm indifference. Liu asked,
And Fu Qing? Is he truly gone? He was locked up in the immortal ceiling tower for years of solitary cultivation. If it weren't for you saving his life last time, he might have been utterly annihilated.
Qing Mu gave a light scoff, gulping down several mouthfuls of wine, his expression unreadable. The immortal ceiling tower, though traditionally used to punish immortals, posed no threat to life. It merely consolidated the immortal soul. From that night on, Liu and Qing Mu drank for days and nights on end. The wine did not intoxicate, yet one could not help but drink. From that day, the entire celestial realm knew that a venerated immortal Liu had ascended, and the news stirred for a long time. Liu declined the reception banquet, leaving many scattered immortals, who sought her unable to gain an audience, and the tales about her grew legendary. Clouds rolled and unfurled, and the night grew long until voices faded. The centennial celestial assembly was about to begin. Liu took up residence in the palace next to Qing Mu's. Naturally, Qi Yuanzuan did not refuse. Every other day, he would pat the ever-drinking Qing Mu on the back with boundless admiration.
Qing Mu, I really didn't do much. It's just that Liu found the neighboring palace quiet, and was too lazy to choose another place, so she picked the one next door.
He secretly wondered if Liu had taken a fancy to the wine he brewed.
I found out about the Centennial Celestial Assembly. It's just a bunch of people gathering to chat, utterly boring. Do you want to go?
The little phoenix swung its short legs, speaking softly to the woman with closed eyes before it.
It does sound quite dull.
These days Liu had come to understand what Qing Mu meant by boredom. These immortals spent their days gathered together idly discussing the mortal world, boasting about which disciple from their pre-ascension sect had become powerful, or setting up obstacles for cultivators. Fortunately, the trials Liu faced were designed by Xuan Yangzun, which kept other immortals from understanding her. Liu was silent for a moment, then said,
"Then I won't go."
The little phoenix slapped its head, suddenly remembering what the messenger immortal had said. Strange as it might be, immortals love to deliver invitations in mortal fashion. It conjured an invitation with a sly grin.
"I heard that the legendary one who never shows his face, the Azura Lord, has also sent word that he will attend. So this Centennial Assembly is bound to be lively. I'm quite curious what he looks like." Never shows his face. Azura Lord.
Liu suddenly recalled the person Xuan Yangzun, now annihilated, had mentioned, meaning they had met. It piqued her interest. What kind of person could drive a dignified Xuan Yangzun so easily into demonic corruption? The highest peak in the celestial realm, Cold Qilin Mountain, was shaped exactly like a qilin. A single step inside led to an abyss, and not even the 3 grand leaders dared to tread lightly into this mysterious mountain. But the longest-lived immortals knew that Cold Qilin Mountain was the transformation of a qilin that died long ago. A black-robed immortal wearing a qilin mask looked at the man, who had been staring blankly in one direction since he woke up.
"Why didn't you attend before, but now you do?"
The man's eyes were as deep as an abyss. His light blue robe shimmered with a white glow, dark patterns on the collar, green-trimmed edges, and he exuded an aura that made heaven and earth submit. Apart from his expression, there was no resemblance to his doppelganger. He pursed his lips and smiled, nearly startling the black-robed immortal into thinking the celestial realm was about to be destroyed. Why else would this man smile? He had followed him for thousands of years. The last time he smiled was when the 2 who had fallen tried to kill him, only to be ground to dust by him in return.
"She's here,"
the man said with a gentle smile, the tenderness in his eyes truly startling the black-robed immortal. The black-robed immortal suddenly recalled that when he was in deep slumber, he loved to erase his memories and transform into an ordinary person in the mortal world. But even with amnesia, he always ended up becoming a big shot in some world, until he died of old age and returned. His eyes widened slightly, as he realized this slumber was the shortest ever. A surge of heat rushed through his heart, whether from excitement or shock, he could not tell.
"Don't tell me you've fallen for someone, and spent these 2 years waiting for her."
The black-robed immortal still could not imagine him loving anyone. He was the Azura Lord. The cold-blooded, heartless Azura Lord for millennia. Him falling in love would be no less catastrophic than the destruction of the celestial realm. When he heard the
"Amen,"
his heart was beyond words to describe the shock.
"So you're attending because of her? Then why don't you just go find her?"
The black-robed immortal frowned. Even through the qilin mask his confusion was palpable. This reminded him of how this mountain became Cold Qilin Mountain. It was his beloved. She was called Jur, and he was called Qin. They were 2 divine beasts from the ancient times, but she was gravely wounded and fell.
I don't know if she still wants to know me."
The legendary Azura Lord now had an uncertainty. Qin was also uncertain. These ascended immortals were all humans, but their true forms were divine beasts. He was a qilin, but he had never seen the true form of the Azura Lord. From the moment he met him, he had never seen him transform. And most ascended immortals chose to forget the people and affairs of the mortal world, or treat it as a mere trial. He did not know if the one he loved would do the same.
"Azura, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you?"
Qin's lips curled beneath his mask. Azura gazed infatuatedly in that direction, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the ring on his finger. He was Dongge Ali and also Azura. Dongge and Ali were the names of his doppelgangers. Azura was his true name. This time the Centennial Celestial Assembly was exceptionally lively, with almost every immortal beaming with joy. The deeds of the Azura Lord were essential knowledge for every ascended immortal. Now hearing that he would attend and being able to see him in person, how could they not be excited? Like the excitement of fans seeing their idol. Everywhere was bustling except for one place, the Immortal Ceiling Tower.
Venerated Immortal, this is a restricted area. You must not enter recklessly.
An old man with a horsetail whisk blocked Liyu's path. He recognized her at once as the newly ascended Immortal Venerated, who was the talk of the celestial realm. Liyu stopped and said with great respect,
I only wish to see an immortal named Fu Qing. May I ask if you can make an exception?
The old man glanced at her calmly, and in a moment understood that there was unfinished business. He sidestepped aside with a look of understanding and benevolence.
Very well. Venerated Fu Qing is on the 9th floor. You may go there yourself.
Liyu expressed her thanks. The 1st to 3rd floors contained cultivation manuals left by various cultivators, but they could not be browsed at will. Without the approval of the consciousness left by the owner of a particular manual, one could not obtain it, and would be harmed. The 4th to 6th floors housed the life-bound artifacts of fallen immortals for viewing only. The 7th to 9th floors were used for punishing immortals through solitary cultivation. But the immortals within were scarce. Those who had ascended to immortality had no need for such basic consolidation of their immortal souls, so no one bothered to come. The old man had stopped Liyu only because he had not spoken to anyone in centuries, and wanted to assert his presence. Liyu quickly reached the 9th floor. It was empty with hundreds of meditation cushions, but only one familiar slender figure sat in the corner. As soon as she took a step, the figure turned around looking at her with a gentle smile.
I knew you would come. Even if the world had no heavenly ladder, it could not stop you. Is that so? Then why did you choose to sacrifice yourself?
Liyu looked at him silently, her nose tingling. She was referring to the time he came to her in a dream. Without the spiritual sword, he could not have stood before her unharmed.
To me everything was worth it, wasn't it?
He smiled calmly, but the rejected love still burned hot in his heart. Both understood what was meant. Tears welled in Liyu's eyes, refusing to fall. She forced a pale smile and called out,
Brother!
That single word seemed to bring them back to the time they first met. He had left the sect for training, and she was being captured by bandits utterly disheveled. He had saved Liyu, and since then, they had traveled together through every place they visited. Later, deeming it fate, they became sworn siblings. At that time she called him in that sweet honeyed voice. Fu Qing's face instantly turned pale. He closed his eyes, then reopened them, shaking his head in defeat.
Are you accustomed to life after ascending? If not, you can go to. All right, how could Qingmu not know? In the past century, only the two of us have ascended in this cultivation world. Now with you it makes 3.
He smiled indifferently, as if recalling the days when the 3 of them cultivated together beneath the peach blossom tree. The smile lingered on his face for a long time. Liyu didn't know what to say. From Qingmu she had learned that Fu Qing had never married, and that even when she secretly loved him, he had loved her in return. If he had confessed his love back, then she might have accepted it. But now, her heart could hold no one else.
Here, return your azure feather fan.
Liyu offered it to him. He lifted his eyelids slightly trembling, then closed his eyes. He did not reach out to take it, but his posture clearly showed a desire to avoid. Were they destined to be only siblings now? In the end, he had been too late. He was not one to force others, and quickly let go. Opening his eyes to look at her, he said,
This fan has always been yours.
His voice was calm, yet Liyu could detect the underlying meaning. She did not press him, but curled her lips, thinking of the man who had once been jealous over this very fan. Coming back to herself, she placed it in his hand.
I never take back what I give away. Besides, this azure feather fan has been with you for so many years. Even if it lacks merit, it has its toil, doesn't it?
She teased lightly, and Fu Qing couldn't help but smile, accepting her sentiment. Their matter was now thoroughly resolved, yet something intangible seemed to have shifted between them. As Liyu walked out, the old man, who had been meditating, lazily glanced at her, and spoke in a deep voice.
Immortal Venerable, what do you intend to do next? Carry on as usual.
Liyu, who had just taken a step, turned back, and sat down before the old man. The clouds drifted ethereally. The celestial realm lay above the 3,000 worlds. Though all immortals appeared free from desire in their hearts, they still vied for power. Thus Liyu did not know what lay ahead. Perhaps she would end up like Qingmu, drowning her days in wine. Liyu felt a hint of confusion. Not knowing how to address the immortal, she spoke. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled.
Just call me gatekeeper. Over these hundreds and thousands of years, I've never met many people. What does a title matter, right? Immortal Venerable.
His tone was that of one who had seen through life's vicissitudes.
Perhaps so. I've heard you've guarded this place for 3,000 years, longer even than the 3 sect leaders. Gatekeeper, have you heard of the Slaughterer Lord?
The gatekeeper shot her a surprised glance. It wasn't that she knew he had lived 3,000 years, that was easy to find out, but he hadn't expected her to ask about the Slaughterer Lord. That was a name every immortal held in their hearts, but dared not speak of referring to him only as that one. It seemed this young immortal venerable was indeed different. His face was wreathed in smiles, but his mind was scheming. He wondered what expressions those stubborn old friends of his would wear later. Schadenfreude would not be an exaggeration. He simply lived by the principle of getting one over on others whenever possible.
According to the immortal records, the Slaughterer Lord created the celestial realm single-handedly, joined by 2 others, the immortal venerables Jin Qi and Wu Yi. Like you, they each established their own way. The 3 great sects of today, the Lehigh Chi-Yuan Pavilion, the Lingxian Mountains Qiandu Pavilion, and the Gunan Mountains Junjing Pavilion, were founded by them. Initially, Jin Qi established the Qiandu Pavilion on Lingxian Mountain based on his own way. Later, Wu Yi followed suit and founded the Junjing Pavilion on Gunan Mountain. What happened afterward is not recorded. What is recorded is that the 2 immortal venerables, fearing the Slaughterer Lord, conspired to force him out of the celestial realm. Together they opened the path of ascension from the 3,000 worlds to the celestial realm, recruiting followers to besiege the Slaughterer Lord. Just when everyone thought he was doomed, he slew both immortal venerables, annihilating even their souls, and scattering their ashes across the territories of the sects they had founded.
Li Yu was astonished.
You said the 3 of them founded the sects. Then the Lehigh Chi-Yuan Pavilion was created by the Slaughterer Lord. The Lehigh Chi-Yuan Pavilion was not entirely founded by the Slaughterer Lord. It was a black-robed immortal under his command, seeing the endless strife between the 2 factions who established the Lehigh Chi-Yuan Pavilion, to check them both.
The gatekeeper added insightfully.
But in my view, the Slaughterer Lord simply found these petty troubles bothersome, and thus the Lehigh Chi-Yuan Pavilion came into being. If he found it troublesome, why didn't he just close the path of ascension he had opened from the 3,000 worlds?
That was what puzzled Li Yu. In her opinion, there must be more to it.
You are perceptive, immortal venerable. Indeed, when I first ascended, I had the same doubt. Later, after becoming the gatekeeper here, I learned something from the records written by some immortals.
The gatekeeper looked mysterious.
What did you learn?
Li Yu's curiosity was piqued.
They all believe the Slaughterer Lord was an ancient divine beast incarnate, but in truth, he is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao.
Those words echoed in Li Yu's mind. She looked at the gatekeeper, who gave her a cryptic smile.
The heavenly Tao.
She was shaken. Never had she heard that the heavenly Tao could take physical form.
This is between you and me. You must not tell anyone else.
The gatekeeper instantly switched to a cheerful demeanor. He simply found Li Yu agreeable, and wanted to add some spice to his monotonous days. He closed his eyes again. Seeing that he didn't wish to say more, Li Yu rose, thanked him, and departed.
Yu Hao is Fu Qing.
The moment Li Yu entered, the little phoenix could no longer contain herself. She had wanted to go as well, but knowing the purpose of Li Yu's visit, she had refrained from following.
What's the rush? One might think you have a crush on him.
Li Yu turned to light a lantern. The sky was growing dim, and though the lantern was somewhat redundant, she was accustomed to having light. She was completely unaware that her words caused the little phoenix's body to stiffen for a moment.
How could that be?
The little phoenix raised her neck, blushing. She would never like Fu Qing. She clearly liked Qing Mu. But that idiot Qing Mu had water in his brain, and never treated her as a woman, always calling her little brat all day. If only she could grow as tall as Yu overnight. Li Yu noticed this subtle emotion. She crouched down on the steps, and comforted the little phoenix, who was hanging her head.
I know it's impossible. You like Qing Mu, don't you? Don't worry. It would be a miracle if that brain of his ever blossoms. So don't be impatient.
A phoenix transforms once every 1,000 years after its initial metamorphosis. The little phoenix had taken the form of a child at birth. Now, she had 200 years to go before her next transformation.
I know.
The little phoenix rubbed her hands together, and sat on the ground, which was clean enough to reflect one's image.
Are you the immortal venerable? I've been looking for you for ages. Finally I get to meet you in person.
A girl in a t-shirt and jeans burst in her chubby face, beaming with delight. In this celestial realm her outfit seemed rather incongruous. The girl sat down unceremoniously, eyeing them curiously as to why they chose to sit on the floor instead of chairs. But she quickly dismissed the thought. She had a purpose here.
Who are you?
So rude, grumbled the little phoenix. The girl took no offense, cheerfully extending her hand to Li Yu.
Hello, I'm Lung Qingrong from the peaceful modern world.
Li Yu remembered the handshake ritual from her memories. She shook the girl's hand, and then let go.
Li Yu.
One from the modern era, the other wearing a modified interstellar style. The scene was strangely surreal, like a handshake between the past and the future. Lung Qingrong treated the little phoenix the same way, got her name, and then launched into a non-stop chatter. Only when her mouth went dry did she finally fall silent with satisfaction. Both Li Yu and the little phoenix heaved a silent sigh of relief. It was the first time they had encountered such a talkative girl.
Sorry, did I talk too much?
Lung Qingrong smiled apologetically, her face lit up with a big grin. Li Yu and the little phoenix thought you only just realized. But Li Yu had figured out the situation. Hearing that many immortals had been turned away from her palace, the girl had come up with the idea of camping out at the gate waiting for her. Later, when Li Yu went out, she had followed her inside.
So you came to ask me to accept you as a disciple?
Li Yu noted that her cultivation level was not weak. Lung Qingrong nodded vigorously.
Immortal Venerable, you have no idea. All the immortals who ascended here came from other bizarre worlds, like cultivation continents, ancient times, and so on. I'm the only one from the modern world. I waited for 100 years, and finally I've waited for you. Even though you're from the interstellar era, we're both children of our homeland, right? Woo-woo. No, you're the child. You is just a salted fish in the homeland, one that doesn't want to flip over.
The little phoenix slapped the hand on her head, rolled her eyes, and snorted. Was she really that much of a salted fish when she returned to the interstellar realm? Li Yu felt a bit called out. In the end, no matter how much Lung Qingrong pleaded, Li Yu refused. But the girl ended up locking horns with the little phoenix, and soon the Centennial Grand Assembly of the Celestial Realm arrived. This year's assembly was the most lively ever. Hundreds of immortals dressed in festive attire, with a few children being closely watched by their parents lest they stumble or get hurt. They also enjoyed the envious and varied gazes of other immortals. After becoming immortals, bearing offspring was extremely difficult. Among 20 couples who had formed Tao bonds, perhaps only one would have a child in a few centuries, and some would never have any in a millennium. The higher the cultivation level, the more unlikely it was. Some immortals wedded those with the lowest cultivation in the realm just to have children, leaving those desireless low cultivation immortals powerless to object. Children born enjoyed the benefit of their parents' cultivation assistance. Some were gifted and inherited their parents' estates and treasures, others were mere showpieces, but still managed to get by in the celestial realm. Since the creation of the celestial realm, the number of ascended immortals had not yet exceeded 1,000. Some had fallen, and up to now there were only 20 newborns, all treated as precious treasures. Li Yu led the little phoenix and the tagging along Lung Qingrong as they walked. The immortals they passed all clasped their hands in greeting. A few gazes fell on Lung Qingrong, but none dared to rest on Li Yu. A few high-level immortals had long been eyeing this weak female immortal, but she was very good at hiding, always eluding them. At first, it was a fun little game, but it grew tiresome. Several attempts to capture her failed, and now that she had taken shelter under this young immortal venerable, their restless schemes cooled down. They didn't dare covet Li Yu because she had established her own way, which meant her chances of bearing offspring were zero. The Centennial Assembly fell to the Lehigh Chiyuan Pavilion to host this year, leading many to mutter in secret, suspecting that the Slaughterer Lord was tired of the two sects squabbling and had come specifically to back the Chiyuan Pavilion. Lehigh, as the name implied, was an endless sea of glazed glass beneath the Chiyuan Pavilion. The gentle ripples shimmered like scales. Upon arriving at the Chiyuan Pavilion, Li Yu found it even more extravagant than the cultivation world she had left behind. The fruit, wines, and delicacies were infused with dense immortal energy. As soon as they entered, the little phoenix and Lung Qingrong ran, while nearly throwing themselves onto the tables of food. The Centennial Assembly began the moment you arrived. There was no fixed start time. Li Yu barely managed to cope with a few people, but she disliked this kind of environment intensely. She quickly slipped out to the shore of Lehigh for some fresh air. From close up, it looked as if the clouds had rolled up the entire Lehigh, draping it in a suit of armor, majestic like a general on campaign. The ethereal graceful figure of the woman standing on the shore was both beautiful and lonely. Qingmu arrived and saw this scene. He dispelled the cloud stare beneath his feet, pursed his lips, then bent down to scoop up seawater in his hand before Liu. The water in his palm danced joyfully like a child. She couldn't help but gently touch it. A cool sensation came from her fingertips, and a smile involuntarily curved her lips. The handsome man and the smiling woman standing together were a pleasing sight. On the other side, a figure hidden by the clouds was faintly visible. The man's eyes were as deep as an abyss, his light blue robe blending into the shadows, while the black robe behind him stood out sharply. Qin, reading the Slaughterer Lord's expression, guessed correctly. He was both master and friend to the Slaughterer Lord and said with interest,
"Is this the girl you like?"
He suddenly clapped his hands and stroked his chin.
"Oh, I forgot. She's not a girl anymore. She's now an immortal venerable. That's a rare sight. I didn't expect another one who established her own way. I wonder if someone slipped in some private favor."
The someone naturally referred to the Slaughterer Lord. Over there, Liu took the sleeve Qingmu offered and unceremoniously dried her hands. Neither of them noticed anything amiss. It was just a common gesture from the past. They hadn't seen each other for 100 years, had they? Qingmu sighed with emotion. He handed over 2 jugs of wine he had brought, and they drank, taking turns sipping. The atmosphere on the other side, however, was suffocating. Even Qin, who had been teasing just moments ago, felt his heart pounding from sheer fright. Someone's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Qin cast a sympathetic glance at the reckless fellow leaning against the woman the Slaughterer Lord fancied. A pot of wine was not much, and the two finished it quickly. Only half a stick of incense, as time had passed since they left. Shichio, one of the most beloved wines in the immortal realm, left a sweet aftertaste, and slid smoothly down the throat, a rare and fine vintage. Judging that the time was almost right, Qingmu swayed slightly. It was not the wine that intoxicated but the heart. Looking at the person, who had already fallen asleep leaning against the lee stone, he sighed. He seemed to have forgotten to mention the wine's effect of causing drunkenness, which also showed how heavy her heart was. "It seems you won't be able to attend this centennial assembly either, and you won't get to see that luscious monarch. Let's go, I'll take you back." Liu was not completely drunk, she was merely sleepy. Waving away the hand that supported her, she muttered, "I'm not going. You go ahead. When it's over, let the little phoenix come fetch me." Qingmu thought that was reasonable. This spot was usually undiscovered. He draped a cloak over her, and ascended upon a cloud. And at the place he left stood a figure. The azure light of the Lee Sea faintly reflected upon her cold, beautiful face, enhancing her elegance. Even her casual posture did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of disheveled charm, making one want to hide her away and gaze upon her. This scene was also witnessed by another. Lush's expression soured, and he cast a cold sidelong glance at the superfluous person. Qin thought, well, I am the one who's superfluous. Ahem. I wonder who before coming here calmly tried on over a dozen outfits, and even dragged me to ask for opinions, and now she's casting me aside. It seemed he would have to attend the centennial assembly in her place. Lusha looked again. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Why aren't you leaving yet? Receiving the cold shoulder treatment again, Qin thought, I'm out of here. He slipped away, leaving the two alone. Lusha bent down, intending to pull her into his arms, but his body suddenly stiffened. The person in his arms opened her eyes. Liu, in a daze, let the alcohol take its effect. Her gaze was vacant, her reaction sluggish. She frowned, staring at him for a long time. Confirming she had never seen him before, she lazily closed her eyes again. That unfamiliar gaze pierced Lusha's heart with a sharp pain. He familiarly ruffled Liu's hair, then contemptuously grabbed her cloak, which instantly ignited without even a whiff of smoke. His eyes were wild with longing, and he murmured to himself with a doting smile, truly heartless. Just a change of appearance, and you don't recognize me. Yet his tone was filled with affection, and the tenderness in his eyes could melt anyone. The corners of his lips curved into a perfect arc. His cold eyes were full of gentleness as he gazed at her, as if he could never look enough, causing even the most beautiful sea to lose its luster. Hanlin Mountain. Misty clouds drifted, and a palace sat atop the peak. To say all other mountains looked small beneath the heavens would be an understatement. In a room that was ancient, dim, and cold lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman. A beam of light gathered on her belly, forming a translucent milky white orb. It brightened and dimmed, looking very cheerful, like a child with a glow so faint it could be overlooked. Lusha, who was gently caressing his beloved, suddenly had a smile bloom on his tender face. Be good, don't disturb your mother. It was precisely because of this child that Liu, after becoming an immortal, had naturally developed her own virtue and law. What she carried in her womb was a little heavenly Tao, a blessing bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth. Other immortals with high cultivation might find it difficult to bear offspring, but he himself was the heavenly Tao already beyond the myriad laws of the world, and not subject to such restrictions. The moment he united with her, their offspring was already determined. This also caused her pregnancy to differ from that of other women. To protect the birth of the little heavenly Tao, the child's existence was concealed. Only when meeting its father would it sense and awaken, reverting to a normal pregnancy state. Thus no one knew about it. He gently patted Liu's belly, and the milky white orb seemed to somersault. Its flickering frequency increased, as if rejoicing in contact with its father. Only when his time for slumber was approaching did it submerge back into Liu's belly. Lusha said tenderly, "For now, don't let your mother know, understand?" The once exuberant milky white orb instantly dimmed, motionless, as if throwing a little tantrum. But the next moment, when its father promised to visit often, it vanished cheerfully and fell asleep. Lusha smiled, but his expression was heavy. Since he had awakened, his clone had returned, and along with it the memories converged. How could the medicine Liu had taken escape his notice? It was precisely because of this that he didn't know if Liu would accept the child. Liu slept very comfortably. It was the most restful sleep she had had since ascending. Except, the bed was a bit hard, making her waist sore. Bed? No, wasn't she still by the Lycée? She abruptly opened her eyes to see a dark curtain. Sitting up, she found herself in a 50-square-meter ancient-style room, exuding coldness and lifelessness. She could feel the piercing chill seeping into her bones. It felt like a place not meant for a person of sound mind. She gradually sobered up, recalling the man, with a face as handsome as she couldn't match. After a moment of silence, she got up to put on her shoes. The door opened. The man who walked in was outrageously handsome, exuding an aura that made one want to submit. He wore a dark red robe embroidered with an unfamiliar pattern, adding to his enigmatic and unfathomable air. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" His tone was intimate, as if they had known each other for ages. In fact, it seemed Lusha had timed his entrance perfectly. In his hands was a vessel made of green jade containing a rare shredded meat congee that emitted a faint, appetizing fragrance. The spiritual energy within it was even denser than that of the fruit wine she had seen. She had intended to say she wasn't hungry. After becoming an immortal, she didn't need to eat, but her nose twitched. She actually felt a bit hungry, and her words changed course. "Thank you." She put on her shoes, and was about to take the bowl, but the congee was brought to the bedside. A pair of slender, beautiful fingers picked up the spoon and brought it to her lips. Liu was stunned. She slowly lifted her head to look at his very natural expression, as if they had known each other. His face inexplicably overlapped with Donggu's, causing her to momentarily lose focus. She snapped back and took the bowl. Fortunately, he didn't insist and let go. She ate with restraint, but swiftly, yet without losing grace. "Thank you. Where is this?" She put down the green jade vessel, which now held not a single grain of congee. Liu looked around. She didn't recall anyone in the immortal realm designing such a cold residence. "Hanlin Mountain." He mentioned it casually. Liu was momentarily stunned, studying him. A hint of suspicion crept into her cool voice. "So you are the Lusha monarch." He looked nothing like the terrifying figure everyone described. If placed in the cultivation world, he would be considered a graceful and handsome gentleman. "You still don't recognize me?" His tone was somewhat aggrieved, and his cold eyes held a hint of resentment. He had hoped she would figure it out on her own, but now it seemed he couldn't wait any longer. This made Liu instantly think of Donggu. Her heart pounded, and her eyes brimmed with ecstasy. "Ollie. Liu's mind went blank, unable to believe that he was Donggu. It took her a while to digest the information. She wanted to both laugh and cry, but on the surface, she put on a deliberately provoking look. "So you woke up 2 years ago, and never came to find me?" "Heh." He hugged her tightly. "I thought you would ascend soon. Who knew I'd have to wait 2 years for you?" His tone couldn't have been more aggrieved. "I don't care. You claim to love me, but I don't see much sincerity." The corners of her mouth, however, curled up slightly, even she didn't notice. Descending from Hanlin Mountain, Liu felt relaxed. Thinking of how the mighty Lusha monarch had acted pitifully, when she forbade him to follow, her eyes sparkled with laughter. She maintained that mood all the way back to the palace, leaving the little phoenix utterly amazed. "Where have you been? Your face is glowing with romance, and you're in such a good mood. How strange. Is that so?" Liu unconsciously touched her cheek, and looked at the unusually quiet Leng Qingrong in confusion. Leng Qingrong nodded happily. "I'd say it's like... what's the word? Right, like you're in love." Excited, she clapped her hands, instantly drawing two gazes. She chuckled awkwardly, stiffly scratching her back. "Ha ha, mosquitoes." Suddenly realizing there were no mosquitoes in the immortal realm, she froze, and laughed dryly. "No, I mean, my back itches." Such a crude excuse, who would believe that? The little phoenix seized the opportunity to mock. Watching the two bicker again, Liu quietly patted her cheeks. They were indeed a bit warm. Just as she sat down, she felt hungry again. Recalling that bowl of shredded meat congee, she licked her lips. Frowning, she thought, by all logic, I shouldn't feel hungry. This hunger isn't mine. It's the belly's hunger. It's complicated, like. I can't quite describe it. Time flew by. 3 months later. The little phoenix walked in with an aged sigh. Ever since learning that Lusha was the Donggu she had looked down upon in the star realm, she had sighed countless times. Your man is standing at the door again. It's been 3 months. Do you really need to flaunt your love like this? Exactly. Leng Qingrong, who had snuck in, nodded vigorously. It was really too much. Not only was she jealous, but the other female immortals were practically green with envy, secretly admiring Liu's luck in meeting the Lusha monarch during his travels in the lower realm. Why hadn't they had such good fortune before ascending? Why snuck in? It all started from the day Liu returned. She had been locked in a heated argument with the little phoenix when she suddenly bumped into someone. Looking up, she was so terrified by the overwhelming aura of malice that she nearly died on the spot. Later, when she learned that this person was the legendary Lusha monarch, she wanted to commit suicide by beheading just to ensure a whole corpse. But he didn't even remember her. She cowered in hiding for half a month, only stepping out after the little phoenix's words. When she saw the noble man standing at the door lowering his expensive head to beg for forgiveness from the person inside, she finally believed it. The immortals of the realm went from initial denial and disbelief to shock, and then to being accustomed to it after 3 months, like a roller coaster. Their poor hearts almost couldn't take it. Liu, who had been woken up from her chair, propped herself up and rubbed her temples. She had become drowsy over the past 3 months, and she didn't know why. She even dreamed of a milky white orb bouncing around in front of her, which annoyed her greatly. No matter how she thought about it, she never imagined that 2 years later she would carry a child in her womb. Let him be. I'd rather sleep. But no, even sleeping is bad. That milky white orb is truly annoying. She sighed. Her appearance resembled that of a pregnant woman. Watching this, Leng Qingrong couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Sovereign, you wouldn't be pregnant, would you? It's quite similar to when my mother was pregnant with my brother, loving to sleep and eat. If it's just to satisfy a craving, it's too abnormal. She's eating a lot, not just a little. But there's no morning sickness, so I'm not sure. Not only did she not believe it herself, but the little phoenix also burst out laughing, as if she had heard a huge joke. How could that be? Well. The little phoenix's eyes flickered, clearly revealing some mischievous thought. Liu's head ached, and she denied it. How could it be? But her hand involuntarily went to the small belly that she had always thought was just weight gain. The touch felt quite nice. Perhaps the idea was too absurd. Liu quickly dismissed it. However, the gatekeeper's words flashed through her mind. She suddenly stood up, nearly startling the two, who were stealthily exchanging looks. What's wrong, you? The little phoenix swallowed, patting her chest in relief, thinking she had almost been caught. I'm going out for a moment. Liu's expression was stern as she walked straight to the main gate. The two left behind exchanged glances. The man outside abruptly lifted his head, at that moment his voice hoarse as he called out Ayu. His eyes nervously scanned Liu's face and the position of her hand. His gaze darkened. He knew without looking that the child's little movements had been discovered. Liu came out with a face full of anger, ignoring him. Trembling, she pointed at him. You'd better tell me what's going on with this belly. If he said nothing, she wouldn't believe it. Every abnormality had started since she returned from that place. Lusha, dressed in a dark red robe, took her hand. Upon hearing this, his tone somewhat ingratiating, as he explained in detail. The words were only for the two of them to hear. After listening, Liu understood. A complex expression crossed her face as she touched her belly. The belly suddenly moved as if responding to her. Before she could recover, a familiar translucent milky white orb floated up in front of her. It happily rubbed against Lusha, then looked at her, wanting to approach, but daring not. Her eyebrows rose in surprise, then drew together. The little orb pressed closer into Lusha's embrace. Liu stared at it, with a complex expression. Isn't this the little orb that keeps appearing in my dreams? He seemed to gently pull out the little orb, but his expression tightened. Don't do that. Go to your mother's arms. Though the orb had no discernible features, it exuded a sense of grievance, wanting to go forward but not daring. Finally it clung to Liu's sleeve, looking somewhat timid. If it could speak, it would probably be crying in grievance. Little orb mother is so fierce. In my dreams, she always coldly waves me away. Liu's words caught in her throat. It was hard enough to accept having a child, only to find it was a little dumpling, the very same little dumpling that had disturbed her dreams. She took a long breath. Restraining herself from flicking her sleeve, she noticed the little phoenix and Lung Qingrong peeking through the door, cracked their faces full of gossipy excitement. She sighed. Before the little dumpling emerged, Lu Sha had already shielded the sight and sound from prying eyes, so they could see nothing. Still, what was that expression of regret supposed to mean? She felt utterly drained. Liu tugged at her sleeve, and the milky white little dumpling drifted along, clinging affectionately to the fabric. A faint smile tugged at her lips until she caught someone's amused gaze. Recovering, she coughed.
So your true form is the heavenly Tao.
She recalled the gatekeeper's words, and now the existence of the little dumpling forced her to suspect. He nodded, taking her hand with a knowing smile. How could he not sense the emotion stirring within his own child? Hearing the correct answer, Liu felt no surprise. Just as she was about to speak, her sleeve tugged downward. The little dumpling, ignored by both mother and father, grew sulky, and pulled at the sleeve to assert its presence. Only then did Liu remember the little dumpling hanging from her sleeve. In her mind's eye she recalled a dream where that little dumpling kept following her like an unshakable shadow. She snapped back to reality. It wasn't that she was describing her own child harshly, but an invisible milky white blob. Before one knew it was their child, would make any cultivator suspect they were haunted by a demon or delusion. She sighed, watching the little dumpling float up. Now that it had their attention, its mood brightening with joy. For a moment, she was speechless.
Is this little dumpling a boy or a girl? A girl would be nice. I heard girls are less rowdy.
She suddenly recalled a past memory. Before Lu Sha could react, the little dumpling protested. The little dumpling's milky white color deepened in agitation. The little dumpling was on the verge of tears.
Does mother not like me? I'm a boy, boo-hoo.
Sensing the child's thoughts, Lu Sha's lips curled into an irrepressible smile. He reached out his other hand to gently stroke the distressed little dumpling, and said to Liu,
Boys are indeed a bit troublesome.
Liu nodded in earnest agreement. The little dumpling in his hand cried even harder. But then, he lifted the little dumpling and stuffed it into Liu's suddenly stiffened arms.
If you want a girl, we can have a second one.
The soft weight in her arms made her heart skip a beat. Hearing his suggestive words, her face remained expressionless. Now she knew the little dumpling was a boy. Perhaps because of the bond between mother and child, she seemed to sense the little dumpling's mixed emotions, neither completely unhappy nor fully happy. Her eyes flustered and helpless, she looked at Lu Sha. Lu Sha let out a low chuckle.
Your mother was just teasing you. Go back and rest now.
Staying away from the mother's body for too long would have some effect. The little dumpling's emotions were simple. It instantly became cheerful, floating up to rub against its father's cheek. Then it turned to rub against its mother's cheek as well, but somehow with a whoosh. It vanished into Liu's belly. Liu.
He seems afraid of me.
Her belated realization made Lu Sha's smile deepen.
Did the little dumpling pester you in your dreams? Cough. It did indeed.
Liu didn't know whether to say it was annoying or not. Annoying when she didn't know it was her child, not annoying now that she knew it was her child, and a boy at that. She hadn't yet sorted out her feelings. Drawing her closer, Lu Sha looked at her tenderly.
The little dumpling missed you too. It was afraid you wouldn't like it, so it tried to make you fond of it through dreams. But it seems the effect wasn't ideal.
His gentle breath brushed against her face. Liu turned her head awkwardly, her cheeks flushing, as if brushed with rouge. She stammered.
No, the little dumpling is quite adorable.
He was delighted that Liu had so readily accepted the child's existence.
We can't keep calling our child little dumpling forever. What name do you think you?
She snatched back the strand of hair he was twirling. Li Yu hesitated.
How about calling it Little White? Or maybe just stick with Little Dumpling.
She was truly terrible at naming. With no hair to play with, he turned to her fingers. Lu Sha looked up with a smile.
Little Dumpling is fine as a pet name, but it's unsuitable for a formal name.
Li Yu thought it over. Then a thought struck her, and she stared at him intently.
I don't think I've ever heard your surname. It's not Lu, is it?
That surname was quite rare, making naming even more difficult. At first, he feared she might dislike or reject it, but instead, she was earnestly considering the matter. His smile grew deeper, exuding an even more distinguished elegance. If Qin, who knew him best, saw this, he would think his eyes were deceiving him. Distinguished elegance? That was a great demon, a demon who devoured people without spitting out bones. Li Yu was momentarily dazzled by his smile. Coming to her senses, she pushed his face away with a look of disdain. She was really afraid he'd laugh himself silly. Lu Sha said,
How about Lu Nian Yu? As in I miss you.
The sudden love confession caught her off guard. Li Yu.
Why not just call you Lu Shantian? Oh wait, he is the heavenly Tao.
She said nothing, and Lu Sha took it as tacit agreement. His jade-like fingers casually traced her palm, his expression brimming with joy, his gaze fixed entirely on her, as if he couldn't get enough. Li Yu felt her face burning.
Hurry up and remove the barrier.
The little phoenix and Lang Qingrong were practically pressing their faces against the barrier. Their intense curiosity was unmatched. He saw them too, and casually dispelled the barrier. Outside the barrier, the little phoenix and Lang Qingrong, who had been groping at the invisible screen, awkwardly withdrew their claws. They exchanged glances, then met his gaze, a dangerous aura that sent chills down their spines. The little phoenix pretended to stretch and yawned.
Ha ha, I was just taking a walk. I'm dead tired, I'll go sleep for a bit.
Its retreating figure was like a runaway. Left alone to bear the stares of both, Lang Qingrong wanted to drop to the ground and play dead. Life was full of surprises. Lu Sha's eyes darkened with a cold gleam. Lang Qingrong immediately gave an awkward laugh, rubbing his neck, as if he felt a chill, like his head might not stay on. He ran faster than the little phoenix, probably the fastest he had ever run in his life. Li Yu felt like laughing. She pushed the frowning man beside her.
Don't scare people like that. If it happens again, you're not allowed to come.
He actually looked a bit like the little dumpling when he was sulky. He turned to look at her, his eyes full of grievance.
You has changed. She's threatening me for others.
Li Yu sighed. This was too childish. She had already seen through it. She walked past Lu Sha and went back inside. Naturally, someone followed her with eager eyes. Two major events shook the celestial realm. All immortals felt as if they were dreaming. But immortals didn't need to dream, or even sleep. Especially the female immortals, whose hearts broke and envied in equal measure. The first major event, Lord Lu Sha, who was rarely seen, had actually gone into seclusion to descend to the mortal world. There he met Li Yu, and the two fell in love. Later, Lord Lu Sha died for her in that world, and Li Yu ascended to become an immortal, venerable, reuniting with him. If the first event had left the entire celestial realm buzzing with shocked disbelief and amazement, then the second event left the immortals numb, bringing forth many blessings and envious voices. Immortal venerable Li Yu was pregnant with Lord Lu Sha's child. This shook the celestial realm for a long time. The courtyard outside Li Yu's palace was bustling with activity, most visitors offering congratulations and currying favor. After all, she was the wife of Lord Lu Sha, who would be foolish enough to oppose her? A grey-robed immortal, clutching gifts, nervously stood before the tightly shut doors and whispered to a companion.
I wonder if this lady is easy to get along with. I heard that during the Centennial Assembly some immortals met her. Did you see her?
Lord Lu Sha had been in secluded cultivation for 10,000 years, making it nearly impossible for any immortal to set foot within Cold Scale Mountain. Now that such a rare opportunity had presented itself, no one was willing to let it slip.
I did see her, but...
The white-robed immortal touched his nose, reluctant to admit that he had once looked down upon immortal venerable Li Yu and paid her little attention.
But what? Don't tell me Lady Lu Sha is not. Shoo! Fellow immortal, do you not see who is standing at the front of the line? Watch your tongue.
The white-robed immortal quickly distanced himself from the other. The gray-robed immortal, now abandoned, looked utterly bewildered. Looking ahead, the three revered sect leaders, objects of universal admiration, stood gracefully at the very front. It seemed they too had been denied entry just like everyone else. The gray-robed immortal's eyebrows twitched. He had only been in seclusion for a mere century. How had the celestial realm changed so much? He wanted to ask more. Fearing that the gray-robed immortal might utter something even more shocking, the white-robed immortal hastily retreated with his disciples, keeping a safe distance, and merely watching from afar. Their conversation naturally did not escape the keen senses of the three powerful sect leaders. They turned their heads in unison, silently marking the gray-robed immortal in their minds. The gray-robed immortal quickly clasped his hands, and bowed to the three. Only after they cast a fleeting glance, and turned back, did he heave a heavy sigh of relief. His disciple rushed over breathless and said,
Master, I wasn't finished speaking. Why did you run off so quickly?
The disciple thought my master had only heard the first half of the news, before dashing out, leaving us to chase after him, panting all the way.
It's a good thing you only offended the three sect leaders. If it had been Lord Lusha, our entire tiny sect might have ceased to exist in the celestial realm.
Another disciple, quick-witted, immediately covered the master's mouth, and explained the situation in full. Lord Lusha had issued wedding invitations a month ago, announcing the grand ceremony would take place in 3 months. Now every immortal in the realm knew that Liu was the apple of Lord Lusha's eye, so cherished that he feared she might melt in his mouth or be snatched from his hands. All the immortals of the celestial realm had been sending gifts for a full month, yet they were all turned away at the door. How could small sects like theirs expect any different? Upon hearing the full story, the gray-robed immortal felt as if struck by lightning. He was not alone. Many other immortals, who had just emerged from seclusion, wore the same stunned expression. They all sighed with restrained emotion. Immortal venerable Li, you was truly blessed. Not only had she established her own path of virtue, but she had also formed a blissful union with Lord Lusha, and was expecting a child. How enviable.
You are those immortals outside free. There's a whole crowd squatting at the palace gates.
Feng Wang turned around in astonishment, only to see Liu lounging on her seat eating fruit, while being attended by Lord Lusha, her belly round with pregnancy. Feng Wang choked on her words.
If they annoy you, I'll make them leave,
said Lord Lusha. Lord Lusha fed Liu a grape, and gently wiped her lips, though there was nothing there, purely an excuse to steal a touch. Lung Qingrong covered her mouth with a cough.
Ahem, we're still here. Could you two tone it down a bit?
Her voice grew softer as she spoke. A single glance from Lord Lusha reminded her of his terrifying reputation.
What are you doing? This isn't your territory,
she muttered. Liu smiled sweetly, and turned Lord Lusha's face back toward her. The smile on her face sent chills down everyone's spines.